What's up, buddy? So I know this video looks like it's 8 hours long, and that's because it is, but it's also just 7 other videos I made stitched together into one. In this video, I recap the stories of Resident Evil 0, the remakes of 1, 2, 3, and 4, Code Veronica, Darkside and Umbrella Chronicles, Revelations 1 and 2, 5 and 6, and 7 and 8, along with any relevant DLCs of each of those games. But with that being said, I really hope you enjoy it, and if you don't, be certain to leave a dislike. Let's get into it. What's up, buddies? So this is part 1 of a series I'll be doing on all of the Resident Evil games in chronological order. That's the plan anyway, who knows if it'll actually happen. But the first part of this series is the Mansion Saga, aka Resident Evil 0 and 1. Now I'm going to be playing the remasters/remakes of these games, just because they look better, but anyway, I could go into a very long exposition dump of backstory for the series. However, that backstory is going to be revealed throughout the games. Here's what you need to know right now. There's this massive corporation called Umbrella who has their hands in all kind of industries, most importantly, pharmaceuticals. Now, behind the scenes, Umbrella's goal is basically eugenics, which is the belief that humans should basically be selectively bred based on desirable genetic traits, like how dog breeders will inbreed their dogs and create shit like this. However, they need money to fund their eugenics plans, so they begin working with militaries across the world, developing a variety of biological weapons, which is of course very frowned upon. To counter this, Umbrella disguised their research as working on vaccines for these biological weapons. We'll go more into this later, but for now just know that they have a virus called the T-virus, which turns people into zombies. The intention with it was to create super soldiers by eliminating pain and allowing people to survive severe trauma to their internal organs and brain. But this led to people becoming mindless cannibals, so basically zombies. The T-virus is an offshoot of another virus called Progenitor, but we'll learn more about that much later. The other thing you need to know is that there's this kind of special forces group called STARS, or Special Tactics and Rescue Service. They hire only the best, supposedly, and are technically a subdivision of the Raccoon City Police Department. Now, if that sounds weird to you, just know that in real life, police departments like the NYPD have offices abroad in places like Europe and the Middle East for counterterrorism, so it's not that far out of the picture. Anyway, the game begins on a train, the Ecliptic Express, a train ran by Umbrella to transport their employees and confidential research across country. This train gets attacked by these giant leech type things, the leeches being led by this guy. The leeches overwhelm the train and kill everyone aboard, where we then cut to a STARS helicopter in the area. STARS are out here investigating a couple murders that have happened in the area, these murders being done either by giant rabid animals or the aforementioned zombies. We'll come back to that in Resident Evil 1. Now, almost all these STARS agents won't make another appearance in the game, so I'm not going to go into them. The most important of them is Rebecca Chambers, one of 2 main characters in this game. She's a rookie medic and this is her first mission. Now, Rebecca was one of those young Sheldon types who graduated from college at age 18. She has a degree in chemistry, which allows her to mix chemicals throughout the game. They land at a crashed army vehicle, all of the soldiers being dead. They then find a file that shows the army was transporting a prisoner named Billy Cohen. We don't know much about this yet, but he's accused of killing 23 people and has been sentenced to death. STARS decides to search the area to see if they can find Billy and bring him to justice. Strangely, they decide to separate and search the area. I mean, this Billy guy supposedly killed 23 people and the soldiers transporting him, so I would think you'd want to stick together when looking for this guy. Anyway, Rebecca finds the stopped Ecliptic Express and steps aboard. Not too far in, she gets attacked by 3 zombies. She takes it pretty well, all things considered, and moves on. These people, Umbrella employees, either got infected by the T-virus by the leeches, or the T-virus they were transporting aboard leaked somehow and got them. Either way, Rebecca continues on and comes face to face with Billy himself. He's a real ass in the beginning. Rebecca threatens to arrest him, but Billy's pretty unfazed. Before Rebecca can pursue the murderer, one of her fellow STARS agents busts in through a window and warns us about zombies and monsters in the woods. He quickly dies and Rebecca gets mauled by a couple infected dogs before catching up with Bill further into the train. He's once again an asshole, but he offers to team up with us to help us escape the train. Rebecca says fuck that and continues on alone, only to be attacked by a giant mass of leeches. These enemies are called humanoid leeches, and they're super annoying. Rebecca is about to get devoured by the leeches when Billy saves her. She finally agrees to team up with him after this, and they catch another glimpse of the leech leader standing on a hill outside the train. Anyway, half the doors in the train don't have power, and the power box is on top of the train. Great design choice. Rebecca climbs the train to turn it back on, but gets attacked by more leeches and falls down below, getting separated from Bill. Billy has to prove his worth again and save her. Also, I should mention that it could be either Billy or Rebecca trapped here. You get to play as either throughout the game. On his quest to save Rebecca, Billy has to find an ice pick because the lock on the room she's trapped in is jammed. Now, I don't know why he couldn't just give her his knife for this purpose, but whatever. Once Billy gets the ice pick, he's attacked by a giant scorpion infected by the T-virus. This was one of the bioweapons Umbrella was transporting on the train. It's not super tough, but it can absolutely fold Billy with its attacks.
Dude, take my picture!
Anyway, with the ice pick, Rebecca can escape the room and the pair is reunited, where their new mission is to stop the train, which suddenly started moving for an unknown reason. To do that, they have to unlock this briefcase, which for some reason requires 2 rings to unlock it from 2 separate employees. This takes the pair on quite a fucking journey, where you have to use this thing called the hook shot, a whole ass grappling hook that was just for train maintenance. But finally, when we find the 2 keys, the briefcase can be unlocked to reveal a card inside. I don't know why they had this elaborate security system for a key card that lets you access the engine room, but whatever. Before entering the engine room, we learn why the train started. 2 Umbrella agents had made their way onto the train and were attempting to recover it. We see these 2 guys, Albert Wesker and William Birkin, 2 Umbrella officials who will be much more important in later games. Wesker reveals that the T-Virus has gotten out of control in the area, in part due to Leechman, and he says that Umbrella needs to destroy the train to hide their involvement. The 2 agents were taking the train to an Umbrella facility where it could be covertly destroyed. However, before they can, they're both killed by leeches. Finally, Billy and Rebecca reach the engine car and we learn that there's a very elaborate way to turn on the brakes, which is definitely not up to code. One person has to take the keycard, which was locked in that dumbass briefcase, to the back of the train and do some math to activate the brakes. The person at the front of the train would then have to also do math to turn on the brakes and stop the train. Once we do that dumb shit, the train comes skidding to a halt. A halt so abrupt it derails the train and we crash in this tunnel. Exiting the tunnel, we find ourselves in a secret Umbrella training facility. Now this area is basically just one giant puzzle, but there are some big things we learn here. The first is the cutscene that plays when we enter. Leechman confronts Wesker and Birkin over a camera. He first confirms that he was the one who leaked the T-Virus on the train, as well as the mansion nearby, the setting of Resident Evil 1. We can also see Leechman create a version of someone the 2 Umbrella agents recognize as Dr. Marcus. We can see a giant picture of the very same Dr. Marcus in the main hall of the training facility. He was put in charge of this facility by Umbrella to train the next generation of agents and scientists. Now, Marcus didn't really want to do this, but he went along with it to get more resources for his research on the T-Virus. Now, throughout the series, we find that there are a couple different strains of the T-Virus that were developed that all kind of result in the same thing, but Marcus here developed his strain by injecting the progenitor virus into leeches. Wesker and Birkin both studied at this training facility under Marcus, and they're the only 2 students he trusted. Wesker and Birkin were the 2 top students in their Umbrella class, and an assistant director was ordered to try to pit them against each other to see who rose to the top, although we see now that didn't seem to ruin their relationship too much. Leechman reveals that at some point Umbrella killed Dr. Marcus. We can find a note from Marcus that says people from Umbrella were trying to steal his T-Virus from him, and he got sick of only being able to experiment on animals rather than humans. This training facility is full of some of the most goofy puzzles ever made, including setting the correct time on a clock, moving giant chess pieces around, and putting 2 statues on a scale to balance them to finish the area. Due to how goofy this area is, I'm going to gloss over a lot of what you do here, but you're introduced to 2 new enemies here. Giant cockroaches called plague crawlers, and a giant centipede which serves as the boss of the area, much like the scorpion. While Billy holds a cage in the air, Rebecca has to grab a key that was under the cage, weird, but when she goes for the key, the centipede comes out and snatches her, leading to a boss fight. It's not hard at all, but once we kill it, we can continue with the goofy puzzles until eventually we can do the statue balancing one and unlock the way to the basement. Sorry if I glossed over most of this level, but most of it really doesn't matter to the story. Just remember Dr. Marcus and his leeches for now, as Billy and Rebecca head into the basement. Down here, we immediately encounter some giant spiders before Billy gives Rebecca a boost into this torture chamber type room. For some reason, there's a power box inside the torture room, which Rebecca can use to get the power back on. This shows us a couple cutscenes. First is of Leechman releasing what you'd think is just a few of these T-Virus apes, but no, these things are now swarming the entire facility. Rebecca gets mauled by one of these and falls through the floor where she can barely cling onto a ledge. We then see Wesker and Birkin and they seem to have figured out who the Leechman is, although they don't share that information with the class just yet. They do say that if Leechman's identity goes public, that Umbrella would be ruined. At this thought, Wesker says fuck Umbrella and decides to go to that nearby mansion to run some final combat tests with the T-Virus before presumably going independent with it. Birkin, on the other hand, says he won't give up so easily because his even better G-Virus is nearly complete. Birkin's idea for dealing with Leechman is to set the entire facility to explode, to kill him and bury the evidence, so the 2 go their separate ways. It's then time for Bill to save Rebecca once again as he rushes past hordes of monkeys, spiders, and zombies to reach Rebecca in time. Now somehow she managed to radio us, which would require her to use a hand that she wouldn't have free, but whatever. When Billy reaches her, he pulls her up and the 2 are reunited once again. They finally warmed up to each other a little bit, so Rebecca decides to ask Billy if he really killed all those people. Billy is pretty hesitant to answer, but eventually he tells us what got him arrested. Billy was a lieutenant in the Marines on a mission somewhere in Africa to intervene in a local civil war. Lore-accurate United States activities, to be sure. They were headed towards what was supposed to be a base, but most of his squad was killed on the way. However, when they arrived, they found only a normal-looking village. Billy's commander didn't want to go home empty-handed, so he ordered his soldiers to massacre the village and just tell higher-ups that it was indeed an enemy base. Again, lore-accurate US military. Billy objected to this and tried to stop his commander, only to get bashed in the head. He still doesn't answer whether he participated or not, but it's pretty clear that he didn't. Anyway, Becca and Billy now have to solve another dumbass puzzle. This time it's collecting 3 of these little tablets to unlock the route to a research lab. Now, most of this isn't very important, but at a certain point Billy gets stuck in this battle arena and has to fight 2 of these reptile hunters. These things are actually reptile-human hybrids created with T-virus to be bioweapons. Very strange, but they are pretty tough. The other notable thing is that we encounter many more of those humanoid leech enemies, and they're pretty stupid. But finally we can get our hands on those 3 tablets which have Umbrella's 3 core tenets on them: obedience, discipline, and unity. When we put the tablets into these slots in an observatory, a path opens to a nearby church. To open the door to the church, one of the 2 needs to stand on this pressure plate, which means we have to fight this next boss all alone. The next boss is a giant bat. It's not super hard, but it can be annoying dealing with all the other bats surrounding it, and Billy should definitely get his rabies vaccine after this is all over. But once the bat is defeated, we can turn on an elevator and get access to an underground laboratory. This place has some pretty good info for us. We get to see how Dr. Marcus's leech experiments went. The T-virus pretty much immediately caused the leeches to grow, however at first they started killing each other. Eventually though, the leeches started to work together as a collective to get food. This culminated with Marcus starting to feed students from the nearby training facility to his leeches, as well as other Umbrella employees the company wanted to get rid of. This was ultimately why Umbrella killed Marcus, because he ended up killing at least 20 people in his experiments. This paid off though, as eventually the leeches started forming into the humanoid forms we fought throughout the game. We can also see a picture of Dr. Marcus when he was young, and he looks very, very similar to the leech man who's been harassing us throughout the game. Billy guesses that he could be the doctor's grandson. Now there are many of these humanoid leeches throughout the lab, but eventually we can find little leech charms that allow us to gain access to a tram that'll take us away from this place. As we power up the tram though, one of those apes jumps out and attacks Billy, sending him over a ledge, leaving Rebecca to deal with yet another of those humanoid leeches. Once it's dead though, she can hop on the tram and make her way to a factory where we can search for Billy. This factory section is super short. All you have to do is find a key that allows you to take a turntable down below. When you do just that, we get a cutscene where Rebecca encounters her old STARS commander, a man who's just beautifully voice acted.
You're alive.
Are you okay, Rebecca?
Where is everybody?
They should have arrived here before me. Haven't you seen them? That's unfortunate.
He's headed towards a nearby mansion that Umbrella uses for research. He tries to get Rebecca to come with, but she's persistent in that she needs to find Billy. The man finally relents and goes his own way. We then get to fight an enemy which will reoccur many times throughout the series, a tyrant. Now, tyrants are basically the goal of the T-virus in terms of creating weapons. They're massive, almost indestructible, and can be seen later to use weapons in tactics. This one is a prototype tyrant though, shown most evidently by the fact that his heart is exposed on the outside. He's also pretty deformed in other ways, like his hand and spine, and he lacks the intelligence of other tyrants. I would put him maybe one step above the zombies in terms of intelligence. Now, the reason this one turned out so poorly is believed to be because of too much T-virus in the initial infection stages. Now, it should be noted that to create a tyrant involves much more than just infecting them with the virus. First of all, it's a certain strain of the virus, one that's much more carefully engineered than the one that creates zombies. Second is that they have to be given a number of surgeries during the process to make sure that the rapid growth of their body doesn't kill them. The prototype tyrant here was considered a failure due to its low intelligence, surprisingly not because of its exposed heart. Tyrants need to be able to follow basic military commands at least, but anyway, Leechman let him out, probably on purpose. Now, despite the exposed heart, he's still tough as shit and can easily fold Rebecca. Once we defeat him, we can get into an elevator and continue the journey to save Billy. As we ride the elevator, we see a cutscene of Leechman saying he's done fucking around, and then we see where Billy ended up. He's passed out on a rock in this river, a river that leads into a wastewater treatment plant, so Billy is both going to have rabies from the giant bat and super cancer from this water. Anyway, he gets knocked off this rock by what looks like a giant fish, but I think it's actually this giant frog that harasses us throughout the level. Well, Rebecca once again has to find out where Bill washed up, but first she turns on the power, and then fights some zombies and a leech, but finally finds Billy washed up in a room labeled Refuse. This room has a shitload of dead bodies in it from Umbrella's experiments, giving Billy a PTSD flashback. The two continue onwards through the treatment plant until eventually finding that our old buddy the Proto-Tyrant is very much still alive. He climbs out of the wastewater to attack again, but with the combined might of Billy and Rebecca, we put him down again. This time for good, as the facility is soon to self-destruct. After defeating the Tyrant, we can get harassed by that giant frog I mentioned before, and it turns out he can literally swallow you whole. This motherfucker one-shot me and made me go back and fight the Tyrant again. Bastard. But anyway, with the power of friendship, Rebecca and Billy find a keycard that lets us access the final boss of the game. We emerge into a room and find ourselves facing down Leech Man. Remember how I said he looks a lot like Dr. Marcus when he was younger? Well, that's because Leech Man is Dr. Marcus. Kind of. So after Umbrella offed Marcus, we get to see Wesker and Birkin gloating about it. They dumped his body in that refuse room and disposed of all of his leeches except one, the Queen Leech. The Queen found her way to Marcus's rotting body and climbed on in, merging the two's DNA into one and creating the being I've been referring to as Leech Man, but he's really called the Queen Leech. Marcus then seems to be forcibly transformed from his humanoid body into the disgusting Queen Leech, and we have to fight her. Putting down the Queen is no easy task, but once it's done, Rebecca and Billy find a lift that will finally take them out of this place. As the lift ascends, we can hear that Birkin has finally activated the self-destruct. I mean, bro took his fucking time. Before we can escape, though, the Queen Leech arrives once again, much bigger and more monstrous this time. We have to shoot up the Queen a little more before Rebecca discovers that the Queen can't handle sunlight, so the plan is for Billy to distract the Queen while Rebecca opens up all the windows. What this really boils down to, though, is Billy getting his ass kicked for about 2 minutes while Rebecca takes her sweet time with those windows. Once the windows are finally open, though, Billy can shoot a hole straight through the Queen and send her falling down into the exploding facility. The pair barely escape without being blown up, and we see them regroup atop a hill. They see a mansion in the distance. We'll soon be visiting there in Resident Evil 1, and Rebecca snatches Billy's dog tags. She's going to report that he died so Billy can finally go live his life. A life so good, in fact, he never reappears in the series. So that was Resident Evil 0. Not a super great game, to be honest, but it was alright. Let's get straight into Resident Evil 1. Now, Resident Evil 1 is a little weird, because there's two characters you can play as, Jill Valentine and Chris Redfield. That's not why it's weird. It's weird because neither of the two campaigns are actually canon. We know that both can't be canon because most of the campaign had you doing the same shit as the other. You know, like the same puzzles, grabbing the same items. Now, of course, if one character grabs a key or unlocks a puzzle, unless there's some kind of janitor running around and resetting them, the other wouldn't be able to then do the same thing. So we know that both can't be true, but why isn't one true over the other? Well, that's because at the end of the game, depending on who you picked, either Barry, who you'll meet in a second, or Rebecca won't survive the game. That's weird because both characters are alive in later games. So rather than trying to piece together some kind of headcanon, you're going to watch mostly Chris gameplay, but anytime his campaign differs from Jill's, I'll let you know what was happening in hers. So Resident Evil 1 begins with a helicopter ride taking another STARS team, this time Alpha Team, to actually investigate the disappearance of Bravo Team, Rebecca's former squad. We know that a good few of them are already dead, but STARS don't know about the whole Leechman saga yet. Real quick, let me give you a quick intro to our two characters. Jill Valentine is a former army soldier with Delta Force training, specifically around bomb disposal and lockpicking. After leaving the army, she was recruited into STARS by Wesker. Chris Redfield is an Air Force veteran who served alongside Barry Burton. After they both left the military, Barry recruited Chris into STARS where he excelled at close quarters combat and marksmanship. Now, Chris is a guy with pretty strong morals, which often put him at odds with both his Air Force commanders and Wesker, the commander of STARS. His combat and detective skills make sure the STARS keep him around, though. Anyway, Alpha Team lands near Bravo's crashed helicopter and 5 STARS agents get out. Jill, Chris, Barry, Joseph Frost, and Albert Wesker. You mean the guy we saw in the previous game working with Umbrella? Now, RE1 obviously came out before 0, so we aren't really supposed to know this, but we do, so... Anyway, the gang immediately gets attacked by dogs, Joseph getting mauled and killed right away. The rest flee the scene, and now we have our first diverging moment in the stories. In Chris's version, only himself, Jill, and Wesker made it into the mansion, while in Jill's, it's her, Wesker, and Barry who made it inside. I have to say here that the Jill version is clearly superior, as Barry is probably my favorite character in this game. I mean, I fucking love this guy. Now, the openings for the two characters are quite different overall, so let's first cover Chris's. So the gang of Chris, Jill, and Wesker hear a gunshot in the distance. Chris offers to go and check it out while Wesker and Jill investigate the main room. Also, Chris somehow lost his gun on the way in. Anyway, he heads into a dining room and then further into a hallway where he finds a Bravo team member, Kenny, dead and currently getting eaten by a zombie. Because of his lack of a gun, Chris has to flee back to the main room, but when he gets there, Jill and Wesker have disappeared. They left him a gun though, so that's nice. In the Jill scenario, the gang of her, Barry, and Wesker hear the gunshot, and Wesker orders Jill to investigate. Probably to have a private combo with Barry, but we'll talk more about that later. Barry says he's going with, so the two head into a dining room where Barry stops to investigate a blood puddle, hoping it's not Chris's.
Blood.
Jill heads into the hallway and sees the zombie. Now she does have a gun, but killing it is pointless here, so Jill heads back to the dining hall where Barry kills the zombie for her. Despite the fact that he has this giant-ass magnum, which is actually the strongest gun in the game, the zombie takes 3 shots to kill. Barry and Jill head back into the main room to find that Wesker has disappeared, and then split up to investigate the mansion properly. Now, if you remember in RE0, when we were in the mansion in that game, we had to solve a bunch of stupid little puzzles. Well, it's the same here, so excuse me if I don't go into detail on most of the puzzles. Our first goal in this mansion is to find 4 death masks to unlock this very ominous-looking coffin. So let's get to it. On the way to the death masks, either character can find a shotgun. In order for Chris to get the shotgun, he has to swap it out for a fake on its pedestal to avoid getting crushed. Now, Jill can do that as well, however, then you'd miss out on Barry saving her from the room. Now, in the original game, Barry said,
Hurry! This way!
Oh, Barry!
That was too close. You were almost a Jill sandwich.
but in this one he just says,
Damned!
Stand back! Grab my hand!
Barry.
That was a close one. A second late, you would have fit nicely into a sandwich.
Really? Thanks. But Barry...
still a funny line, but they should have kept it the same, to be honest. Now, this is one of many different meetings that Jill has with Barry throughout the level. Another happens in this fishing bait room where Barry's reading a file about someone being infected.
Well, I guess we were right about this mansion being quite unnatural.
You have a way with understatements.
Where's the part that's torn off?
Well, my only guess is that it was the most important part, and somebody didn't want anyone to see it. Let's
They'll also give you acid rounds for a grenade launcher at a certain point.
Hey, hold on a sec. Look what I've found.
What?
A can of fizz. It's sure to yellow and mellow those things.
A grenade launcher which Chris can't even access. It's found on the body of another fallen STARS member. Anyway, as we venture through the mansion, either character can find this STARS member named Richard bleeding out on the floor of a room, apparently having been attacked by a giant snake. He's near death from the snake's venom, so we need to help him. In Chris's version, Rebecca is there with him and tells us where to find the anti-venom to save him. Remember that towards the end of RE0, Rebecca met her commander, Enrico, who said that he was going back to check out the mansion. When her and Billy escaped Leech Man, they saw the mansion in the distance, so Rebecca would have made her way over here in search of Enrico and the rest of Bravo team. In Jill's scenario, Rebecca isn't there and Richard tells you where to find the anti-venom. Now you can actually fail to save him here if you take too long, but we have to save our boy, come on now. Once Chris brings him the anti-venom, Rebecca administers it and Rich hands over his radio before Rebecca and Chris take Richard away to a safe room to heal him up. When Joe gives him the cure, he hands over his radio and passes out for a bit. We'll come back to Richard later, but for now we can find the first death mask behind this armor puzzle where you have to push back certain statues in a certain order. The next can be found guarded by this giant hostile plant. We can kill the plant using the item suspiciously named Chemical Disease on Plants. Now, I would think a better name for that would be Herbicide or maybe Plant Killer, but whatever. Once the plant is dead, we can grab the second mask from behind it. Now, there's actually another pretty funny moment that happens during the mask search. At a certain point, you have to play the piano to unlock a secret room. Now, Jill can just play the tune and unlock the room herself. However, Chris is no Renaissance man, so he needs Rebecca's help to play the tune. The only thing about that is that Rebecca can't play the piano either. In RE0, Billy had to play the piano to unlock a puzzle, and here she fucks it up for about 3 minutes before finally getting the tune right.
Oh, what was that?
My interpretation is off a little.
Good stuff. Anyway, the next of the masks can be found in this dusky attic, past where Richard was attacked. As you might expect, there's a giant fucking snake in here named Yawn. I actually really like this design because, this is a weird thing to say, but I like how they went for more girth than length with the snake. I like my snakes thick and juicy, you know? Now you can't actually kill Jan here, only scare it off, so really what you want to do is run and grab the death mask at the back of the room and get the fuck out. It's that simple for Chris anyway. For Jill, Richard recovers from his wounds and busts in to help us fight the snake. He actually downs the snake for a second, but it turns out to be faking as it lunges at Jill from behind. Richard jumps in the way like the hero that he is and gets eaten. The plus side is that he drops his very powerful assault shotgun super early in the game. Anyway, if the snake poisons Chris, Rebecca will just give him the antidote while Jill has to run all the way back and get the serum herself. Remember that Richard is still alive in the Chris scenario because he will come back into it later. 3 death masks down, 1 to go. The last is pretty easy to find. It's in this little puzzle where you have to turn on certain lights to make these murals certain colors. If you get the puzzle wrong, a murder of crows tries to jump you, but with all 4 death masks in hand, we can head back to that ominous coffin. Each time you place a mask, you get this really sick animation that makes it seem like you're about to unleash some kind of ancient evil onto the earth. But it just turns out to be a type of zombie called a Crimson Head. Far faster, tougher, and more aggressive than usual zombies. These are the result of a certain strain of the T-virus, the Epsilon strain. This one was the first zombie to become a Crimson, which is why it's called a prototype. However, anytime you kill a zombie throughout the game without burning its body or destroying its head, they come back as Crimson Heads. Now, the reason these weren't in RE0 is because the strain that the Leech Queen and her leeches were infected with was created long before the Epsilon strain. Cool stuff, but once we kill the Crimson Head, we can find a little umbrella logo called the Stone and Metal Object. Yeah, we did all that work for a little trinket. Now that trinket can be used to unlock a door, allowing us access to the forest and residence outside the mansion, where we're headed now. The first stop along the way is this nice little cabin where we need to pick up a little square crank. It's called the Trevor's Cabin, now just remember that name for now. On the way, Chris hears Wesker over the radio talking about some kind of chained up monster in the woods that's invulnerable to bullets. Jill hears the same, but from Barry. Once we grab the crank in the shack though, we hear the front door open and somebody walking around inside. When we go to investigate, this fucking thing knocks us out. It's this hunchbacked, chained up monster wearing some kind of skin mask on its face. The one we were warned about. Now this monster in particular I think could benefit from another remake of this game in the new third-person style, because this thing is creepy as fuck. Anyway, we wake up still in the cabin with the monster and we have to dash past it. Like I said, I think this will be much creepier in the modern style, but once we escape, it's time to use that little square crank on the other side of a forest. Using it to lower the water level in the pool, we're able to pass through this snake-infested garden and make our way to the residence next to the mansion. On the way we can hear Brad, the Star's helicopter pilot, radio to say that he's waiting for some kind of signal to come pick us up, but unfortunately our radio is broken. Now this residence is a place where employees stayed, specifically those who worked on 2 projects, both of which we're about to meet. Now when Jill arrives at the residence, she can overhear Barry talking to someone in a room.
But it's not necessary to destroy stars. What about my family? If I play my cards right.
He mentions things like destroying stars and saving his family. Very sus behavior. When Jill enters the room, Barry simply says he was talking to himself and heads outside to get some fresh air. Anyway, the first destination in the residence is this mysterious underground lab called the Aqua Ring. An accurate name, as it is indeed a ring filled with water. Inside of that water are giant T-virus infected sharks who try to take a bite of you at every chance. In Jill's scenario, nothing special happens here. However, in Chris's we find Richard down here. Now, I have no fucking idea how he got down here, as we had to uncover a secret entrance to come down here. But he's here, and just as Chris is about to get eaten by one of those sharks, Richard pushes him out of the way and gets eaten himself. I guess it's really just this guy's destiny to get eaten by a giant animal of some sort. We need to drain the water in this ring, and to do that we have to do this kind of stressful sequence where you first need to lower the pressure shelter on the control room, which gets jammed. Once you fix it, you can lower the shelter and drain the water, but on my first playthrough I was seconds away from dying here. Once the water is drained, you can find all the sharks flopping around as they slowly suffocate, and you can pick up Richard's shotgun. We can also see the biggest of the infected sharks, Neptune, also just flopping around in the puddle. We have to kill him using electricity in order to grab a key and continue. The Aqua Ring is one of the 2 projects I mentioned earlier. The other is Plant 42, which tries to grab you through cracks in the ground. Clearly we have to get rid of this motherfucker, but the way you do that varies greatly between characters. Now Jill is the goat, so she can actually find a formula for a chemical called V-Jolt, which is supposed to kill the plant in under 5 seconds. You can make this chemical and then administer it to the roots of Plant 42, where it certainly doesn't kill it in 5 seconds. False advertising. Now, if you didn't save Richard as Chris, Rebecca can actually make the V-Jolt for you, but that's some pussy shit, so Chris just has to fight the plant the old-fashioned way. It's not a super hard fight, but the plant can drag your bitch ass down off a ledge and spit acid on you constantly. Now back to false advertising. If you used V-Jolt as Jill, the plant is certainly in the process of dying, but it's still strong enough to grab her. It's about to eat her in its dying moments when Barry bursts in with a flamethrower. It grabs him too, but he's able to burn the plant, finishing it off. With the plant dead, we can grab a key that allows us access to previously locked doors back in the mansion. On the way out of the residence, either character has an encounter with Wesker.
Wesker?
Chris asks him what happened to Jill, and he just says that they were separated. Wesker then orders Chris to go back to the mansion and investigate it some more.
Where's Jill? Thought you were with her.
Yeah, I know. We got separated.
I see. Anyway, we better find a way out of here before we turn into zombie food. Got any suggestions, Wesker?
We should get a better grip on the situation. There must be areas still to be explored in that other mansion. Chris, I want you to check them out one more time. I'll continue my investigation here.
Sure thing.
When Jill meets Wesker, he's actually a lot more personable.
Jill, so you're safe.
That's what I was going to say.
I apologize. It was all I could do to protect myself against those strange creatures.
I understand. Anyway, it's good that you're safe.
Did you notice? Barry, he sounded a little flaky.
Now that you mention it, yeah. I'll keep a close eye.
Maybe it's quite natural under these circumstances. It's not really our standard operation. Jill, our first priority is to get out of here.
I agree.
There are still rooms in that mansion we can't get into because they're locked up. I've been looking for ways to...
Okay, if there's anything, I'll go back to the other mansion.
I'm counting on you.
Now, one reason for that is that he doesn't really like Chris, and two is that he's kind of a creep towards female characters. But anyway, he asks Jill if Barry has been seeming a little flaky, and then he floats the idea of going back to the mansion, which Jill volunteers to do. Now, before we head back, let me fill you in on the history of this mansion and who built it. So it's called the Spencer Manor, Oswald Spencer being one of the founding members of Umbrella. He's a British billionaire who, like I said earlier, is a big fan of eugenics. He commissioned an architect named George Trevor, famous for his crazy designs like all the weird-ass puzzles hidden around the manor. The manor was meant to serve as both a vacation spot for Umbrella employees as well as an American home for Spencer, although really it was meant to cover up something else. Once George Trevor finished the manor, he was invited to come with his family and stay there for a while to enjoy his handiwork. When he and his family arrived, George was trapped in an underground chamber to starve to death and his family was captured to be experimented on. A couple notable things happened when we returned to the manor. One is that the reptilian hunters appear. We fought a few of them in the last game, and at one point Chris has to save Rebecca from one. Another is that we finally get to fight the Girth King himself, Yawn the Snake. It's not a super hard fight since he is just a very large and slow snake, but once we kill him we can collect a medallion to be used later. The other medallion can be found after a super annoying puzzle where you have to push the statue around while these two walls close in on you. But once we have those we can head into the basement of the manor, through the hole that George Trevor himself was trapped in. Now the way Spencer killed him was actually kinda hard as he had them build George's gravestone down there and then trapped him so that he would realize he was fucked. But in the basement we can power up an elevator back in the gardens and find a piece of another of those stone and metal Umbrella logos. To get the other piece we need to head down in this mine beneath the gardens, so let's fucking do it. Down here in the mine we can catch up with Rebecca's old commander, Enrico, and his reaction towards Chris and Jill is very different.
Chris. What happened?
Double crosser.
Enrico, wait. Enrico!
Umbrella.
Enrico!
Is that you, Jill?
Is that voice Enrico's?
Yeah?
You're alive!
Stop! Are you with anybody, Jill?
No, but why?
The stars are finished. Someone is a traitor. Umbrella set us up.
When Jill meets him, he doesn't even really entertain the idea that Jill is a traitor, while he immediately accuses Chris of being one. Now, I think this could be for two reasons. One is that we already see that Enrico has been shot by the traitor, so he probably saw the traitor was male and just assumed it was Chris. Considering the other options are Barry, who has a gun that would probably blow Enrico's arm off, and Wesker, who's the captain of Stars, he might have just assumed it to be Chris. Now, you can probably already guess who the traitor is, but I won't tell you just yet. I think the other option is that the traitor might have planted some kind of doubt in his mind before shooting him. Like when Wesker asked Jill if Barry was acting a little weird. Either way, the trader finishes off Enrico and we have to continue onwards. Down here we also get to fight a giant spider, and for once Chris has it better as he gets a flamethrower to do the job. Anyway, we can eventually power up this elevator with a very strange looking cylinder thing and head deeper into the mines. When Jill does this, Barry catches up and rides down the elevator with us. When we reach the bottom, there's this ominous crying/moaning sound in the distance. Barry orders Jill to check it out while he stays back and secures their exit. And wow, thanks Barry, send us into the scary man while you sit on your ass. Well, that moaning sound turns out to belong to that chained up invulnerable creature we encountered back in the cabin. It's wandering around down here trying to beat our ass. Now for Chris down here, the elevator kind of just breaks, but for Jill, when she returns to the elevator after dodging the creature, she catches Barry taking it back up to the surface. There's no way to call it back down, so we have to find another way out. We can do just that through a somewhat convoluted series of events, and on the way out we find the second piece of that umbrella logo and discover who this creature is. So remember the story I told you about the Trevor family? Yeah, George buried alive and his wife and daughter, Jessica and Lisa, were experimented on by Umbrella and injected with the progenitor virus, the one the T-virus is based off. Well, Jessica didn't respond well to it, so she was disposed of. Lisa, however, did. She mutated and deformed into this monster, and the only way Umbrella could initially keep her under control was with an imposter of her mother. Eventually, though, Lisa saw through the deception and ended up stealing the face of the imposter, now wearing it on her own head. So for a while, Umbrella just kept her chained up and injected her with shit to see what happens. This resulted in the creation of the Golgotha virus, or G virus, which will be much more relevant in the next game. At a certain point, though, she became more trouble than she was worth as she started stealing more female employees' faces, so Umbrella tried to kill her. Evidently, this failed as she was able to recover and escape into the mountains. And she spent a long fucking time, about 28 years, wandering around between mountains, these tunnels, and her family's old cabin outside the manor. Now, Umbrella didn't really want to devote the resources to killing her when she wasn't really hurting anybody, so she's been able to chill since then. Anyway, with the second Umbrella logo put together, we can go grab the first one and unlock the path to this altar beneath the mansion. This plays out very differently for each character. When Chris goes down here, he finds Wesker fighting Lisa. It's a pretty mid-interaction, to be honest.
You're a bit of a mess-up. Chris, take a piece of the action.
Jill's is much more interesting.
Jill, you're alive. I was worried, because I thought you were...
Start talking.
Calm down. I didn't want to do it. Believe me, I can explain.
Don't lie to me!
No time to talk. Jill, hand me my gun! Thanks, Jill.
When Jill arrives at the altar, she finds Barry and he immediately pulls his gun on her. Jill handily disarms him. It's kind of funny, honestly, but before she can get answers from him, Lisa appears. Now you have the choice here to give Barry his gun back and let him help you during the fight, or keep it for yourself and let Lisa kill him. Of course we give it back to him though, as it's canon that he survives these events. Now Lisa's bulletproof, so neither Barry or Wesker can do much during this fight. What we have to do is push these 4 pillars off the ledge while dodging Lisa to uncover her mother's tomb. Lisa kind of loses it after this and grabs her mom's skull, then jumping into the abyss where she would actually survive, to later be killed by Wesker in a Wii game. Once Lisa's gone, either Wesker or Barry will agree to stay behind, and Jill for some reason doesn't bring up what just happened between the two of them. Anyway, using those little medallions we got a little while ago, we can descend into the Arclay Laboratory, the real reason this mansion was built. While to the public the Spencer Mansion was a vacation home, it was just an excuse to be shipping a bunch of top Umbrella employees out here to work in these underground labs. These are the labs where they turned the T-virus from the simple progenitor into what it is today. Now down in these labs there are a couple very important things to do. One of which is to collect 3 of these MO discs that contain pieces of a password to unlock a massive vault door. What's held within that vault? Well, we'll see in a bit. The other is to power on this elevator to go deeper into the labs. The way you do that is by carrying this super sensitive fuel over a short distance. If you run, shoot a gun, or get attacked by a zombie, it'll detonate and kill you. A new enemy type is introduced down here. These human-fly hybrids called Chimera who harass you throughout the level. I don't mind them though because shooting them with a shotgun is probably the most satisfying thing in this game. Now I don't know where they got this information from, but the wiki says these were created by Umbrella forcibly impregnating homeless women with the crossbreed embryos. I mean, what the hell, man, but once we get the elevator powered up, it's time to find out who that traitor was. Let's first talk about how it goes for Chris. Before heading down the elevator, he's joined by Rebecca, and as it turns out, the traitor is Wesker.
So you've come.
I mean, who could have guessed? It's not like we have foreknowledge from the prequel that spoiled it, but Wesker congratulates Chris for figuring it all out, and denies that Umbrella paid him off to destroy stars. He says he's been with Umbrella from the start. I'll explain in a minute. He says that he only had to give up stars because the T-virus leaked. Now remember in the last game he said that he was heading to the mansion to run some final combat tests with bioweapons on stars members. Wesker likely planned to do this over more time rather than killing everyone at once, but shit happens, you know?
You killed them with your own dirty hands! You son of a bitch!
No.
Oh yes, dear. Just like this.
He shoots Rebecca and reveals his ultimate life form, the Tyrant. It's more or less the same form factor as the Proto-Tyrant from the last game, but this one doesn't seem to have brain damage like the other. Despite that, the Tyrant impales Wesker, then throwing him aside to do the same to Chris, who then has to fight the thing. Now let's jump over to Jill. So when she activates the elevator, Barry joins her, and again she doesn't mention that they literally almost killed each other a little while ago. When they emerge into the room with Wesker, Barry once again points his gun at Jill. I mean, she really should have seen this coming.
Well, what do you know?
I like this interaction between Jill and Wesker much more than the one with Chris, but it turns out that Wesker threatened Barry's wife and kids to get him to do his bidding.
Will be in danger if he doesn't do everything I tell him to.
Wesker, you're pathetic.
Well, you shouldn't worry too much, dear. You'll be free of all this anyway.
Why eliminate stars?
Believe it or not, that's Umbrella's intention.
You're just a slave of Umbrella.
Smart girl, but I think you misunderstand me. The things you mention are nothing. I'll burn all of them along with this entire laboratory. Barry, go up on the ground and wait there.
Barry.
You gotta love Barry.
Wesker denies being Umbrella's lackey. Remember that in RE0 his plan was to abandon Umbrella and take his Tyrant research elsewhere, and then tries to kill Jill, but Barry finally comes to his senses and drops Wesker first. I mean, you really do gotta love Barry. Barry apologizes, I accept, but Wesker unleashes the Tyrant while their backs are turned. The Tyrant swats Wesker and Barry both, and Jill has to fight it. So now that Wesker has been bitched out twice, why don't I tell you a little more about the guy? So Wesker isn't even his birth name. He was taken from his parents at a young age to be raised in a group home with a bunch of other kids named Wesker. This was one of a few homes around the country funded by Oswell Spencer and Umbrella, trying to find the most genetically pure kids. Like I said, eugenics. The kids would then be raised to harbor Spencer's beliefs and be given access to the best educations possible. Once they proved themselves to be smart and capable little Weskers, Umbrella would recruit them. As I mentioned before, Wesker would then rise the ranks of Umbrella with his buddy Birkin until he got to where he is today. At a certain point, Umbrella used their influence to get Wesker as the commander of the new STARS force. What this essentially did was make STARS into Umbrella's own little private army and make sure that the police would never look too far into Umbrella's activities. Anyway, once the Tyrant is down, Chris wakes up Rebecca, who's mostly unharmed due to her bulletproof vest, and the two run out of there. Chris wants to escape, but Rebecca wants to set off the self-destruct sequence to kill all the zombies, so the two split up once again.
I'll leave that up to you, Rebecca.
When Joe kills it, she wakes up Barry only to find that Wesker has disappeared. As the two try to escape, Wesker activates the self-destruct sequence and they have to haul ass out of there. Now if you use those 3 MO discs, you can unlock that giant vault door and find the other character in a cell. Chris having been locked up after he got separated from the group, Jill having been taken by Wesker in the beginning when Chris went to investigate the zombies. When you free the other character, you can escape through these massive doors and be reunited with Rebecca/Barry, where you can overhear that Brad is still here. What a guy. There's some convenient signal rockets on the roof that we can use to signal Brad, but as soon as we do, the Tyrant reappears. This time he swats the character you saved, so Jill or Chris, and we have to fight him with the help of Barry/Rebecca. Just like the Proto-Tyrant, this guy can fold our ass easily, this one doing so with his charge attack.
Oh no, bro.
Once we've damaged the Tyrant enough though, Brad drops us this quad-barrel rocket launcher and we can blow that pussy into nasty infected chunks. Then our crew can finally escape, as the facility self-destructs. Jill and Chris have a nice little moment together on the helicopter. Then our crew can finally escape before the facility and the mansion self-destruct. Jill and Chris having a nice little moment on the helicopter together. Like I said, in the Chris ending, Barry is dead, and in the Jill ending, Rebecca is missing/dead, although both characters appear in later games. So which one do I think is more canon? Well, I would say Jill simply because Rebecca isn't actually confirmed to be dead in her campaign, and I also think she has better interactions with Wesker. But of course, as I've said, neither are entirely canon, so whatever. But anyway, that was the stories of both RE0 and 1, the Mansion Saga and the events that kick off the rest of the series. The next two games would be 2 and 3, the Raccoon City Saga, so join me for that shit in a little while. Thank you so much for watching. You know what's crazy? I just realized it's called Resident Evil, because it takes place in a house, and the resident of that house is evil. That's crazy. Alright, finally we can get into the actual game. So it begins with a scene of a trucker eating maybe the most disgusting burger I've ever seen. Like, that's the nasty patty, bro, you cannot be eating that. But the date is September 30th, and he's listening to a radio show about someone seeing a zombie outside a bar. And as he goes to adjust his radio, he smears this lady across the concrete. The trucker gets out and starts to panic, only for the lady to come back up behind him, a zombie. So I feel I should mention how that Raccoon City has been dealing with what they call the cannibal disease, and I'm sure you can guess what that is, but basically people have been attacking and eating each other in the streets. Anyway, after that we cut to Claire Redfield, sister of Chris Redfield, riding towards a gas station on her motorcycle. She's headed to Raccoon City looking for her brother, and on the way she stops at this eerily quiet gas station. The only person she finds inside is this guy who's not doing too good. He points towards the back of the building, so Claire heads to investigate. Inside, she interrupts a cop who's trying to detain one of these so-called cannibals, and as it turns out, they're zombies! The T-Virus has clearly hit this gas station hard, as the zombie takes a strip of meat out of the cop and heads to do the same to Claire. Now, zombies are tough as shit in this game. This is no Walking Dead where one shot to the head will kill them. But Claire eventually downs the zombie and tries to escape the gas station, only to find it filled with many more undead. Just as she reaches the door, this handsome motherfucker busts it open and kills the zombie that was about to get Claire. The two exit outside only to find a horde of the creatures descending onto the gas station. They barely manage to escape using the dead cop's car and finally get to introduce themselves. This here's Leon Kennedy, the second main character of the game and a cop who just got hired at the Raccoon City Police Department. His first day was supposed to be a while ago, but he was told to stay away. The cops had their hands full with this whole cannibal thing and couldn't devote the time to training a rookie. As the two arrive in Raccoon City, they find it deserted. Over the radio, they hear that the police station is serving as a refuge for citizens. Now here's a weird thing about Raccoon City. In both games, characters mention how there's a population of around 100,000 in the city. And I feel like that's really small for how the city looks. It looks like this bustling metropolis, but it only has 100,000 citizens. I feel like most cities with that many people are usually right next to other larger cities, but that doesn't seem to be the case here. I don't know, it just feels weird to me. Anyway, they come to a stop at a barricade in the road and quickly get surrounded by another horde of zombies. The car is stuck in place, and racing towards them is an oil tanker truck. It's the trucker from the beginning, and he seems to have been bitten by that zombie he ran over. The truck knocks the cop car through the barricade before blowing up, leaving Leon and Claire separated by a fiery wreck. Claire has a clear path to the police station, while Leon has to go the long way. Now, of course, as you play Leon 1, it's the opposite. Anyway, we're now going to follow Claire for a bit, as she has some shit to do before she can catch up with Leon. So Claire runs past a couple zombies before shutting herself into the police station. This supposed shelter for survivors seems to be deserted as well. The only human cop left is this guy, who's currently getting attacked by a zombie, so Claire rushes off to save him. At the end of this dank-ass hallway, we can find the cop behind the gate. Claire tries to save him, but he ends up in two pieces. Luckily, though, he had found a secret way out of the station in his notebook. You have to collect 3 medallions from these statues and then put them into another statue. Super weird for a police station, but this place actually used to be a museum, so it makes a certain level of sense. Claire barely makes it back to the main room with the help of this injured cop, Marvin Brano. He actually tells Claire what happened to her brother. He's on vacation in Europe. Claire is pretty taken aback at this news, as you'd think Chris would have said he was going on vacation, but she's glad to hear it anyway. Marvin tells us to find this secret way out and gives us a knife. He's actually really nice to Claire here. Alright, time to peek into what would have happened if Leon had arrived first, because technically RE4 said that Marvin gave Leon the knife instead. So Leon does the whole shit with the cop and gets saved by Marvin. Marvin gives him his uniform, this SWAT type one, and tells him to use the secret entrance. Like Claire, Leon wants to get Marvin to a hospital, but he basically tells him to quit being a little bitch and follow his orders.
I'm giving you an order, rookie! You save yourself first!
Of course, Marvin is just using whatever language would get through to him, but he is much nicer to Claire. Anyway, let's go back to Claire trying to escape the station. So not far into the station, we can find this hallway filled with disfigured corpses. Shit like heads cleaved in half, something that no zombie could have done. We'll come back to that later. The first of these medallion statues can be found right in the main hall. Using the dead cop's journal, we can input the right password and unlock 1/3 of the secret passage. When we come back into the main hall, Marvin calls us over to check out the cameras, and none other than Leon is banging on a gate outside the police station. I mean, find your own shelter, bro, damn. Anyway, Claire goes over to investigate, and when she does, a helicopter crashes into the wall. When she meets with Leon, he seems more concerned with that than he does with the horde of zombies waking up behind him. The gate separating them is locked, so Claire and Leon need to go their separate ways once again. When Claire returns to the main room, Marvin has passed out from his injuries. In the upper levels of the station, we can find out what brutalized those people earlier in the hallway. It's this fucking monstrosity, a skinless monster with an exposed brain and long tongue. As such, they're called lickers. Given that they have no eyes, lickers are blind. You can sneak past them by walking slowly, but if you get caught, get ready to get mauled. Now you would think that shooting them in the brain would do a lot of damage, but that is not the case. These are the result of another strain of the T-virus, this one causing zombies who consume enough biomass to mutate into these things. These would definitely be very effective bioweapons if they could be controlled, which they clearly can't. Anyway, once all 3 medallions are found, Claire wakes up Marvin, but he's too far gone. And once again, he tells us to go on ahead ourselves. The secret passage takes us to this industrial-type area underneath the station. Claire finds a little girl down there. She's terrified of something. That something happens to be lurking right behind us. It's this half-man, half-flesh monster thing that knocks Claire down into a battle arena. The thing has both a human head and a giant eye on its shoulder. Shooting the eye is the much better move. Either way, it's tough as shit, and after chasing Claire around for a while, she damages it enough that it seems like the human side comes back long enough to throw itself off a ledge. When the thing is gone, Claire convinces the little girl to lower a ladder for her under the condition that Claire helps her look for her mom. The little girl, Sherry, tells us all about how her mom works for Umbrella and how she's always at work. Her dad worked with her mom, but Claire hints that he's dead. Claire and Sherry emerge into the parking garage of the police station when suddenly this old fuck emerges, pointing a gun at Claire. This is the police chief, Brian Irons, and he's a weirdo. For now, he makes Sherry tie up Claire under the threat of killing Miss Redfield. Once Claire is down, the chief grabs Sherry and takes her away from the station, locking the door behind him. Claire needs to find a keycard to get out of here, but before she does that, let's see what Leon was up to this whole time. So back when the two were separated after the truck crashed, Leon found his way into a nearby cemetery in an alley outside the police station. The alley leads right to that locked gate where he met Claire earlier. In a little closet outside the station, Leon finds his RPD uniform and changes in there rather than right in front of Marvin. In the same locker room, we find a key to that gate, so that's how Officer Kennedy enters the police station for his first day. When Leon makes it to the main room, Marvin is already dead in turn, so one of his first acts as an officer needs to be killing his lieutenant. He also sees a pretty concerning sight on one of the cameras, that being this giant blue man in a duster coat and hat wandering the halls. I'm sure that won't be a problem later. Anyway, gameplay-wise, Leon has the same objective as Claire. However, story-wise, Claire would probably be working on collecting those medals right now, so let's just say Leon is exploring the police station. As he's doing that, the blue man I mentioned in the last paragraph does indeed become a problem. Now, it feels weird to introduce him like this because he does have a much cooler introduction in the first run, but his name is Mr. X. He's one of those tyrants I mentioned earlier, although if you play the first game or watched my video, you'd see that he looks very different compared to the 2 other tyrants so far. Those being the Proto-Tyrant from RE0 and the Tyrant from RE1. Those guys were both butt naked, had a giant exposed heart, and one of their hands had mutated into a claw-like thing. Mr. X here looks more or less like a giant human. So what changed? Well, the Tyrant project has improved a lot since those games, mainly in the area of intelligence. The Proto-Tyrant was too stupid to follow any orders, and the RE1 Tyrant's first act on this Earth was to kill his creator. Mr. X, or T-00, is one of a series of mass-produced tyrants that was deployed to this police station with a mission. That mission is to recover a sample of something called the G-Virus, as well as killing any survivors he encounters. He's very good at that latter part, as he will chase you to the ends of the earth to crush your skull. Already this shows a huge improvement, but how did they get around the exposed heart and claw hand? Well, that fancy jacket he's wearing is both protecting his heart and somehow keeping him from mutating any further. These tyrants were developed to be bioweapons sold to militaries, and the T-00 tyrants are definitely the most practical things Umbrella has developed so far. There's really only one problem with the X-Man, as he doesn't seem to be able to use weapons. All he can really do is chase you down and beat your ass. But imagine if you can give this guy a Glock or something. Definitely an area to be improved upon. Anyway, that was my review of Umbrella's latest bioweapon, but Leon has to dodge this fucker for a while until eventually he can also make his way down to the secret passage and into the area where Claire fought the mutated man. Now, Leon technically fights him here too, but we're going to ignore that as Leon makes his way towards the parking garage. Alright, let's go back to Claire for a while. Just as Chief Irons escapes with Sherry, Claire breaks out of her bonds. She needs to get a keycard to open the way, so let's get to it. In a nearby morgue, Claire can find a key that allows her access to Chief Irons' private elevator. The man was so lazy he needed his own elevator just to get from his office to the parking garage. Anyway, when we take the elevator up to the Chief's office, we find some very troubling information about the man. On the low end, we learn that Umbrella, but more specifically, Dr. William Birkin was bribing the fuck out of him, both for not looking into Umbrella as well as using his police to kill anybody who looked deep into their activities, including Umbrella employees. That might sound weird, but we'll learn more about that in a minute. On the other end, we learn that he's into taxidermy. Well, that's not too bad, except we find a note that he's obtained a 22-year-old, 5'3", 100-pound pig to be taxidermed. Alright, so we definitely can't leave him with Claire for long. The only problem is that his spare keycard is locked behind this gate. The electrical panel next to the gate is all fucked up, so Claire needs to find replacement parts for it. This journey will eventually take her to the roof, where she has to put out a fire started by that crashed helicopter. When she does, Mr. X lifts the whole helicopter out of his way and begins chasing Claire. In this timeline we're going with, he wouldn't have been able to follow Leon through the secret passage, so he decided to pursue Claire instead. So now Claire is getting chased by the tyrant. Now technically she needs 2 electrical components to fix the door, but Leon will later also need 2, and there's only 2 in the entire game, so let's just say they each needed 1, for the sake of continuity. That one is inside the clock tower at the peak of the station, but on the way, Claire can find the STARS office and find a note from her brother. It's a very weirdly worded note that Claire remarks doesn't sound at all like her brother. The note is hinting at events that will happen in a later game, Code of Veronica X. Anyway, at the clock tower, Claire has to commit some vandalism and drop the bell in order to get the part. With the component in hand, let's head back to the Chief's office. When Claire enters the room, a phone starts ringing. It's Chief Irons calling from an orphanage next to the police station. He orders Claire to bring a locket that Sherry had dropped from the room next to him, and they trade the necklace for the child. We don't get to do that just yet though, as we actually have to play as Sherry trying to escape from the orphanage. Now this orphanage is a pretty dark place. It was funded by Umbrella, and as you might imagine, the kids were used as experiments. They were constantly given strange shots and pills by doctors, and when they were adopted, they were actually taken away to be infected with the various viruses Umbrella created. Evil stuff, and it was all overlooked by Chief Irons. Anyway, Sherry first has to solve this puzzle, which honestly took me way too long. I mean, considering that it's a puzzle where you have to line up symbols on 4 children's blocks, it made me feel pretty damn stupid. Once she does that though, it should be a clear shot out the door, except the Chief has it locked. Sherry enters the room where we can see the body of the Chief's latest taxidermy project, what a creep, but when she goes to grab the key off the wall, Irons appears and snatches it. He seems like he's about to beat her or something when Sherry splashes him in the face with some sort of acid. Sherry only has a few seconds to run from the disfigured Chief, so we now have to hide from him inside of a playroom. We have to hide from him for quite a while until the pain of his melting face gets too bad to handle and he tries to wash it off, allowing Sherry to snatch the key from him. She has to bolt for the front door only to find that it's also been locked with the chain on the outside, so she's basically fucked. Just as the Chief catches her, the monster Claire fought from before reappears and plants some kind of worm into his mouth. We don't get to see what happens next though, as we're sent back to play as Claire. With the keycard, she can escape the police station and make her way through town towards the orphanage. After killing quite a few dogs, Claire arrives at the orphanage and finds the door open, the chain having been clawed off by that monster. When she gets there, she finds the Chief in his last moments before some kind of parasite burrows out of his stomach and kills him. Well deserved. Through a hatch in the ground that leads to the sewers, Claire finds Sherry, only for the two of them to get chased down by Mr. X. They barely make it to an elevator, but the tyrant catches up. It looks like it's over for a minute until the creature reappears, clawing Mr. X in half with ease. Sherry recognizes it as her dad, which is why it protected her from Irons and Mr. X. Dad seems to lose control though as he sprouts a second head. He attacks the elevator, sending it falling down deeper into the sewers. Now that scene is fucking awesome. Only one problem. Mr. X can't die here. He has much more to do in Leon's campaign, including things that we know happened after this moment in Claire's. So let's just pretend that this monster didn't kill Mr. X and just attacked the elevator to be a dick. Alright, let's go back to Leon. So by the time he arrives at the parking garage, Claire has already gone to the Chief's office, having taken the key with her. So that area is unavailable to Leon. Leon finds the parking gate locked again. Before he can give it too much thought, he gets attacked by a T-virus infected dog, enemies called Cerberuses. It's not looking too good for Leon when he's suddenly saved by this woman, an FBI agent named Ada Wong. Now despite saving his life, she basically tells Leon to fuck off and goes her own way. Well, Leon has to find his own keycard. Luckily there's a second one around the neck of this journalist. This guy was investigating Chief Irons and Umbrella, so the Chief locked him up. He's been stuck in a cell for the entirety of the whole zombie outbreak. The journalist offers him a deal. Let him out and they'll both use the keycard to escape. Leon denies him though, as he says he needs to consult with Chief Irons first. Leon's not trying to get fired on his first day. Their conversation is interrupted by sounds in the distance. The journalist recognizes them. The sounds turn out to be Mr. X, and he takes the decision out of Leon's hands when he reaches through a brick wall to crush the journalist's skull.
Just get me the fuck out of here!
Oh my god.
Ada reappears and says that the journalist, Ben, was an informant working with her against Umbrella. She continued to leave Leon in the dark and walks away again, telling him to find them a way out. Well, the way out is right there around Ben's neck, but unfortunately Leon needs to find an electrical component to unlock the cell door. On his search, he's going to get harassed by Mr. X in much the same way Claire was. So let's say that while Claire was escaping the parking garage, Mr. X was chasing Leon rather than getting killed by the monster. Now, like I said, technically he needs two, but let's just say he found his component in the basement in the generator room. When Leon returns to the cell with his component, he unlocks it and finds an interview Ben recorded, one where he confronts a woman named Annette about Umbrella's involvement with things like the orphanage and police department.
I just find it way too coincidental Umbrella's one of the benefactors.
You told me this interview was about the new scholarship Umbrella set up.
Come on, Annette. Nobody cares about that. They want to know about the G-virus and that big fucking sinkhole in the city, which, by the way, rumor has it goes straight to your underground lab. Now, are you going to talk to me, or are you going to...
This interview's over.
Bitch.
Unfortunately, though, restoring power to one cell opens all of them, releasing a shitload of zombies into one hallway, with Mr. X storming down the other. So you have to pick your poison there, but once Leon escapes back into the parking garage, the X-Man bursts through the door and grabs Leon by the neck. Ada once again saves him when she hits X with a SWAT van and pins him against the wall. X still isn't phased, so Ada blows up the van with some explosives she planted on it, earning the two a very brief respite. With the keycard in hand, Ada and Leon can leave the police station, but before they do that, let's go back to Claire. So after the elevator clash, Claire was out for a bit, long enough for this woman in a lab coat to have taken her somewhere. Claire keeps trying to get her to tell us where she took Sherry, but all she says is...
Sherry, my daughter is not your concern.
She also tells us that the creature's name is William. William as in William Birkin? So let's get this straight. If this is Sherry's mom and that creature is Sherry's dad, who's also William Birkin, that means this is Annette Birkin and Sherry is her and William's kid. That's definitely not good, as the last time we saw William in RE0, he was just a normal guy. I mean, the fuck happened to him? Further into the sewers, we see where she took Sherry. Her mom trapped her in this garbage disposal room. Now, I don't know why she couldn't just lock her in a closet or something. But anyway, Annette tells Sherry she doesn't have time for her shit right now as she needs to manage the whole mutated husband situation. But Sherry doesn't seem to be doing too good as she collapses. We need to find a way in there. As we do that, we actually learn a little more about what's happening here. So down in these sewers are these giant flesh monsters who are infected with the aforementioned G-virus, or Golgotha virus. The G-virus was William's life work. It was accidentally discovered after the researchers at Arclay infected Lisa Trevor with a parasite called NE-alpha. When someone's infected with it, their whole body goes through cancerous levels of growth, causing them to grow a shitload of new flesh, eyes, teeth, and bone. Now, I don't mean to gross you out here, but there is a type of tumor you can get called a teratoma that can grow hair, teeth, and eye tissue inside of them. The G-virus does that, but on a much greater scale. Now, the weirder thing about it is that these monsters are driven to reproduce by planting those parasites in anybody they can find. That's what happened to Chief Irons. Now, if someone is compatible with the G-virus, they become another one of these monsters. Otherwise, the parasite just burrows out of them like what happened with Irons. Very gross. Now, I don't know why Birkin was so proud of this virus. The thing is way less viable as a bioweapon unless you're trying to end the world. Like I said earlier, tyrants are very practical and easy to control. G-virus monsters are neither of those things. Alright, so Claire and Leon both do the sewer section and fight the same boss. However, I think that Leon's fight is canon, so we're going to keep Claire's section short here. She opens the door to the trash disposal room and finds Sherry within, and she really is not doing too good now. Even Annette realizes that her daughter is dying, but she initially says that nothing can be done. Sherry was implanted with one of the G-virus parasites by William back at the orphanage. She's either going to turn or die soon. Claire refuses to accept that, which finally awakens Annette's motherly instincts. She tells Claire to bring Sherry to her lab at an underground umbrella facility called Nest. They can get there using a cable car. Claire brings Sherry to the tram and they get on their way. Claire gives the dying little girl her jacket as well as offering her the locket that the chief wanted so bad. Sherry refuses it as it was an unwanted gift from her mom, and shortly after she passes out. Claire and Sherry arrive at the Nest, and it's a big-ass research facility hidden under the city. Umbrella greased a shitload of pockets to make sure no one investigated this place. As to why they built under the city rather than in the mountains or in the desert like the US government likes to do, is because that didn't go too well for them last time. If there was some kind of outbreak at Nest, they could easily just shut off the tram and nothing would escape. Claire brings Sherry into the Nest and lays her in a security room. On a computer, she sees that there's a vaccine for the G-virus somewhere in the lab. She just needs to find it. Before she does that, let's go back to Leon and Ada escaping the police station. So, with the fiery wreck of Mr. X behind them, Leon passes Ada the recording the journalists have made as they head out into the street. Ada says that the recording isn't enough for the FBI just yet, so they need to keep looking. The two need to pass through this gun shop next to the station, the same one that makes all of the specialty weapons STARS uses. Inside, the owner of the shop, Kendo, ambushes Leon and holds him at gunpoint. In the background, Leon can see his daughter, very clearly infected with the T-virus and turning into a zombie. Ada appears and says they need to kill the girl before she turns. Of course, Kendo says fuck no, but he agrees to let the two go on their way as long as they leave him and his daughter alone. As Leon and Ada leave the shop, they hear a gunshot from Kendo's house.
It's one thing to keep the truth from me, but why him?
As they head towards the sewers, Ada fills Leon in on what's going on here. Everything I already told you. Umbrella secretly makes bioweapons for militaries around the world. The T-virus is the cause of all the zombies, and she says that Annette is the one who leaked the virus. In the sewers, she tells Leon about the nest, but they are interrupted by a rumbling in the sewers. That rumbling turns out to be a big-ass T-virus crocodile that's lurking in the sewers. The croc immediately attacks Leon, and he has to flee through the shitwater until eventually he can get the animal's mouth stuck on a gas pipe. Shooting the pipe blows the croc's head off and kills the monster. If only that was the only thing lurking in these sewers. Leon and Ada continue through the sewers until they eventually find Annette Birkin. Time-wise, this would be as Claire is trying to get Sherry out of the garbage bin. When Ada confronts her, there's no, FBI, lay down your weapon, or you're under arrest. She goes straight to,
We're here for the G-virus.
This of course sets off Annette, who burns the body of a G-virus victim and sprays some bullets at Ada and Leon. Leon jumps in the way like the hero he is to save Ada, but takes a shot to the shoulder. Annette manages to escape while Ada patches up Leon, leaving her jacket behind. Now, I don't think Ada's outfit is up to the FBI's dress code, but I mean, she got that shit on. Anyway, we now get to play as Ada in a short section as she chases down Annette. Ada has this little hacking device she can use to get through the sewers, and she finally manages to find Annette, although the scientist is still out of reach. That's about when Mr. X reveals that he's still not dead, and in fact his jacket isn't even burnt. Ada manages to dodge the tyrant once again, which lands her in a room with a trash incinerator. Inside the incinerator is a bracelet that allows entry to the nest, a visitor who is trapped inside. When Ada enters the incinerator, Annette comes up behind her and closes it, turning it on with the federal agent inside. Ada has to use her hacking device to open the door before she's burnt alive, but by the time she does, Annette is already gone. Ada once again has to chase her down, where she ends up confronting Mrs. Birkin. Annette once again says she'll never give up the G-virus. Now, if we didn't know about the whole Sherry and William thing, we would think she was just another greedy scientist trying to cover up her work. That is not the case, though, as Annette knows if the G-virus gets out, it could spell the end of the world. Anyway, Annette knocks Ada off a ledge into the same trash bin Sherry was locked in. Claire must have already rescued her. During the fall, Ada gets a sharp piece of metal lodged in her leg, so there's no way she can escape on her own. We then go back to playing as Leon as he wakes up and has to find out what happened to Ada. Leon goes through the same area Claire did, eventually seeing Ada trapped down in the dump. There's some kind of groaning/growling sound coming from outside the disposal room, so we better get down there fast. So now I'll talk a little more about the sewers. You need to find these chest-themed spark plugs. I don't know why everybody in Raccoon City has to be so creative all the time. That journey will take you to some dark places, mainly this area overgrown with flesh, G-virus parasites, and the monsters themselves. Monsters are the best way to describe them since they aren't really human at all anymore. Just like William, the G-virus has grown them a completely new head and a giant eye like William. In the same way, destroying the eye is the best way to kill them. The only thing is, these things are much weaker than Birkin himself. We see why that is on a videotape found on a dead Umbrella agent's body. All we see for now is that a team of agents had recovered a suitcase full of G and T virus samples, but they were attacked in the sewers by William, who then proceeded to dump the entire case of viruses on his face. That's why William continues to mutate and grow larger while these other G monsters seem to end up at a steady size eventually. This tape also shows us how the T-virus spread throughout the city. Rats. It's always the fucking rats. These rats thought the T-virus sample looked absolutely delectable and just had to take a nibble. They would then spread it to the other rats in the sewers, who spread it to the water supply, and eventually the whole city is turned into zombies. Anyway, once Leon finds all the chest piece plugs, he can open the door to the compactor. But the power to the door is still off. Leon has to turn it back on. But when he does, William Birkin attacks once again, this time sticking his arm to the ceiling at you for a while until eventually deciding to actually attack. He chases Leon onto this platform where the boss fight commences. Now, similar to last time, you can't kill him with bullets. He's mutating and growing far too fast for that. What Leon has to do is use this shipping container on a crane to knock him off the platform and into the depths below. You have to do it twice while also not getting knocked off yourself, but on the second time, Birkin still tries to climb up the container only for the entire thing to fall off, sending the monster down a chasm once again. Leon can then rescue Ada from the compactor, take the shank out of her leg, and the two limp towards the cable car that will take them to the nest, using Ada's bracelet to get in. On the ride, Leon is pretty giddy to win some favor with the FBI, but Ada says that once they get the virus, she's going on her own. This kind of deflates Leon and he doesn't really want to do it anymore, but after Ada gives him a kiss, he's more energized than ever. So Ada will have to stay in the car while Leon fetches the virus, but before that, let's go back to Claire. So this lab section is most of the reason why I believe Claire first is canon, because we know she had to do her thing before Leon could do his. Anyway, the Nest is actually a pretty nice facility and actually paints Umbrella as a pretty good employer. I mean, they have a nap room for their employees, like, come on. Anyway, Claire gets one of those bracelets from Sherry, but it only has level 1 clearance. You need at least level 2 to do anything in this place. She can find her first upgrade on a corpse in the aforementioned nap room, which allows her to access to the east area of the lab. The vaccine is in the west area, but sometimes you have to go backwards before you can go forward. Now this east area was focused on enhancing a research project we saw the beginnings of in RE1. In RE1, there's a giant T-virus infected plant called Plant 42. Rather than photosynthesis, it ate humans for food. Well, what we see in the East Wing is Plant 43, and rather than eating humans, it turns them into plant zombies. This thing has grown out of control since the virus outbreak in the lab, and it's gotten its vines on most of the scientists that worked on it. These plant zombies are unkillable unless you have fire. Claire has to get a wristband upgrade from a corpse inside the plant's greenhouse, but the thing isn't willing to let go of the body. To get rid of the plant, we have to do a similar thing to what you can do in RE1 to kill Plant 42. In RE1, you can mix a bunch of random chemicals in a dusty closet to make a chemical called V-Jolt, then apply it to 42's roots. In this one, the process is much more formal. You have to first find the herbicide, then take it down to a cold lab and freeze it. The herbicide can then be dispensed over the entire greenhouse at once, shriveling up Plant 43 and causing it to drop the body. The plant zombies are still alive, so 43 isn't actually dead, but Claire can run in and grab the wristband. The band allows access to the West Wing, where we can find a videotape showing what initially happened to Mr. Birkin. It shows a squad of USS, Umbrella Security Service, ambushing Birkin and attempting to take him into custody. What they really want is the G-Virus, but they were also supposed to take Birkin in alive. Birkin pulls a gun on them, though, so he was gunned down by the team. Alright, now let's talk about the falling out between Umbrella and Birkin. So back in RE0, we saw Wesker and Birkin talking about abandoning Umbrella after the T-Virus outbreak in the mountains. They saw the writing on the wall and knew that eventually the hammer was going to come down on Umbrella. Wesker went his own way, but Birkin needed to stick with Umbrella long enough to finish the G-Virus, his life work and legacy. Now, some of the events I'm going to talk about next are from the original RE3 and were cut out from the remake, but just go with it. So Birkin, knowing Umbrella was all but finished, secretly made a deal with the US government. Once the G-Virus was complete, he would sell it to them right out from under Umbrella and be given asylum for his family in exchange. Birkin began clearing out the ranks of Nest employees of anybody who opposed him or spied for Umbrella. That's why he had the police killing everyone who investigated Nest, including Umbrella employees. He stopped responding to Umbrella HQ's messages, and once the virus was complete, he notified the government, who sent a squad of Delta Force members to recover it. Umbrella caught word of this from spies in the military, so they immediately dispatched their own squad to get it first. This was called Operation Nest Wrecker, which is an absolutely sick name. Anyway, Delta Force went the wrong fucking way on the tram and ended up at an Umbrella waste disposal plant where the company ambushed them with 5 T-00 Tyrants, or Mr. X's. Delta Force managed to kill all 5 of them, but they all died in the process. I mean, considering that Leon, Ada, and Claire haven't even been able to kill one of them, that's pretty impressive. Anyway, Operation Nest Wrecker was a shit show. They infiltrated Nest through the sewers to ambush Birkin, where they of course killed him, except Birkin was able to inject himself with the G-Virus, which brought him back as a monster who then chased them into the sewers and killed the entire team except one. Alright, enough exposition. Claire arrives at the vaccine sample and unlocks its canister using the locket Sherry gave her, the one she got from Annette. As she's trying to return to Sherry, an even more mutated form of William breaks through the roof for another fight. Annette appears and hits him with some kind of liquid, I would guess some kind of antiviral agent, and he goes down. We see in a cutscene that she had a chance to kill William before he mutated, but she couldn't pull the trigger back then. Well, William is far from dead as he throws Annette against the wall and mutates even further, growing more limbs. Annette hits him with a second antiviral, but he barely flinches at it. That's when Claire decides once again to be a hero as she hands Annette the vaccine to use on Sherry before hopping down a descending platform to fight William. It's quite a fucking fight indeed, as William will tear entire pieces of the wall off to throw them at you, but after exhausting pretty much every resource at her disposal, William goes down once again. Claire then rushes back to Sherry where she finds that Annette had administered the vaccine. Now I'll warn you up front, the timeline gets a little fucky here, but Annette confirms that Sherry is virus-free, but she's too weak to get up to escape with them. Claire is considering dragging her out until suddenly the intercom warns of an unauthorized removal of the G-Virus and that the facility is about to self-destruct to prevent it. Annette hands Claire a level 4 wristband upgrade, and Sherry and Clary have to leave Annette as she dies on the floor. But let's just say she passed out on the floor, you'll see why. Claire and Sherry then run to the main elevator, which takes them down to an area where they have to run past a shitload of enemies, and at one point I just lost track of Sherry, but she was fine, so whatever.
Sherry, you hanging in there? Atta girl! Think we're almost out of here!
The two find a train car that can take them away from this place, and just as Claire powers it up, why don't we see who removed that virus sample? Now, gameplay-wise, Leon has to do all the same things Claire did, like killing Plant 43, but let's just say that she already did all that. So Leon arrives at the nest and makes his way to the East Wing to find his own bracelet upgrade, but when he gets there, he sees another level 3 band upgrade in the room. As he grabs it, none other than the X-Man himself returns, punching his way through the glass to beat Leon's ass some more. Leon manages to outrun the Tyrant and get to the West Wing where he finds the virus container already open. This moment is why I put Claire first, because Leon even remarks,
"Huh. That was easy."
Anyway, he grabs the G-Virus sample, triggering the nest's automated self-destruct sequence due to an unauthorized removal. Now on his way out, he has basically the same encounter with mutated William Annette, the only difference being that rather than volunteering to fight William, Annette kind of makes him.
What are you doing?
We can't let him get away!
Kind of funny, but we'll have to ignore that he fought William. Again, let me say, this is super fucky, but somehow Annette would make her way over here to investigate who removes the virus. When she did, she found Leon and begged him to destroy the G-sample. She tells Leon that Ada is no FBI agent, rather she's a mercenary sent to steal the G-virus and sell it. Annette then passes out again and Leon makes his way to the elevator shaft where he finds Ada. Leon confronts Ada about what Annette said and she pulls a gun on him, so clearly she's not an FBI agent. Obviously. Leon really tests how much that kiss meant to Ada here, but she's not willing to shoot Leon. He doesn't have to worry about it for long though, because Annette rises from the dead once again to shoot Ada. The platform beneath them collapses, sending the G-sample falling into the chasm below and leaving Ada hanging off a ledge. Leon tries his best to save her, but eventually he loses his grip as Ada falls down with the virus. Leon has to push through the grief though as he takes the main elevator down as well. He ends up in the security room where he sees none other than Claire on a camera. Claire says that she found a way out, but the signal cuts out before she can say where. After Claire loses Leon's signal, she manages to power up the rail car and it begins to descend. As it does, guess who makes another appearance? It's Birkin and he's even more monstrous than before. More eyes, more teeth, and more flesh. But luckily the rail car came with a minigun situations just like this. Now at this point Birkin is so mutated that he literally regrows eyes as fast as he can shoot them, but with enough bullets the mutant can be put down once again, where it seems like it might be for good. The rail car is finally placed on track so the path to escape is clear for Claire and Sherry. For Leon though, he has to run through a similarly enemy-filled nightmare, but before he can reach the railcar, X comes back to harass Leon, even if it means both of their deaths. Leon manages to shake him one more time when an explosion rocks the Tyrant, and he reaches a lift that will take him down to the train. Nothing can ever be easy in this place though, as Leon sees his stalker is still alive. The explosion burnt off his coat, allowing the Tyrant to reach his final form. He's more like the previous Tyrants now, exposed heart, claw arm, and much, much faster. Leon throws everything he has at X, but it's still not enough. Leon's saving grace comes in the form of a mysterious rocket launcher that slides down onto the platform. Is it a gift from God, or did Ada somehow survive? It's the latter, obviously, but Leon doesn't know that. Just like the first game, there's one thing a Tyrant can't handle, and that's a missile to the face.
Me bomba!
The rocket blows Mr. X's upper half off and finally kills the thing. Leon barely manages to reach the currently leaving train with Claire and Sherry, but once he does, all three are reunited and can escape the place in peace. Nope, guess who's still alive? It's Birkin, and he's once again got more flesh, teeth, and eyes. Leon offers to go back to fight the monster while Claire stays to protect Sherry in case he fails. Birkin at this point isn't even vaguely human, he's just a squirming mound of flesh trying to get Leon. Shooting Birkin might as well be pissing in the wind, as he's not even fazed by even the mighty rocket launcher. In a last-ditch effort, Claire detaches the train car with Birkin on it, sending the monster back into the flames of the rapidly exploding facility. Leon, Claire, and Sherry finally manage to escape the nightmare, only to be greeted with the friendliest trucker you'd ever meet. That's the end of the game, however there's one side mode I should mention, the fourth survivor. So there's this USS agent named Hunk, a guy who earned the name Grim Reaper for how successful he was. Hunk led the Alpha team, the very ones who gunned down Birkin only to be killed by him in the sewers. Well, Hunk survived and managed to escape Raccoon City with a sample of the G-Virus to be used in later experiments. Well, that was RE2. Now sorry if the timeline got a little too weird to handle at the end there, but I did my best, alright? Now when it comes to RE3 Remake, it's pretty much nothing like 2. Like, I would describe it more like a Call of Duty campaign, you know, kind of like an action movie, you know? I still enjoy quite a bit though, so let's get straight into it. RE3 begins with a very ominous cutscene, one that talks about the unrest happening in Raccoon City, as well as showing Umbrella scientists working on something big. We see them loading a large capsule labeled Nemesis onto a helicopter before we get to Jill Valentine, our main character. Jill was one of the main heroes in RE1, and she wakes from her sleep only to look in the mirror and find herself rotting away and becoming a zombie. Of course, she's still dreaming, and she wakes up for real with her face still intact. The game starts out on September 28th, one day before the events of RE2. There's a couple pretty interesting notes in Jill's apartment that let us know a lot. First is that she was suspended from STARS following the Arklay Mountains incident. Everybody in STARS thinks it's complete bullshit, but of course we know that their boss, Chief Irons, is paid by Umbrella. Another note talks about possible reasons why neither Jill or Chris were infected by the T-Virus despite getting chewed on a lot throughout the first game. This is definitely an interesting question, as we have to wonder the same about Leon and Claire. The note speculates that they might be resistant to the virus, which at first I thought was stupid. Like, isn't it convenient that the two main characters of the game just happen to be resistant to the virus? Then I started thinking about it a little bit. Probably 95% of the STARS agents that were sent to the Arklay Mountains died and became zombies. So it's not that Chris and Jill are immune because they're the main characters, it's that they're the main characters because they're immune. Does that make sense? What I'm saying is, if Chris and Jill hadn't been immune, but two other STARS members had been, they would have been the ones to be the heroes, and Chris and Jill would have ended up dead like the others. The same with Leon and Claire. That's what I'm going with anyway. The other thing to note is that Jill was about to leave town to go investigate Umbrella on her own. Now, if only she would have left a little earlier. Anyway, Jill gets a call. It's Brad, the STARS helicopter pilot from the first game. He frantically tells Jill she needs to get out of there, but she doesn't get the chance.
I don't have time to explain. You gotta get out of there right now!
Alright, let me grab my...
The wall bursts open to reveal this giant monster, and I'm not going to be coy or anything. It's the fucking Nemesis. He immediately starts beating Jill's ass, and not even a gunshot to the eye deters him. Jill barely manages to escape the apartment. I don't know why she thought she could hold the door shut against Nemesis. She's about to reach an exit when Nemesis cuts off her escape route again, forcing Jill to cut into a nearby apartment. She climbs out a window to see the town around her rapidly going to shit. The zombie outbreak is spreading extremely fast, as it usually does in these situations. She climbs down to the next floor only for Nemesis to bust through the ceiling, revealing that he has these tentacles he can use to get more reach. Jill manages to escape again for about 5 seconds until the monster catches up once again, this time using a piece of the ceiling to try to kill her. Well, as it turns out, taking pieces of the ceiling out isn't a good idea, as Jill barely manages to escape before the building collapses in on the Nemesis. Jill emerges onto the street where she finds Brad. He lets us know that Nemesis is hunting down the last two members of STARS in town, those being Jill and Brad. The two briefly float the idea of leaving town until a horde of zombies appears and chases them into a diner. Brad takes a bite from one of them. Unlike Jill, he doesn't know if he's resistant or not. He pushes Jill to escape while he holds the door. What a hero. Jill continues onwards, eventually coming across another human who decides to barricade himself inside of a shipping container. Hopefully that works out for him.
I'm not going out there!
The parking garage isn't far. I can...
The only safe place is in here!
A helicopter flying above tells Jill to get to the top of a nearby parking garage so that they can pick her up. So that's where we're headed. When she reaches the parking garage, the helicopter lands to pick her up, and it seems like we might be finally out of this mess. Nope, guess who's back? Nemesis unburied himself from the rubble and takes down the helicopter. Just like Ada, Jill thinks it's a good idea to try to ram him with the car, and it goes just about as well, except this time Jill is left with future spine and neck damage. After crashing the car and monster off the building, the thing is unfazed and walks right through the burning wreckage, burning off that mask he had on. Honestly, I wish they had kept that look for longer, but before he can kill Jill, he's distracted by a rocket headed his way. Nemesis catches the rocket and discards it, but it seems like he used all his aura on that as he gets hit head on with the next rocket. Now, do you remember when Leon did this exact thing with Mr. X and completely destroyed the Tyrant? Well, Nemesis is pretty much undamaged. He just has to take a knee for a minute to catch his breath. The man who saved us is Carlos, a UBCS, or Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service agent. Jill, who knows Umbrella is behind this, is pretty frustrated that the only soldiers around are Umbrellas, but Carlos takes us to the subway where they're gathering civilians to leave the city. Jill gets to meet the UBCS captain, Mikhail Victor, who recognizes her as a STARS agent. He asks us to help them get the train started as he's lost the vast majority of his soldiers, and Jill agrees to help save the civilians. Alright, so finally the intro is over, so let's talk some more about what that monster that just hounded us is. So you probably don't remember this, but I mentioned earlier a parasite called NE Alpha. Well, while Umbrella USA was creating their tyrants and G-viruses, Umbrella Europe was looking into using parasites. They genetically engineered one based on a Spanish myth of a parasite called Las Plagas, something that definitely won't come up in RE4. Well, one of the main issues with tyrants is their intelligence. They're a little smarter than T-virus zombies, but clearly not smart enough to even use a weapon. It seems like Umbrella USA just kind of accepted this as they moved into large-scale production of the tyrants, but Umbrella Europe thought of a better way to do it. They created the NE Alpha parasite to essentially replace the brain of a tyrant. The parasite does just that, as it replaces the entire nervous system of the creature. That's what Nemesis is. It's essentially a proof of concept. Now the kind of funny thing is why it's here. Nemesis is here hunting down STARS members. Well, there's only like 5 of those left, so why bother? The answer is that Umbrella Europe wanted to give one big fuck you to Umbrella USA by showing that their BOW could kill the STARS agents that the USA's couldn't. Now we can see very clearly how much of an improvement over Mr. X that Nemesis is. First of all, he's way faster. I mean, Mr. X's max speed was a leisurely stroll. He's also bigger and much, much tougher as we see through the rocket launcher. Also compare their missions. Mr. X was sent to kill any survivors he found in the police station, hopefully recovering the G-Virus in the process. Nemesis was sent after 2 very specific people, those being Brad and Jill. So yeah, Nemesis being here is really just to show Umbrella USA how much better their European counterparts are. Let's continue with the story. Like I said, Jill's objective is to restore power to the subway so she, the UBCS agents, and all the civilians can escape the city. But to do that, she has to venture into the rapidly deteriorating city. Along the way, we find a dying UBCS agent having been bitten by a zombie. Jill wants to try to save him, but she doesn't have to worry about it for long as this gray-haired fuck appears and kills the man. His name is Nikolai and he's a real dick. He basically calls Jill soft and says that she should go back to the train before she dies or gets someone else killed. Well, Jill's first destination is, as you might expect, a power station. When she arrives, she finds the power grid covered in some kind of insect hive, and has to manually restart it by flipping a couple switches inside of the hive. As Jill heads toward the hive, she finds the source of the goo. It's a giant insect. They look kind of similar to the plague crawlers of RE0, those just being giant roaches. These ones are a little more advanced, and we see that their method of attack is this. You have to take a green herb to throw up the maggots, and I have to say that Jill is much stronger than me. If an insect violated me like this, I think I'd probably just have to kill myself. Like, there's no way I'd be able to continue after that, let alone face more of the insects. The craziest thing here is that these aren't exactly a new thing. These insects have been killing workers for a while down here, but it seems like with the virus spreading, enough of the workers finally left so that the insects could take over completely. Anyway, going further into the hive is exactly what Jill has to do as she makes her way into the hive to flip those switches. The insects in here are basically endless, but once all the switches are flipped, Jill can return to the power station and switch it back on. Turning on the power fries the entire hive, making sure that no one will be violated like that ever again. The next step is to head to the subway station to plot out a route, and then get on their merry way. Jill heads back to the subway to meet with Carlos, where she sees Nikolai once again. He calls Jill dead weight before heading for the train himself. Just as he leaves, guess who reappears? Nemesis is back. Jill knows that he's after her, so she makes Carlos stay while she distracts the monster. What distracting him really boils down to, though, is running, and you have to run through a vent into the sewers. Nemesis is too big through the vent, so we're good for a while, at least. For some reason down here they decided that rather than using a key, they would use a battery pack to power doors. Seems unnecessarily complicated and expensive to me, but whatever. Not far into the sewers, we get ambushed by one of these giant salamander-looking things. Now, if you remember in RE1, there are enemies called hunters, human-lizard hybrids made possible via the T-Virus. Well, technically those were Hunter Alphas, and they were made by grafting reptile DNA to a human embryo. These are Hunter Gammas, made by doing the opposite, human DNA onto a lizard embryo. We can see how big of a difference that made. These things are much bigger, slower, and they look more amphibious than reptilian. The real question is, though, why are they in the sewers? Well, they were developed as a BOW just like the Hunter Alphas, however the project was cancelled for a few good reasons. One is that where the fuck would you actually use one of these things on a battlefield? These have to be maybe the least practical thing Umbrella has ever developed. Second is that they have a glaring vulnerability to fire. Joe can find a grenade launcher down here that one-shots them with fire grenades. If you're wondering why there was a grenade launcher in the sewers, it was for the express purpose of killing these things if they got out of line. Anyway, Umbrella ordered for them to be disposed of, but the scientists that created them had fallen in love with his creations, so he took them into the sewers to raise them and eventually prove their worth to Umbrella. So these things have been chilling in the sewers for a while, eating the occasional sewer worker until Jill arrives and kills almost all of them. Eventually she finds her way out using that dumb battery pack key, but as she's climbing up the ladder, it's Nemesis, and his ass has a flamethrower. Clearly he can use weapons, which again makes him a vast improvement over Mr. X. In comparison to the Hunter Gammas, I would say Nemesis is probably the most practical BOW Umbrella has ever made. Jill has to flee to avoid getting burnt, but the only path forward is climbing up an under-construction skyscraper. Of course this means Nemesis can easily set the building on fire, so we have to continue climbing as the monster chases us. Eventually though, she reaches the top of the building and it's time for a boss fight. The first order of business needs to be destroying that flamethrower, which you can do by blowing up the tank on his back. Nemesis is unfazed by being on fire, and he starts using the flamethrower as a club. Finally though, the monster goes down and the building explodes with fire, sending Jill tumbling down below. It seems that Nemesis is finally dead as Jill radios Carlos to tell him the good news. Jill ended up falling in the alleyway between the police station and orphanage, allowing her to head into Kendo's gun shop. Remember that this is before Leon and Ada were there. Jill invites Kendo to come with to the subway, but all he says is he has other arrangements. Those arrangements being, of course, his T-virus infected daughter. Jill has to move on where she encounters a very strange looking enemy. It's a zombie with some kind of insect on its head. You have to destroy the insect to destroy the zombie. And these bugs are actually the NE alpha parasites, and Nemesis is running around creating these parasite zombies. Anyway, as Jill walks back onto the street, oh fuck, he's not dead. And this time he has a rocket launcher. This scene where the container opens is maybe the hardest cutscene I've ever seen. I swear, when they decided to remake RE3, their whole goal was just to make Nemesis as cool as possible. Anyway, Jill has to run once again, dodging missiles until a car flips and blocks the monster from chasing any further. She radios Carlos to let him know she once again failed to kill Nemesis, but it turns out he can jump over cars as he reappears to shoot more missiles. This culminates with him using his rockets to knock this giant head off a building and send it rolling towards Jill. Eventually, though, Jill manages to reach the subway, where Carlos is waiting with some kind of master plan to take down the Nemesis. That plan seems to be one single claymore mine, which definitely does surprise him, but not much else than that. His plan culminates with him blowing up an oil tanker on the beast and dropping him outside of the station. Jill and Carlos continue to the train, where Carlos informs her that he won't be catching it. He has another mission. That mission is to recover an Umbrella scientist, Nathaniel Bard, who had created a vaccine to the T-virus. He's currently at RPD station. On the train, it turns out that Jill has to ride in a car with Nikolai and Mikhail, an absolute nightmare blunt rotation. Jill's trying to keep to herself when Mikhail confronts Nikolai about a mysterious platoon disappearing and being ambushed by zombies. The tension gets released when Nemesis reappears, unfazed by Carlos's explosions. Nemesis already blew up the car with all the civilians, so that's great, but Mikhail tells Jill to stay behind while he distracts them. That doesn't work out too well when Nikolai betrays Jill, locking her in a car with Nemesis. Mikhail's last act on this earth is to blow himself up and Nemesis with C4, derailing the train in the process. We don't get to see the aftermath of the crash, as it's time to play as Carlos. He's headed for RPD with his fellow agent Tyrell. And they're going the same way Leon did. When they arrive at the front door, we see exactly how Marvin got injured.
Come on, man. Not you too. Sorry.
After being bit, Brad turned into a zombie and made his way to the station, probably because those were some of the last memories he had. Marvin couldn't bring himself to kill the old STARS member, so he got bit. Now, Brad is actually tough as shit as a zombie, but Carlos can take him down. When the two Umbrella agents make their way inside, Marvin is gone. Their goal is the STARS office, where Bard is supposed to be. They make their way there, blowing up a wall in the process so that Leon and Claire can later deal with the consequences. When they arrive at the STARS office, Carlos joins a Zoom call with Dr. Bard. He's holding up at a hospital in town and he begs Carlos to send STARS to save him. The call cuts out quickly though, and Tyrell informs us what the plan really is. Umbrella wants to wipe all evidence of their involvement in this whole T-virus shit, which includes destroying the vaccine they made for it. I mean, if you didn't create the zombie virus, why would you then have a vaccine for it? Carlos objects to the plan of arresting Bard, but he decides to just go with it for now. That's about when he gets a radio call from Jill, informing him that the train derailed and Nikolai is a traitor. Call cuts off though, so Carlos decides to run off and find Jill, while Tyrell stays to find Bard. We then go back to Jill and find her climbing out of the wreckage. It seems everyone is dead. She climbs her way out of the subway and sees Nemesis come stumbling after her. Seems he finally does take issue with being on fire as he scrambles to run into water. I think one downside to adding intelligence to these things is that they're smart enough to try to save themselves. I can't imagine Mr. X caring whether or not he's gonna burn to death. Anyway, Nemesis is finally dead, so Jill can radio Carlos to tell him about the crash. Her call with Carlos is interrupted by something in the water, and guess what? The motherfucker's still not dead, and this time he looks much different. It seems that Nemesis' outfit worked a lot like X's in the sense it stopped him from mutating out of control. With the outfit burned off, he looks like a giant dog or xenomorph or something. He looks pretty fucking cool. He manages to get Jill in this town square where another boss fight happens. Nemesis will hound your ass until you do enough damage to give it the zoomies. You then have to hit him with a mine as he's running around to knock him off and expose the parasite in his neck. The parasite can take a lot more shots than you would think as the boss fight goes on for a while, but eventually with a final grenade she puts the monster down. Nemesis was just faking though, as the second Jill turns her back, he's up and attacking again. Jill knocks a massive gate down on top of Nem's arm, severing it at the shoulder, and finally killing the beast. Nope, he immediately gets back up and grows a new appendage, although it's just a tentacle this time instead of an actual arm. He sticks Jill with some kind of needle, causing her to fall to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Nemesis also goes down, but we know that won't be for long. As Jill convulses on the ground, Nikolai steps out and thanks Jill for doing some kind of service for him.
You've done me a big favor. Yes.
We then come back to Carlos about a day later. He's finally found Jill, but she's unresponsive. Nemesis is notably missing. He decides the best bet is to take her to the hospital where Bard was to see if they can find that vaccine. So Carlos lays Jill on a bed in the hospital while he searches the place for Bard. As you would expect, the hospital is overrun by zombies. They had been flooded with patients in the weeks prior to this. Well, the door to Bard's office has a voice lock on it, so Carlos needs to find some kind of sample of Bard's voice.
Open the door.
No voice match found.
Voice match? What kind of sci-fi bullshit is this?
That journey will take him to the ruined hospital until eventually we get ambushed by a familiar-looking enemy. Kind of familiar. These are Hunter Betas, what they ended up going with instead of the flabby Gammas. They're much bigger than the original Hunters, and that comes with a big increase in toughness. Hunter Alphas could really only take a few shots. These guys, however, are pretty much only weak to explosives. The biggest difference between them and Alphas is their face. It looks like some sort of crustacean DNA was introduced to make their skin tougher. These Hunter Betas are fucking menaces, and they can easily one-shot you at any health. These things were deployed to the hospital as a final field test before Umbrella decided whether to mass-produce them or not. This also allowed them to kill any survivors who might know about the vaccine research happening here. Anyway, Carlos is very ill-equipped to deal with the Hunters, as their main weakness is explosives, and he barely has any of those. But once you get past 2 of them at once, you can pick up a voice recording of Bard and take it back to the door. The recording paints him as a real asshole as he berates a nurse.
Documents we're doing in your office in the first place.
Who do you think you're talking to? I'm goddamn Nathaniel Bard. I'm the best biologist you'll ever meet, you bedpan-changing waste of a nursing degree. Of course I have connections higher up. Of course the military consults with me on projects beyond your...
The recording works though and opens the door, showing us the Bard is long dead from a gunshot to the head. There's still hope he stashed the vaccine somewhere, so Carlos heads over to a computer. We can read an email on the computer of Bard warning a senator about the potential T-virus outbreak and trying to get assurance that he would be protected if that does happen. The final thing we find is a recording of Bard admitting that Umbrella caused all of this in one last bid to regain any sense of honor he had. He also says that he has more of the vaccine stored in an underground facility. Anyway, Carlos can find 1 dose of the vaccine in Bard's office and take it back to Jill. It's not an instant thing, as Carlos has to sit around for a while until Tyrell busts in, injured from the trek over. Tyrell switches on a TV, revealing an emergency alert from the government. They warn that a nuclear bomb is going to be dropped on the city on October 1st. They tell all uninfected citizens to evacuate as the bomb will destroy all organic material in the city. Carlos and Tyrell don't get much time to mull that over when a horde of zombies descends on the hospital. Carlos has to go out and fight them while Tyrell tries to lower the shutters to prevent more from coming in. It's quite a fight, but Carlos can eventually blow up a pillar, causing it to collapse on the entrance and prevent any more zombies from getting in. With the zombies gone, Carlos decides to head out into the city and try to find anyone who can stop the bomb from dropping. Tyrell agrees to try to contact anyone from in here. They think that if the government knows there's a vaccine for the virus, that they won't destroy the city. It's then Jill time, and she wakes up from a fever dream to find that it's now October 1st, and the bomb will be dropped in just a few hours. That's not good. She exits the room and finds Tyrell, who lets her know that Carlos had gone into a facility underneath the hospital to find the supposed vaccine stockpile. He also says that the government has agreed to stop the launch if they're brought a sample of the vaccine. Jill heads down there too and finds a sprawling complex under the hospital. Umbrella loves their underground facilities. She enters a shipping room and sees Nikolai overlooking the room. When she tries to get to an elevator to face him, the power blows out and she has to restore it. This area introduces us to a new type of enemy, Paleheads. A strange mutation has made these zombies all but indestructible. Not in the same way as tyrants though, rather they just regenerate too fast to actually meaningfully damage them. The only way to do is with high caliber weapons like the Magnum, simply because they cause too much damage too quickly. Anyway, Jill has to find and steal 3 fuses from various power boxes, the whole time dodging the monsters held within the shipping containers. When she does, she can power up the elevator and head to the overlook where Nikolai was. Of course he's gone by now, but we can see on his computer various reports about the fights between zombies and UBCS agents, as well as Jill's various encounters with Nemesis. This seems to be his purpose here, collecting combat data on the BOWs. Anyway, Tyrell finally catches up with us and agrees to back Jill up as they head down into the facility, creatively named Nest 2. Before they get far, guess who's back? It's Nemesis, and he impales Tyrell before barely getting blocked out of a room with Jill. Jill has to continue alone through the Palehead-infested facility. What exactly were they doing down here in Nest 2? Well, kind of the opposite of Nest 1. Down here they were developing countermeasures to use against BOWs in case of an outbreak. This is likely why the Paleheads developed, as they were testing various weapons and vaccines on zombies, which caused the virus to mutate and make the zombies stronger. We can also find a shitload of vacuum-wrapped tyrants here for the same reason, weapon testing on them. It's really pretty cool. Unfortunately though, that stockpile of vaccines Bard mentioned turns out to be a machine that can make the vaccine instead. So Jill has to find the two components to make a single vial of the stuff. Pretty misleading there, Bard. Speaking of Nathaniel, we can find a note here that indicates Umbrella USA knew about the Nemesis project and disapproved. They object to the use of a parasite because of how much more complex they are than viruses. Viruses are really more or less just a ball of DNA. They're so simple that they don't even fit science's requirements to be alive. The main reason for that being the viruses can't reproduce on their own, they need to hijack a host cells to do that, they don't grow, and they also don't control their internal environment. Viruses are one of the most simple things on the planet. Their DNA can be easily changed. For Umbrella, this means BOWs made with viruses can be easily controlled. Parasites, on the other hand, especially any alpha, which would be considered an animal, are magnitudes more complex than viruses. Umbrella USA is concerned with using parasites, so there's no way you can truly know if you control a parasite, making them dangerous to use as weapons. So despite how big of an improvement Nemesis is over the Tyrants, we see that there are some very valid concerns about this thing. I think these concerns are validated by the fact that Nemesis has already become a giant dog monster and lost a lot of its utility on the battlefield. Anyway, once Jill makes the vaccine, guess whose tentacle comes creeping down the wall? Jill has to try to escape the Nemesis once again, but despite how far she runs, the beast always catches up. Nemesis ends up falling into some kind of BOW disposal pit. This would be great news except for the fact that Jill is hanging on by a thread above the very same pit. Nikolai appears once again and snatches the vaccine that Jill dropped. He tries to make a deal with Jill. He's going to make her go down there and fight Nemesis so that he can collect the combat data, and if she survives, he'll hand over the vaccine. Of course, it's not much of a choice, as Nikolai forces Jill to go down and fight the beast. It's much like the last fight with Dog Nemesis, except this time Carlos is there to help out. When Nem gets the zoomies, Carlos tells us where he is. We can shoot these little targets to activate a shock to knock him down. Eventually, Carlos even starts using a crane to hit these tanks of acid surrounding the arena to try to melt the Nemesis. As per usual, Jill's weapons barely scratch the monster, and the only way we can get him to stay down is when Carlos breaks his jaw with the crane. Jill can then climb onto the crane and get out of the arena as Carlos activates the acid pumps. The entire arena fills with acid, melting Nemesis down into a red paste as the monster is, once and for all, killed. Once she's out of the acid pit, Jill runs after Nikolai to recover the vaccine, but when she catches him, he makes this weird offer.
Give me the vaccine, you greedy son of a bitch.
No. You print money. I like money. We shall make ours an ongoing arrangement. Now drop the gun!
Their conversation gets cut short when... Oh fuck, he's still not dead. But this time Nemesis has blossomed and become a beautiful, fleshy flower. This is really what Umbrella USA meant when they said you can't control a parasite. At this point, Nemesis is a threat to the entire world, just like using the G-Virus in any kind of warfare context. Anyway, Jill orders Carlos to go after Nikolai while she fights her stalker one last time. It's time to use Umbrella's greatest BOW killer, a room-sized railgun called Finger. Their notes say the thing can obliterate tyrants in one shot, but I mean, rocket launchers could do that too, so... Anyway, it does not kill Nemesis in one shot, although it probably would have had he not been in this insane stage of mutation. After the first shot, a few of the power capsules get stuck, so you have to manually move them back into the position. To stun Nemesis, you have to shoot these little pimples he develops until he gets stunned. After a second finger shot, Nemesis is looking pretty bad, but it's not until Jill does this.
Come on! Next time, take the fucking hit!
The Nemesis finally gets destroyed, as well as what looks to be half the buildings that were behind him. Jill doesn't have time to celebrate her victory as Nikolai is rapidly escaping with the only known vaccine to the T-Virus. She chases him to the roof where we can find Carlos after getting his ass beat. Nikolai ambushes Jill and takes her down. In one last fuck you from the Russian, he shoots the vaccine canister right as Jill is about to grab it. He says that his client ordered him to destroy Umbrella, which would be why he's been killing all these UBCS agents. We hear over an intercom that the nuke has been launched and will be hitting in 10 minutes. Before Nikolai can leave though, Carlos wakes up and attacks him. A fight ensues and Carlos manages to give Jill a shot at Nikolai. Now I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter where you shoot him, because it always just goes in the shoulder, but Jill shoots him in the shoulder. Jill and Carlos leave the trader as they get in the helicopter, barely escaping the explosion in time. Raccoon City is a crater behind them, but Jill and Carlos have escaped the nightmare and live to fight another day. So that was Resident Evil 2 and 3. Let me know what you think in the comments, and thank you so much for watching. So, you know, I gotta say, I feel like Mr. X in the 2 remake is actually kind of a better Nemesis than Nemesis is in 3. I just spent so much more time dodging the Alright, glad you're up to speed. So the next game is Code Veronica X, where we once again follow Claire searching for her brother. So the game begins 3 months after Raccoon City was nuked. We see a cutscene of Claire arriving on some kind of prison island. 10 days prior to this, Claire had snuck into Umbrella's Paris facility looking for her brother. Well, he wasn't there, and Claire got caught. Unlike Chris, Claire isn't really a super spy or a special agent, so that makes sense. She was brought into the facility by this fellow named Rodrigo. The game begins with Claire in a cell. Rodrigo then appears, injured. He unlocks the cell and tells Claire she's free to leave, although she likely won't make it off the island. The island was attacked by some kind of special forces who leaked the T-Virus, causing all of Umbrella's own soldiers to turn. Great, so once again Umbrella has fucked up and leaked the T-Virus. I mean, can they do anything right? We'll talk about who attacked the island in a minute, but let me tell you a little about what was happening here. So Rockford Island was taken over by Umbrella for the purpose of training their private army, the Umbrella Security Service. It was also used as a prison for spies, traitors, and whoever else Umbrella didn't like. They frequently killed prisoners or infected them with the T-Virus for the purpose of training their military on responding to BOWs. The island is governed by the Ashford family, Edward Ashford being one of the founding members of Umbrella along with Oswell Spencer and James Marcus. The Ashford family is a very influential British family, much like the Spencers. However, they've kind of fallen from grace recently, but we'll get back to all of this later. As soon as Claire steps out of the dank basement she was locked in, she's ambushed by a horde of these musty zombies. Claire only has a knife at this point, so she has to run. She emerges into a courtyard where she's immediately fired at by a machine gun. She finally manages to find a pistol, which she uses to fire back at the gunner once he's out of ammo. The gunner turns out not to be an Umbrella soldier or one of these mysterious special forces. It's this guy named Steve. Now Steve here has a super annoying voice. I think he sounds like the nerd from Polar Express. He's also a super annoying character in the beginning of the game, and all he really does is get in your way. Anyway, the two exchange names before Steve tells Claire about a nearby airport he's planning on using to escape. When Claire tries to follow him, he drops this fire line.
I don't want you following me, lady. You'll only slow me down.
His voice also gets less annoying later in the game, so don't hate him too much yet. Anyway, Claire is on her own. The way out of the prison section of the facility is locked by a gate requiring a hawk emblem to open. On the search for the emblem, we find Steve again. He's looking at a file detailing Umbrella's surveillance on Chris Redfield, Claire's brother. Claire gets on the computer to send Leon a warning that Chris is being monitored. We'll see this in the next game, but Leon, who was a rookie cop in the last game, is now working for the US government. At Steve's sarcastic suggestion, she also tells him the location of the prison and hopes he or Chris might come to help them. Steve trauma dumps a little before running off once again.
No way. He won't come. You'll just end up disappointed if you rely on others. Believe me, I know.
What was that all about?
Now we can actually find that hawk emblem in this room. The only problem is that this room is locked behind a couple metal detectors. Now the hawk emblem is made out of metal, so I guess Claire is fucked and she needs to wait for Leon's help. Nah, come on now. Back where we got ambushed by the musty zombies is a briefcase containing an alloy that gets past metal detectors. There's a 3D printer in the room with the emblem, so all we have to do is make a counterfeit. The hawk emblem unlocks the way to a palace and a military training facility. We'll be focusing on the palace for now. It's a pretty nice place to be honest, but there's a suspicious locked door that requires 2 golden Luger pistols to unlock. Weird. What's also weird is this film we can watch. It shows 2 twins, one girl and one boy. The girl is plucking the wings off a dragonfly before she throws it down to be eaten by ants. Psychotic behavior. The film ends with the twins sharing a very strangely intimate look. Now I have siblings, but I'm not twins, so maybe I just don't understand, but that's giving incest vibes to me. Anyway, Claire can find what looks like a pirate ship's steering wheel. We can use it at a dock outside. When she tries to leave the palace though, we hear Steve crying out from the display room where we found the wheel. Claire rushes back to save him where the text says, "Steve is suffering." That seems a little dramatic as he's just trapped inside of a room, but Claire has to press 2 matching buttons to free him. Steve emerges from the room holding those 2 golden Lugers we need. According to the wiki, they were a gift from an influential Nazi. Now, you can guess why a Nazi would give the eugenics fans a gift. Anyway, Steve doesn't even say thanks for saving him, and moreover, he tells Claire to fuck off when she asks for the Lugers. He says that if we give him something fully automatic, he'll hand them over. What a dick. Anyway, when Claire once again tries to leave, she's ambushed in the entrance by Alfred Ashford, armed with a sniper rifle. Alfred is the current Earl of the Ashford family, and he's also the male twin in that weird video. He accuses Claire of leading the special forces here to attack him. She denies it, but Alfred doesn't believe her. He also has a very annoying voice.
Space!
I have no idea what you're babbling about.
You don't fool me! I I am Alfred Ashford, commander of this base.
Alfred decides to let her go for now, as he claims to have better plans for her death. Yeah, whatever, bro. Now Claire can finally go down to the dock and use the steering wheel. Spinning the wheel causes a submarine to emerge from the deep. The sub takes Claire to that airport Steve mentioned. We're far from being able to escape yet, but we can find a keycard here. To get the card, you have to basically play the claw game they have at arcades, except this time it's with a shipping container. But with the biohazard card in hand, Claire can make her way back to the submarine and then back to the palace. So what did this biohazard card do for us? Well, it allows us access to that military training facility. Unfortunately, no amount of keycards will allow us to bypass the giant worm outside the facility. It's called the gulp worm, and like many other animals throughout the series, the T-Virus caused it to grow to a massive size and develop a taste for human flesh. The worm will be more important later, for now we just have to run past it. The first stop here is this containment room, where you find simultaneously the best and worst weapon in the game, the bowgun. When you shoot normal arrows, this thing is the shittiest weapon in maybe any game, but there's a very limited supply of explosive arrows you can get, which make it the best weapon in the game, so... Anyway, as Claire tries to leave, one of the BOWs in containment breaks out and kills the scientist behind this glass. We don't get to see what it is yet, but when it broke out, it set off containment procedures, and Claire has to run out before getting locked in. We then make our way to a courtyard where Alfred once again tries to kill Claire with a sniper rifle. We're lucky he's a shitty shot, but as Claire catches up with him, he escapes once again. Claire tries to chase him down, but only falls into a trap. Alfred gloats over a radio while he locks Claire into this corridor. The only way forward is into this shipping area, and we can immediately find 2 SMGs that we can trade with Steve for those Lugers. Nice, now we just need to find the man. Immediately after finding the guns, Alfred's trap is revealed to be one of these things, a severely mutated monster that's missing one arm, while the other is overgrown. These are enemies called Bandersnatches, and they can use that overgrown arm to slap you from across the room. Now, if you've played the previous games or watched my videos, you might be thinking that this Bandersnatch looks kinda like a fucked up tyrant. Maybe you weren't thinking that, but that's what they are. The process to make a tyrant involves first finding a subject with the right genes to respond to the T-Virus, and then guiding their transformation the entire way with surgeries and implants. Well, the Bandersnatch is what happens if you cut out the compatible genes part and essentially just make sure they survive the transformation. A lot of people really hate these enemies, but I don't think they're that bad, especially compared to some later enemies. Anyway, once Claire kills the Bandersnatch, she gets not even a moment of rest before another one ambushes her. These things are not hard to create, so there are many of them swarming across the island now. It's not looking good for Claire when Steve busts through a window, spraying the Bandersnatch down with every last bullet he has and saving Claire. Steve agrees to trade the Lugers for the SMGs, and he makes this comment, which you really should never say to a woman.
Ow! My back! You're heavier than you look.
We don't get to use the guns though, as Alfred isn't done with us. He sends Claire and Steve down an elevator to a lower level filled with zombies. We actually get to play as Steve here, using his new SMGs to clear a path for Claire. Once the way is clear, the two meet up again, and Steve once again makes a weird comment about how he hates people.
You see? This thing is a lot more reliable than any person.
Than people?
We get to find out why he's like this soon enough as the two emerge into a balcony only for the ground to fall out behind them. Claire's leg is stuck and there's a zombie rapidly approaching, but for some reason Steve can't bring himself to kill the thing. When he finally does, we learn why.
Father!
That explains a lot about why Steve is the way he is. His dad got his mom killed and him in prison trying to make a quick buck.
Father!
Claire has to give Steve some time to grieve, but in the training facility she found a bottle of medicine that could help Rodrigo, the man who imprisoned her. When she gives him the medicine, he's pretty surprised, but the two trade Claire's lighter for Rodrigo's lockpick. The lighter is actually the same one Chris used in RE1. Probably. It kinda just looks like a lighter. Rodrigo will come back into it later, but for now let's head back to the palace to use those Lugers. Now something about these palace doors is cursed, because the second Claire lays her hand on it, a familiar face appears. Wesker is back. Now in the first game he was impaled by the tyrant he created and thought to be dead. That's actually only one of 2 scenarios in the first game, but Chris later confirms that this one is canon. Wesker has become an absolute anime villain now. He mocks Claire for how she's going to have lured Chris here for him to kill. He's beating the shit out of Claire when he gets a call talking about some further use Claire might have. Wesker decides to spare her for now as he jumps off the air and off a balcony. Now I know he definitely couldn't do that in the first game. He seems to have some kind of supernatural powers now, which is probably related to how he got resurrected. Now, Wesker was planning on leaving Umbrella to sell his tyrants to the highest bidder before his death, so who is he working for now? Well, we never actually find out their name, but they're a rival company to Umbrella, and Wesker is now leading their private army, the HCF. This is the same organization that hired Ada in the last game to steal the G-Virus, and I'm thinking that they hired Nikolai in the RE3 remake to gather combat data. They attack this island looking for something. What that is, we don't yet know. Anyway, we can use the Lugers to unlock a door to an office. This office hides yet another secret behind a password. Once the password is inputted, however, a path opens up to a mysterious mansion. This place was built by the prisoners of the island on Alfred's orders. He then had them all killed for the risk that they might lay their dirty peasant eyes on his sister Alexia. The path to the mansion is swarming with bandersnatches, but once we get inside and scale to the top of the building, we can see Alfred's twin sister herself. She's talking to her brother off screen. They want to revive their family's image and bring it back to the heights it had been at when they founded Umbrella. The family had fallen into disrepair with their father, Alexander Ashford. The two retreat upstairs, taking the two gemstones that unlock the way with them. We can find replacements, but that takes us on a long Bandersnatch-filled journey. This journey will eventually allow us to unlock that containment room where the Bandersnatch killed the scientists back at the training facility. Well, it turns out they have even shittier containment measures than we thought, as these little axolotl things break out of their jars as well. These are called albinoids, and they're salamanders that have been infected with the T-virus. They look kinda cool, but their main feature is the electric shock they can deliver. Anyway, one of the baby albinoids escapes into a vent where I'm sure it won't be an inconvenience later. We just have to run from the rest, which isn't hard as they kinda just wriggle around, and once again escape the containment measures. Alright, the only other thing to note is that we can find the portrait room showing all the heads of the Ashford family throughout the years. The only one you need to worry about, though, is Veronica, the first matriarch of the family. She was renowned for both her beauty and her intelligence. Now, you might be thinking, why is the game named after her? Well, hold on, bro, it'll all come together later. Anyway, once we collect the two gemstones, we can get access to the attic where the twins ran off to. Neither of them are here, but when we head back down, Alexia ambushes Claire with the same sniper rifle. She's about to kill Claire when Steve once again saves the day, shooting Alexia in the shoulder but taking a shot himself. Alexia retreats through a hidden door and Steve and Claire follow. Now I'm just gonna play this next scene out.
What? No!
Wait a second. What just happened?
So there never was an Alexia after all.
Alright, so this is kind of weird, especially with what we learn later, but for now I'm going to tell you a story. So you can find a couple notes around from Alfred's butcher that detail how he lost his father and sister in a car crash, leaving him alone to rule the family and island. Now, Alfred absolutely idolized his sister, who was much smarter than him. Alexia having graduated from university at the age of 10, she's like one of those young Sheldon kids. Anyway, Alfred was nowhere near that smart, despite them being twins, so when his sister died, Alfred slowly lost his mind. He basically created an Alexia personality within himself. He would dress like her, talk like her, and we saw earlier sometimes even have conversations with himself. Now, I find Alfred to be a very strange character because of the later reveal, but that's the story for now. Anyway, after he ran away, Alfred activated the island's self-destruct sequence, so Claire and Steve have to run to that airport in order to escape. Using 3 little Army, Navy, and Air Force icons, the two can board a cargo plane. However, Claire has to go raise a gate in order for them to take off. Now, I don't know how Steve knows how to fly a plane, but whatever. When Claire raises the lever, we see a cutscene. Alfred releases a new type of tyrant to hunt down Claire, one without the exposed heart and with 2 mutated hands. This is a T-078. Unlike the T-00 tyrants, that's what Mr. X is in the previous game, this one has no limits on its mutations. The advantage of this is clear in the protected heart, however I think the 2 mutated hands are a downside. I mean, bro can't even open doors. Anyway, Claire has to take an elevator way back up to the training facility to get back to the plane, and on the way we come face to face with the tyrant. He is, like Mr. X, very slow walking her, he's also much harder to stun. He takes a shitload of acid and normal grenades, but Claire can eventually down the tyrant and make her way back to the plane. Steve can finally get the plane off the ground, and the two have escaped the island. Steve apologizes for being a little bitch for half the game, and the two plan to head to Hawaii for a nice vacation. We then see a cutscene of Alfred making his way to an underground hangar filled with fighter jets and hopping in one. Now, what you would expect to happen here is that Alfred would shoot down the plane, but that's not the case. On the plane with Claire and Steve, there's some kind of disturbance in the cargo bay, so Claire goes back to investigate. Guess who found his way onto the plane? The tyrant grows a nice spike out of one of his hands and starts to stroll towards Claire. Now, this fight is no joke, as the tyrant can easily knock you off the plane, but with the help of some more grenades, this time BOW gas grenades designed just for tyrants, we can injure him. Claire doesn't have a rocket launcher, which is a standard way to kill tyrants, so what she has to do is once he's injured, let a shipping container loose and knock the tyrant off the plane. If he survives the fall, he's gonna drown, so that's definitely one way to kill a tyrant. When she returns to the cockpit, Claire finds that Steve has lost control of the plane as it's now on autopilot mode. Alfred gloats on a computer monitor, and the two have little else to do but wait for the plane to get to wherever it's going. Steve and Claire have a nice moment on the plane until it's ruined by Steve thinking about kissing Claire while she's asleep. I mean, I know you've been in prison since you were a kid and all, but that's a no-no, Steve. He comes to his senses just as the plane arrives at its destination, a base in Antarctica. Now look at the outfits these two are wearing. I mean, their asses are not surviving in the Arctic. Anyway, the autopilot is a little fucked as it crashes the plane directly into the base rather than just landing it. Steve then catches Claire in one of those moments that every single romance plot has. Now, Claire has a lot to do in this Arctic base, but the first is to restore the power to this conveyor belt and the areas surrounding it. This journey introduces us to these T-virus-infected moth enemies, which are insanely annoying. They'll plant their little caterpillars on you, which poison you when you exit a room with it on your back. It sucks ass. We also see quite a concerning sight in a hidden chamber. It's this old zombie-looking monster that's blindfolded and tied to a wall. As always, I'm sure that won't be a problem later. Anyway, once we restore power, we can grab a gas mask from a room flooded with BOW gas and head to a large room with an excavator in it. When we do, Steve catches up and lets us know that he's found a nearby Australian observation station. If they can get to it, they can escape. They can use the excavator to break through a wall and ride it all the way to the Aussies. Unfortunately, that fuck Steve gets distracted staring at Claire's ass. I'm only kind of exaggerating, and he hits a gas pipe, filling the room with poison gas. Once again, we have to clean up Steve's mess as we vent the gas only for Alfred to reappear. Yet again, he's about to kill Claire with a sniper rifle, but Steve Dark Souls rolls through a couple sniper shots before shooting Alfred and sending him falling down a pit. Doing so seems to disturb that tied-up zombie we saw earlier, and it breaks out of its chains. It has an exposed heart, much like a tyrant, but it's clearly not. This is something else. Well, with Alfred gone, Steve and Claire can break through the wall with the excavator and escape the base into the Arctic tundra. I have to remind you that at this point, Claire is wearing a crop top and Steve is wearing short sleeves. I mean, they would probably instantly die of hypothermia. They decide that climbing up to the roof is the best bet because there might be a helicopter or something up there. I don't actually know why they did this, but when they do, the bondage monster appears. It swats Steve off the roof, leaving him clinging on for dear life, and Claire has to fight it. This thing is called Nosferatu, but what it actually is Alfred and Alexia's father, Alexander Ashford, the man who supposedly died in a car crash. He was made into this monster by Alfred for reasons we'll see later, but he was infected with a T-virus strain called T-Veronica. As I'm always telling you, we'll discuss this more later, but after being infected with the virus, he was deemed a failed experiment by his kids and locked away in that secret room for 15 years, until now. Nosferatu is an interesting boss fight because he's completely blind and pretty slow walking. Given that Claire is armed with a sniper rifle, you'd think this would be easy, except Nosferatu emits this poison gas that will stun you out of shooting. Plenty of things poison you in this game, however this poison can't be cured with the usual blue herb, so there's a time limit on this fight. Anyway, with enough sniper shots, the monster goes down and Claire can rush to save Steve. Steve is disappointed that he failed to protect Claire again, and swears he'll do better next time. We'll see about that. The two go back down to the excavator. Like I said, I don't know why they even went to the roof in the first place, and they get on their way to that Australian base. We then see a cutscene of Alfred's final moments. He's crawling towards a capsule with... So she's not dead? Now Alexia comforts Alfred as he dies, at the same time sending some kind of giant vine to go topple the excavator and capture Claire and Steve. So now wait a minute, weren't Alexander and Alexia both supposed to be dead? Well, let me fill you in on who Alfred and Alexia really are. Do you remember Veronica, the Ashford ancestor who was around for her beauty and intelligence? Well, the Ashford family was rapidly losing relevance within Umbrella as the Spencers took over the company. That's when Alexander had an idea. Alexander was a scientist who specialized in gene modification, and he had discovered the gene that accounts for intelligence. That's weird, but he decided that the way he would restore his family was by resurrecting Veronica. Not in the way you'd expect from this series by making her into a zombie, but by digging up her grave and taking a sample of her DNA. He then modified it to be as intelligent as possible and created a cloned embryo of Veronica. The clone baby was then implanted inside a surrogate mother, but something unexpected happened. The mother gave birth to twins. One of them, Alexia, was indeed the super genius clone that Alexander wanted. The other was Alfred. Alexander kept the nature of the two's creation secret from them until Alfred discovered it. This is why Alfred ended up being so crazy. He realized that all he is an unwanted byproduct of the creation of his sister. He told Alexia this, and the two decided to get revenge on their supposed father. Alexia, in the meantime, had been researching the T-Veronica virus, created by injecting the progenitor virus, the one that all T-viruses are based off, into a queen ant. Alfred and Alexia agreed to punish their father for his insane genetic experiment by injecting him with the virus, creating the Nosferatu. Now, Nosferatu wasn't the superhuman that Alexia wanted from the experiment, but she discovered a way that she might be able to get the desired results. If she injected herself with the virus and then went into stasis for 15 years, the virus wouldn't mutate out of control and make her into a monster. She put Alfred in charge of the family and gave him the cover story that her and Alexander had died in a car crash, leaving Alfred to slowly lose his mind on his own. There's more to this story, but for now we cut to Chris Redfield. Having been forwarded the message from Leon, he's arrived at the island to save his sister. The island isn't as destroyed as you expect, and he finds Rodrigo hiding in a cave under the island. Chris is ready to interrogate the man until Rodrigo tells him that Claire saved his life and that she got off the island and to the Arctic base. Claire doesn't get to dwell on this for long though, as the gulp worm reappears and swallows Rodrigo. Chris can either leave the man to his fate or kill the worm and save his life. If you kill the worm, Rodrigo gives Chris the lighter Claire gave him before finally dying to his wounds.
She gave this to me as a token of thanks for saving her. I won't need it anymore. Take it.
Alright, so I'm going to be honest with you here. This second half is kind of ass because you have to go through mostly the same exact areas you did with Claire, but this time it's Chris. The goal is to find this little halberd key that Chris can use to get to the airport to find a jet to take to the Arctic. I'm going to skip over most of what happens here, but not far into the training facility, Chris sees a video feed of Alexia. She's still in the process of waking up. Wesker also sees this, but when he sees Chris on the cameras, he gets the biggest hate boner of all time and releases these little drones across the map. If the drones find you, they'll call a Hunter Beta to come and beat your ass, which they do quite effectively. Clearly Wesker stole the formula for them from Umbrella, although it's not super complicated. Just the T-virus mixed with reptile DNA injected into a human embryo. So Chris has to deal with that for a while until he comes face to face with his former commander. Chris is surprised that Wesker is still alive, showing that Nari when he would have had to be impaled rather than slapped. He reveals that he and the HCF are only here to capture Alexia for the virus inside of her. Chris tries to draw his gun on Wesker, but he's immediately knocked down by the now superhuman Wesker. He wastes no time and starts to choke Chris. Chris punches in, but it only knocks off his glasses, revealing the red snake eyes beneath. It's almost over for Chris until Wesker sees Alexia on the monitor, seeing that she's almost fully awakened and at full power. He rushes off to get her, throwing Chris into a container with a Bandersnatch inside, leaving him to fight the monster. The only other notable moment I'll mention is when Chris has to deal with the consequences of Claire's actions. That little albinoid that broke out because of Claire earlier is now a giant electric lizard chilling in a pond under the base. Basically what you have to do is find 2 chemicals you can use to melt away everything except the halberd on this eagle plate, and then you can escape. I've pretty much laid out everything that's new to you already, so let's just move on. So Chris gets his little halberd key and gets to the hangar, where he can find yet another fighter jet and fly it to the Arctic. Unlike Steve, it actually makes sense that he's able to fly it, as Chris is an Air Force veteran. Now Chris also has to go through many of the same areas as Claire did here, but a lot of the base is frozen over since Claire and Steve busted a hole in the wall. There's a mysterious mansion down here, very similar to the one back on the island. In order to progress, Chris needs to find 3 of these gemstones. One that belonged to Alfred, one to Alexia, and one to Alexander. Chris can also find a giant anthill down here filled with large T-virus ants. This is where Alexia got the queen ant she used to create T. Veronica. Anyway, Alexander's gemstone is found on his body, which Alexia hung on a crane after Claire killed Nosferatu. Alexia sicks a giant spider on Chris, but the thing is honestly pretty easy to run past. Alfred's gemstone can be found on his body. After his death, Alexia stashed his body in the same capsule she was contained in for 15 years. As you might be able to guess, Alexia's gemstone was found on her body. However, she's very much still alive, so we'll have to hold off on that for a while. First, what we have to do is save Claire, who's trapped in this goop on a wall in the manor. When Chris cuts her down, he wants to take his sister and leave, but she's insistent that they need to find Steve first. Claire tries to stand, but when she does, the full effect of Nosferatu's poison kicks in and she falls right back down. Chris needs to find the antidote, which is weirdly just kind of sitting on a shelf. When he takes it back to her and cures her, Alexia appears once again. Claire is pretty surprised to learn that Alexia is real and not just a figment of Alfred's imagination.
It's Alexia!
Alexia? There really is an Alexia?
But Alexia attacks the two with one of her vines and separates them. Claire hears Steve scream in the distance, so Chris encourages her to investigate while he tries to get up and move again. We get to play as Claire again in probably the most annoying section in any video game. So she first has to get this keycard that's hidden inside of a glass ball. You have to crush the glass using this crusher. Unfortunately, it can also kill you, which sends you back to the beginning of the section. That's not the bad part, you'll see in a minute. With the keycard, Claire can unlock this very ominous hallway filled with giant knight statues. At the end of the hallway is Steve, tied up in much the same way Nosferatu was. Claire can't get him out. Steve says that Alexia did the same thing she did to her father, to him. That's certainly not good, and Steve immediately begins to transform.
Claire! Can't breathe! Claire! Help me! Claire!
He begins to grow, his skin turning a sickly green as his bones and muscles start to break out of his skin. He honestly looks pretty fucking sick. Now, Monster Steve easily pulls the axe out of the wall, and this is the part I was talking about earlier. You can't fight Steve, you just have to run away from him. The only thing about that is that this guy is fast as fuck and has a giant axe that can reach across the galaxy to hit you. Steve two-shots you, so if you don't have enough healing items, you just can't run from him. On my first playthrough, I somehow got through this first try only to have to reload a save because of what happens directly after this. And then I was stuck on this bullshit for probably like 30 minutes. The worst part is that it respawns you at the beginning of the Claire section, so you have to do the dumb shit with the Crusher again every single time you die. I genuinely wanted to kill myself my first playthrough, but I got it my second try on this one. Anyway, Claire barely escapes the monster Steve just in time for the gate to close on him. Steve is undeterred and begins trying to break down the gate when one of Alexia's tentacles appears, grabbing Claire. Steve finally breaks down the gate and has a clear shot at Claire, but in one last moment of lucidity, he slices the vine instead. So in the end, Steve kind of kept his promise to protect Claire, and in doing that, he turns back into his normal human self. In his last moments before death, Steve admits his love to Claire, and then fades away. We then come back to Chris, who's caught between confrontation between Alexia and Wesker. Wesker wants the virus in her body, but Alexia calls him a little bitch before transforming into this plant woman. Now, despite being a plant, she wields fire powers. Even with his super strength and speed, Wesker is no match for her, probably because he has no weapon. Wesker pussies out and decides to let Chris kill her for him, and this fight was the source of so much annoyance for me in my first playthrough.
Chris, since you're one of my best men, I'll let you handle this.
Now, most of the time in these games, they'll give you the resources you need to kill a boss, either by directly giving you weapons and ammo, or by giving you access to an item box. That is not the case here though, so my first playthrough all I had to fight her with was a pistol and 14 bullets, meaning that I had to reload a save prior to even saving Claire, and that's when I got stuck fighting Steve. That especially sucks because Alexia is a super easy fight. She'll walk around flinging fire at you, and if she grabs you, it's over. All it takes to put down the plant woman, though, is a couple shots from the Magnum, and in doing so, she drops her gemstone. With the gemstone, Chris can reunite with Claire, except that she's locked inside the room with Steve. The only way to get her out is to activate the self-destruct sequence, which unlocks all doors. I'm glad to see Umbrella taking safety seriously. Claire slides Chris the keycard from under the door, and he gets on his way. This takes Chris on his own little journey, which actually reuses an entire puzzle from earlier, but eventually he can find a dragonfly-shaped key and use the keycard to start the self-destruct. This allows Claire to get out and reunite with Chris, but Alexia is far from dead. She emerges from the ground in one of her vines, and begins transforming even more. Chris and Claire notice a countermeasure on the wall, a weapon called the Linear Launcher. This was created by Alfred in case something exactly like this happened. Alexia believed that the virus would make her into a god. Alfred wanted to be supportive of his sister and idol, but he created a countermeasure in case she came out a monster like their father, which she clearly has. As the Linear Launcher charges, Chris tells Claire to secure their escape while he deals with Alexia. The plant creature cuts Claire off and tries to kill her, but Chris interrupts. This damage causes Alexia to mutate even further. She basically becomes an anthill as she spews out these little infected ants at you the entire fight. It's really a pretty cool design. She kind of looks like the appetizer from SpongeBob. But this fight is pretty annoying because of the little ants, but with enough damage, Alexia mutates even further. She sheds the spawner part of her body and becomes a dragonfly-like creature, buzzing around the air, spitting fire at Chris. You have to hit her with the Linear Launcher in first-person mode, which is actually pretty hard. But it only takes one shot from the plasma gun to vaporize the mutated Alexia, allowing Chris to run after his sister. When he catches up with her, he finds that Wesker beat him to it. Wesker reveals that he doesn't need Alexia anymore, as Steve still has the virus inside his body. Steve is still alive and probably going to mutate back into a monster. Chris once again tells Claire to get herself out while he faces down his old commander. Wesker immediately starts beating Chris's bitch ass, but we cut to see Claire finding the jet that Chris rode in on as the facility falls apart around them. We cut back to Chris getting his ass kicked, but he manages to drop a bunch of steel bars on Wesker, giving him a moment to breathe at least. Wesker is still unfazed until a wall explodes in his face, burning him and separating the two. The two former co-workers agree to save themselves today so that they can have a better fight tomorrow, and Chris runs after his sister. He barely makes it to the jet in time. Once he does, the two can fly away from the rapidly exploding building, swearing that they'll destroy Umbrella for what they've done to them. Before we can get into RE4, there's two games we need to cover since they fill in a very large gap between the games. Those are the two Wii games, Umbrella Chronicles and Darkside Chronicles. Now these games aren't super long, so if you're not interested in them, don't worry, but especially Darkside Chronicles is needed to understand RE4. And this might be a little fucky, but we're going to start with Umbrella Chronicles because parts of that happened prior to Darkside. Umbrella Chronicles is mostly just retellings of RE0, 1, and 3. But there are new and important moments mixed in, as well as a whole new story at the end, so let's get into it. The first mission to note takes place during RE0. We play as Wesker escaping an Umbrella training facility. This is before he had his superpowers. He's headed towards the mansion from RE1 to do his whole little plan, but he's interrupted by this guy. Now this is an interesting character because I don't even know if he's canon anymore. This is Colonel Sergei Vladimir. In the original RE3, he was the commander of the Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service, and here he's backed up by this kind of goofy looking tyrant. These are his personal bodyguards. They're kind of like futuristic looking Mr. X's. At this point, Vlad doesn't know that Wesker is betraying Umbrella, but he definitely suspects it as he orders his Ivan tyrant to attack Wesker. Now Wesker can't kill the monster, only distract it long enough until an explosion allows him to escape to the mansion. Vladimir isn't too concerned here, as his real goal is to recover a BOW called Talos. The next notable moment happens after RE1, after Wesker was impaled by the tyrant. It follows him escaping the mansion, and we learn how he survived being killed. He was infected by a stable version of the progenitor virus, the one the T-virus is based off. It didn't seem to have any effect on him until he died, when it successfully brought him back from the dead and regenerated his wounds. It also gave him the super speed and strength we see in Code Veronica. Anyway, Vladimir ended up recovering Talos, where it was then taken to the nest in Raccoon City. Then, of course, all the shit went down in Raccoon City, and Talos had to once again be evacuated to a Russian facility. Now, after RE2 and 3, the US government is predictably pretty pissed at Umbrella. They order the company to cease all operations, but due to corruption and the government not wanting to expose their own involvement in Umbrella's projects, all illegal trials have reached a standstill. Just remember Vladimir, Wesker, and Talos for a while as we get into Darkside Chronicles. Before we actually get into it though, let me warn you that if you get motion sick easy, your ass should not play this game, and you probably shouldn't even watch the gameplay. I mean, the camera is so insanely shaky in this game, it's like Leon has Parkinson's. But anyway, I mentioned this earlier, after RE2, Leon was recruited by the US government. Well, recruited might not be the right word, drafted is more accurate. They picked up him and Sherry from the aftermath and took them into custody. Now, Leon is one of very few people who have fought BOWs and survived, so the government doesn't take no for an answer and forces Leon to become one of their BOW agents. His military training was carried out by Jack Krauser, this gigantic jacked guy who is the sole reason you need to know the story of Darkside Chronicles. He kinda just shows up at a certain moments in RE4 and you're expected to recognize him, which is funny because Darkside Chronicles released after RE4. Anyway, the game takes place in 2002 in Brazil, specifically the Amparo region. Leon and Krauser are hiking through the jungle. Now, why are two special agents in the rainforest, first of all? Well, a regional drug lord named Javier Hidalgo was sold a number of BOWs, including the good old T-virus by an ex-Umbrella employee. Now, the US government doesn't really care about a random drug lord in Brazil is doing, however they do care about preventing another outbreak like the one in Raccoon City. That's why Leon and Krauser are here, to destroy the BOWs and stop Hidalgo. Now, at the beginning of the game, Krauser doesn't even believe BOWs exist, which is weird because then why does he think the government nuked Raccoon City? But anyway, Leon and Krauser arrive at a small village where they hear over the radio that 50 young teenage girls have gone missing in the area. The two enter the village only to see this guy come wandering out, and he's not looking so good. As Leon remarks that something is off about the guy, he reveals himself to be a zombie, so clearly Hidalgo leaked the T-virus, which everyone around here seems to do. Leon and Jack have a guide somewhere in the village that's supposed to lead them to Hidalgo. However, as even more zombies emerge, it becomes clear that things might not go that smoothly. As they kill more zombies, Krauser remarks that if this is the toughest BOWs get, then this will be easy. He'll eat those words in a minute. The two continue through the village until arriving at a riverfront where they're immediately attacked by T-virus-infected piranhas. Maybe. They kinda just look like normal piranhas to me, but as soon as they dodge the fish, a giant spider attacks the two as well. When they kill the arachnid, the two enter another building to find their guide dying on the floor. Before fully dying, he tells them that he helped a girl escape Javier's mansion, but in doing so, brought devils upon the village. Leon and Krauser think that she might be one of those missing girls. Since their guide is dead, she may be the only way they can find his mansion, so the two set off to find her. As they do, some kind of monster inside the river snatches their guide's body, but surely that's a one-time occurrence. What's not a one-time occurrence is the appearance of the Hunter Gamma, the far less prolific relative of the Hunter Beta. In RE3, we're told that Umbrella discontinued the project due to how much better the betas were, and that the few that weren't destroyed were hiding out in the sewers with their creator. Well, Umbrella must have kept a couple of these failures around, which the ex-employee was then able to sell to Javier. We actually see a number of pretty shitty BOWs that were sold to Javier, including later the plague crawlers from RE0, which are just giant cockroaches. Clearly this ex-employee didn't have access to the good shit like tyrants. Anyway, the two fight past many more zombies, piranhas, and hunters until arriving at a small church. Inside the church is this woman who's singing to that giant river monster that snatched the guide's body.
Protect you from the dark. Our great river will watch you as you dream until
Leon.
sleep, my love.
Leon drawing his gun distracts the girl, ending her song and making the monster attack. It's this very cool looking Loch Ness looking monster. I especially like its face, which kind of looks like a barrel eye fish. Now Leon and Krauser are forced outside by the monster, where it's able to swim around and attack from under the water. The thing is a beast, and the only way the two are able to survive is by dropping a portion of the church on its head, forcing the monster to retreat. Leon goes back to investigate the girl, but Krauser is pretty shook up from what he just fought. He asks Leon to explain what he faced in Raccoon City and how he handled it back then. I then had to play through 8 whole Raccoon City missions, which took over 2 hours, just to get another Operation Javier mission. Very annoying, but I assume you already know the story of RE2, so let's skip all that and go straight to the next relevant mission. So Leon tells Krauser about RE2, but he remarks that it's different here as there are BOWs that are being controlled by Javier, and we'll see more of this later. As they talked, the two made their way upstream toward Javier's mansion on a boat. The woman wakes up along the ride. Her name is Manuela. She confirms that she escaped from Javier and agrees to lead the two towards the mansion. The first stop along the way is this massive dam, which she apparently came through during her escape. The dam is filled with many more zombies, piranhas, and hunters, however we also see a new enemy type here. They're these skeletal kind of bat-looking monsters. I say kind of because they don't have any skin or fur. These things are made by combining a bat with insect DNA, using the T-virus to combine it.
Looks like he took his weight loss plan way too seriously.
This is kind of like how hunters are made by combining human and reptile DNA with the T-virus, and these were actually made as an alternative to the hunters. They're faster and cling onto walls, but they're more fragile than the reptiles. The gang continues on, eventually hearing Javier's voice over the intercom. He begs Manuela to come home. Manuela responds to Javier by calling him father, completely recontextualizing who we thought this woman was. Manuela runs ahead, forcing Leon and Krauser to follow behind. When they catch up with her, they come face to face with Javier. Javier says that Manuela only had to follow his instructions for 15 years to avoid some kind of transformation. A transformation caused by the Veronica virus. So Javier must have been supplied by the virus by that ex-employee, which is a little strange because I thought only Wesker had the virus. Whatever, Javier washes Leon and Krauser away with a flood of water, but Manuela jumps in after them, avoiding her father one more time. It's now time for flashback number 2 as we have to play through 7 Code Veronica missions. Of course, you already know that story, so we'll just move on. For now, I'll let you just wonder how it is that Manuela is just a regular person while Steve, Alexander, and Alexia all turn into giant monsters. So Krauser and Leon wash up downstream, separated from Manuela. They have to fight their way through the dam until eventually they can reach fresh air. This is when we first encounter those plague crawlers I mentioned earlier. Like I said, they're just giant roaches. Many BOWs later, Manuela catches up with the two in a room blocked off by water pressure. Leon and Krauser have to protect her while she turns valves to relieve the pressure, and that's also when Javier locates her on the camera, announcing their position. Immediately something starts beating down the door to get to them. They barely escape outside before this giant insect-looking thing appears behind them. Krauser rightly remarks,
What the hell is that?
but the two can escape the creature for now. They go up an elevator to find a hallway filled with IVs, the plant zombies created by Plant 43 in RE2. Plant 43 was doused with a nice dose of herbicide, but it did survive. We'll see later that Umbrella did continue to produce these IVs. They must have seen some kind of potential here that I don't. After killing the plants, the three finally reach the top of the dam, only for the insect monster to catch up with them. They look extremely similar to Steve's monster form. These are called Jabberwockies, which might seem weird, but both this name and Bandersnatch come from the novel Through the Looking Glass, the sequel to Alice in Wonderland. For some reason though, I think Bandersnatch is a cooler name than Jabberwocky, but that's just me. Anyway, these two are also made with T. Veronica, but they weren't made by Umbrella. Rather, they were made by the rival company that Wesker works for. Given the BOWs are all but banned globally after Raccoon City, it makes sense that they too would have to sell the gang leaders. Anyway, 2 more of them appear, but the monsters aren't hard to put down. Finally, Leon and Krauser can ask Manuela why the fuck her dad gave her this monster-creating virus. She takes off a bandage on her arm, revealing it looks a lot like Alexia's. She says that she was diagnosed with some kind of terminal disease when she was 15, the same one that killed her mother. To treat this disease, her father gave her the Veronica virus, but it's unknown how he planned to prevent her from turning into a monster. It must have something to do with this 15-year period, he mentioned. Remember how Alexia had to be in stasis for 15 years, although that didn't work to stop her from turning? After telling them this, Manuela leads the two into Javier's estate where Krauser pulls aside Leon. He says they need to kill Manuela before she turns, but Leon reveals that he's here on a secret mission from the president himself. It's called Antivirus Weapon Protocol number 7600. Basically a policy stating that anyone in possession of the T-Virus must immediately be eliminated before they can cause another Raccoon City. Leon needs Manuela alive to know how she resisted the Veronica virus, so Krauser agrees to follow Leon. He doesn't show it yet, but this really gets to Krauser. If you beat the final boss within a certain time, you unlock another version of the next few missions where you can hear Krauser's thoughts. He feels scorned by the government, and here he is, this veteran soldier who's carried out countless operations, now learning he's nothing more than Leon's fire support.
Then I'm on your side. Oh well, looks like I'm nothing more than a pawn in this game.
For now, though, Krauser vows to finish this mission and prove his worth to the government and hopefully become one of these elite anti-BOW operators like Leon. When the gang arrives at Javier's, we can see that he's turned basically his entire gang into zombies, which seems like a bad choice to me. But they fight through the hordes until eventually getting into the mansion, and then into a greenhouse inside. There's a giant plant inside, surely infected with some variation of the T-Virus. They head through the greenhouse and then into a warehouse near the mansion. Inside is a room filled with harvested organs from those missing girls. They can even find many of those girls inside refrigerated bags. Javier arrives, revealing how it is that he's kept Manuela from transforming. By giving her frequent organ transplants over the course of 15 years, the transformation should be prevented and Manuela will be healed. Manuela refuses to go back with her father, so he calls back that giant river monster from before to kill Leon and Krauser. Since our last fight with the beast, it's mutated to grow bulletproof skin. In doing so, it also exposed the giant brain on the base of its neck, so it's not really an advantage. Halfway through the fight, Manuela begins singing that same song again, distracting the creature for long enough that Leon and Krauser can gain an advantage. Javier says this line too, which I found weirdly funny.
Manuela, stop singing!
Simple. You rounded up the remaining Titan. Now, I can destroy it.
Stop!
The two can finally down the beast, but as soon as Krauser turns his back, the monster launches a poisoned barb into his arm. In the monster's last moments, Manuela recognizes it as her mother, Hilda Hidalgo. Javier tried to save her from the disease as well, but the Veronica virus only made her into this monster. Now Krauser doesn't let this slip to Leon, but that barb hurt him a lot more than he lets on. He completely loses the use of his arm, and begins to even think he might not survive the mission.
It's nothing. I guess this is it for me. There's no way they're gonna want to keep me in the field with an injury like this. I'm useless to them now. Guess this will be my last mission.
If he does survive, he thinks he'll be discharged from the military. We then see a cutscene of Javier approaching that giant flower in his greenhouse. The thing wakes up and looks like it's about to swallow him whole. Immediately after, Leon and Krauser begin to feel the ground shake and this giant limb bursts through the roof. They manage to destroy the limb, but as soon as they exit the building, they find the source to be this thing. I honestly don't know how to describe this monster. It's called the V-complex and it was created when that flower swallowed Javier. The Veronica-infected plant then grew into this massive flesh monster covered in spiked limbs. At this point, this is easily one of the biggest BOWs we've seen. There's no way that the injured Krauser and Leon can kill this thing by themselves. Manuela decides to sacrifice herself, mainly to avoid becoming a monster like this. That's when she realizes that much like Alexia, she has the same powers, mainly flaming blood. While Manuela flings her blood at the monster, Leon and Krauser can shoot off 2 of its limbs. During this fight, Krauser really starts to lose his shit as he realizes that he really doesn't want to die.
No, God, please help me. I don't want to die. Leon, help me! Is this all?
He sees the power of the Veronica virus and how Manuela controls it, and begins to doubt this whole mission of destroying the virus. He even remarks how someone with full control of this virus could easily control the entire world. Once both limbs are off, Javier realizes his error and sees that the virus is completely consuming him and that he's becoming a threat to the entire world at this point. He begs Leon to kill him, which he can finally do after a grueling battle. Upon killing Javier, the entire beast erupts into flames, saving the world from another Veronica outbreak. Finally, Leon and Krauser can call in a helicopter and evac. Now, if you're ass at the game like me, you get this ending where Manuela bleeds out and dies. However, if you're not, she survives and is later taken into custody by the government, both to monitor her and protect her from those who want the Veronica virus. We saw that Steve was able to momentarily control the Veronica virus himself, so maybe with enough determination, Manuela herself can avoid turning into a monster like her father. We're told that Krauser's arm never healed and that he was discharged from the military, after which he disappeared.
Who is this man with Wesker that Leon was talking about? And if I found him, could he help me regain my strength?
Alright, so that was Darkside Chronicles. Now do you remember Vladimir, Wesker, and Talos? Because let's catch up with them. The final chapter of Umbrella Chronicles is called Umbrella's End. It takes place in 2003, many years after the Raccoon City incident. One of Umbrella's only remaining facilities is in the tundras of Russia, where they're developing some kind of new BOW. Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine have joined a private anti-BOW unit and are currently heading towards the facility with a group of soldiers. They likely joined a private group because there's no way the Russian government would allow an American unit under their soil, even though both want Umbrella gone. Now, they're actually here before the Russian government gave them permission to raid the base, but the former STARS agents just couldn't wait. As soon as they touch down, they find the facility swarming with zombies, dogs, hunters, IVs, chimeras, crimson heads, and pretty much every other BOW Umbrella has ever created. Chris and Jill fight their way deeper into the facility, finding that pretty much all of the staff have been turned into zombies. Is it another accidental leak, or maybe Umbrella is once again trying to cover their tracks? After fighting like 30 hunters, the two descend a giant elevator that takes them far below ground, closer to this rumored new BOW. Meanwhile, Wesker approaches the facility alone, hearing Jill and Chris's approach over the radio. Being the superpowered menace he is, Wesker easily breaks into a train station next to the facility. Vladimir notices him on the cameras, and an automated voice warns about a biohazard contamination of the facility. It says that over 90% of the staff have been killed. Vladimir intentionally leaked the virus to ensure that no prisoners could be taken by the unit. This automated voice belongs to an AI called the Red Queen. This thing, along with Talos, seem to be Vladimir's life's work. He orders the Red Queen to begin activating Talos and smirks as he sees the helicopters approach. Wesker easily fights his way past the hordes of BOW sent to stop him, boarding a train that will take him right to the heart of the facility. The train takes him to the elevator shaft that Chris and Jill just descended. Unlike those two virgins, Wesker can just jump across the shaft and make his own way down. As soon as he does, Vladimir appears in the flesh to confront Wesker. Vlad can't have Wesker fucking with his plan, so he reveals two more of those Ivan tyrants he's created, and leaves Wesker to deal with them. This is quite a fight because Wesker has an insane amount of mobility, but the tyrants are wearing coats that protect all but their head from damage. Not even Wesker can outrun these guys, as they'll throw his ass into the air and do some here comes trouble, make a double ass combos on him. Finally, though, Wesker can kill the two and continue his descent into the facility. Speaking of which, let's go back to Chris and Jill. They once again fight past hordes of monsters, eventually finding out that Umbrella even recreated the giant shark Neptune from the first game. After the shark, they find a disposal room where Umbrella is destroying much of their stock of BOWs. Maybe they're trying to destroy any evidence that they still had them. The two plunge even deeper into the facility where I died to this dumb QTE many times. But eventually they reach the heart of the place where Talos is held. Vladimir taunts them over the intercom, then revealing what this Talos creature actually is. Talos stands for Tyrant Armored Lethal Organic System, and it's basically Umbrella USA's answer to the Nemesis from Europe. The biggest problem with Tyrants is their low intelligence. Umbrella Europe solved this by replacing the Tyrant's brain with a parasite called NE-alpha. The parasite completely replaced the nervous system of the Tyrant, both giving it much higher intelligence and allowing it to use complex weapons. Umbrella USA's main concern with that was that parasites are much more complex than viruses and much harder to control. Their answer to this was to instead replace the Tyrant's brain with a computer chip controlled by the Red Queen. They also covered this Tyrant with armor and weapons, including a massive rocket launcher. Talos kinda just runs around like a gorilla, but that rocket launcher is absolutely lethal. As the fight goes on, more and more armor is broken off Talos by Chris and Jill's attacks. The armor serves much the same purpose as Mr. X and Nemesis' coats, preventing out-of-control mutation. Talos does just that, losing its weapons and armor and attaching itself to the ceiling by a robotic spine. It still has 6 massive laser tentacles on its back, which I found so hard to dodge.
Whatever we do, we have to finish him off.
When you damage 3 tears in its skin, the thing drops down, revealing its heart sticking out from the back. Once Chris and Jill damage it enough, the monster falls from its perch on the roof and dies on the floor, ending Umbrella's final BOW project. As the BOW unit begins to burn all traces of the T-Virus, let's see what Wesker was up to during the fight. Wesker once again plays catch-up with Chris and Jill. Having to jump down yet another elevator shaft, he goes through much the same areas as Chris. He approaches Vladimir just as he finished activating Talos. The two have a conversation. Vladimir seems to believe that the Red Queen is a true intelligence, while Wesker says it's just a tool and it doesn't have any real wants or desires. Vlad isn't here to argue, and he begins to mutate into a very strange-looking creature. Do you remember when I offhandedly called Nosferatu the bondage monster? But when they do, the bondage monster appears. Well, this thing is the real bondage monster. His arms are bound and he has a giant red ball in his mouth, which serves as an eye. I mean, Vladimir must have been a freak. When he saw Wesker was getting close, Vlad must have injected himself with a strain of the T-virus, causing him to become this thing. It's a pretty tough fight as his bound arms become a giant claw. His only real weakness is his exposed heart on his back. I mean, Wesker says it best by describing Vladimir as a wretched creature. I honestly have no clue what his plan was here. Like, does he think he'll be able to turn back into a normal person after this, or is he just that desperate to kill Wesker? Either way, he fails, and Vladimir is killed once and for all. Wesker then transfers all of Umbrella's records onto a disk. His final act in the facility is to erase the Red Queen and all Umbrella data, leaving only him and his rival company to continue the BOW research they pioneered. Wesker, of course, plans to do evil with this data, but he also gives just enough information to prosecutors to ensure that Umbrella is convicted and shut down for their involvement in Raccoon City. So the Umbrella Corporation is officially dead, all due to the efforts of the former STARS agents, which means it's time to move on to Resident Evil 4. So RE4 is both a very good game as well as a very long one, so I won't ramble too much. Now in RE4 there's the main game, then there's the Separate Ways DLC, both of which happen at roughly the same time. Given that, I'm going to mix in the chapters from each to tell you what both characters were doing at that time. Now I'm going to immediately go against what I just said because we're starting with Leon's first chapter, which happens after Ada's, but just go with it, bro, oh my god. So the game begins first with the scene of these mysterious priests sacrificing someone in a church. We then get a little recap of Leon's journey up to this point, but of course you already know all of that. Anyway, we're then in the present, following Leon on a car ride with two police officers. Leon's in rural Spain working with the Spanish police to locate a girl. The officers don't seem to really care about Leon, they're just doing their jobs, but they do tell him that many people have gone missing in a remote village near here. When they arrive at the village entrance, one of the officers gets out to take a piss, only to hear something in the forest. Back at the car, the other cop tells Leon to go look for his buddy, as it's been a minute since he left. Leon agrees, as this cop is way too much of a puss to do it himself. Leon makes his way through the forest, eventually arriving at a run-down house. He finds the owner of the house inside, this crazy old guy who doesn't even bother giving Leon an answer to his questions. His questions are answered anyway, though, as he finds the cop's bloody badge on the ground. The old guy then attacks Leon with a hatchet, but the agent puts him down with an absolutely nasty roundhouse kick. Leon finds the cop's body in the basement, hearing over the radio that the other cop is also getting attacked back at the car. As Leon is heading back upstairs, the old guy that he just killed is back up, his head hanging onto his shoulders by a thread. Clearly something's not right here, but Leon has to put the old guy down once again to continue. Inside his house he finds a picture of the captured girl, Ashley Graham. Turns out she's the president's daughter, and that's why Leon is out here to find her. Leon's overwatch for the mission is this lady named Hunnigan, and she's currently investigating where they may have taken Ashley. Leon doesn't get to chat with Hunnigan for long, as a group of villagers bust down the door in another attempt to kill the American. Leon has to flee, killing more villagers on the way until eventually he arrives at the heart of the village. As he enters, he sees a horde of the villagers burning that second cop alive on a cross. Now Leon can try to sneak past them, but he'll eventually be caught, causing an army of the crazy peasants to attack him. This culminates with a chainsaw-wielding, bag-headed madman busting down the gate and rushing Leon. Leon quickly gets overwhelmed and it looks like his mission might end early, until the bell atop the village's church starts to ring. The villagers all drop their weapons and begin walking towards the church, whispering to themselves like they're in some kind of trance. As the last of the villagers file into the church, Leon says this iconic line.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
And before we can continue, why don't we find out who rang that bell? Elsewhere in the area we find this guy. His name is Luis, and he's currently locked in a jail cell across from a guy getting tortured and killed. Luis is unbothered as he continues his dance, even as the robed pale monks approach his cell. Before they can get to Luis, one of these white-robed nuns attacks the others, killing them all and revealing herself to be Ada Wong, the same mercenary who manipulated Leon in RE2. Ada is here on her own mission, looking for something called the Amber that Luis was supposed to deliver to her. Her employer made a deal with Luis that they would get him out of this place in exchange for this Amber. Ada doesn't even know what the Amber is or what it does, but she's been paid to get it. Ada and Luis enter this large chamber only for this massive black-robed insect creature to emerge from a door. Ada sends Luis up to the roof on his own to get that Amber while she stays behind to deal with this thing. This thing is fittingly called Black Robe, although it does have another identity we'll discuss later. Luis tells Ada to meet him at the church in town and leaves her to fight. Ada pretty easily dispatches Black Robe and the monks surrounding it, but of course it won't be that easy. The Black Robe gets back up and launches some kind of goo spike at Ada. It detonates and wounds her on the arm. It's then time to fight Black Robe for real, and about halfway through the fight he lets out this scream that causes Ada to begin hallucinating. There's these little blue flames all over the place, and Black Robe now has a shitload of shadow clones that it can use to trick Ada. Eventually though, she can damage the creature enough for it to retreat and let her continue her mission. Ada is inside of a giant castle, one that Leon will be visiting later. When she gets outside, she radios our good friend Albert Wesker to update him on the situation. He clearly hired her to do this, as well as the mission in RE2, which if you remember was to steal the G-Virus. One major downgrade about the remake is that I don't really like Wesker's new voice actor. I mean, his original voice actor was just way cuntier.
Well, then I suggest you hurry.
Well, you shouldn't worry too much, dear. You'll be free of all this anyway.
I'm seeing increased movement from Los Eliminados. Don't get careless.
Why eliminate stars?
Believe it or not, that's Umbrella's intention.
Stop wasting my time, Ada. Find Lewis. Fetch me the amber.
You gotta love Barry.
But anyway, he's still an asshole and tells Ada to get a move on and find that amber. Ada now has this cybernetic eye she can use to see footprints, zoom in long distances, and see fingerprints on keypads. She also has a grapple gun that Wesker gave her to help her escape Raccoon City. Anyway, after fighting past many more of these crazy zealots, she can escape the castle and get on her way to the village. As she leaves, we see the Black Robe is close behind her. She enters a gorge near the village, hearing from Wesker on the radio that he's seeing an increase of movement from the villagers. He calls them Los Eliminados, but I'll tell you why when Leon learns that information. Ada makes her way past many of the villagers, where she even meets one of these massive enemies called Brutes. They wear cow heads on their own and carry around massive sledgehammers. They're pretty tough to put down, but nothing Ada can't handle. Wesker once again calls her, telling her to consider the entire village infected, and with that... What the fuck am I talking about? Wesker once again calls her, telling her to consider the entire village infected, and you'll see in a minute, but it's clearly not the T-Virus, as they're not zombies. Ada eventually finds a perch on top of a massive windmill where she sees Leon in the village, currently fighting the horde of villagers. Ada makes her way over to this perilous cliffside and then arrives at the church before going through the back entrance. Louise is nowhere to be found, but she once again hears Leon getting jumped by the villagers. Ada was the one who rung the bell, distracting the villagers and saving Leon's life. Ada has to wait around a while to see if Louise will arrive, so let's go back to Leon. After everybody leaves for bingo, Leon gets a call from Hunnigan letting him know that he can find a route to a lake nearby, where they might be keeping Ashley. On his way there, Leon will have to fight past many more villagers, including a brood of his own. We can see that the villagers not only use basic weapons like axes and rakes, but also they create their own dynamite. Eventually, Leon reaches a small dark basement where he finds Louise tied up in a body bag, so that's why he stood Ada up at the church. Leon is about to untie him when this massive Undertaker-looking fella grabs him by the throat and easily knocks Leon out. The last thing we see is him injecting Leon with some kind of small insect. Very bad news. Leon sees a vision of this mysterious robed figure and then awakes, finding that he's chained up in a room with Louise. Leon ignores Louise until he mentions that he saw the villagers take Ashley into the church. Leon and Louise are held together by a rickety pulley system, so Leon easily breaks them out. A villager heard the commotion though and attacks the two, only for Leon to kill him using the chain in a very badass fashion. The villager had the key to their chains, which Luis first uses to free himself and run from Leon before he can be asked too many questions. He's a nice guy though, so he tosses Leon the key afterwards. The villagers took all of Leon's gear, so he has to stealth through the next section, killing villagers with kitchen knives. He also radios Hunnigan to have her run a background check on Luis. He's rightfully suspicious of the man. After the kitchen knife massacre, Leon can find his gear and be released from the building by this mysterious figure. This guy is simply known as the Merchant, and as you would expect, he sells you shit. There's not much lore to this guy, but I think we can safely assume two things. One is that he's infected with the same thing these villagers are, since they don't attack him, and two is that he's not from around here as he has an Australian accent. He's mostly just a gameplay element, as he gives you little side quests and a fun shooting range minigame later, as well as, of course, selling you shit. Now, at first I thought he might just be a hallucination, and that very well could still be the case, but if he is, then he's a shared hallucination between Leon, Ashley, and Ada. Anyway, Leon then needs to go through his own enemy-infested valley before he can unlock a gate that takes him to the village chief's manor. After interrupting a villager mid-shit, Leon can make his way upstairs to the master bedroom. The bedroom notably has a massive painting of that robed guy we saw. He's called Lord Sadler, and he's apparently some kind of religious leader around here. Leon's up here to find a key to a gate outside, but as soon as he does, Undertaker reappears and chokes the shit out of him, shrugging off all of Leon's attacks to do so. He looks into Leon's eye, noting that his blood has accepted the gift he previously injected into him. So Leon's about to get chokeslammed, but before that, let's see what Ada's been up to. So she waited for Luis to show up for a while. Of course, he was tied up in a bag, but eventually Wesker radios her and tells her that Luis had gone missing somewhere in the forest. Ada decides to investigate the village chief, Torres Mendez's house. She leaves the church and eventually runs into the merchant for the first time.
Hey, stranger. So what are you buying?
Just like Leon, she kinda just accepts that this random guy will sell you things. Ada eventually arrives in the village where Leon fought the Horde, and guess who's back? She hears the roar of the Black Robe from somewhere off screen and immediately starts hallucinating again. Ada once again has to fight the creature. The hallucinations have progressed a bit, as the Black Robe can now seemingly teleport around the village. She defeats it again, but the creature prevents her from taking the killing shot on it, once again escaping Ada's wrath. With the Black Robe chased off again, Ada arrives at the chief's house and hears gunshots from inside. She grapples up to the window and finds Leon being choked to death. She interrupts Undertaker with a couple gunshots to the face. He is still unfazed, but he decides to leave Leon alone for now. This man is Father Torres Mendez, the village chief and also a priest in this weird religion. So really, he was just protecting his private property from the burglar Leon Kennedy. But this is far from the last time we'll meet Mendez. But once Leon recovers, he gets another call from Hunnigan. She ran that background check on Luis and found that he was a former Umbrella researcher at Umbrella's Europe branch, the same branch that created the Nemesis. If you remember, the Nemesis was a tyrant that had its nervous system replaced by a parasite called NE-alpha. Maybe there's a connection between that parasite and whatever these villagers have, and now Leon has too. On his way out, Leon can free a white wolf trapped in a bear trap. What a nice guy. Anyway, when Leon is heading back to town to get into the church, a building collapses right in front of it, so he has to go around. That's when another new enemy type appears. These rabid-infected wolves that have way too many teeth. But once Leon gets around to the back of the church, he finds it locked with some kind of emblem. Leon finds a note pointing him to the lake, so that's our next destination. When Leon arrives, he can see two villagers on a boat dumping a cop's body into the water, a body which is then snatched by something massive within the lake. Leon's not one to let lake creatures deter him though, so he heads to a nearby fishing outpost to find fuel for the boat he can use to cross the lake. Returning with the fuel, Leon gets on his way, but the shitty-ass boat breaks down halfway through. This gives that lake creature enough time to notice Leon and attack. It's this giant salamander called Del Lago, which just means from the lake. Del Lago tries to swallow Leon, but ends up getting a harpoon attached to it, now dragging Leon around the lake. Leon has to fight the creature, throwing harpoons into its back and mouth, and dodging the thing's attacks. As we saw, Del Lago was used by the people here to dispose of bodies, but with enough harpoons, Leon can avoid that fate and kill the salamander. Whatever Mendez injected into Leon starts to get to him though, and he coughs up blood before passing out in the boat. He has another vision of the robed man, Lord Sadler. He says that pretty soon Leon is going to join his holy covenant and presumably become like the villagers. Leon awakes 3 hours later when the sun has gone down. We'll need to find that church key, and on the way we get introduced to a new type of enemy. Some villagers, when you kill them, will spout these giant worm-like parasites out of their heads. The worm heads can no longer do human things like wield weapons though, so it's clear that the villagers aren't just worms in disguise. They and Leon have been infected with a parasite that latches onto their entire nervous system. You can see this when you shoot off a villager's head and there's these little worm tendrils sticking out. So I mentioned earlier the NE-alpha parasite, which was used to create the Nemesis. Umbrella Europe actually based that parasite off the ones these villagers have. The main difference being that NE-alpha replaced the entire nervous system, including the brain, rather than just latching onto it. We'll learn more later, but for now Leon has to get these two bleeding head statues in order to get the key to the church. Leon then crosses the lake and heads back the way he came, but eventually the villagers trap him inside this gorge. We can see this red priest who starts chanting, prompting something massive to start beating down a door to get to Leon. It turns out to be this giant troll-like monster called El Gigante, or the Giant. That's a fitting name as the thing is absolutely massive. When Leon does enough damage to it, a giant worm, much like the villagers, pops out of its back, revealing a weak spot.
You got worms too?
At a certain point in the fight, the white wolf Leon saved earlier will come down to help him, distracting the giant and eventually causing it to collapse a part of the cliff on itself. We can find a couple notes in the village about how the village nearly starved themselves to death trying to keep this thing fed. They ended up trapping it in the gorge as it would attack anyone and anything it saw. The giant is very strong, but with enough damage, Leon can kill the parasite and the giant that it controlled. On the way back, we encounter another of those infected wolves, and much like the villagers, its parasite now pops out of its back as well. This is because the parasites can't stand bright light, including the sun. They can even be one-shot by using a flashbang. I think this makes sense as most adult parasites can't survive long outside the body, but eventually Leon can reach the church and use his new key to get in. Ashley is indeed inside the church, but given what she's been through, she doesn't immediately trust Leon.
Son
Let me go.
Listen. Easy with that. My name's Leon. I'm here in the President's orders and... that went well.
She runs away from him, but there's not really far to run as a horde of villagers approach the church. Leon and Ashley both see a vision of Lord Saddler ordering the villagers to attack, meaning that Ashley is infected with the parasite as well. Ashley is a pretty fun character even if you do have to babysit her a lot, as enemies will frequently try to grab her. Leon and Ashley escape the church the back way and radio Hunnigan for a chopper to pick them up. They then have to fight through the village, but eventually the horde gets too big. Luckily, Luis reappears and beckons them into a house he found. They can hopefully fortify the place against the villagers, but while they do that, let's see what Ada was up to after she saved Leon. Once Leon and Mendez left the chief's manor, Ada started looking around for any sign of Luis. She didn't find any, but what she did find was that Mendez had faked her out, and he's back to defend his home once again. Ada had to run from her invincible pursuer past many more villagers until she arrives at the abandoned factory that Luis and Leon had been captured at. She can use her fake eye to track Luis's footprints and eventually find that the man left her a note on a pack of cigs. It's the frequency for his radio, and when she calls him, he tells her to meet him at the house that Leon and Ashley just arrived at, later in the timeline, of course. The horde of villagers eventually catches up with her, but before Ada can escape them, she starts to hallucinate again, and eventually passes out. Well, Ada's dead. End of story. Sorry, guys. Wait, nope. Wesker appears in person and saves her from the villagers, then taking her back to Mendez's place. I honestly wish Mendez would have just busted in again so we could have seen Wesker versus him, but alas, Wesker just scolds Ada for her failures up to this point and tells her to get the job done. He also seems to have taken some kind of blood sample from her. Ada was passed out for a couple hours, and it's now nighttime for her too. Ada eventually arrives at the house and sees the horde of angry villagers surrounding it. She gets noticed by them, just in time for them to reveal that they've summoned another giant. The giant was supposed to be used to kill Leon and Luis and take back Ashley, but Ada can't let that happen, so it's time to fight the beast. With her grapple gun, Ada can attack the giant from the rooftops until of course he destroys the buildings, trying to get to her. It's a grueling fight, but eventually Ada can kill the parasite and keep the giant from attacking the house. So why don't we see what's happening in that house? We just saw the army of villagers outside, but Leon is more concerned with confronting Luis, the former Umbrella employee. There's no time for that though, as Leon and Luis hide Ashley in the basement in an attempt to defend the house. They have to defend against multiple waves of villagers, culminating with another of those hammer-wielding brutes. Of course it was supposed to culminate with a giant, but Ada prevented that. After a good few minutes of fighting, Ashley opens a back exit for the two and the group escapes out, past a large gate they can use to block out any more. As Ashley begins coughing up blood, Luis tells them what this parasite we've been seeing is. They're called Las Plagas, or in English, the Pests. If the parasite isn't removed, Leon and Ashley will become just like the villagers, seemingly under the control of this Lord Saddler. Luis reveals that he has a way to remove the parasite as he's done it to himself before, but for now Leon and Ashley will just have to trust him. He leaves the two to ponder that for a moment as he heads outside and sees Ada waiting for him. Ada's only here to get the amber, but Luis says that he hid it somewhere in the castle before getting caught. Ada and Luis need to go retrieve it, but we'll catch up with them later. Leon gets a call from Hunnigan where she says that the chopper can't land due to weather. I mean, come on guys, this is the president's daughter, we can't send in a couple cars or something? But apparently not, as Leon has to hold out for a while until the weather lets up and the chopper can land. Leon and Ashley enter yet another gorge, which is blocked by a large gate. To lift the gate, they need to find a crank. Well, the crank is just hanging on a hook on a wall. I mean, finally something goes our way. Nope, because Leon gets attacked by the Scissor Sisters, avoiding their chainsaws with a nice backflip. One of the sisters grabs the crank, so Leon has to kill them both to send a message. Once he does, he raises the gate and continues on, only for Mendez to reappear and grab Ashley. He's still unfazed by Leon's attack and backhands the agent, bending the steel bar to seal the gate behind them. They barely escape the man due to a collapsing bridge, but he very quickly catches up with them in a barn. Leon tells Ashley to run while he fights the priest. The way Leon finally damages him is with an explosive barrel, although all it does is mutate Mendez into this insect form. His entire middle half is now a centipede-like spine, and he has multiple new limbs he can use to attack Leon. As Leon fights Mendez, I'll tell you a little more about the man. So he was the chief of this village before this whole parasite thing happened, and he was pretty good at it. That was until Lord Saddler contacted him and seduced him with the power he offered. Mendez was both the political and religious leader of the villagers, so he was able to convert them to Saddler's religion, called Los Illuminados, or the Illuminated. This conversion involves being baptized in the new religion, which really meant being infected by one of those Plaga parasites. Mendez was rewarded by being given a dominant form of the parasite, allowing him to control the villagers he ruled over. Anyway, halfway through the fight, Leon breaks off Mendez's legs, causing him to start crawling around on the ceiling, throwing shit at Leon. Eventually, though, with enough damage, Leon kills the insectoid Mendez, escaping through a window opened up by Ashley. After killing Mendez, Leon and Ashley arrive at the castle, although I'm not sure exactly why Leon would think that's a safer place than back at the village. As the two approach the castle, Luis radios telling them to meet him in the castle's courtyard so he can give them a medicine that should slow the progression of the parasite. In the castle, the villagers are replaced by people wearing robes and some pieces of medieval armor, like helmets and shit. They also use crossbows now to fit with the whole aesthetic. Because of this change, I must now tell you that the enemies are called ganados, which just means cattle in English. They're the foot soldiers of the cult. Some are just normal villagers, while some are monks, and even later we'll see some of them armed with modern weapons and armor. Calling your followers cattle might seem a little harsh for the cult, but I think it's kind of just like how a lot of Christian churches refer to their congregation as a flock. But anyway, as Leon and Ashley climb the castle, they find the ganados going all in on the theme by using catapults. Leon and Ashley have to avoid their shots until Leon can find a cannon to use to destroy the catapults and progress. Ada also had to do this earlier, but I didn't tell you because I enjoy withholding information. When they finally get inside the castle, the two are greeted by this guy, Ramon Salazar, current head of the Salazar family. Now you might look at this guy and think he both looks 10 and 90 years old at the same time, and that's for a reason. He was born with a genetic condition that doctors predicted would result in him not making it to adulthood. So when he was pretty young, Lord Sadler came to him and convinced him to use his influence over the villagers to get them to dig up the plagas from the ground. In exchange, he was given another of those dominant plagas, like what Mendez had. Because he was so young when infected, his body is still built like a 10-year-old, while apparently his face aged a lot. The weird part is he's actually only 20 years old. I mean, bro aged like milk. He's also backed up by the black robe that haunts Ada, as well as another creature in a red robe. They serve as his bodyguards. Ramon wants Leon to hand over Ashley. He reveals that the plan is to use her to take over the United States and then the world. When Leon refuses, he sicks some of his ganados on us. So the plan here would be to send the infected and controlled Ashley back to the US and to also infect her dad, the president, and probably Congress and the Supreme Court as well. This would put the nation with the most powerful military in the world firmly under their control. Now when it comes to the rest of the world, I think they'd probably want to do the same thing and infect world leaders with parasites, because starting World War III would probably result in everybody being nuked. Either way, we really can't let Ashley fall into their hands now. Leon and Ashley eventually find their way into the castle's dungeons, where they hear an ominous screaming sound from below.
What was that? Do they keep animals down here or something?
Fitting with his luck, the floor gives out right below Leon and sends him falling into a chamber beneath, where we find the source of the sound. It's this restrained, tortured ganado called a Garrador, translated into clawer in English. That's a very fitting name, as that's exactly what they do if they find you. The only downside here is that the Garrador's eyes are sewn shut, meaning they can only find you with sound. The way to defeat them is to stab the exposed parasite on their back. The only problem with that is these enemies just love to turn on a dime and make you miss your attack. I find Garradors to be very annoying, but once Leon kills it, he and Ashley can continue onwards.
Leon, are you kidding me? Jumping across chandeliers, seriously, who does that?
What are you, my mother?
Eventually, they reach the courtyard but find no Luis. That's when Ashley begins to feel the effects of the parasite worsen. First she collapses, but it was just a ploy for her to grab Leon's knife and first try to kill him, then herself. Ashley finally snaps out of it, but a gate closes between them. Ashley runs off, probably because she doesn't trust herself anymore, and Leon has to find another way around. Leon tries to radio Hunnigan, but the signal is too bad in the castle. All we hear from her is something about a chopper. So Leon continues on his own, eventually having to fight one of those red priest enemies. They're not much of a threat on their own, but their chanting and prayers can cause other ganados parasites to pop out of their head and attack you. Good stuff, but with a dead priest's lantern, Leon can get access to this bedroom where he hears footsteps from within. Now, whose footsteps are those? Well, after Ada and Luis met up, post-Giant, they made their way back to the castle. Inside, Luis tells Ada about his mission to help Leon and Ashley, to which she pulls a gun on him. Ada at first says she doesn't care about Leon and Ashley, but then Luis reveals to her how it is that she's been hallucinating all these fights with the Black Robe. Turns out, when the Black Robe grazed her with that needle, she too was infected by the parasite. Now that her own skin is on the line, Ada agrees to help find the medicine, and the two set off. However, when they arrive at Luis's old lab, they find it in flames. Luis rushes in like a dumbass, and Ada has to chase after him to make sure he doesn't get himself killed. She barely gets Luis out before he suffocates. All of his research is gone, including the medicine they needed. Luis feels like he has to help Leon and Ashley to make up for his sins of helping Los Illuminados in the first place, but that's all gone now. Ada tells him to suck it up, Buttercup, and just make some more of the medicine. Luis writes Ada a list of ingredients he needs, a pretty random assortment of items. They need red ink for its minerals, a gold wine bottle for yeast, and a blue butterfly for something in its wings. Luis and Ada part ways, Luis to get that amber and Ada to retrieve the ingredients. The red ink can be found in a printing room, but as soon as Ada picks it up, Leon busts in the room. Ada manages to get the drop on him, but Leon overpowers her and holds her at knife point. Last time these two met, Ada manipulated Leon into helping her steal the G-Virus by telling him that she was an FBI agent. He thought Ada had died in Raccoon City, but he cares surprisingly little that she's still alive. Ada wants Leon to abandon his mission and leave Ashley. She even suggests she'll introduce him to Wesker and get him a job.
You walk away now, and who knows? Maybe you'll live to meet me again. And then I might get you that greeting you were looking for.
Of course, Leon says no, and the two part ways once again. Ada can find the gold bottle in a treasure room, after which she radios Luis to find where in the fuck she might find a blue butterfly. Luis also sends her some information about the amber. It's a plaga parasite suspended in amber. It currently has the same control over the other parasites like the dominant plagas, but it likely would have even more control if released from the amber. After his meeting with Ada, Leon continues searching for Ashley, eventually finding that the plagas in this area like to sometimes exit their host entirely and run around as little insects. They can also grab other ganados and use them like puppets. When Leon reaches the castle walls, he finds that they have another giant up here, this one covered in armor and throwing shit at Leon. We don't have to fight it for real this time though, as Leon can find another cannon and shoot that bitch, knocking it off the ledge. The giant isn't dead, but it falls down into a pit, out of sight, out of mind. Finally he finds Ashley and she's pretty shaken up about trying to kill Leon. Leon gives her a pep talk though, and the two can head out again, further into the castle. With the two reunited, Luis radios Leon to ask for his help. He's run into some kind of trouble in a ballroom across the courtyard. The courtyard has one of those bush mazes in it, and Leon has to find and raise 3 banners to unlock the door. The way forward is locked by the statue of a chimera. It's missing its lion, goat, and snake head, so Leon has to find them next. This takes him through a series of fights, one of which introduces us to a new enemy. Being a castle, it has plenty of knight armor statues laying around, and a couple plagas decided that these statues are a better place than the human body, so they now operate the statues in a clumsy way. You have to knock the helmet off until you can shoot the parasite within, or wait until Ashley stuns them with these lanterns. Remember that the parasites can't stand bright light, so that's why it works. When they finally find the 3 heads, a horde of ganados appears. But before Leon can fight them off, one of them pulls a lever, locking Leon in a cage and separating him and Ashley. Ashley has to run from the rest of them while Leon kills the few that stayed for him. It's time to play as Ashley as she tries to find a way to free Leon from his cage. This involves avoiding a shitload of those infested armor enemies. She even has to go down to a mausoleum filled with them to get the item to free Leon, a golden sigil thing. This allows her access to that guy who locked Leon in. He has a key that she tosses to the man. Before Leon can get out though, the red robe appears behind Ashley and snatches her, shrugging off Leon's bullets as it escapes with Ashley. Well, Leon's fucked, sorry guys. Anyway, Ada's still looking for that blue butterfly. She makes her way to the castle walls where she hears the call of the black robe, probably looking for her. Wesker calls again for an update. When Ada says she's still working on it, he's yet again an asshole about it. After the call, she catches a glimpse of the red robe, Ashley in hand, heading towards the throne room of the castle. Out of the goodness of her heart, or maybe to get Leon to continue distracting the ganados, she radios him and tells him to head to the throne room. Afterward, Ada can finally find that blue butterfly in a collection room, after which she links up with Luis outside. I don't know what he was talking about in the ballroom, but I guess he must have solved it himself and he seems fine now, and even has the amber that Ada and Wesker want so bad. When he tries to hand it over, Ada can't even hold it without it trying to control her parasite. Luis thinks that if he gives her the medicine, it'll suppress the parasite long enough for her to take the amber, so he begins mixing the medicine with what Ada gathered. As soon as he injects her with it, the black robe reappears, still causing hallucinations for Ada. Ada tells Luis to go and find Leon and Ashley and to give them the medicine as well, holding onto the amber until she can take it. Ada needs to stay behind to deal with the black robe, which finally becomes manageable when the medicine kicks in and blocks the creature from tracking her. Ada manages to escape the black robe once again, but Leon now knows where they took Ashley, the throne room. Leon eventually arrives at that ballroom Luis was apparently having trouble in. His trouble probably came down to the horde of giant insects inhabiting the place. These enemies are called novistadores. The wiki says that means the unseener in Spanish. Whatever the fuck that means. I mean, they can't camouflage themselves, so it makes a little sense. But Google Translate didn't think that word was real except for in Latin, where it means journalist or newsman, which is interesting. Anyway, novistadores are a bit like the Anubis enemies from Darkside Chronicles. What they are is a human mixed with insect DNA, using the plaga to make it all come together. Novistadores are a very annoying enemy, but with the ballroom behind him, he comes into a room with 2 of the Garradors as well as a horde of enemies. This section is super annoying because you actually have to kill both of them, but once we get past them, Leon arrives at the throne room. He finds Ashley being held in the middle of the room, but he's immediately pounced on by the red robe, pinning him to the ground. Ramon is sitting on the throne and he orders them to pour this strange black liquid down Ashley's throat. It's unclear what this is, maybe it's just worm juice, but I think what it does is either accelerate the process, or maybe make the parasite stronger. We see later that both color robe creatures were made using this stuff. With that, Red Robe pushes Leon down a cavern filled with spikes. It would have been the death of him if Leon hadn't caught a chain on the way down. This cavern is filled with a black liquid and Novisador, so it's likely they're made with the liquid. Who is making these things, though? Well, further down we can find this lab area that was once housed by one of Ramon's servants, a man called Isidro. Isidro had one of those dominant plagas within him, and was tasked by Ramon to find a way to elevate the human form and bring them closer to the holy plagas, which are insects. His first success in the field was the Novisadors, however those are just dumb little bugs. Isidro wanted more. He got one of Ramon's housekeepers, a woman named Pazanta, to volunteer and be his test subject. She was infected with the parasite, so it's not like she had much of a choice. It took over 6 months of reshaping and retrying the experiment on Pazanta, an apparently very painful process, but finally the Black Robe was created. Black Robe was meant to be Ramon's right hand and bodyguard, but Isidro thought that he could do better, and underwent the experiment himself. As Leon moves through the labs, he needs to restart the elevator to get out, the whole time being stalked by some creature above him. The creature reveals itself to be this thing, a human-insect hybrid called a Vertigo. Now, I didn't realize this in my first playthrough since the Vertigo is naked, but this is the Red Robe, aka Isidro himself. He's come to finish Leon, but Isidro's own countermeasures end up being his downfall. The lab is covered in liquid nitrogen showers, likely built to contain his former experiments like Pazanta. Leon can use them to freeze the Vertigo and do damage to it, eventually shattering the creature entirely. Now, you don't actually have to kill the Vertigo, but I mean, why wouldn't you? I actually had the game freeze on me after I killed it, so I had to go and do it again. But anyway, with the Red Robe Vertigo dead, Leon can get on the elevator only to receive another vision from Sadler. At first he's talking to Leon, telling him to stop fighting and embrace the gift. But then it seems he's talking to someone else, a man armed with a fancy-looking knife. When the elevator reaches its destination, there's Luis with more doses of the medicine. Luis gives it to Leon and it works pretty quickly, but as Luis tells him, it's only a temporary fix. Leon and Luis are now working together, although Leon still doesn't entirely trust Luis due to his history in Umbrella. Luis just says he's doing all this to try to make amends for what he did while in Umbrella. Anyway, the two are in these mines under the village, the very same mines where the Plagas were unearthed. And with that, it's time for a history lesson. So the religion Los Illuminados, one that worships the parasites, could have been a prehistoric one given some cave paintings, but at this point they're basically Catholic with a twist. That twist is believing that these parasites are holy gifts from God, and that to join their religion means being infected by one. Around 1554, under the prophet Adam Sadler, not Sandler, Sadler, the religion resurged and took over most of this region. A while later, Ramon's ancestor, Gregorio Salazar, worked with the Spanish Inquisition to destroy this mountainous religion and seal the parasites underground. The Salazar family eventually built this massive castle and ruled over the land, preventing the religion from returning. I say returning because the Sadlers who led the religion were far from gone, but we'll see what happened to them later. Anyway, after using some dynamite to clear the way, Leon gets grabbed by the very same armored giant that we hit with that cannon earlier. He is not dead, and he's actually found himself a friend. Luis and Leon have to fight two giants this time. Luckily, Luis can't die, so we can just let him get mauled by the armored one while Leon kills the naked one first. Killing the naked one isn't too hard as we've done it twice so far, however once he's down, the two need to figure out how to kill the armored one. The cannon blew off a piece of its helmet, so you can shoot it there, however at a certain point Luis will plant some more dynamite on the giant, stunning it, and allowing Leon to drop it into a lava pit below. You can also just kill it normally, but that's boring, so... With the two giants there, the two find a rail car they can use to travel the mines quickly. It's a pretty shitty rail car because it's always constantly tipping over, but along the way Leon has to shoot Ganados at neighboring cars, explosive barrels, and chainsaw men attacking from the sides. It's pretty fun, but at the spot where they originally dug up the Plagas, the track just ends, sending Leon and Luis flying off and onto a platform nearby. Luckily, there's an elevator right there, but we gotta take the long way because that's how things go in these games. The long way is populated by a shitload of Novisadors, but eventually the two can make it into the elevator, where Luis reveals that he was indeed working for the cult. He actually worked on much of the projects that we've seen so far, like the Giants and Novisadors, but eventually he discovered this whole world domination plan and tried to get out. That hasn't worked out well so far, but as the elevator reaches the top...
Almost what?
Luis!
Long time no see, rookie.
Good old Jack Krauser is back and his arm seems to have healed. He steals the amber from Luis's body and kicks the shit out of Leon, sending him down into arena for a knife fight. Now, I'll be upfront with you. The Operation Javier I told you about earlier technically isn't canon here. Rather, what happened is Krauser was sent in with an elite unit where everyone except for himself died and he escaped with an arm injury. The only thing about that is that later Krauser references him and Leon's time in the jungle, whereas this game's story leads you to believe Leon was never even there. Just like all the remakes, it's weird and convoluted, so we're going with the Darkside version of events. At this point, Krauser seems to be working with Los Illuminados, however it didn't start that way. Wesker picked him up after his discharge from the army and somehow managed to heal his arm. Krauser was then sent to the island to take a sample of the dominant strain of the parasite from Sadler and bring it back to Wesker. Krauser also helped the cult kidnap Ashley, as he would have had much more knowledge of the Secret Service and how they operate than any of these Spanish hillbillies. However, we see that Ada is also here, so either Wesker doesn't trust Krauser, or maybe he betrayed him to join the cult. We don't get to find out yet though, as after a long knife fight, Krauser knocks Leon down and looks to be about to finish him. But before that, after Ada escapes the Black Robe, she finds a note from Luis telling her that he's heading down to the mines to find Leon. Ada has to follow to get that amber, however she goes through a waterway underneath the castle. As she heads towards the mines, she once again hears the call of the Black Robe, but this time decides she's done running. Above the furnace room where Leon and Luis fought the giants, the Black Robe, or Pasanta as we now know, finally catches up with her. Ada leads him to a cave nearby where she drops a metal walkway onto it. That never works though, but what it does do is make the Black Robe get naked and mutate. It looks a little like the other Vertigo, however it's bigger and has this big fuck-ass tail. It's quite a fight as the thing is not only strong and fast, but it can also spit more of those barbs from its tail. With enough damage though, Pasanta finally goes down, only for its tail to take over, dragging around the rest of its body as it crawls around like a centipede. The fight with the tail is honestly harder than a normal fight as it burrows around and calls Novicidors to back it up. But with enough damage, the Black Robe that's been haunting Ada the entire game is finally dead, resulting in Ada throwing up the parasite that it implanted into her. Now, I would be a little more shaken if I just threw up a worm of that size, but Ada is unconcerned. She then gets a call from Luis. He tells her that Leon is currently fighting Krauser and that he took the Amber. However, the call gets out before Ada can get any more information. The call cut out because right as Krauser was about to finish Leon, Luis came back to life and shot at him, conveniently hitting his knife. Krauser is unfazed. He just calls Leon a disappointment and retreats, Amber in hand. In his last moments, Luis gives Leon the key to his lab where he has a way to remove the parasite, leaving Leon with the question of whether people can truly change and become better.
You know, I led a pretty shitty life. But now, eh? What do you think, Leon? People can change, right?
Ada arrives just in time to watch Luis die, but she does see Krauser running off towards the clock tower. She also sees Ashley being dragged into the clock tower as well, then calling Leon to let him know.
Leon, there's only time to say this once, so listen up. They took your friend to the top of the clock tower. If you hurry, you might get there before she turns into one of them.
So you aren't heartless after all. I guess I should be thankful?
Yeah, you should.
Leon eventually arrives at the clock tower where he finds this giant fire-breathing statue of Ramon in the middle. In the original game, this was a giant mech suit that chased you, but I'm glad they cut that out, honestly. Also, at a certain point, they start rolling boulders down the stairs at you, but eventually Leon reaches the top. When he bursts in, he finds Krauser escaping with Ashley. Ramon starts yapping, but Leon isn't having any of it.
Being bestowed with lore settlers.
You talk too much.
Failed. You vulgar, utterly uncivilized.
Meanwhile, Ada was trying to follow Krauser, eventually coming across this area with these crushers in it. Super annoying. She eventually arrives at the top of the clock tower, seeing the same scene as Leon did. Ada heads off to follow Krauser, but before Leon can do the same, Ramon re-emerges. Rather than dying, Ramon merged himself with the Queen Plaga, the one that creates all the rest, in one last attempt to kill Leon. He moves around with these fleshy tendrils, shooting black liquid at Leon and occasionally one-shotting him. Ramon is very confident at first, however as Leon damages him more and more, he starts praying to Lord Sadler to save him. His prayers go unanswered as Leon finally kills the little fiend and can continue his chase for Krauser. Leon heads down an elevator and sees Krauser escaping on a boat. Luckily there's another one downstairs. Holding the key to the boat is Ada, so the two have to follow Krauser there together. Leon and Ada have a pretty awkward conversation.
Raccoon City. You know, after the incident, the world changed. Try to save one person, 100 others die. I guess I changed too.
You? Leon S. Kennedy. You haven't changed. You just think you have.
So here's my question. Have you changed, Ada? Or are you just trying to use me again?
What do you think?
But Ada skirts the question. So far, she doesn't seem to have changed, and the only reason she's been helping Leon is because he's a great distraction for the cult. When they arrive on the island, Ada plants a listening device on Leon without him knowing and leaves him. This island that they're at is where the Sadlers and their cult ended up at after being forced out by Ramon's ancestors. As Leon climbs the island, he sees Krauser entering a complex with Ashley in hand. Leon needs to get after her, but in his way are a shitload of Ganados. But these are not villagers armed with farming tools or medieval monks. These fuckers have bulletproof vests. They still use crossbows, that's probably because the Plogon makes their mind just a little too stupid to be able to reload a gun or deal with a jam. They have plenty of sentry guns to make up for that, though. The only exception is that some have RPGs, but those are really just better crossbows, aren't they? Leon fights his way through the base, eventually entering the facility where they took Ashley. Like always, he's gonna have to go the long way around to get her, though, which in this case involves getting a keycard and escalating his privileges until he can finally unlock the door to Ashley. This takes him to an underground lab where we can witness another of Sadler and probably Luis's experiments. These very tall, pale, flabby monsters called Regeneradors, or as you might be able to guess, Regenerator in English. They look a little like the pale heads from the RE3 remake. However, those were made with a T-virus, while these were made with Las Plagas. If I had to guess why they look so alike, it's because they probably grow so much skin so fast the skin just has no color to it. Anyway, you have to kill them differently too. Regenerators are made by implanting multiple, usually 3 to 4 parasites into a body. If you don't kill all the parasites, they'll just regrow indefinitely. They were kept down here in cold storage because they attacked everything in sight, including Ganados. Now if they could refine these a little bit, they would be a great bioweapon. But after Leon retrieves a wrench from inside a Regenerator, how the fuck did it even get there? He can get a level 3 keycard and run it back to the room where Ashley is being held. He injects her with Luis's medicine, but it doesn't immediately wake her up. So while Leon waits, why don't we see what Ada is up to? Ada quickly caught up to Krauser, but rather than confront him head-on like Leon would've, she finds a nice sniper spot. She sees Krauser delivering the amber to Lord Sadler. Apparently he switched sides. Before she can take the shot, she hears footsteps and the sound of a gun cocking behind her. Wesker is back to be a bitch once again. This time he has new orders for Ada. This time it's to arm a series of bombs placed around the island by Wesker. She can do all of them from a central computer. Fighting through hordes of enemies, she eventually enters the same facility Leon and Ashley are in. Ada watches from above like a creep as Ashley finally wakes up. Leon tells Ashley about Luis's death, but she can't dwell on it for too long. They need to find Luis's underground lab and remove the parasites before it's too late. Leon calls Ada to ask where it is, and she tells him to get to the sanctuary at the top of the mountain, so that's where we're headed.
Ada the encyclopedia.
On the way, Leon and Ashley have to solve these cute little puzzles where you both have to pull the lever at the same time. At a certain point, Leon encounters another Regenerator, however this time when you destroy all 3 of its parasites, it comes back to life, now with needles poking out from every pore on its body. These are a variant of the Regenerators called Iron Maidens, and they are either able to hide another parasite inside of them or regrow it after the other 3 are destroyed. Either way, they're tough as shit, and as one last fuck you, when you kill them they explode, sending needles shooting in all directions. Leon and Ashley eventually arrive in a courtyard with a little crane and wrecking ball. Now, I don't know when Ashley got her certification, but she hops in the crane, using it to try to break down a wall in their way. The commotion draws a horde of Ganados, so Leon has to defend the crane while she breaks down the wall. Beyond the wall is a freight elevator that takes him to a warehouse containing a lot more of that amber, all of which contains dominant Plagas. Sadler enters behind Leon and Ashley. He has this tentacle-y staff and shrugs off Leon's attacks. Using their parasites, Sadler takes control of Leon and Ashley. Leon is forced to stand still while Ashley slowly raises a gun to his head. Ashley manages to fight long enough to kill the 2 nuns behind Leon, using up all the ammo in the process. Leon remains unable to move as Sadler leaves with Ashley, finally regaining control once he's gone. Leon has to continue on alone, eventually finding a tent with some stalker-like pictures of him laying around. This is Krauser's tent. We can find a note inside detailing how he kidnapped Ashley. He had her switched from a real Secret Service team to one implanted with parasites under the guise of car problems. From there, he stuck her on a ship and sent her over here. His obsession with Leon also points to the Darkside Chronicles events being canon, as that hatred really only developed once he learned how much more important Leon was than him. Krauser's laid a trap for Leon, an obstacle course filled with sentry guns, mines, and Krauser himself. If you remember, by the end of Darkside Chronicles, Krauser was obsessed with the power that the T Veronica virus could give. When Wesker sent him to infiltrate the cult, Sadler gave him one of those dominant parasites. Krauser was supposed to bring it back to Wesker, but instead he gave himself the parasite, granting himself the power he wanted so badly. Krauser's done playing around with Leon. He whips out the MP and starts spraying bullets at him. He also has this bow with explosive arrows that he uses between reloads. Throughout the entire course, Krauser is shit-talking Leon. Occasionally he even hops over to have another knife fight. At the end of the course, the 2 have one final fight. Leon wins again, but Krauser's still not done. He starts stripping, which made me think something else was going to happen, but then his formerly injured arm mutates into a giant bone blade. He jumps down at Leon, sending him falling into the catacombs below where he can sneak attack him.
So that's your true power? Oh, I'd ask for a refund.
Leon has to draw Krauser into the open again, where his other arm is mutated as well. It's time for the final battle between the 2 former co-workers, and it's a tough one. But by the end of it, Leon reminds Krauser why you never bring a knife to a gunfight. Leon's forced to kill Krauser with his own knife, proving why the government chose him in the first place. Let's give Leon a moment as we return to Ada across the island. Ada has to fight her way past her own set of Regenerators until she can take a cable car up to that central facility. The Ganados try to stop her along the way, but we all know how that's going to end for them. Ada has to fight past a stupid amount of enemies, including multiple bunkers with sentry guns inside, until finally she can get inside. This place is a bloody mess, apparently due to some kind of unkillable monster called Martesino. Ada finds the creature inside, but we don't get a good look at it yet as Ada has to run for her life. Luckily, Martesino is too big to run very fast. However, he does break down every wall and obstacle in his path to get to her. She finally outruns it, only to run into one of those laser traps they have in every spy movie. Luckily, Ada is an action movie protagonist, so she avoids it, finding the computer inside. Ada connects Wesker's laptop to her where it uploads 4 terabytes of furry porn onto the... I'm just kidding, like I said earlier, it arms explosives across the island. Ada questions this, but Wesker quotes Breaking Bad when he says,
"There's no room for half measures. The weak exist to serve the strong."
That's a very off-putting thing to say to someone, so Ada plugs in her own USB device into the computer, sabotaging Wesker's plan. On her way out, Martesino busts through a wall, chasing Ada through the laser trap. He seems unfazed when the lasers cut through him until a final set of blue lasers cuts him into chunks. We finally get a good look at him here, and he's honestly pretty ugly. Martesino doesn't have too much lore to him, but he was made when a dominant Plaga host came into contact with the Amber. This gave him insane regeneration, which made him immune to all weapons, except for being cut into bite-sized pieces like we just saw. With Wesker's bombs kind of armed, she heads off to continue her mission of finding the Amber. With Krauser dead, Leon surveys the area ahead of him, seeing Ashley getting escorted into the inner sanctuary by a group of nuns. The area ahead is so well defended it might as well be impassable, until that chopper Hunnigan promised about 10 fucking years ago arrives.
Sorry, bad traffic. One combat chopper compliments the Hunnigan. Call me back, and I'd show these assholes what we got.
Hunnigan, I owe you one.
The next part is pretty fun as you fight through enemies with the help of Mike, the chopper pilot. He destroys those impassable defenses I mentioned earlier, until the Ganados reveal they have an AA gun hidden on the island. Honestly, where does Sadler get the money for all this shit? Leon has to go without help until he can destroy the gun using a mounted turret above it. With the gun down, Mike destroys the last of the gate blocking Leon's way, running out of ammo in the process. Leon fights another group of enemies until arriving at an open area where Mike can pick him up. He doesn't get the chance though, as the chopper starts getting swarmed by Novicidor sent by Sadler. They take the chopper down and leave Leon in his zone once again. You then have to go through this area filled with body bags that contain regenerators. Pretty spooky, but if you don't bump any bags, then none come out. Leon fights through more encampments until making his way to the inner sanctuary and finding Ashley laid out on a shrine. Before he can grab her though, Sadler reappears and freezes Leon. Using his dominant Plaga, Sadler triggers Leon's transformation into a full-on Ganado.
Sadler!
Ah, yes, the time has come for this lamb to join our covenant. Oh, blessings unto him and the sweet mercy they bring. Exalt all, and let it be done.
Meanwhile, after killing Martesino, Ada makes her way into the sanctuary the back way. She opens the door on a ledge above Leon and Sadler, interrupting just in time to stop Leon's transformation. Her gunshots don't do much more than distract Sadler, but they do allow Leon to escape while she hops down to face the priest. With a shit-eating grin on his face, Sadler grows more tentacles from his back and the fight begins. The best way to damage Sadler is to stab the little eye that appears in his mouth as he shrugs off most other attacks. At a certain point, I think he even starts shooting back the bullets that you shot at him, which is pretty fucking sick.
There is no place for you in our paradise. But you may yet return to us, the one who has been...
Finally, Ada brings down a pillar on the man, distracting him long enough to get a good shot on his mouth eye and bring him down. He takes the amber from Sadler's body, radioing Wesker to tell him the good news. Wesker says someone is on the way to pick her up, however before Ada can leave, Sadler comes back to life and grabs her from behind. Leon escapes Sadler with Ashley in hand, however he's still on the verge of transformation as he takes Ashley to Luis's lab. He can hear Sadler's voice and see him in visions the entire way, but he finally arrives at the lab, finding the surgery device inside. Being the selfless man he is, Leon puts Ashley in the machine and activates it. I'm not a doctor, but it seems to be working. A note from Luis says the machine finds the parasite and then hits it with concentrated radiation to kill it and break up the parasite. It seems pretty painful, but it does remove the parasite entirely from Ashley. Unfortunately, it's too late for Leon as he passes out on the ground, but luckily Ashley gets him in the machine just in time. Luis's note also says it doesn't work once the Plaga has fully taken over, and would have just killed the parasite and host alike. Leon is a little unsteady, but Ashley found a map that shows a way out of this place. The way is filled with Novicidors, but when they emerge into the fresh air, they find out what happened to Ada. Sadler has her strung up in a shipping yard to lure Leon out, successfully as Leon heads down an elevator, leaving Ashley up top. Leon shoots Ada down. I mean, come on man, you could have at least caught her, that looks rough, but Sadler immediately appears. He grabs Leon, but is interrupted by Ada, after which the two start spraying him with bullets. He is still unaffected by the bullets as Sadler mutates into this giant spider-scorpion creature. Ada grapples away, leaving Leon to fight the giant Sadler. Sadler's voice in this fight is super cool.
Blasphemous
The way to kill him is to destroy the eyes on his knees, giving you access to the one in his mouth. He'll occasionally jump up and summon some Novicidors to attack you.
Disciples assemble! Do not let them escape!
But with enough damage, Leon causes Sadler to mutate even further. He grows into a giant mass of tentacles, with the actual Sadler in the middle protected by a barrier. By this point, it's clear that Sadler is beyond being killed by bullets. That's why Ada is searching the shipping yard for something bigger to use. He eventually catches sight of an RPG guarded by some Ganados. We can find a note sent to Krauser by the manufacturer that says the shells can penetrate the hulls of battleships, so I think it'll work here. As Leon is fighting the tentacle monster below, Ada comes face to face with Ashley, who tells her to quit lollygagging and get that RPG. Finally she does, and tosses it down to Leon. It surprisingly doesn't vaporize Sadler, but it does make him vulnerable enough for Leon to stab him with his own staff, killing Osmond once and for all. With Sadler dead, Ada grabs the Amber, boarding a helicopter Wesker sent for her. She offers Leon to come with, but of course he refuses. As the helicopter leaves, Ada tosses Leon a key to a jet ski, and the two part ways once again. Those bombs Ada arms start going off across the island, but as Leon and Ashley rush to the jet ski, they find all the Ganados convulsing on the ground. Without Sadler and his dominant parasite, it seems like the Plagas inside the regular Ganados are all dying at once. Leon and Ashley finally board the jet ski, escaping as the island literally falls apart around them, but eventually they reach the open ocean. Mission accomplished. The President's daughter has been retrieved, and hopefully Hunnigan is a little faster with the chopper this time.
Condor 1? Roost to Condor 1, do you read me? Come in! I said come in! Is this thing even on? Leon! Leon, are you and Ashley alright? Where are you? Come on!
After the helicopter containing Ada and the Amber takes off, she radios Wesker to let him know it's on the way. She also asks Wesker his plan with it.
What are you planning to do with this?
I do not pay you to ask questions. All you need to know is a new dawn is breaking. 100 will give their lives so that just one may live. I am expediting that change.
So, we're talking millions of casualties.
Billions.
Billions of casualties doesn't sound good to Ada, so she holds the pilot at gunpoint and makes him change course. We don't yet know where she went, however we cut to Wesker on a whole-ass battleship. Ada's sabotage made the explosives fail to detonate all the way, leaving most of the island intact. Wesker decides to let her get away rather than blowing up the chopper.
Oh, Ada.
Revealing that he managed to recover Krauser's body, and thus the dominant Plaga. That's not good, but we'll have to wait and see what Wesker's planning, as that's the end of Resident Evil 4. Thank you all so much for watching. This video took me a stupid long time to make, and the stamp script is 42 pages in total. I am so much. Anyway, Chris and Jill both join the BSAA, and the game begins with Jill and her partner, Parker Luciani, on a boat. These two BSAA agents are in the Mediterranean approaching a massive stranded cruise ship called the Queen Zenobia. Jill and Parker board the ship and we learn what they're doing here. Chris and his partner Jessica Sharawat were sent to the ship on a mission, however they went missing around 94 minutes ago. Parker and Jill make their way inside to find the ship a mess of dead bodies and strange slime. Not far in, they see something climb into the vents, leaving a massive trail of slime as it does. I can't help but think of the hagfish, which can produce so much slime that pictures like this exist. The thing can be seen squirming its way through the vents as the two push deeper into the ship. Eventually they find a grate on the floor filled with somebody's guts. Jill reaches in, no gloves or anything, and pulls out a gun with the arm still attached. As they gape at the arm, the creature from the vents emerges behind them, and we find it to be this kind of fish or maybe slug zombie. These are called the ooze, because they constantly secrete that slime we saw everywhere on the ship. They can attack with their big mutated hands, but also this extendable esophagus. Pretty gross, but nothing Jill hasn't dealt with before. Now, RE Revelation is separated into 12 different episodes with multiple chapters in each, so there's going to be a lot of cutting around and to different characters, but just go with it, bro. So we cut to a news report talking about a bioterror attack on a futuristic city called Terra Grigia. Terra Grigia is what they call an aquapolis, a floating city powered entirely by a massive solar energy satellite. This game takes place in 2005, by the way. They're very far ahead of us in this universe. It reminds me of Black Ops 2, where in 2025 you're supposed to have all this crazy tech, but we really haven't advanced much since 2012 when that game came out. Anyway, a year prior, in 2004, a terrorist group called Veltro leaked some variation of the T-Virus in the city, as well as deploying a fucking army of hunters. The aforementioned FBC was sent in to handle the situation, with the BSAA advising them. The FBC is led by General Morgan Lansdale, while the BSAA is led by Director Clive O'Brien. Their efforts to contain the outbreak failed, though, so the FBC authorized the use of Terra Grigia's own solar satellite to burn out the city and kill all BOWs within. Kinda like those psycho little kids who killed ants with magnifying glasses. But anyway, the FBC claims to have destroyed Veltro after the incident, but we'll have to see about that. We'll talk more about the FBC and Veltro in a minute, but for now we cut to a few hours before Jill and Parker arrived at the Queen Zenobia. They're on a beach near the ruined aquatic city, meeting Director O'Brien. A couple of globsters have washed up on the beach, except this time, rather than being a super rotted whale, they're big lumps of flesh. Jill and Parker can use this little Genesis scanner to scan the bodies and identify what they are. Gameplay-wise, when you scan enemies with this, it gives you healing items after enough scans. Once again, Jill raw dogs her hand into a strange corpse, this time pulling out a small red vial. O'Brien takes it to be analyzed, while Jill scans the rest of the flesh scattered around the beach. As they return to Clive, he gets a phone call telling him about Chris's disappearance. Chris and Jessica were supposed to be in the mountains somewhere chasing Veltro, but they somehow ended up on that ship. We then go back to the present with Jill and Parker on the ship continuing the search for Chris and Jess. Jill actually finds him not far in, tied to a chair and unresponsive, but the door is locked. As Jill searches for the key, she witnesses two of the zombies jumping some girl, but she's already dead by the time Jill gets there. The most she can do is avenge her. With the zombies gone, Jill finds that this mysterious dead woman had exactly the key they need to save Chris. She also has her wetsuit zipped down very low, which does not seem optimal when dealing with infectious diseases. With the key in hand, Jill rushes back to Parker and the two bust in to save Chris.
Chris?
Only to find out that it was a very jacked mannequin. There's a Veltro flag on the wall, and gas immediately starts getting pumped into the room. A Veltro member wearing a gas mask steps in to taunt Jill just as she passes out. That's the end of episode 1, and a really weird thing they do in this game is they have a recap at the start of each chapter.
Previously on Resident Evil Revelations.
Literally a previously on Resident Evil Revelations. Like it's a fucking TV show or something. It's especially weird because each chapter is like max 30 minutes long, so unless you have Alzheimer's, these recaps aren't going to be very useful. We then cut to Chris and Jessica in the mountains. Which mountains? I don't know, it just says mountains in Europe. They're out here looking for a Veltro camp, and I'll tell you up front, Jessica might just be the stupidest character in any game. I mean, some of the lines she says in this game are just so wild, they're funny. I'll make sure to include them when they come up. Chris is also voiced by the guy who voices Sonic in this game, and I can never unhear it.
Our source indicates the camp is on the far side of this peak.
Also, Chris has gotten fucking jacked since his last appearance in Code Veronica. I mean, his ass is not natty. Anyway, about 10 steps in, a cargo plane crashes right in front of them. Chris and Jess run over to investigate but find nothing except a dead pilot and his flight logs. The logs say they were heading to Valkoinen Maki Airport.
Valkoinen Mokki.
Now, when I searched Valkoinen on Google, the first result was a furry porn artist, but Google Translate says Valkoinen Maki means white suede in Finnish, which is no less weird. Anyway, the quickest way to the airport is through a mine, which just so happens to be filled with these infected wolves. They're called Fenrir's, and they're infected with the same thing as the ooze. There's big and little ones, and they love to attack as a pack, as wolves do. As they make their way through the mines, Jessica keeps pressing Chris about his relationship with Jill, which as far as we know, they're just friends.
She was your partner before, right?
Yeah, my partner from before. What about it?
I was, just asking.
Anyway, Chris falls off a cliff and hurts his leg just as a pack of the wolves appear. Jessica has to defend him from above while Chris fights for his life below. I gotta say, this is about as useful as your partner gets in this game. They do basically no damage and enemies don't target them, so most of what they do is stand around watching you get your ass beat. After fighting many of the wolves, Jessica drops this fire line,
Me and my sweet ass are on the way.
then comes down to help Chris up. She also asks this question.
Thanks. I'll be okay.
Sorry to bring this up again, but
Bring what up?
do you trust me as much as Jill?
There's no need to compare. I trust you both.
Which is very sus behavior, but Chris still doesn't pick up the hint. Anyway, they arrive at an overlook above the supposed Veltro camp, but before heading down, O'Brien gives them a call. Apparently his call sign is forkball, which is a specific kind of pitch in baseball, but still not what I would want to be called. He tells Chris and Jessica that he just sent Jill and Parker on a mission to the Mediterranean, but they went missing. Jessica noticed the Veltro flag hanging above the camp, confirming to them that Veltro was behind the disappearance of Jill and Parker. Chris and Jess agree to head to the Mediterranean to search for them while someone else is sent to the Veltro base. Now wait a minute, weren't Jill and Parker sent out there looking for Chris and Jessica? But now Chris and Jess are being sent out looking for them? Fuck's going on here, O'Brien? We don't get to find out though as we go back to Jill waking up from the gas. She's alone in a locked cabin on the ship. The only way out is to sabotage the electronic lock on the door. Once Jill finds a screwdriver, we see that she's not alone in the room, as one of the fish zombies was hiding in a wardrobe. Getting rid of him is as easy as using the janky dodge system in the game to send him crashing into the TV. Jill escapes the room only to find herself faced with a path filled with many more zombies. Veltro left her no weapons to defend herself, so Jill just has to avoid them. Eventually she finds Parker and they bust down the door to the room containing their weapons. This area that they're in is much nicer than the industrial hallways we were in before. This is where guests would be staying. Interestingly, the ship was designed by George Trevor, the same guy who made the mansion from RE1. This means that the keys all have cute little ship-related icons on them like anchors and steering wheels. But with their weapons in hand, Jill finds a new variant of the ooze, this one with giant pinchers for hands and claws covering its face. There's also ones that have mutated this crossbow-like arm they can use to shoot shit at you. They're called tricorns, which are those hats you see pirates wearing. They're tougher than the other ones, but still not much of a threat. With their weapons, Jill can shoot off a padlock allowing them access to the bridge of the ship, but when they arrive, they find it destroyed. The goal here is to find communication equipment to radio HQ and hopefully get some reinforcements, but it's all broken. As Jill and Parker watch the boat they rode in on blow up, a mysterious red-haired man grabs Jill. Parker recognizes him as Raymond, and we cut away. Now Raymond has an insane jawline, but his hair is absolutely disgusting. After another previously, we get to play as Parker during the Terra Grigia panic and the destruction of the city. We see that both him and Raymond worked for the FBC, Parker being a seasoned veteran while Raymond was still a cadet. Jessica is there too, so both Jill and Chris's partners used to be FBC agents. Their boss, General Lansdale, is on the phone with someone, presumably authorizing the use of the Regia Solis satellite, the one that will be used to destroy the city. He orders Jess and Parker to get to the roof and evac before it's too late. Himself and Raymond are going to do the same, but before they can, O'Brien busts in. He disapproves of the use of the satellite because of the loss of life. Lansdale could not care less about what O'Brien thinks, so he orders his soldiers to head to the evac anyway.
We have been at war for 3 weeks in an attempt to handle this matter. There have been rescues, there have been losses. Too many. But any further delays would simply cripple our cause. Surely you can understand that.
I'm afraid I cannot. Obliterating the site by satellite is only a quick fix. We could lose crucial evidence.
Use of the satellite has already been approved. We can clean up this mess.
I guess you thought of everything. Even the FBC may not be able to cover its tracks on this one.
Let the heavens scorch the earth with justice.
Parker and Jessica are going to have to go through a shitload of hunters, which actually look pretty good in this game. While they do that, let's talk about the FBC and Veltro. So when I first heard that name, I thought it stood for Federal Bureau of Containment, but it's actually Federal Biohazard Commission. Not as cool in my opinion. So the FBC was founded as a part of the National Biological Defense Act, which is very similar to many real-world acts that are about defense against biological threats. That ranges from natural pandemics to biological weapons, which are very popular in Resident Evil. Now the weird thing about the FBC is that you can find a note saying that they were founded under the National Species Protection Act. It also says that the FBC chair will be appointed by the Wildlife Protection Committee, and later says that they were part of the National Animal Protection Community. Like what the hell, are they park rangers or something? As far as I can tell, this is just a crazy mistranslation from the original Japanese, which talks about national security and biological defense. I don't know how you mistranslate National Biological Defense Community to National Animal Protection, but whatever, let's just ignore that. Now let's talk a little more about Veltro. So the name is actually Il Veltro, which means the Greyhound in Italian. Now greyhounds are not very intimidating dogs, so why would they choose this as their name? Well, it all comes from a line in Dante's Inferno, which is quoted very often in this game. The line is, "Until the greyhound comes, who shall make her perish in her pain?" The she being referred to as a she-wolf in the story, and is supposed to represent greed and avarice, or maybe the Pope. I don't know, I'm not your English teacher. The greyhound is supposed to represent salvation and honorable values, or maybe specific figures like Dante's patron, or maybe the Holy Roman Emperor. Anyway, Veltro apparently liked this passage, as their flag has a greyhound on it and all. Veltro believed that Terra Grigia was just a massive symbol of mankind's greed and hubris, like the she-wolf, so they decided to be the greyhound and wipe it off the earth. Anyway, Parker and Jessica fight past probably 500 hunters until they can catch an elevator to take them to higher floors. Jessica insists on Parker getting her dinner after this, which she does multiple times in the game. I mean, character of the century right here. They fight past more hunters until they can catch another elevator to the roof. I don't know why this damn building doesn't just have a central elevator, but whatever. They finally arrive on the roof and the helicopter takes off, just in time as we see the Regia Solis begin to melt the city. All of the glass shatters, the hunters are melted, and eventually the entire city sinks into the ocean. We cut back to the present with Parker and Jill facing down Raymond. While Parker and Jessica left the FBC after the destruction of the city, Raymond apparently hasn't. He's an asshole and ignores every question the two ask him. In the captain's quarters, they find a map of the ship and see an emergency communications room they can use to contact HQ. It's found past the promenade, which is a little interior town type area. As Jill and Parker approach, they can hear a distorted voice repeating phrases like Mayday and emergency call. The source of this turns out to be this massive enemy. They're these big blobby things with a circular saw for an arm that they can use to one-shot you. This guy was the comms officer before being infected, and these enemies are called Skag-Deads. Skag-Deads are the result of a rare mutation of the virus that happens to people who are naturally resistant to the infection. The longer amount of time it takes for them to mutate allows the virus to grow even stronger. Jill and Parker have to kill the former comms officer, and when they do, he drops the key they need to get into the comms room. So we make the long walk back to the emergency comms room, but upon entering find all of the equipment destroyed, with Raymond standing over it. He shrugs like it was broken when he found it, probably done by that Veltro agent that taunted Jill and Parker. On a screen, they see another masked Veltro giving a speech.
But if my words be seed that may bear fruit of infamy to the traitor whom I know, speaking and weeping shalt thou see together. I know not who thou art, nor by what mode thou hast come down here. The world is in our hands.
He reveals another vial of the red virus, revealing it to be called T-Abyss. Veltro demonstrates it by injecting it into a fish tank, turning these cute little carps into mutated fish monsters. Veltro says they have enough of this virus to infect 1/5 of the world's waters and destroy the world in a flood of fish zombies. The T-Abyss virus is a cross of two other viruses, the T-virus and another just called the Abyss virus. It was found on a deep-sea fish in the Kermadec Trench near New Zealand. Just like the normal T-virus, it makes people strong and durable, however the Abyss virus is what's causing them to develop all these fishy traits, like gills, fins, and even hard shells later. The ooze enemies we've been fighting ooze that mucus when they're out of water because their body is rapidly dehydrating. They need to eat people to replenish their body's water supply. So while T-Abyss creates very cool looking monsters that somehow manage to be even less practical than the normal T-virus, as these monsters could never cause much damage inland as long as you stay away from the water. Anyway, while Chris and Jessica head on to save Jill and Parker, who were heading to save Chris and Jessica, O'Brien decides to send these two goobers, Quint and Keith, to go investigate the old White Suede airport. These two guys are tied with Jessica with how goofy they are as characters. Once Veltro's stream is over, Jill and Parker decide they need to restore the ship's power by starting the engine back up, so they can power on the comms equipment. I thought it was broken, but I guess not. Outside the comms room, Raymond asks them if they can look for his partner Rachel, who's gone missing. She was heading to the Bilge, which is where Jill and Parker need to go to restart the engines. The way to the Bilge is strangely through a casino, but there's only one way to unlock the door to it.
Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Aw,
Now that Jill has a gambling addiction, the two arrive at a freight elevator that goes down to the Bilge, but unfortunately it needs a key to run. Jill says they should look for it while Parker's like,
Okay, I'll check around here, see if it turns up.
I mean, come on man, you think it's just gonna pop out at you? The logical place to look for the key would be on Rachel's body, and Jill believes that the girl she saw get mauled by fish zombies earlier might be Rachel. However, when Jill goes back to investigate the body, it's no longer there. We can find a journal that goes into some pretty gruesome detail about how Rachel's transformation went. First one of her eyes fell out, then one of her arms split into two, and I think the reason I found it so disturbing is because she writes so casually about it. She's just like, yep, my arm split in half, shit happens, man. As soon as we read her journal though, the transformed Rachel appears in the flesh. Her arm has indeed split in two, and her face is now covered by a tentacle. This next section has us fighting Rachel at various points, the whole time she's whispering shit like, tasty morsel. Rachel is tough as shit, and the most you can do is drive her off at various points until eventually downing her with the light help of Parker. She drops the key when defeated, so Jill and Parker can descend to the bowels of the Queen Zenobia. While they descend on the elevator, we cut to the two goobers from before. These characters are goofy both because of their personalities, but mostly because of the stupid-ass music that plays each time you play one of their chapters.
Jackass here! We arrived at Valkoinen Mock Airport.
Also, their call signs are Jackass and Grinder. Like fucking Grinder like the gay dating app. Jackass is the nerdy guy, Quint, and Grinder is the other guy, Keith. We play as Keith. Anyway, Jackass and Grinder here meet up with the BSAA soldiers that secure the facility and decide to breach an underground facility. They then have this insane offhanded conversation about Quint stalking Jessica before they breach the facility.
So, you followed Jessica home. You know where she lives now?
Almost. I had her until the very end, but I lost her near the... Hey! You think I'm a stalker, don't you?
You said it. Come on, let's go.
There's no one inside and they eventually reach a surveillance room. They first see footage of the plane crash. It crashed because it was swarmed by these spiked hunters. The entire time they watch this, we get to hear their dumbass commentary over it.
Is that in here?
It certainly looks like that. Whoa!
What the hell is it?
It's a poltergeist!
They then switch cameras inside the facility showing a live Veltro agent getting attacked by the Invisible Man and killed. The Veltro agent drops something, so Grinder and Jackass need to go and pick it up. When they enter the room, the Invisible Monster is either gone or not interested in them. They find that the Veltro agent dropped a USB dongle with a security token on it, allowing them to access the data from the crashed plane. We'll see more from that later, as it's back to Jill and Parker as they arrive in the bilge. They're down here to restart the engines, but they find that the ship has been taking on water pretty quickly. With the engine restarted, they can restore power and lower the bulkheads of the ship, sealing it and preventing any more water from coming in. In the water down here we meet another new enemy type, these small swimmers called sea creepers. I think they look a little like horseshoe crabs, but sea creepers are actually more or less what women become when infected, while the normal ooze are what men become. The reason Rachel didn't become one of these is presumably because she was nowhere near a body of water when she got infected. Along with them, there's also a couple more of those mutant fish we saw earlier. Anyway, to restart the engine, they need 2 keys to turn at once, so Jill has to solve a little steam puzzle to open this massive vault door to find a tiny little key. That seems excessive to me, but once her and Parker turn the engines back on, the doors to the room lock and it begins filling with water. It's either the Veltro laid a trap for them, or they just enjoyed killing their workers. Either way, Jill and Parker can't find a way out, and they're on the verge of drowning. Hopefully they'll be alright, but we're back to playing as the dumbasses as they head towards the plane crash. They immediately get attacked by more of those wolves, but that's light work compared to what's next. As they approach the plane, Quentin suddenly trips on air, but it's not just him being stupid this time. Remember earlier when that guy was getting jumped by something invisible? Well, it turns out that Veltro created a new type of hunter that can turn itself completely invisible. These were created by giving normal hunters the T-Abyss virus, and they're not only hard to see, but also much larger and tougher than normal hunters. Quentin and Heath get attacked by a gang of the monsters, but eventually clear them out and find a terminal they can use that security key on. The first thing they find are the coordinates to the ship Jill and Parker are trapped on, but it seems like someone else is currently tracking the ship as there's a drone hovering over it. We cut to Chris and Jessica, having received the coordinates to the ship. They board the ship, Jessica wearing this wetsuit with one leg uncovered, again a completely unserious character. Chris and Jill rush past many more enemies until being halted by 2 of the Skag-Dead enemies at once. One of them drops a key that allows the 2 to head down into the bilge where we meet another new variation of the ooze. They're these shambling, bloated flesh monsters that explode with gas when you damage them, or when they get too close to you. They're probably well on their way already to becoming globsters. Chris and Jessica rush through the notably not flooded bilge and eventually arrive at the engine room only to find it completely empty. No Jill, no Parker, and not a single drop of water in the place. The camera cuts to a map of the ship, revealing it to be the Queen Semiramis, not the Zenobia. By the way, Zenobia was a queen in the Palmyrene Empire in Syria, while Semiramis was an Assyrian queen. Either way, they're clearly on the wrong ship. We cut back to Jill and Parker in the actual ship, and their situation isn't getting any better. It would have been over for them if Jill hadn't discovered a vent at the top of the room with a loose cover. The cover can be pried off using a couple pipes that came loose, allowing Jill and Parker to escape the now completely flooded room. They return to the control room where they can lower the bulkheads to drain the ship of its water. It's not a quick process, but with the power restored, they might finally be able to contact HQ. Except it's never that easy because the antenna on top of the ship is broken. As they head towards it, we cut back to Chris and Jessica talking to O'Brien. They finally realize their fuck up and start searching for the actual Queen Zenobia. Back to Jill and Parker. As they're making their way up, we meet another new enemy type. They pop off the walls as these big tentacled creatures and charge straight at you. If they catch you, they break your spine. They're called wall blisters, and they're a very strange form of mutated infected barnacle. You can find this pool filled with T-Abyss infected barnacles that can grow into these things if left for too long. Luckily, they're pretty fragile. Anyway, Jill and Parker return to the main hall and hop in the elevator heading up, but halfway there, something drops on top of it and stops it in its tracks. It's unclear what the fuck this thing is, but it has one big eye and this weird wiry hair on it. It's trying to destroy the elevator and the 2 agents on board, but Jill can shoo it away by shooting its weird shelled arm enough times. When they arrive at the observation deck, the monster appears in its full glory. Again, I don't really know what I'm looking at here, but it seems to be some kind of massive mutated shellfish or maybe a snail. Most of it is covered in bulletproof shell, so you have to sneak in shots at the rare piece of exposed skin. This thing is called the Dragonazom.
Dragignazzo.
This thing is called the Dragonazzo, which was one of the demons in Dante's Inferno, but its design weirds me out in a way that I can't really identify. Anyway, with enough damage, the monster falls to pieces, and Jill and Parker can make their way onto the roof. Jill powers the antenna back on, and they can finally radio O'Brien. All he says is that this was some kind of setup, but he doesn't go into any more detail than that. Parker presses him, but O'Brien gets a call so he can ignore it. The call reports that the Regia Solis satellite is back on the move, and it's heading towards the Queen Zenobia. The FBC wants to destroy any trace of the ship. O'Brien lets Jill and Parker know about their impending death. Now, Jill and Parker want off the ship immediately, but...
Boss, get us out of here.
Sorry.
but I can't authorize that.
So O'Brien's just going to let his agents die. All he says for now is that he'll try his best to stop the satellite's launch. Luckily, good old Jackass comes in for the save. He says there's a UAV drone somewhere on the ship they can use to scramble the satellite's targeting. Jill and Parker fight their way to the deck where the UAV is held inside of a shipping container. For some reason though, Veltro put the controls on the device somewhere in the hold. While Jill and Parker rush to prevent their deaths, we cut to O'Brien talking to General Lansdale on the phone. He tries to convince Lansdale to abort the attack, but it goes about as well as the last time O'Brien tried to convince him of something.
The time has come, O'Brien. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here.
Jill and Parker have about 5 minutes to get to those controls. They have to fight through a shitload of enemies, including the resurrected Rachel. This time we can kill her for good though.
I got you for 3 minutes!
Allowing Jill to launch the UAV into the air, where it deploys some flares, scrambling the Regia Solis. It only kind of works though, as the heat from the satellite sends a tidal wave crashing onto the ship. We see Lansdale and O'Brien talking again. Lansdale wants to obliterate any trace of Ultro, terror threat or not, but for some reason O'Brien opposes this. O'Brien seems to be searching for some kind of secret that could ruin Lansdale. Back to the ship. The ship is rapidly flooding and her and Parker have to swim their way out of the hole. These underwater sections have you getting harassed by sea creepers while you can't fight back. Great. As they swim, they get a call from Chris saying that he and Jessica are nearly at the ship. Jill's fighting for her life not to drown though, so she can't exactly respond. When her and Parker finally do escape the water, Jill radios Chris, who tells her to meet him in the main hall of the ship. However, when Jill and Parker arrive at the hall, they find the masked Veltro agent waiting for them. We cut to Chris and Jessica approaching the Queen Zenobia on a speedboat, but as they approach, something huge in the water starts to attack their ship. That something turns out to be many of these giant brown worm-looking things. There's tens of them attacking the ship, and Chris and Jess have to keep them at bay using the ship's mounted miniguns. These are definitely some kind of T-Abyss monster, but we don't yet know how they were created. Anyway, you have to shoot them and the little projectiles they shoot at you while the boat approaches the ship. You can kill a couple of them, but they're seemingly endless. Chris and Jessica manage to hold off the worms for long enough to board the ship. As they head to meet Jill and Parker, we cut to them talking to that Veltro agent. He's just about to reveal Veltro's evil plan.
The answer to those questions will lead you to an inconvenient truth. You were to have found it, and that...
But Jessica shoots him before he can finish. Parker rolls over the agent to unmask him only to discover that it was Raymond the entire time, so he definitely did destroy that comms equipment. In his last words, Raymond whispers something to Parker, and only Parker, we don't get to hear it. Whatever it is, it's pretty shocking to the man. The ship starts sinking even faster, prompting Jessica to make another move, but Parker decides to swap partners. Chris and Jill go to an underground lab to investigate the virus on the ship, while Parker and Jess go to stop the ship from sinking. Using a key Chris got from the identical Semiramis ship, the way to the lab is unlocked, and it's a pretty fancy place for being in the underbelly of a ship. All Jill has to do to get in is register her fingerprint in the system. I mean, it seems like more strict security measures should have been taken, but what do I know? Before they can enter the lab proper, Jill and Chris have to enter separate decontamination rooms. Jill's room gets broken into by this massive shark monster called a Scarmiglione.
Scarmiglione.
It's kind of like a T-Abyss version of a hunter. Hunters are made by combining human and reptile DNA with the T-virus. This one is human and shark DNA made with the T-Abyss virus. They have a bulletproof shield and a big sword type thing, but once Jill is released from the tiny chamber, it's no big deal. With the decontamination process finished, Jill and Chris can finally enter the actual lab behind this elaborate vault door. We then cut back to my favorite characters who are freezing their asses off in the mountains. The terminal they were using suddenly loses power.
So what the hell did you do?
I didn't do anything.
But luckily there's another one back at the airport. The other team the BSAA sent in has left for some reason, but Quint seems to have almost solved the whole mystery here. Quint and Keith arrive at a warehouse where there's this big ass computer, and it needs 2 whole generators to power on. Once Keith gets it powered on, Quint has to break through the encryption on it while a shitload of enemies jump Keith. As Keith is getting mauled by wolves and hunters, Quint hacks into the FBC servers. You gotta wonder why this Veltro computer would have access to the FBC shit. I'll just play this next scene out for the big reveal of who's behind Veltro.
Director O'Brien, I think I put it all together. Veltro was never back in action. It was all smoke and mirrors, orchestrated by yourself.
Your own little Veltro production, all to get into the head of one certain somebody.
You pretty much got it. I'm glad I'm not paying you for nothing.
Before Quint can send O'Brien what he got from the FBC servers, though, the FBC bombs the entire facility, presumably killing the two agents.
What a disaster.
We go back to Chris and Jill, and while they try to get through a laser maze, let's discuss what we've learned. So we now know why Jill and Parker were sent to rescue Chris and Jessica, while Chris and Jessica were sent to rescue Jill and Parker. O'Brien made it all up to get them all on the ship where he hopes they'll discover something incriminating on the FBC's director, Morgan Lansdale. But there's a lot we still don't know, like why wouldn't he just tell his agents the plan in the first place? We'll have to find out, but in order to neutralize the virus, Chris needs the central computer's password. Jill heads off to find it. We can see all of this red water in the lab, which has one of those giant worms swimming around in it. This is water that's already been infected with the T-Abyss virus, and it would certainly be bad if that thing broke the glass and flooded the ship with it. In the laser maze is a dead employee. Grabbing his keycard allows Jill to get that password, past two of those shark enemies. The man also has a journal on him with some very concerning information. Mainly that General Lansdale provided Veltro the T-Abyss virus and gave them the means to leak it in Terra Grigia. Once Terra Grigia was destroyed, Lansdale had the virus leaked onto the ship, killing everyone who would have known about his betrayal. In the aftermath of the Terra Grigia panic, the FBC received more funding from the federal government to prevent future attacks like this, but as we see now, it was all part of Lansdale's plan. The employee also had a prototype vaccine on him, which Jill can use to inoculate herself against the virus. It's always good to be safe, you know. Once she downloads the password off the computer, that worm thing breaks the glass and floods the ship with the red T-Abyss water. I mean, I swear it's like I played this game or something. The room floods with the water and Jill would have died and turned into a sea creeper, if not for the foresight of vaccinating herself. Jill swims back to Chris where they can start neutralizing the infected water on the ship. When they do, though, Lansdale appears on the screens above the computer. Lansdale remotely releases a horde of ooze enemies in an attempt to kill Chris and Jill. However, if there's anyone who's not going to be killed by a horde of zombies, it's these two. As they finish the zombies, the virus is finally neutralized, thwarting Lansdale's plan to kill them. But as it turns out, Lansdale has another plan. He reveals his drone hovering above the ship, ready to bomb it out of existence in a moment. Before that, though, let's see what Parker and Jessica were up to. They set out to find a way to stop the ship sinking. Jessica immediately decides to split from Parker as he's no Chris Redfield, allowing Parker to radio O'Brien. Raymond seems to have told Parker about O'Brien's scheming, but also that he was working with O'Brien as a double agent against the FBC. He also told her that Lansdale has a spy within the BCAA. Anyway, Parker and Jessica both arrive at the control room, however Jessica got there first. Parker holds Jess at gunpoint thinking that she's the spy, which seems to be supported by her sus behavior the entire game. That's when Raymond appears again, alive due to his bulletproof vest. He joins Parker in subduing Jessica as she's about to activate the ship's self-destruct, but Parker makes a baffling decision here.
Say something. Parker, it's me.
I can't trust you completely. Not yet. Put your gun down, Raymond.
Parker, being a dumbass, allows Jessica to activate the self-destruct and get away. We then see Morgan's drone launch a missile at the ship. It immediately sinks in a flaming mess, but remember earlier how Quint saw a drone above the Semiramis? Well, that was Lansdale's drone. He doesn't actually have one over the Zenobia, which is why he needed Jessica. I don't really get why he threatened Jill and Chris with this drone, only to reveal that it's on the wrong ship. I mean, maybe he just wanted to scare them. Lansdale wishes Jill and Chris a final goodbye as the self-destruct sequence begins destroying the ship. The helicopter that brought Chris and Jessica in is still above the ship, so they have to rush to the foredeck before the entire ship falls apart. In the underbelly of the ship, Jill finds Parker. I have no idea how he got there with a bullet wound, but he tells Jill about Jessica's betrayal. The two limp forward until a walkway collapses under Parker, leaving him hanging over a ledge with only Chris and Jill to pull him up. Now, Parker is a big fella, and he recognizes that they're probably not going to be able to get him up in time, so he lets go of their hands and falls down into the fire below. Chris and Jill have 4.5 minutes to make it to the foredeck past many enemies and falling debris. When they finally do, though, their ride gets smashed by one of those giant worms, and the source of the worms is revealed. A gigantic worm-infested whale. There's another helicopter circling it, but it can't land and pick them up until they get rid of the whale. Alright, so these worms we've been dealing with are called malacodas, and what they initially were is simple small whale parasites, specifically flatworms. And I say small, but certain whale parasites like tapeworms can grow over 130 feet in length. These are a type of flatworm parasite, though, which live on the outside of the whale. The problem is that when a whale was infected with T-Abyss, not only did it grow into a massive monster, but so did the fucking horde of worms infesting it. I love this creature's design so much because you just have this massive whale monster sitting there suffering while the worms do all the attacking. The worms are tough as shit, and the way to kill them is with a stash of like 10 RPGs the helicopter pilot brought. Once the 4 worms are down, the whale slumps over and the pilot can finally pick up the 2. It's not dead though, as 6 new parasites emerge from the whale and begin attacking the helicopter. Chris and Joe could just escape now, but they can't let this thing live and spread these giant worms all over the ocean. I love this stage of the fight even more because the whale is just sitting there bleeding out while literally tens of worms emerge from it. Jill and Chris use the mounted guns on the helicopter to destroy the worms, but they just keep coming from multiple holes in the whale's body. They can kill these parasites all day and night, but there's probably hundreds of them in there. The way Jill finally finishes the beast is by shooting a targeted missile straight down its throat, destroying all of the remaining worms at once. Now I doubt that truly killed all of them since we saw multiple swimming freely in the water earlier, but with their host dead, the rest should die soon enough. Jill and Chris radio O'Brien, who tells them the whole story of how he faked Veltro's return. We now have probably the most filler section ever. We play as Parker and Jessica during the Terra Grigia panic, but prior to when they evac'd. The chapter shows them rescuing Raymond and escorting him to the command room, where the other chapter would begin. The only important part happens at the end. We see Lansdale on the phone like at the beginning, but it turns out he's talking to Veltro's leader, a man named Jack Norman. Lansdale just leaked the virus across the ships. There's actually another one, Queen Dido. It turns out that Norman was expecting this betrayal, so he recorded his interactions with Lansdale, intending to make them public once Lansdale betrayed them. The General is unconcerned, as there's no way Norman could leak them when his entire crew is currently being killed by the T-Abyss and the satellite is about to destroy the city. We cut back to the present. Parker is still alive somehow, limping his way through the underbelly of the ship. Raymond reappears, saving Parker's life just like his was saved back in Terra Grigia. Back on Chris and Jill, O'Brien fills them in on how he tricked them. The reason why O'Brien kept it a secret is because he knew Lansdale had a mole within the BSAA, which would turn out to be Jessica. It turns out that the data Keith and Quint recovered revealed the location of the sunken third ship, Queen Dido. That's where Jack Norman was with his evidence against Lansdale, so that's where Chris and Jill are headed. As O'Brien tells us to Chris and Jill, the FEC busts down the doors, raiding the BSAA and arresting O'Brien.
Clive R. O'Brien, you are under arrest for collaborating with the terrorist organization Veltro.
Not knowing their boss is under arrest, Chris and Jill scuba dive into the wrecked Queen Dido. The ship is swarming with those globsters from the beach. Somehow they're actually really agile underwater. I mean, I don't even think these things would be able to float underwater, but who knows. This section is pretty sick because you get to swim through the ship while opera music plays in the background.
That explains why Morgan cordoned off the area.
Eventually, though, they reach a part of the ship that hasn't gone under yet. This is where the remaining Veltro hid out all these years. The two find a dead FBC team. Lansdale had just sent them here to recover the evidence to keep it out of the BSAA's hands, but they and Veltro fought, killing each other in the process. On a table, we can find the remnants of Veltro laid out. Some of them managed to keep their humanity, while many others had begun mutating already. This area is very creepy due to the atmosphere and music, but it's honestly all really cool. I wish more of the game had this vibe. Further in, Jill and Chris watched Jack Norman's broadcast from the day the Queen Dido was sunk. He and the other Veltro agents injected themselves with T-Abyss to avoid dying down here and eventually get their revenge on Lansdale. Jack really seems to be losing it here, as if he ever had it in the first place. As Chris and Jill approach the final room in the ship, they can hear Jack giving a sermon. It's also very cool.
Vengeance of God, oh, how much oughtest thou? By each one to be dreaded, who doth read that which was manifest unto mine eyes. Pape Satan, Alepe.
When they enter the room, they find Jack sitting on a throne, still tweaking from the virus. He mistakes them for another FBC hit squad, but his mutations start to take over, causing him to drop the recording. Jill grabs it, but before they can leave, Jack takes even more T-Abyss and mutates into his final form, called the Ultimate Abyss. This boss looks absolutely sick, especially the one eye it uses to teleport around. Now, I don't usually associate Resident Evil bosses with things like mastering timing and memorizing attack patterns. Usually beating a boss in RE comes down to whether you have enough resources to outlast them. That is not the case here, as this boss is hard as shit. It's a grueling fight as he teleports around and attacks you. His attacks are very difficult to dodge, so what you have to do is interrupt him by shooting him in the heart. That gets harder though when he starts to create shadow clones to trick you. It's a long and grueling fight, so while it's happening I'll tell you a little more about Jack Norman. So he doesn't have a lot of backstory, but he was a university teacher. Probably a literature teacher due to his obsession with Dante's Inferno. Jack believed that the world had grown greedy and sinful and that he and his group had to wash it all away with violence. Most of who he recruited were his students. Veltro was not a very big group. Lucky for him, Morgan Lansdale was looking for a way to get the FBC more funding. Morgan gave Veltro the 3 ships, the virus, and the UAV to deploy the virus. Because Veltro was such a small group, it would be easy for Lansdale to dispose of them once the job was done. However, Jack lived on out of spite, only to be killed by Jill and Chris.
Finished. Finally, I can die. I can die!
With the evidence in hand, Jill and Chris transmit it back to the FBC headquarters where it's displayed to the entire SWAT team. It shows Morgan giving the virus to Jack Norman. Lansdale tries to justify himself, but even his own FBC agents aren't buying it. When O'Brien orders them to arrest him, they obey. After Lansdale's arrest, the FBC was officially dissolved with most of their assets and agents being given to the BSAA. The BSAA was then made into a UN-sponsored anti-bioterrorism agency. Keith and Quint survived, with Keith becoming one of the leaders of their East African branch. Quint just kept doing his own thing, which as we know is stalking his female co-workers. Parker survived too and returned to the field, however it would not be under O'Brien. O'Brien resigned, rightfully I think as he almost got multiple of his agents killed in his own trap. But he's still an advisor to the BSAA. In the post-credit scene we see that both Jessica and Raymond survived. They meet in a coffee shop. Raymond gives her a sample of T-Abyss to bring to a mysterious company that they're both working for. This is a little confusing because I don't really get why Jessica would shoot Raymond and then Raymond would try to arrest her with Parker if they were working together the entire time. If I had to guess, I would say she shot Raymond to make sure that no one else did in what could have been a lethal area. The other one, I don't know. Maybe they just got a little too into character. Either way, that's the end of the game. It was a decent story, not the best but not the worst. Thank you all so much for watching. Jessica and Raymond have never appeared in another RE game, and they probably never will, so we'll never know what their whole thing was. Honestly good, because Raymond is super ugly and Jessica is very annoying. So Resident Evil 5 begins with a mysterious road woman doing something to this random man. We also get shots of military Humvees rolling into a rundown town in Africa. RE5 is set in the fictional African region of Kajuju in the year 2009. The region is fresh out of a civil war that installed a new government, so just another day, right? We cut to Chris Redfield monologuing about how bioweapons are used now and the BSAA's role in suppressing them. He meets up with his partner, Sheva Alamar, a local BSAA agent. As they introduce themselves, Chris suddenly gets a flashback which shows the grave of Jill Valentine. Whoa, slow down a minute there, partner. When the fuck did that happen? Well, we'll learn in a bit. Anyway, the two make their way into the heart of the city, where they are apparently very unwelcome. Chris and Sheva are supposed to meet up with another team of agents, Alpha Team, to raid a black market weapons deal together. A man named Irving is the target. We'll meet him in a bit. In the middle of the street, there's a guy getting jumped by a crowd, but that's none of our business, so Chris and Sheva continue to a butcher shop. A mysterious alarm sounds as they approach, and the streets suddenly clear. I guess it's bingo night.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
The opening of this game is so much like RE4 it's crazy, but anyway, inside the butcher shop this guy hands them their weapons. Now I was playing on New Game Plus, so I got a whole arsenal, but usually what you get here is just a pistol. We'll see later that Alpha Team has like full combat gear and assault rifles and shit, but I guess Chris Redfield, the most distinguished BOW killer there is, doesn't need all that. The man asked them about something called Ouroboros, not Ouroboros, Ouroboros with a U. It's some kind of doomsday project that Chris and Sheva have heard rumors of, but the man says that Irving is involved somehow. Chris and Sheva continue through the empty, rundown streets until they hear screaming from a building ahead. They bust in just in time to see a man being held down and some kind of worm being shoved down his throat.
Freeze!
The attackers flee at the sight of Chris and Sheva, but the man is left convulsing on the floor, eventually even starting to bleed out of his eyes. Once the struggle is over, he lunges at Chris and Sheva and attacks them. Now, if you've played RE4, you should already know what's going on here. This man's infected with a Plaga parasite. However, there's a big difference here. When Leon was infected, he had a little egg injected into his bloodstream, and the bug took close to a day before it was even close to completely controlling him. This guy had a big-ass worm ball shoved down his throat and was completely taken over seconds later, so what changed? Well, he was given what's called a Type 2 Plaga, one that's been genetically modified with leech DNA. Unlike Plaga Type 1, Type 2 needs to be given orally when it's already at maturity. From there, it attaches itself to the host's brainstem and eventually replaces their entire nervous system, all within a matter of seconds. So that explains the blood coming from his eyes. Sucks for that guy, but Chris and Sheva put him down pretty easily until a crowd of more infected emerges and chases them down. In RE4, the infected were called ganados, or cattle, because they were in a religious cult. Here they're called Bajini. Google Translate says that means in the water in Swahili, but that's not right. Genie in Swahili means a monster. The wiki says genie is derived from the Arabic jinn, which are like evil spirits and demons, so there you go. Anyway, Chris and Sheva barely escape the crowd and find themselves in a house overlooking some kind of execution. The man being executed is our old buddy at the butcher shop who gave us the pistols. I mean, should've given us better weapons, bro. The executioner is this massive black robed guy with nails sticking out from all over him. A super cool design that for some reason is only used on this one guy. Anyway, he kills our friend with the axe to rapturous applause, only for the leader to notice Chris and Sheva. He sicks the crowd on them and they have to fortify this little house and try to survive. Again, this is nearly identical to the beginning of RE4. They get attacked by an army of Magini, but eventually the executioner busts down a gate, giving the two a way out of the house. The executioner himself is a really cool enemy that never appears again, so don't get used to him. Chris and Sheva hold out for a while until the BSAA helicopter pilot Kirk rolls in and blows up a gate, allowing them to escape the crowd. He orders them to hurry up and link up with Alpha Team and heads off to check on their progress. They don't seem to be doing too well, as Chris and Sheva hear over the radio the sounds of them getting mauled by some kind of monster. Chris and Sheva make their way through the town, fighting past many Magini, eventually finding that some of them have mouth tentacles. We'll see that they have a lot more than that later, but for now Chris and Sheva find out what remains of Alpha Team, which is very little. There's this strange black goo dripping from the ceiling as they find Alpha Team's commander barely clinging to life. He says that the weapon deal was all set up to get Alpha Team killed by some kind of monster. They did, however, recover a hard drive full of Irving's data, which he hands to Chris, dying immediately after. Kirk orders them to relay the data from a vehicle at a nearby storage facility, so that's where we're headed. On the way, Chris and Sheva learned what foul beast killed the entirety of Alpha Team. It's this massive oozing pile of worms that forms itself into a body. It looks a lot like the humanoid leech from RE0, but much bigger. The thing has glowing weak spots all over its body, but you might as well just bend over and present your cheeks, because shooting them doesn't do shit but knock its arms off for like 30 seconds. Luckily, there's an incinerator right next door that you can trap it in. Fire is the one thing that works decently well against these enemies, and it completely destroys the thing here. Now that it's gone, what the hell was it? Chris and Sheva don't and won't know for a while, so we'll have to wait. With the worm monster dead, they arrive at the storage facility. We see Irving watching them on a laptop with the Tricell logo in the background. Tricell is a huge pharmaceutical company, one that actually helped form the BSAA in the beginning. Maybe he's just a fan of their logo, but either way he escapes with that strange robed woman. Chris and Sheva transmit the data to HQ. They ask for an update, since besides Kirk and his partner, they're the only two left. HQ tells them to continue the mission and capture Irving, much to their dismay. They tell the team that Irving has made his way into the mines near the city, so it's up to the two of them to chase him down.
You ever get the feeling you're expendable?
Sheva and Chris arrive at a shipping yard where they'll face many more Magini, and also Plaga-infected dogs. In Spain they had Plaga-infected wolves, but here in Africa we get infected dogs and later hyenas. The enemies also have crossbows now, which made sense in RE4 to some degree because they were in a rural village with a massive castle in it. Later on though, we'll see that the Magini can use guns just fine, so maybe they're just broke and can't afford to arm all the people they've infected. Another new enemy type are these big fellas who take way more shots than usual, but still aren't too hard to get past. After almost getting run over by a semi, Chris and Sheva arrive at a waterway where we find these Type 2 Plagas can escape their host and fly around like giant moths. Given that, their name is Kipipeo, which means butterfly in Swahili. Chris and Sheva continue into another part of town where they're once again attacked by a horde of Magini. Kirk arrives to back them up once again with his rockets. Apparently Kirk's blind though, because sometimes he'll just shoot one directly at Chris. The universe punishes us all for our transgressions eventually, and for Kirk, that happens when a swarm of Kipipeo bring down his helicopter, leaving Chris and Sheva truly alone in enemy territory. HQ orders all available agents to rush to the crash site, so we need to take a detour. The final new enemy type we meet in the city is this bag-headed, chainsaw-wielding maniac. I guess Las Plagas is a thing for them, because both RE4 and 5 have these enemies. Past him, Chris and Sheva find Kirk's crash helicopter, and it's clear that there were no survivors. There's about to be even less survivors when a group of Magini on motorcycles attack the two. Just in time, another BSAA team arrives, killing the riders and saving Chris and Sheva's lives. This is Delta Team under Captain Josh Stone. Sheva and him go way back as they work for the same BSAA branch. They agree to meet Chris and Sheva at the mine, handing Chris a flash drive with some recovered data on it. One part of that data is a picture of Jill Valentine in some kind of tank, giving Chris another flashback. It shows Jill tackling Wesker out of a window, but Chris is still reluctant to share more details about what happened there. Maybe Jill's not dead, or maybe someone is keeping her body preserved. We'll have to see. The two teams split up with Chris and Sheva arriving at a dusty train yard outside of town. This is where we meet those infected hyenas I mentioned earlier. An elevator takes the two of them down into the mines where one character has to hold a lamp while the other shoots. Down here we meet a very familiar form of Plaga. Sometimes the parasite will pop out of the head of their host as this giant centipede type thing and swing around at you. Here they're called Cephalo, named after a plant native to Kenya. Just like the type 1s, exposed Plaga parasites can be insta-killed by a flashbang as they can't stand bright light. Through the tunnels and past many enemies, Chris and Sheva arrive at a facility overlooking the mines where they find the man himself, Irving. He has a super annoying voice and he dresses like Kiryu from Yakuza 0. Now for some reason Chris and Sheva don't shoot on sight, a recurring problem for them, and it allows the masked woman to throw tear gas into the room and get away with Irving in hand. So they lost him once again, however they find a document that tells them where he might be going. There's an oil field out in the marshlands that seems to be very important to Irving's plans, so we know where we need to go next. Chris updates Delta Team, and they send some of their soldiers ahead to try to intercept Irving. Chris and Sheva are heckled by some Magini for a while as they have a mounted turret here, but they clear the way only for a truck to crash and deploy this very weird-looking BOW. It's called Poko Kurimu, and it seems to be a cross between a bat and a silkworm or something, however it's fucking huge. Now we don't really know how this was made, but it's definitely a crossbreed between a bat and some kind of insect, maybe using the plaga to make it all come together. The insect part could be the parasite sticking out, but that doesn't really explain how the bat got so big. I think the T-virus might be involved as it has a habit of creating giant animals, and they did already make a giant bat once. Either way, the only way to damage the monster is by shooting its insect underside. Once enough damage is done, the monster goes tumbling off a cliff into the depths below. With the bat dead, another Humvee pulls up to pick up Chris and Sheva and take them to the wetlands. On the way though, they're attacked by a shitload of Magini on motorcycles and in trucks. Like genuinely so many. Chris and Sheva have to fend them off with the turrets on the truck. I swear every single shooter game from this era had a turret section like this. As night falls, they escape the Magini and arrive at a quiet town, filled with the bodies of Delta Team. The killer reveals itself to be another familiar sight if you played RE4. In that game, these were called El Gigante, and this one is called Ndesu. It crushes their driver and attacks the pair, forcing them to use the mounted turrets to fend it off. Now, Ndesu isn't a real word in Swahili, however Undevu means beard, which this giant has quite a nice one. Ndesu has stitches all over his body, which we come to find out are filled with multiple giant plaga parasites. That's very different to the giants of RE4, which had one giant parasite in their back. I imagine to create Ndesu, they probably just made a Gigante, then implanted a bunch more parasites in him to make it harder to kill. Anyway, this fight reminded me so much of the Wii game Darkside Chronicles, which I covered in a previous video. These two games have nearly identical graphics, which makes sense because they released the same year. Anyway, killing Ndesu involves first destroying the parasite sticking out of his stitches, and then the massive one on his back. Once the big one is dead, the giant dies, unfortunately falling right on top of Chris and Sheva's ride. Now that Delta Force has also been wiped out, Sheva says it might be time to give up and wait for reinforcements. Chris refuses though, as there might be a chance they have Jill. Chris is ready to finish the job alone, but Sheva decides at the last moment to go with him. At this point it's just them, no HQ, no choppers, and no reinforcements. Chris and Sheva hop on an airboat and head into the wetlands. The ride was apparently hours long as it's suddenly daytime, but finally Chris tells Sheva, and us, what happened to Jill. So Chris and Jill arrive at Oswell Spencer's mansion in Europe, which is almost exactly like the one from RE1, which was made as a vacation home for him, / T-virus research facility. They're here to capture Oswell and find out if he knows where to find Wesker, or at least use him as bait. When Chris and Jill arrive, they find all of Oswell's security dead, which is never a good sign. This first section is one giant throwback to the first game. I mean, it even has the little animation when you walk through doors. The goal here is to get into the basement, however they need a special crank to do so. To get that crank, they need to jump through quite a few hoops, just like how you got anything done in the first game. The goal here is to find 3 passwords to unlock Oswell's butler's computer to unlock a secret room. Those notes tell us that Oswell is doing some kind of experiments downstairs. When isn't this guy doing experiments, honestly? Another note mentions something a little strange that'll be important later. Oswell wants to achieve immortality, and the clock is ticking as he's already basically on his deathbed. He says his only hope now might be Wesker. Not Albert Wesker though, Alex Wesker. I wonder who that could be. In any case, after Jill almost gets crushed for the second time in one of these mansions, they find the required crank and head into the basement. Now is where we start to see some changes from the other mansion. The basement here is this grimy, blood-covered prison filled with dead bodies. Not far in, we find the result of Spencer's experiments. These massive enemies called blobs, or alternatively, Guardians of Insanity. They look a lot like Lysa Trevor from the first game, who had the progenitor virus in her. However, these ones are much more mutated. They have this giant mass of flesh and eyes on their backs and have this weird lamprey-like face. Now, Lysa Trevor was damn near invincible. The way she ended up dying, allegedly, was when Wesker trapped her under a chandelier in the rapidly exploding Arklay Mountains mansion. These ones are much the same, and they just have to run for now. They run so hard, in fact, that the ground beneath Chris and Jill gives out and sends them down into a labyrinth underneath the mansion, without their weapons. This next part is super annoying because you have to kill 3 of those blobs using these ceiling traps. If the blobs catch you, they'll likely one-shot you. Added to that are these rotten corpses under the water that'll grab you and try to delay you long enough for a blob to get you. Even if they don't delay you, Your partner will usually stop setting the trap to run and help you when you get grabbed, which is really nice of them, but also annoying because you have to restart the whole luring process. Anyway, with 3 of them dead, Chris and Jill escape the underground and get back to the mansion. They manage to scrounge up 2 pistols from dead security before heading into Spencer's study to confront him. They find him dead already though, and his killer is Wesker himself. We can find a note from his butler saying that Spencer wanted Albert Wesker to come here, although we don't know why. Maybe he hoped to extract the stable progenitor virus from him and use it on himself. I mean, that wouldn't have worked, but a man can hope. Chris and Jill try their best, but they're woefully underprepared to fight the superpowered Wesker. He mops the floor with them, dodging every attack they send his way. Just when Wesker was about to finish Chris, was when Jill tackled him out of the window, sending them both down, presumably to their deaths. Although neither body was found. Sheva also shares her backstory. Her family was killed in an accidental BOW release by a company making them in Africa. Anyway, they arrive at the marshlands and immediately find another Delta Force member skewered by a spear on an island. The goal is to find 3 pieces of an emblem to slot into a gate that lets them into the mainland. To get that, they have to travel to the various islands and fight the villagers on them. These guys were infected by a different version of the Plaga than the other Magini, Type 3. So this tribe is called the Nindapaya, and they actually have a pretty crazy history, which we'll learn more about later. But recent history has Tricell forcing them off their land into the marshes to build an oil rig. Tricell then also offered them a mysterious vaccine to some illness that was supposedly spreading throughout the area. That vaccine would turn out to be Plaga eggs of the new Type 3 species. Now Type 3 is kind of shitty compared to 2, because it kills all of the women and children infected with it and only turns to the men. These guys are a lot like the Zealots in the castle in RE4, who dressed and acted medieval, despite the fact RE4 took place in 2004. These guys use spears and shields and wear only grass skirts. Their skin is also a sickly grey color, just like the Zealots. There's also crocodiles in the water, but those aren't BOWs, they're just normal crocs. Anyway, with all the pieces of the seal, Chris and Sheva make their way into the heart of the village, where these giant enemies attack them. These guys take a monumental amount of bulls to kill, but eventually Chris and Sheva make it through the village and to the oil fields beyond. That's where they see the Tricell tents where they presumably gave the Nindapaya the parasites. This comes as a shock to Chris and Sheva because Tricell are part of the Global Pharmaceutical Consortium, which created the initial BSAA. It's kind of crazy just how close the oil fields are to the village, like Tricell didn't even bother trying to pretend they cared about the natives. As the two approach the oil fields, they see Irving making his way inside. Unfortunately though, the way is guarded by a shitload of Magini, including 2 of those chainsaw guys. When they finally get inside, Josh appears, apparently not having died with the rest of Delta team. Joshy has some electrical skills because he can fix the broken elevator, while Chris and Sheva hold off a shitload of Magini. After that, he also uses his skills to open a door, again, while Chris and Sheva watch his back. Once that's finally over, Josh tells us that Irving is planning on detonating the oil rig, so we better stop him first. Josh goes off to find a convenient way out. Chris and Sheva catch up with Irving just as the road woman departs. Irving is perched on his yacht/battleship type thing, so he's easily able to get away before the two can stop him.
Fireworks show! Boom!
Joshy was right again as Irving does rig the place to blow. Luckily though, he found a speedboat on the other side of the dock that they can use to pursue him. As the oil rig goes up in flames behind them, the 3 BSAA agents decide to pursue Irving down the river. The way is, of course, filled with many Magini, both on boats and operating little water gates that you have to get out and open before you can continue. Finally though, the 3 agents find Irving's ship and immediately come under fire by a Magini who can't shoot for shit. As Josh brings them close, we see a flashback of the road woman intimidating Irving into dealing with the BSAA agents. She hands him a vial of something to use for this exact situation. Irving was the guy who sold Tricell's BOWs on the black market, but I wouldn't imagine he's very thrilled at having to give himself one of the viruses just to survive.
This entire operation off the ground. Research like this doesn't fund itself, you know. Yet everyone looks down on me. But not anymore.
He does though, and again, none of this would have happened had Chris and Sheva shot him on sight. Irving grows a set of tentacles from his back and jumps into the river where he immediately mutates into this giant fish monster. What Irving just gave himself was one of the dominant Plagas, which makes sense because his form looks a lot like the mutated form of Ramon Salazar from RE4. Now this fight isn't very hard, but it is kind of annoying to play solo because Sheva doesn't have the intuition to just hop on one of the 4 mounted guns around the ship. So what you have to do is run over to one, tell her to use it, and then run over to another to use it for yourself. The upside of it, though, is that Sheva is a menace on the grenade launcher as she simply just doesn't miss. So you have to defend the bow from Irving's advances until he'll attach himself to the back and stick out his body out of the fish head like it's a tongue. Doing enough damage to him causes the fish head to bite off its own tongue and send Irving flying onto the deck of the ship. Chris tries to question Irving, but he doesn't tell us anything useful. All he says is to continue forward into a cave where Chris will find some kind of answers. And then Irving melts away into a red paste. With Irving now lining the floors of his boat, Josh takes Chris and Sheva to that cave he mentioned. They see the same boat that the rogue woman escaped on, so she must be here. Josh is going to stay behind to try to secure reinforcements, so it's up to Chris and Sheva once again to go ahead by themselves. Not far in, they get attacked by a new type of plaga, these spider-like ones called Bui Quichua. The wiki says that means spider-like in Swahili, but Google Translate disagrees. They're pretty easy to kill, although there are a shitload of them. Now, do you remember when I said the Nidapaya tribe have a weird history? That's because in these caves is this massive temple that uses mirrors and crystals to harness the power of the sun. Now, Africa does have its own set of ancient ruins scattered around it. However, personally, I would associate secret underground temples dedicated to the sun more with South America, but whatever. There is a lore reason why the Nidapaya have this crazy-ass temple, and how they built it, but you'll have to wait. This temple is scattered with its own set of traps, as you see in these type of areas, as well as a scripted running sequence which you also always see in these type of areas. After this section where you have to find all these statues and activate them, an old enemy appears. It's that weird bat-worm thing, the Popo Kurimu. It must have followed Chris and Sheva here with nothing but hatred in its heart, as that's a very long journey for such a big and clumsy animal. Anyway, this time there's no escape, and Chris and Sheva kill the weird creature for good. After killing it, we see a cutscene of this fancy-looking lady injecting something into Wesker. Heroin, maybe. She tries to flirt with Wesker, but the Sigma doesn't reciprocate much, probably because she's not a blonde.
Right? Someone suitable to join you in your new world? I believe I've proven I'm worthy, haven't I?
Perhaps you have.
The robed woman appears to tell Wesker that the BSA are nearing his position, but Wesker is unconcerned. As they leave, we see a cutscene of when Wesker killed Spencer. It's still unclear why he did that or why Spencer even summoned him, but my best guess is that Spence wanted to see with his own eyes what the progenitor virus could do if given to the right host. The ending shot shows us a stash of missiles all labeled Ouroboros before we cut back to Chris and Sheva. It's time for them to really face the power of the sun now, as the Nidapaya have these giant magnifying crystals that shoot explosive rays of sunlight at you. Now, in Resident Evil Revelations, the FEC had a massive solar satellite they used to destroy shit, but honestly they should have just asked the Nidapaya for advice because this seems much cheaper. Anyway, after getting past that and solving these mirror puzzles, Chris and Sheva emerge into a garden filled with Tricell and Umbrella equipment. The place is filled with these sickly looking flowers called Stairway of the Sun. These are the source of the progenitor virus, the discovery of which set off the entire Resident Evil series. The Nidapaya were able to build this massive temple because one of their leaders in the past was infected by the virus and was able to adapt to it, much like Wesker. There's kind of a funny note here from an Umbrella employee that's like, we finally kicked those natives who were squatting in these ruins out. Like they didn't build it and live in it for hundreds of years prior. Anyway, before Umbrella found these things, it was Dr. Marcus and Oswell Spencer. It was this discovery and the potential for the eugenics program that led them, as well as a bunch of other notable British people, to found Umbrella. However, outside of this very specific garden in Africa, the flowers don't develop the progenitor virus, so they had to set up a permanent facility here to keep gathering samples, and keep the Nidapaya off their land. At the end of Umbrella Chronicles, Wesker recovered all of Umbrella's research, which is when he learned of the location of this garden. After the collapse of Umbrella, the facility was left abandoned until Tricell arrived and restarted the research into the virus, and all of their other BOW projects. In this facility, we find that Tricell has also weirdly started making liquors again. There's a note that says liquors are basically perfect, and they don't need to be improved upon. I disagree. For one, they have no skin, nor eyes, but the biggest problem is they have an exposed heart on their chest. I mean, I think that's a pretty big defect personally, but Tricell didn't hire me, so... After waiting for an elevator while about 42 liquors attack you, Chris and Sheva arrive at this room filled with these incubator tanks. In the picture of Jill, she was inside one of these. However, when one of the tanks dumps its contents, we find it to be a rotten and emaciated corpse. Now hopefully Jill is a little better off than that, but Chris enters her name into the computer, and the elevator begins heading towards it, only to be stopped by...
Why?
Well, that's why.
I love Chris's non-reaction to being attacked by a giant crab spider. I mean, it really is just another day for him. Now this fight here taught me that I'd been playing this game wrong my entire first playthrough. When you shoot the crab's joints enough, it falls down and exposes its weak spot, which is its mouth. What I didn't know is that you're supposed to run up and do a QTE to shove a grenade in his mouth. Most bosses in this game have some kind of QTE you're supposed to do to them, and my ass did not know that in my first playthrough. The worst example of this is the final boss, but we'll discuss that. Anyway, the crab is called U-8, or Ultimate 8. That sounds like a scratch ticket to me, but it was made by combining the DNA of a bunch of crabs and shoving a plaga into the mixture. U-8 has these weird little mosquitoes it shoots out at you sometimes as well. With enough grenades in the mouth, Chris and Sheva kill U-8 and the elevator restarts. Jill's pod comes out and opens, but it's empty. I mean, honestly, better than her looking like that other guy. The fancy woman, Excella Gioni, one of Tricell's executives, appears on a monitor to taunt Chris and Sheva. She has nothing of value to say and signs off, leaving Chris and Sheva with more questions than answers. The elevator takes them down to an exit, but is protected by more Magini, these ones with guns. Now, I think this is when RE5 takes a turn for the worse, because it basically has the same controls as RE4, which is to say, shitty ones. It's also a Resident Evil game, which means your character moves about as fast as an 80-year-old woman. You also have no crosshair, you just have to aim with a little laser around, which is fine until you actually have to be precise with your aiming. So you have to play the game like a cover shooter with horrible controls, slow movement, and no aiming. Now luckily the Magini don't understand that you can shoot a gun more often than once a business day. Anyway, I'm gonna quit complaining. As Chris and Sheva ride an elevator up, they intercept a call between Excella and Wesker, alarming Chris as he thought Albert was long dead. In an underground factory type area, we find this weird mucousy goo and these massive eggs covering certain parts. Some of the eggs hatch to reveal these massive insect creatures called Reapers. They can secrete this gas to cover their movements and one-shot you if they get close. Now, I would have thought they were made with T. Veronica, because that is the insect virus. However, these were an accidental creation when cockroaches were exposed to the Ouroboros virus. Now, if Reapers are what become of cockroaches with the virus, it's not a good sign for what else we might have to face. But facing difficulty is a part of life, so as Chris and Sheva continue, they find themselves trapped in a room full of test tubes. There's a naked guy tied to a chair. Excella and the robed woman watch from above as the naked man rises. Black worms start to pop out of his body. He seems to have control of them at first. This guy has the Ouroboros virus, and Excella tells them what she's planning on doing with the virus.
It's terrorists. Good guess, but no. While it does resemble the BOWs based on the progenitor virus, I have no intention of setting it to terrorists.
Then what are you using it for?
Evolution. It's a philosopher's stone, one that will choose through DNA who shall proceed to the next stage.
The man loses control though, apparently not being worthy in some way. The worms overgrow the rest of his body and he mutates into another of those massive worm pile creatures we fought earlier. Back then we had an incinerator to kill it. This time there's a flamethrower mounted on the wall. Not half as effective though. Like I said earlier, you can shoot off its arms with the weak spots. However, the way you do damage is by stunning it with fire, then shooting the new weak spots that appear. That's the way it's supposed to work, but in both of my playthroughs I simply could not kill it that way. I mean, Lord knows I tried, but no matter how much fire and bullets I threw at it, I could not kill this fucking thing. This thing is called Ouroboros Makono. Makono means hand in Swahili. The other was just Ouroboros test subject, but the way I killed this thing both times was with the RPG, which one-shots it. So Wesker has a stash of missiles filled with the virus that created these things, which is very bad news for the world if Chris and Sheva fail to stop him. They continue to chase after Excella, eventually descending an elevator and finding even more into Depaya ruins. They catch Excella inside, but it was a trap as the robed woman ambushes them. Chris shoots off her mask, but before he can finish her, Wesker appears in the flesh. He pulls back the hood of the woman to reveal Jill wastes no time in folding Chris. Wesker soon joins in, and Sheva and Chris are horribly outmatched. Wesker dodges every single bolt you send at him. The only way to hit him is by catching him off guard, and even then it does very little. You just have to survive this encounter and waste enough of Wesker's time. Now in my first video in this series I said that Wesker was kind of a creep. The reason for that is because in RE0 there's a game mode called Wesker Mode in which you play as him and his mind-controlled Rebecca, who he has wearing a skin-tight suit in that game. Now that mode's not canon, but now in RE5 we see that not only does he have Jill in a skin-tight suit, but also he's dyed her hair blonde. Strange man, that Albert Wesker, but once you duck Wesker for long enough, he decides to leave and let Jill clean up. Now I'll say this, Jill is a lot tougher in the cutscenes, but it seems like Chris can get through to her. She tears at her chest, revealing the device Wesker is using to control her. How this works is kind of a long story, but back in Raccoon City, Jill was infected by the T-Virus. Now she was already kind of immune to the virus, but this was a direct T-Virus injection into the veins. Before she turned to a zombie, her partner Carlos gave her a vaccine for the virus, allowing Jill to recover and her body to create antibodies for it. Well, after she tackled Wesker out of the window, both survived although Jill was badly injured. Wesker captured her and took her in to be one of his first Ouroboros recipients. However, her T-virus immunity also worked for the progenitor-derived Ouroboros. To get around this, Wesker had this device attached to her which would periodically inject her with the virus. It eventually worked and put her under his control. Saving her is as simple as taking the device off. Apparently it was Wesker's experiments that caused her to become blonde, but that seems like a convenient excuse for old Albert. To get the device off, Chris has to entreat with her until she can resist the device long enough for one of them to grab her. The other then has to shoot the little device on her chest. I would usually let Sheva do that because she has the eye of a hawk, until finally Chris can rip the device off. With it off, Jill finally comes to. She was aware of her actions the entire time, but unable to stop herself from beating the piss out of the two of them. Chris wants to stay and help Jill, but she tells him to quit being a little bitch and stop Wesker before it's too late.
Will be spread across the globe. Millions will die.
Oh yeah, but
I'm all right. You need to stop him. Chris, you're the only one who can. Before it's too late.
They rush onto the deck of this massive ship. There's also a new version of a plug that we see. The guards on the ship are all infected with the Type 3, the same as the Nidapaya. Sometimes when you kill one, the parasite will explode from their body in this massive bulb-type shape. The outside is completely invulnerable to bullets. These are called Duvalia after these creepy-looking plants. They fight past a shitload of Magini until they finally catch up with Excella. Again, they should be shooting on sight, but at least they finally do shoot this time, only Chris misses and hits one of Excella's briefcases. It spills open with a bunch of syringes, the same ones she was injecting into Wesker earlier. Chris and Sheva give chase through the whole of the ship only to be halted by a new enemy, a massive man with a minigun on his back. These enemies suck to fight, but with enough punches from Chris, the big man goes down. Things get no better past him as the Magini start arming themselves with rocket launchers, but as Chris and Sheva progress, we cut to Wesker and get another flashback. We see him talking to Oswald prior to killing him.
A new superior breed of humans, given birth by the progenitor virus. The Wesker children were entrusted with endless potential. Of them, only one survived. You.
Are you saying I was manufactured?
I was to become a god. Creating a new world with an advanced race of human beings. However, all was lost with Raccoon City. Despite that setback, your creation still holds great significance. Now my candle burns dimly. Ironic, isn't it? For one who has the right to be a god. To face his own mortality.
The right to be a god. That right is now mine.
So Wesker killed Spencer when he told him that basically his entire life was planned out for him. I would imagine Wesker always thought himself as kind of a self-made man who used his own intelligence and cunning to get where he is today. However, Spencer shattered that illusion, and so Wesker killed him out of revenge. Chris and Sheva eventually get back onto the deck of the ship where there's a giant pile of corpses. Excella stumbles out, having been infected with Ouroboros by Wesker. Wesker's plan is to use those missiles to infect every single person on Earth with Ouroboros. Those with superior genes like himself will survive and become superhuman. Those that don't will die or become monsters. Excella's body rejects Ouroboros as she begins to mutate. The worms extend out of her body, grabbing each of the many dead bodies around the ship until eventually she grows into this massive creature. Chris and Sheva have to run inside before the monster crushes them. Inside they find a note detailing an orbital laser that Tricell have in the area. Goddamn, Tricell. But on the roof of the ship they find the targeting system for the satellite and can finally fight the mutated Excella. Her mutated form is called Ouroboros Aheri, which means goodbye in Swahili. What you have to do is damage a couple of these massive yellow bulbs until the main heart of the monster is exposed. The best way to do that is with the orbital laser, however it takes about 2 business days to recharge between shots. It takes around 3 shots to finally get the job done, but while Chris and Sheva fight for their lives, let's see what Jill has been up to. After Chris and Sheva left her, she immediately collapsed and passed out on the floor. She's woken up by Josh, who recognizes her as the BSAA hero she is. Josh came in looking for Sheva and Chris, but they're already gone. Joshy has a helicopter on the way, but they need to make their way across the facility before it can pick them up. This journey is perilous as fuck, and most of what it has you doing is running from endless waves of enemies trying to find keys to unlock gates. When they can finally radio the helicopter pilot, Doug, he says he's waiting for them nearby. Before they can leave though, Jill needs to find a way to radio Chris with some pertinent information. There's a communication facility on the way, so it all works out. The unfortunate part is that the path is filled with even more endless enemies, and a shitload of mounted grenade turrets. Jill has to use the turrets to destroy the many gates blocking their way. Past that shit show, they find that the bridge leading across the mountains has been destroyed, meaning that Doug will need to come to pick them up. Luckily, there's a helipad atop the communication facility. Meanwhile, once Chris and Sheva kill Ouroboros Harry, they head inside the control center and find that Wesker has himself a bomber plane, presumably to use with those missiles we saw earlier. Before they can get down there, Jill radios them from that communication facility. She says that the virus inside Wesker isn't as stable as we thought. He needs to inject himself with a serum every once in a while to keep it stable. Those syringes Chris and Sheva found. Jill tells them that if Wesker takes too much of the serum, it'll act as a poison and hopefully kill him. Back to Jill and Josh. They get to the roof of the facility, but Doug's slow ass isn't there yet. They have to hold out against a stupid amount of enemies for like 7 minutes until he arrives. We're talking multiple chainsaw men, multiple machine gunners, and an endless swarm of Magini behind them. It really sucks. But once Doug arrives, he gets out to cover them as they rush to the helicopter. That turns out to be a mistake for him, but very fortunate for Jill and Josh, when a Magini appears with a rocket launcher. This is no RPG though. It's a homing missile that I would think would sooner lock onto the helicopter than it would Doug, but it does just that and vaporizes Doug. The shooter very nearly gets the helicopter as well, but Josh barely manages to avoid it and take off. They head off to help Sheva and Chris, so why don't we see what's going on over there? The two make their way into the underbelly of the ship, fighting past an obscene amount of enemies on the way. That culminates with 2 of these minigun guys, which would be a travesty had there not been a mounted turret to use on them. Finally, they catch up with Wesker, syringes in hand. Wesker pulls this insane move.
You've really become quite an inconvenience for me.
And it's clear that Chris and Sheva are no more prepared to deal with him than they've ever been. The hangar begins opening, and as Wesker waits for his plane to launch, he attacks Chris and Sheva once again. How you beat him this time is by first turning off the lights, giving you some element of surprise, and then using a rocket launcher conveniently right in the hangar. As always, Sheva is an insane shot with it. Now Wesker just catches the rocket each time, but you can then shoot it in his hand and set it off. It doesn't actually do much damage, but it does stun him, allowing you to damage him, although not for long. You have to repeat this until Wesker is exhausted enough for Chris to restrain him and Sheva inject him with a syringe. It does weaken him, but it doesn't kill him like you'd want it to. Wesker jumps away into the plane, and Chris and Sheva have to desperately run to grab on before it takes off. Now that the plane is in the air, there isn't really a good way they could stop his plan. If he manages to launch his missiles, he'll infect everyone. If the plane gets shot down, it'll explode and put the virus in the atmosphere, and infect everyone. If it crashes, it'll probably get into the water, and infect everyone. So we're fucked, right? Maybe. But at least Chris can ensure Wesker won't be around to see it. They fight again, and after another ass-kicking, Chris manages to inject him with a second syringe, weakening Wesker even further. Chris opens the hangar door to try and get rid of him, however he manages to grab hold of Sheva's leg. She's ready to sacrifice herself to stop him, but Chris already saw how well that worked out for Jill. The plane crashes into a volcano, which is extremely convenient for disposing of a contagious virus. Tragically, Wesker didn't fall into the lava. He did, however, lose his shirt somewhere along the way. He reaches down and pierces one of the missiles, merging his arm with the worms inside and the metal of the plane. It's boss fight time. Luckily, the injections made him lose his speed, but he's no less tough. Sheva and Chris get separated. Wesker's weak spot is on his back, so the first stage has him chasing Chris while Sheva has to shoot his weak spot. In the second stage, you switch and you have to defend Sheva while she drags herself back up a cliff. Once Sheva climbs up, Chris can punch a boulder into the lava and allow Sheva to join up with him. Now I think Chris has been taking a little of the trenbolone, but it's finally time to actually fight Wesker. This was the fight I was talking about earlier when I said I had no idea there was a QTE. You can actually finish the fight in a single QTE with enough button mashing. I did not know that in my first playthrough. I did it the hard way, and think I had like 3 bullets in my pistol left by the end of it. Anyway, first you have to damage his weak spot on the back, then one opens on the front. When you damage that one, you can run behind Wesker and restrain him, while Sheva chops the shit out of his weak spot. Chris finishes his old enemy with a blow from behind, causing Wesker to fall back into the lava. Just then, Jill and Josh arrive in the helicopter and pick the two up, but Wesker is still not dead despite him currently burning alive. To finally end the former STARS commander, Chris and Sheva hit him with 2 rockets at the same time, ending the years of terror that man wrought upon the world.
Locked and loaded.
Suck on this, Wesker.
Your time's up, you son of a bitch.
And that is finally the end of Resident Evil 5, and kind of the end of the main story of the series. Wesker has been the villain from the first game. While he doesn't appear in every single one, his presence is always felt. I guess that's it then. No Umbrella, no Wesker? Or wait a minute, didn't somebody say something about an Alex Wesker? So Revelations 2 opens with an advertisement for a company called TerraSave.
Stolen, re-engineered, misused with tragic results. And who are you supposed to trust? Politicians who sell their souls for a few votes? CEOs who betray consumers for a quick buck? Count on us instead. We're above the politics, always watching, always ready to face the threat head on. We are the unflinching mop that sops up the evils of bioterrorism and chemical warfare. They call us TerraSave. Because tear doesn't have to end with a wrist.
It's kind of funny because their name is supposed to be like the good version of terrorist. Anyway, I think they're kind of like how the BSAA was before the fall of the FBC. They're like the Red Cross, but for BOW attacks. This game takes place in 2011, 2 years after RE5. Anywhere they're having themselves a nice little party, and one of the guests is Claire Redfield, Raccoon City survivor and now TerraSave member. She greets Moira Burton, Barry from the first game's daughter, and the newest member of TerraSave. Claire gets pulled aside by this Neil guy. He mentions some kind of new virus, but Claire's like, whatever bro, Tricell is long gone. After RE5 they collapsed, publicly anyway. We hear from Neil and Moira about how she and her dad don't exactly have a great relationship. Before we learn more though, this happens.
Claire Redfield, you're coming with us.
No, there must be some kind of...
So did TerraSave just get raided by the IRS for not paying their taxes, or did someone else just perform a raid on a corporate building in the middle of the city? I don't know, but Claire wakes up in this dingy prison cell with some kind of bracelet on her wrist. The door to her cell opens and she can find Moira in the same situation just down the hallway. Her door also opens. They emerge into this large room with a bunch of body bags hanging from hooks in the room, so probably not the IRS. Probably. The two continue through the prison until they hear someone else screaming in the distance. The whole area is drenched in blood, but there's no sign of the person who got attacked. A little further in, we find who attacked that person, this mutated, tortured-looking prisoner guy. Claire manages to chase him off, but he goes right back to assaulting whoever he was before. Claire and Moira give chase, but by the time they catch up, the woman is long dead. She was Gina, another TerraSave member. Claire and Moira continue, finding themselves watched by cameras the entire way. Eventually, after finding a set of keys to continue through the prison, they get attacked by a large group of more crazy prisoners. These guys are called the Afflicted, but we'll have to wait to find out what is afflicting them. It's clear they're not exactly zombies though, as they wield weapons, but they're also not Ganados or Magini, as they're a little too feral to have a plaga in them. Claire found herself a gun on the body of a dead cop, but when she suggests that Moira should find one as well, she declines. Claire and Moira reference some kind of incident she had with a gun, which is why she won't use them. But I mean, it better have been pretty traumatizing, because this is a life or death situation, Moira. She will use a flashlight and a crowbar, though. Basically, the way this game works is, you can play co-op, but one person just has to agree to be the bitch of the run, and not be able to use weapons. That person can, however, find hidden items on the ground and stun enemies. There's another play of characters we play as later, and it's the same deal. One can use guns while the other can't really do much. When you play solo though, most of what you do is play as the spotter character, so right now that's Moira, then switch back to the shooter when there's combat. It's kind of annoying, but not a big deal. Now in my opinion, this game has two very clear inspirations. The Last of Us, which a shitload of games were inspired by, even though most of them pale in comparison, and weirdly, The Evil Within. I say weirdly because it shows an odd amount of similarities with that game. Now right off the bat, I'll say that Resident Evil can steal whatever they want from The Evil Within, because that game took a lot from Resident Evil 4. But first of all, this whole prison section is straight out of that game, and there's some enemies later that look a lot like Evil Within enemies, but most of all, the story is weirdly similar. So I made a video on The Evil Within if you want to know the full story of that game. It's interesting to say the least, and probably one of my favorite survival horror games. But to give you an idea of what I mean, here's some of what happens in that game. So there's this mind control machine called STEM that runs off the brain of a crazy serial killer called Ruvik. Ruvik basically has full control of the world inside the STEM machine. When someone gets put in, he'll subject them to a series of insane physical and mental tortures to try to break them. If he succeeds, they become a haunted, which are like his little mind-controlled foot soldiers. The game follows him trying to mind control this kid named Leslie so that he can transfer his consciousness into him and escape STEM through Leslie's body. Just remember this because a lot of it should start sounding familiar as we go through the story of this game. Anyway, they use that key to enter this main hall type area lined with cells full of afflicted. The person watching them on the camera speaks through the bracelets, saying that their bracelets will change color with the more fear they feel. Whatever, bro, but in order to get out, they need to get this gear thing out from this torture machine, and to do that, they need to get the power back on. This takes him to the underbelly of the prison where we find another variant of the afflicted, these massive pyramid head looking guys called Iron Heads. Fitting with their name, they have weird impractical helmets welded to their face, and even more strange metal pieces sticking out of them. Turning on the power also turns on all the traps in the facility, which there are many of. Also very Evil Within. One of them is a trash compactor which Claire almost gets caught in. When she escapes, she references Barry's most iconic line.
Oh my god, are you okay?
Yeah, I was almost a Claire sandwich.
Oh, Barry, tell everyone that story.
Hurry! This way!
Oh, Barry!
That was too close. You were almost a Jill sandwich.
With the power on, they can fetch that gear from the saw trap, but that came with the side effect of opening every single one of the cells in the main hall. The door to outside is barred, so while Moira gets it open with a crowbar, Claire has to defend her from a shitload of enemies. You can use this massive fire-breathing statue in the middle of the room, but I didn't because your actions as Claire and Moira have consequences in this game. Anyway, once they get outside, the woman speaks over their bracelets again. She calls herself the Overseer and tells them to go to a place called the Wasek, whatever that is. Now that they've escaped the prison, it's actually kind of nice out here. Still run down, but not covered in blood and barbed wire. There's a radio tower across a rickety bridge that they can use to try and get help. Moira complains about her dad again before they make their way inside.
Barry'll never forgive me.
This isn't your fault. Also, Barry can kiss my ass. The guy bitches and moans and granny swears about everything.
Claire goes to the top of the tower to turn on its power while Moira stays and sends out the signal. When Claire gets to the top, she finds that they've been taken to a tiny little island, so their hopes of escape are very little. This should all feel oddly familiar to Claire because the same exact thing happened to her on Rockford Island. The main difference was that Rockford was more of a prison work camp, while this island is more of a CIA black site. Actually, not CIA, more like KGB because they're in Russia. But after Moira sends the signal, we cut to a boat approaching the island. It's Barry Burton, Moira's dad, former STARS agent, and now a seasoned BSAA operative. He makes landfall on the island, only to encounter this creepy little girl. Barry tries to get her to stay behind on the boat, but she's not having it. Her name is Natalia, and she's the new spotter character while Barry is the shooter. Now, for once in one of these games, Barry has actually sufficiently armed himself for the mission, including bringing his Magnum from the first game.
What about you?
Oh, don't worry. I like the buddy system we have here.
I see.
Anyway, Natalia has no idea what she's doing here, so her best bet is to just stick with Barry until she can find Moira and get her off the island. He asks about her parents, but they died in Terra Grigia, after which she was put into a home by TerraSave. Now, Barry's assault on the island is immediately halted when he encounters this fucking infestation of giant whip spiders. I mean, there are so many of them, it's crazy. Now, these things must be infected with the T-virus because whip spiders don't get that big. However, the T-virus usually makes bugs gigantic, so I don't know. Anyway, Barry and Natalia make their way into the prison where it's pretty clear it's been a while since Claire and Moira did the same. Even the enemies are now these walking rotten corpses. As such, they're called the Rotten. They're much weaker than the Afflicted, as those guys still had all their muscle tissue and athleticism. Barry also mentions that they were detailed in some kind of brief, so the BSAA must have known about the TerraSave abduction, but apparently Moira hasn't turned up. Natalia can also see enemies through walls, which is kind of explained later, but that's her main contribution to the team. Anyway, Barry and Natalia pretty much go the same way Claire and Moira did, but they actually want to shut the power off as the traps won't let them through. If you used that flaming statue head earlier, it would still be on and blocking Barry's way. Now there's some other examples of this throughout the game as well. Anyway, with the power off, Barry and Natty leave the prison and head towards the radio tower. Unfortunately though, Moira and Claire broke the bridge when they use it, so we need to go the long way. That brings us to a little logging outpost where we get jump scared by a new enemy type. This is that enemy I was talking about that looks a lot like an Evil Within enemy. They're called Revenants, and they're made by giving the Ouroboros virus to corpses. Specifically, mismatched corpses that have new limbs stitched on in various places. It kind of works, but their movement is very awkward and stilted. Just like any Ouroboros creation, they have a big glowing weak spot to shoot that kills them. You don't know where it is though, so you have to use Natalie to see it, or just shoot off limbs until it appears. They're pretty cool, but the gate leading out from the logging camp is chained shut in a pretty overkill way. The way to get it open is to use a crane to knock it down. However, doing so draws a shitload of revenants to their position. Barry and Natalia barely escape by dropping the logs from the crane onto the creatures and lighting it on fire. They finally make it to the radio building, but find no Moira there. Barry finally reveals how long ago Moira disappeared. 6 months. Yeah, no shit she's not there, Barry. That was 6 whole ass months ago. Although I guess it's as good of a place as any to start looking. The name Moira seems to ignite some kind of memory in Natalia, and she says this.
Moira. She's dead.
What?
Not good news at all, but we go back to Claire and Moira's timeline and see these goobers running through the forest. We see Neil again, but he separates from the other two, Gabe and Pedro. They arrive at a bar in an abandoned town, the Wasek the Overseer mentioned. Claire and Moira bust into, and now most of the surviving TerraSave members have finally been reunited. They're all in the same boat, fear bracelets and all, and the Overseer reveals the point of the bracelets.
What do you want?
I need to throw you at the wall and see who sticks and who doesn't. The wall, in this case, is a special virus that I injected into each of you.
So they were all injected with a virus called T-Phobos, Phobos being the Greek god of fear. So the bracelets track how scared you are by monitoring your norepinephrine.
Norepinephrine.
If you get too scared, the virus activates and causes you to transform into one of the afflicted. But there's only male afflicted outside, so what happens to females? The virus causes much more intense mutations in females, having killed every woman infected with it so far. The point of this whole experiment is to find someone who either has no fear or can conquer their fears. That person would be able to properly bond with the virus and it wouldn't kill them. So that's why all the afflicted have been tortured so badly, to elicit a fear response from them and see if they can overcome it or not, which clearly none have so far. All the enemies we've been fighting so far were the natives of the island, but we'll talk more about that later. Anyway, Gabe takes Claire and Moira outside to show them a helicopter he's found. It has no power and no fuel, so he asks the two of them to find some while he repairs it. So Moira and Claire have to search the old town for the two items, occasionally having Pedro help them out by using his auger to break down fragile walls. When they finally bring Gabe the items, an alarm starts blaring back at the bar, drawing all of the afflicted in a 10-mile radius to the sound. Claire, Moira, and Pedro rush to shut it off, but when they do, it's too late and the bar is surrounded. Pedro starts losing his shit right away.
We're all gonna die! I don't know what to do!
Step 1, fucking chill out.
Now, I get being scared in a situation like this, but if 20-year-old Moira, who doesn't even have a gun, is handling it well, you should be able to too. He does not though, and his bracelet changes to the color red, signifying that he's too far gone. Pedro mutates out of control, growing in size and getting little pustules all over his body. He wields his drill as a weapon, and it's a very effective one. Now, you don't have to kill him here, but if you don't, Barry will have to later. Pedro takes a crazy amount of bullets, but once he's down, Neil reappears and drops a ladder to allow their escape. Neil's bracelet is green, signifying he couldn't care less, which could make sense because he is a former FBC agent. He takes Claire and Moira into the sewers, where Moira once again complains about her dad.
It's our boss.
Neil Fisher. Barry Burton's girl, right? Your dad's in the BSAA?
Do me a favor, and don't put Barry and me in the same sentence. Sir.
I don't necessarily dislike Moira, but I think the problem with her is she talks so much shit about her dad. Meanwhile, we play as her dad, and he seems like a great guy. But maybe I'm just biased, though, because Barry was the GOAT in RE1. Anyway, they go through the sewers, and emerge into a downtown-type area. Looming over is this mysterious tower, which they speculate might have the Overseer in it. We also find a new enemy type, these pretty horrifically tortured dogs infected by T-Phobos. They have like a pig face stitched onto their own and a tube stuck into it, giving the appearance of a gas mask. They're called Orthrus, after a two-headed dog in Greek mythology, the brother of the three-headed Cerberus. Now, I don't really get the point of these. If the goal was to find a human who could overcome fear and bond with the virus, why would you torture dogs? Anyway, as they enter the town, Neil elects to stay behind and distract the large group of afflicted to allow Claire and Moira to get away. Further into the town, they catch a glimpse of Natalia, but she runs away. They try to follow her, but get stopped by another new enemy, these bloated ones called Sploders. They do just that when you get close enough, but Moira can actually kill them with her flashlight. Good for her. Claire and Moira finally catch up with Natalia in a ruined building, but Claire has suddenly lost her touch with kids. I mean, she was great with Sherry in RE2, but I guess it's Moira's time to shine. Natty decides it's best to follow them around for a while, but she has to stay behind as Moira and Claire get attacked by this giant beast. It's another new afflicted variant, this one called the Vulcan Blubber. Vulcan is the Roman equivalent of Hephaestus, who was the god of fire and forging, but all this guy does is forge fireballs to shoot at you. They have a cage stuck into their head, and it seems like they have some kind of pelt thing stapled into their skin. They're pretty tough, but nothing Claire can't handle. When they get outside, they see that Gabe has finally gotten that helicopter working, but the Overseer can't allow that. She remotely disables the helicopter mid-flight, causing Gabe to crash and burn into a building. In the distraction, somebody sneaks up behind them and snatches Natalia away. With that, let's go on to kind of a side note and talk about how Natalia ended up finding Barry after getting kidnapped. So that brings us to the Little Miss extra chapter. A pretty goofy little story, but let's get into it. So Natalia wakes up in this weird machine with no idea of how she got there. Her only company is Dark Natalia, a version of herself in her head wearing all black with blonde hair. All Natalia wants to do is find her teddy bear, Lottie, who is given to her after Terra Grigia. Lottie is pretty much the only normal thing left in her life, and luckily Dark Natty has a postcard from Lottie.
Dear Natalia, why did you leave me behind? Don't you love me anymore? I'm all alone now. I'm so sad. I might tear my eyes out.
I didn't leave her behind. I would never. Then you'd better tell her. She sounds like a bear on the edge.
It plays this really goofy little cutscene, but Dark Natalia seems to know where Lottie is, and the first place to search is the sewers. So in this mode, Natalia can't actually see the enemies, but Dark Natty can. Dark Nat is a figment of real Nat's imagination though, so she can walk right up to enemies with no problem. So what you have to do is use Dark Nat's vision to let real Nat sneak past the enemies and find more of Lottie's postcards. Each one shows Lottie in a new place, and over time it becomes clear that Dark Nat isn't trying to actually find the teddy bear. What she is trying to do is break Natalia's spirit and allow herself to take control. The way she does this is pretty much just by bullying Natalia.
What if Lottie's the whole reason you're alone? What if no one wants to be around you because you're a stupid girl who loves stupid teddy bears?
The search for Lottie takes Natalia to the beach where she finds that Lottie isn't there, and Dark Nat never really knew where she was.
You little bitch!
Natalia rejects her alter ego for the final time just as Barry arrives at the island, giving her the ability to see enemies without getting nagged by Dark Natty. So does Natalia have multiple personality disorder? Well, it should all make sense as we continue on with the story. So back to Barry and Natalia. They arrive at Wassac Town and find it a burned out ruin. It's in this wreck that we encounter another new enemy type. Natalia keeps shouting at Barry about some kind of monster, but as far as he can see, there's nothing around. It turns out that's because the monster is completely invisible. Natalia can see its outline though, so she needs to direct Barry where to shoot. If he's unsuccessful, the monster gets too close and one-shots him. Either by dying to it or killing it, you finally get to see what the monster is. They're called Glasps, and surprisingly, these things were once human. Now though, it's a bloated flying insect creature. The Glasp secretes some kind of gas that tricks most animals' optical nerves into not perceiving it. Another way to see them though is to throw a smoke grenade, which dissipates their gas. If a Glasp kills you, it spits out a bunch of its little offspring to feast on your corpse. A very strange T-Phobos mutation to be sure. Anyway, they eventually make their way into the sewers and then into the city where Natalia got snatched. Here we meet another new enemy, these giant blobby things called Slingers. They were made with Ouroboros, and befitting their name, they sling balls of the black worms at you. If it hits you, it blinds you. Their weak spot is right on their face though, so dealing with them is no big deal. As we progress, we can see cutscenes of somebody watching them from above, and eventually they arrive in the massive tower, now filled with blood and chopped up mannequins. Natalia also says that it was Neil who snatched her 6 months ago. She recognizes him as the nice Terra Save guy. It's all quite creepy, but that same person is watching them from the rafters as they approach what looks like a shrine. On the shrine there's a picture of Albert Wesker and some blonde woman, but Natalia points out...
Who? The woman here with Wesker?
That is Wesker. Alex Wesker.
2 Weskers? You gotta be shitting me.
After the reveal, this hunched-over creature attacks the two of them. It points at Natalia and she seems to recognize it, but we cut away, back to Claire and Moira. Now they've lost both Natalia and Neil, but Claire is weirdly way more concerned about the latter. As they approach a factory district, the Overseer reveals a giant statue of Prometheus, the character from Greek mythology. Prometheus was a titan, which were the predecessors to the Greek gods. He stole fire from the gods and gave it to humanity, allowing us to develop civilization. The gods punished him for this by tying him to a rock and having an eagle come every day to eat his liver, which regenerated each night. To open the statue, we need to find 2 pieces of a fake liver. One of them is in this office building where you need to get a fake eye to pass doors locked via retinal scans. The other is in this slaughterhouse, and after grabbing it, enemies swarm the place to try and add you to the big vat of blood in the middle. When you escape and add the 2 pieces of liver to the statue, an eagle does not come down to eat it, rather it just explodes in your face. Inside is this foundry-type area that's currently burning down. The Overseer locks the door behind them so they have no choice but to push through. Over their bracelet, the Overseer says she's tired of them and removing them from the experiment, probably because they're getting a little too close for comfort. You have to alternate between Claire and Moira, shutting off fire valves to allow the other to progress. At the end is a series of 4 doors, 3 of which are trapped and will kill you when you try to open them. Now I'm pretty sure the way this works is you actually have to take Moira behind and see which one isn't trapped, because on both of my playthroughs it was the first door, however when I tried that without checking it killed me. Maybe it's like a quantum door. If you don't observe it, it'll always be trapped, but as soon as you do, it becomes untrapped. Anyway, Claire and Moira barely escape the exploding foundry into the sewers. They speculate that the Overseer thinks they're dead, so they'll have the element of surprise on their hand when they make it to the tower. It doesn't really work out like that, but whatever. Down in the sewers, they meet this cranky old Russian guy. He's one of the natives on the island. He blames outsiders for ruining his home and killing everyone he knows, which is fair because that's exactly what happened. His name is Evgeny, and he'll come back into it later, so just remember him. Now there are a surprising amount of afflicted in the sewers, but after getting through a massive graveyard of T-Phobos test subjects, they arrive inside the tower. By this time it's become clear that Claire and Neil were little more than friends, but up in the control room in the tower, we find a couple concerning documents. First of them is the guest list from the TerraSafe party, the one that Neil was holding at the beginning of the game. Another is a concerning note that says why he betrayed TerraSave. So Neil was kind of a Morgan Lansdale disciple. Now, Morgan was the director of the FBC, and under him they supplied the terrorist group Veltro with a new strain of the T-Virus called T-Abyss, which they then used to attack and overrun the city of Terra Grigia. Lansdale then had the city destroyed with its own solar satellite and released the virus on the ships Veltro were hiding on, wiping them out. The purpose of all this was to scare the world into giving the FBC a blank check and no restrictions in fighting bioterrorism. Neil's idea wasn't that extreme. What he wanted to do was get a pure sample of Ouroboros from Alex Wesker for vaccine research. She agreed under the condition that he sell out TerraSave for her experiments. Claire is pretty heartbroken that her work husband betrayed her, but she sees him on a monitor talking with Alex. Alex shoots him with some kind of dart, the Ouroboros sample he wanted so badly. He calls him and the entire FBC idiots for the whole Veltro thing, but I don't know, it would have worked if the BSAA hadn't exposed them. The camera cuts out and a moment later the elevator arrives, giving the two away up to meet the Overseer. When the doors open though, Neil is inside. He stumbles out and begins mutating, growing into this gigantic Hulk-looking monster. It also drives him completely insane as he rambles about restarting the FBC. It's time to kill their former boss, but Neil is pretty unfazed by bullets. His only weakness is that all that muscle seems to generate a lot of heat. Combine that with lighting him on fire and he starts to overheat like a car, literally giving off steam. Neil will then break into one of these water tanks around the arena, exposing his Ouroboros weak spot to shoot. Rinse and repeat a couple times till his heart pops, killing him and allowing Claire and Moira to continue. When they get in the elevator though, Neil comes back to life and drags them out. Neil straddles Claire. Now I don't know what he's about to do, but it looks kind of freaky to me. Now this game actually has 2 endings, a good and a bad one, and this part right here decides what you get. Both Claire and Moira have a QTE here. Claire to mash the X button, and Moira to crawl towards Claire's dropped gun. Moira needs to grab the gun, overcome her trauma, and save Claire. Otherwise Claire will grab the gun and kill Neil herself. Now I think this is really stupid, because if you're playing this game co-op, obviously Claire's player is going to be mashing the fuck out of that button because there's a giant mutant on top of her. Moira takes longer to get the gun, so I feel like most people who play this game probably got the bad ending without even knowing they did something wrong. Anyway, with Neil dead, the camera shows Alex Wesker standing over Natalia in that machine she woke up from at the start of the Little Miss chapter, but before we learn more, we go back to Barry and Natalia. Natalia is predictably creeped out at this beast, but when it takes its mask off, she recognizes it as Alex Wesker. She's definitely seen better days. Half her face looks to be stitched on and the rest is deathly pale, along with her freakish eyes and strange tubes going into her head. Alex proudly says that she killed Moira and she's going to do the same to Natalia. A horde of revenants closes in on them, but Barry manages to grab Natalia and escape by bringing down a portion of the ceiling on top of them. Barry is heartbroken at the news, especially since he and Moira ended on such bad terms. As he and Natalia make their escape through the sewers, we finally learn how the rift between them formed, and why Moira was so reluctant to use a gun.
I'm the one that drove us apart. I messed up real bad as a father. She and Polly were playing in the house. I forgot to lock up my guns, and Moira Polly had an accident.
Was it Moira's fault?
No, it was mine. But I raised my voice at her, and I guess I never really got around to taking the blame. Polly survived, thank God. But not me and Moira.
I think it's very understandable why Moira didn't want to use a gun, as she probably saw herself accidentally shooting Claire, just like she did with Polly. Anyway, Barry's only goal now is to kill Alex and escape the island with Natalia, but the first step in that is escaping the sewers. On the way out, they find Evgeny's sewer home, but he's long dead at this point. On a table in here is Moira's phone. The last saved message on it is a voice recording from her to Barry.
Mom, Bobby, it's me. I think this is the end. I wanted to tell you I love you. Very. Daddy. I'm sorry, I was the bad daughter.
No, you're not the bad one.
Barry.
A note in here details how Evgeny's daughter grew apart from him. Much like Moira and Barry, she ended up going to work on the new mines on the island, the mines opened up by Alex. So Alex arrived on this island with promise of prosperity for the natives. She gave them jobs in her mines and in offices of her weird tower. However, as time went on, her experiments demanded more and more bodies, and more natives started disappearing, including everyone who worked down in the mines. Continuing through the sewers, there's a section where Natalia has to open a bunch of gates for Barry from above, while also spotting a lot of invisible enemies for him. I mean, there are a lot of them down here, but eventually the two emerge from the sewers onto a path near the mine. Barry now needs to lug around this massive power source to various conveyor belts to get it up to an elevator they can use to enter the mine. However, in the building where it's found, there's this kind of nest type thing. The inside roof is lined with twisted rebar with old and desiccated bodies hanging from various hooks. The monster who created this mess busts in to attack. It's basically a mass of revenants all joined together by the Ouroboros virus. Later on, we can find giant dumpsters full of dead revenants to be disposed of. It's likely these formed when a couple of the revenants inside those dumpsters weren't actually dead. These enemies really suck. They have the glowing Ouroboros weak spot, but it takes a stupid amount of damage to actually kill them. If they hit you with a grab attack, it's an instant one-shot. They're called Durga after the multi-armed Hindu goddess. I don't know why we're switching from Greek mythology to Hinduism, but whatever. Once it's dead though, Barry can take his power to the power source up towards the elevator, only for another one to appear backed up by a revenant and a slinger. Once that shit-ass combat encounter is over with, the elevator takes them up towards the entrance, only for Alex to ambush the two. She's surprisingly agile for her figure, and she knocks Barry off a cliff, reaching for Natalia once he's gone. Right before killing the young girl, she seems to come to some kind of realization, causing her to release Natalia. Back to the past, we see human Alex Wesker standing over Natalia in that machine. Alex seems to have some kind of illness, but we finally learn what she's doing to Natalia. Alex is trying to transfer her consciousness into Natalia, and in 6 months she'll supposedly awaken as Alex. This plan is really stupid, as we'll see later, but for now just think about the difference between copying and transferring something. Anyway, the elevator brings Claire Moore to the top of the tower, and it's very futuristic in here. A note in here confirms that what Alex is trying to do is to achieve immortality by transferring herself into a suitable body. In order for it to work though, the person needs to be extremely resistant to fear, which is why she's gone and injected everyone with T-photos. Natalia experienced the horrors of Terra Grigia at a very young age, so she's desensitized enough for this whole plan to work. Maybe. Claire and Moira finally come face to face with the Overseer, although she's protected by a barrier.
I will share in his fate, and then I will surpass him.
What are you trying to do?
Escape.
With Alex's death, the facility's self-destruct sequence is activated, and Claire and Moira have to rush to get out. Somehow on the way, some glasps ended up inside the facility, meaning that Claire and Moira have to run around them as they have no way to see them. They barely make it to an exit, but before they can, rubble falls down and buries Moira. Claire has only 30 seconds to get out. Now Moira is hopelessly trapped, so Claire has no choice but to leave her and save herself.
God, help me.
Claire wakes up on a stretcher. It's unclear how she got there, but Barry's there too. He demands to know where Moira is. She tells him that she's dead, but Barry can't believe it, which is why he went to the island 6 months later. At the current moment, the BSAA is going through some internal problems regarding corruption. In RE5, Excella had the influence to stop the BSAA from sending in any reinforcements for Chris and Sheva, so imagine what other pharmacy companies can do. Their reasoning was probably that Alex Wesker was dead and the island was destroyed, so why waste the resources on a situation that resolved itself? I think in the back of his head, Barry knew Moira was dead. but he came here seeking closure anyway. Speaking of, we cut back to Barry waking up from his fall. Natalia is standing over him, apparently having shaken off Alex somehow. We can see that Barry dropped his BSAA badge on a cliff above him. Barry and Natalia have to make their way to the mine entrance where Natalia mysteriously knows they'll find Alex. She doesn't know how she knows, but she does. They find an elevator that takes them down into the mines, but it's filled with poison gas. Not really poison, to be honest, more asphyxiating gas because you never die actually from the poison, just from not being able to breathe. Anyway, they arrive at a central chamber where there is both an elevator to take them down and a ventilation system to clear out the gas. Barry and Natalia have to run through one section filled with gas to find the keycard, and the other to turn on the generator, after which a Durga and 3 slingers attack you. But with the ventilation activated, the two can descend deep into the mines where they find a mansion underground. A weird place for one, but it looks very similar to Oswald Spencer's mansions, so I would guess Alex was trying to emulate that. Down here is where we can find those big dumpsters full of dead bodies, so that's what happened to the hundreds of natives that were sent down to work in the mines. Navigating through the mansion is a throwback for both us and Barry, because you have to do some real Resident Evil shit to get through it. First find a keycard, then a key with an emblem on it, then upgrade your keycard to level 2. At the end of that though, Barry and Nat have to wait for another elevator, but as they are, corpses start coming to life out of those flush dumpsters. You fight pretty much everything from their half of the game. Revenants, slingers, blasps, and finally another Durga. Once it's over though, the elevator takes them down into the tunnels where we find more displays of cruelty to mannequins and dolls. And we finally find out what happened to Lottie, Natalia's teddy bear.
Lottie! What did you do to her? Lottie was my friend! You little bitch!
The entire time, Alex is muttering about how she is the true Alex and Natalia is a false. A note explains how she survived her suicide attempt. Basically, in the last moment, she feared that her plan would fail, and that she wouldn't be transferred to Natalia. This resulted in the T-Phobos activating inside of her and turning her into the old hag we see today. Now that's already quite impressive, given that no other woman has been able to survive T-Phobos mutation, but maybe that's a good thing as Alex is exceptionally ugly. At the end of it all though, we find Alex, but she injects herself with Ouroboros right as Barry arrives. Wesker 2 starts mutating into this very creepy looking half-mechanical form and crawls into the vents. I love her design here. It might be the creepiest looking Resident Evil monster I've ever seen. Now most just look like giant monsters, but Alex genuinely looks like a horribly mutated human. Anyway, fighting her is kind of like fighting Neil. You need to do enough damage to expose her Ouroboros heart that does extra damage. It's a lot harder than that one though, because Alex is long as fuck and can easily catch you. When you do enough damage though, Alex feigns her death for a chance to get a hold of Natalie. Here's where the two endings come in. In the bad ending, she nearly breaks Nat's back, triggering the T-Phobos inside of her and allowing Dark Natalia, or as we know now, Alex Wesker's copied consciousness to take over. She casually reaches into Alex's body and rips out her heart, killing her instantly. The former Natalia gives Barry one last goodbye before heading off to begin her new reign of terror. So this is why I said Alex's whole plan was stupid. She didn't transfer anything into Natalia, she copied herself. This means that no matter whether it worked or not, the Alex Wesker that carried out all these experiments would die anyway, and an exact copy of her would wake up. Now the copy version would believe that it worked, however the original Alex would be dead forever, and I doubt that's what she wanted out of this. That's why Alex is so pressed on killing Natalia. She understands her fuck up and can't allow the copy to escape. However, it's also interesting to think about what the copy might feel about all of this. Natalia will still age and die at a certain point, but would she willingly repeat the experiment knowing that it doesn't work like intended? Anyway, in the good ending, this happens. Moira is alive, but how did this come to pass? After getting buried in rubble, Moira wakes up in Evgeny's little sewer cabin. He's coughing up a lung, but it seems like he saved her life. But how did she survive in the first place? Well, when she shot Neil and saved Claire, she conquered her greatest fear, which was accidentally hurting or killing those around her with guns. Because of that, when the rubble fell on her, she was able to properly adapt to the virus and it revived her without making her into a horrible monster, like Alex. Anyway, Moira spent the next 6 months with Evgeny, hunting for food on the island and trying to avoid the monsters populating it.
So we came to an understanding. He would put up with me just as long as I pulled my own weight. And that was my shitty start to 6 long months.
6 months spent with an even worse version of her dad recontextualizes a lot for Moira.
All I kept thinking about was my dad, actually. That night, I had a dream Barry was on his deathbed. He looked really sad. Nobody was with him. Nobody to nag. He had no fire left. When I woke up, I realized I'd been crying.
Well, I guess Moira got Evgeny thinking of his own daughter as well, so at a certain point he decides he needs to go to the mine and look for her, much like how Barry went to the island 6 months after his daughter's supposed death. Moira goes with him and they have to fight an insane amount of enemies, culminating with 2 Durga at once. They find a note from Marina, her last words to her dad.
Without a single word, the old guy read his daughter's last words. I watched him as he faced reality and I thought, I don't want to do this to my dad. I can't die here.
With his daughter's death confirmed, Evgeny locks himself in his room as whatever illness he has finally takes him. All he wants is to be with his daughter now, but he tells Moira that she still has a chance to escape and live her life. Moira ends up finding Barry's dropped BSAA badge, leading her to go look for her father and eventually save Natalia's life. Alex is not dead though. Moira drops a ladder to allow Barry and Nat to escape as Alex mutates even further. They get outside just in time for Claire to pull up with a chopper. She finally managed to get the BSAA involved, probably threatening to tell Chris about this whole thing. Claire stays to snipe on the chopper while Barry faces down Alex. You switch between the two characters, Claire covering Barry while he retreats through caves, blowing up Wesker with explosives the entire way. Eventually Barry runs out of room to run, but Claire whips out the RPG which all BSAA pilots carry, and ends the last of the Weskers. Barry and Moira finally reconnect, with Barry finding a new purpose in raising Natalia. They see more choppers heading towards the island, the BSAA finally doing their job. We cut to a couple months later. Claire is heading to meet up with Barry, Moira, and Natalia, and all of them are getting ready. On the TV, they talk about increasing terrorist attacks and trouble in China, but that's for Resident Evil 6's characters to worry about. The only trouble is this ending scene.
A cage went in search of a bird, but now the bird is gone. The bird has changed.
Which very heavily implies that Alex took over Natalia anyway. But that's the end of Resident Evil Revelations 2. I actually really like the story here. I mean, the father-daughter dynamic was pretty impactful for me, despite the fact that I am neither a father or a daughter. But thank you all so much for watching. I am sure there is no possibility that Wesker would have had a son, and if he did, there's no way he will appear in RE6. What's up, buddies? This is my 6th video in my series recapping the Resident Evil games, and coincidentally, this time it's RE6. Now, a lot of people don't like RE6, and to them I have to say, that's valid. There's a lot of reasons not to like this game, and much less reasons to like it, but I think it's alright. It was actually the first one I ever played. I remember when my mom bought me and my brother an Xbox 360, she told us to pick out some games we could play together, and among those were Halo 3 ODST, of course, Army of Two, and Resident Evil 6. We played it for like an hour before deciding to never play it again. Anyway, I usually do recaps at the start of these to fill in what happened in the previous games, but in this case there's so much I could tell you, but I don't really need to as the game tells you pretty much everything you need to know. So I'll just do the same and tell you the backstory of characters as they come up and as it's relevant. Now there's 4 campaigns in this game. Leon, Chris, Jake, and Ada, and I think that order is a valid ranking of how fun they actually are. Leon and Chris's are both pretty good, Jake's is very mid, and I think Ada's is just bad. All 4 campaigns happen simultaneously and intersect at various points, so I'm just going to jump around between all 4 to tell the story chronologically. Let's do it. So we start with Chris's second chapter, set in 2012 in the fictional Edonian Republic, although Edonia was a real place a long time ago. We play as Chris Redfield, former STARS agent, zombie outbreak survivor, and Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance, or BSAA, veteran. His partner is Piers Nivens, which is a weird name that's always stuck with me for some reason. Chris is leading a whole squad here, however the only other notable BSAA agent here is this nerdy guy named Finn. Anyway, they're out here to fight the Edonian Liberation Army, who's trying to overthrow the government. That happens all the time, so why is the BSAA here? Well, the rebels are using a new kind of BOW called Juavos, which kind of translates into devil in Serbian. It's a made-up word like Magini from RE5, but that's what it's supposed to mean. Anyway, the BSAA are out here in fucking force. I mean, tens of helicopters, Humvees, and APCs. This level is super sick because Edonia is a shitty Eastern European country, so it looks straight out of World War II. The BSAA's response turns out to be necessary, as not far in, their convoy is attacked by the ELA, and we get to meet some of these Juavos. They look just like normal humans except for the eyes. They behave like humans too, shooting guns and taking cover and all that. The only difference is that sometimes when you damage them, they'll mutate into more insect-like forms. These are made with a new virus called the C virus, but we can talk more about that in a minute. The ELA's Juavos put up quite a fight. However, their secret weapon turns out to be this giant troll thing called an Ogroman, meaning huge in Serbian. I think Ogroman's design is one of my favorites in the series. However, from a BOW review perspective, they have a big problem. They have this feeding tube, or like, I don't know, charging cord, stuck into their backs, and when they deploy, they rip it off, also ripping out a giant fleshy organ that's vulnerable to damage. These are made with the C-Virus, probably in a similar fashion to RB4's El Gigante. Chris and Pierce have to hold out until Finn can bring the APC around and scare the ogre off. With the APC backing them up, they continue to fight through the city streets, eventually arriving at a bridge with a downed soldier on it. That soldier was probably downed by the tank on the bridge, but that's just my opinion. Chris says that they'll leave no man behind, which is a little weird because of the BSAA's actions later, but first they have to get rid of that tank. Piers blows it up using an oil tanker, then they have to wait for Finn to drag the guy on top of the bridge so they can get him out. When they do though, this tank/train car thing rolls up to oppress them some more. The ELA also starts dropping parachuting Juavo from cargo planes above them, which is insane. Now, tanks and mounted train cars aren't exactly what I think of when I think Resident Evil, but by collapsing the bridge they drop the train car into the river below. So the ELA seems to be losing. Let's switch over to Jake Mueller and his story. So Jakey here is a mercenary, and a pretty good one too, but he's now fighting in his home country for the ELA. He and his company inject themselves with something that's supposed to boost their energy. Heroin, maybe. Actually, no, it's the C-Virus, and one of his former comrades now attacks him. Now a Juavo. It seems like Juavo are naturally aggressive towards non-infected, kinda like Plagas from RE4. Jake pieces up his former friend just as Sherry Birkin appears. Sherry escaped Raccoon City in RE2 with the help of Leon Kennedy and Chris's sister, Claire Redfield. Her father, William Birkin, created the G-Virus, which he then infected himself with, and then later infected his daughter. She was cured by Claire and her mother, and they barely managed to escape before the government nuked the city. She's now working for the National Security Agency, or the NSA, but her and Jake don't have much time to talk. She mentions that he has antibodies for the C-Virus that they could use to save the world, but they have to flee a horde of Juavo. Jake and Sherry make their way through the city as the BSA is tearing shit up outside. The BSAA marks Jake and Sherry as enemies, so they have to fight the ELA while avoiding chopper attacks from the BSAA. They finally get to a bunker and have a moment of respite where Jake lists his prices.
I want 200,000 up front, another 200 when this is over. Oh, and BOWs, those are extra. An additional grand each.
I'm not here to hire you.
What?
Sorry, bro, but for 200,000 you better do a little more than just fight for me. Anyway, Sherry tells Jake they need his blood and antibodies ASAP before a mass C-Virus outbreak. Jake's second price is no less insane.
$50 million.
What?
Cash. Non-negotiable. That'll get you one pint.
Sherry cannot confirm or deny that the government will pay him 50 mil, so they just continue on for now. Jake can do these crazy flips and shit that no other character can do, including Leon, but he's probably just being humble. They make their way into a series of underground tunnels and witness this.
Alright, where to? What's the matter? What's the matter?
That thing you just saw is called Ustanak, which means uprising in Serbian. He looks a lot like a T-Virus tyrant, but where those look classy, he looks like a hillbilly on meth. You might be able to guess by now, but he's also made with the C-Virus, as it is a very versatile virus. Ustanak is missing a hand, which he replaced with a giant grabby prosthetic, among other things later. Jake and Sherry have no choice but to flee as their attacks have little to no effect on him. They escape into a warehouse only for him to quickly catch up in one of many boss fights with Usti starts. He shrugs off bullets like they're a cool breeze, and the best way to damage him is to use the explosive barrels scattered around the warehouse. With enough of them, Ustanak stumbles into a pillar and knocks Jake and Sherry down out of his reach. Jake trauma dumps on Sherry until they eventually step outside right into the BSAA's path. Chris recognizes her, and he also seems to recognize Jake in some way. Before Piers and Jake can fight each other, the LA deploys yet another Agroman off a helicopter to stop the BSA from destroying their anti-air guns. Chris, Piers, Jake, and Sherry all have to fight the thing while Finn plants charges to destroy the guns. All you have to do is shoot its exposed organ until it drops a knee, after which Jake/Chris will climb onto its back, rip a spike off it, and jab it into the organ. The Agroman reacts about as you would expect, having its bones ripped out and stuck back into it, and it only takes a couple of those to kill it and melt it into a giant pile of goo. After two of the guns are down though, the Agroman from before returns, his organ having receded back into his body. Well, that's no problem, because now Chris can just rip it right back out and continue plunging his own bones into its internal organs. Once all of the guns are down, the BSA hits it with some artillery from above, finally clearing the way to the ELA's headquarters. With it down, Chris calls Jake and Sherry a chopper to take them to safety, still recognizing Jake in some way. Piers objects to letting Jake get away, but they all continue on to a mansion where they'll hopefully find the ELA's leadership. The interior is covered with these human cocoons, but Finn detects a life sign among all the nastiness. They catch a glimpse of a well-dressed woman and have to chase her through the mansion into another room full of cocoons. They start to hatch and these large armored creatures crawl out. They're called Napad, which means attack in Serbian. That's fitting because they are very aggressive, however their hide is bulletproof. It's not fist-proof though, as my way of killing them was always stunning them with a flash grenade and then punching the shit out of them. Doing that, or hitting them with an explosive, reveals the sensitive muscle tissue beneath and allows them to be killed. These cocoons are the result of another C-virus mutation, and some Juavo we kill later won't die, but instead will begin their metamorphosis. C-virus actually stands for chrysalid virus, and the virus was made by crossing the G-virus, which causes cancerous levels of growth, and the T-Veronica virus, which causes you to become giant flame-blooded insect creatures. Crossing them appears to create giant, flame-blooded, rapidly mutating insect creatures. The only major exception to this is Ustanak. Anyway, beyond the Napad, they find that woman again. She claims to just work here, but unbeknownst to Chris and Piers, this is Ada Wong. Ada is a mercenary, kinda like Jake, however she's more of a spy. She was employed multiple times by Albert Wesker, the main villain of the other games, to steal BOW samples for him. Notably, the G-Virus from Raccoon City and a Plaga from Spain. What she's doing here, though, is nobody's business but hers, but she tells the BSA about a secretive organization called Neo Umbrella who gave the ELA the C-Virus. Chris, Piers, and Finn decide to escort Ada out for more questioning, however they find that the rest of the cocoons have hatched and the building is crawling with Napad. Ada helps them escape, but the next room has yet another new C-Virus creature in it. These lizard-like things are called Strelak, which means shooter. That's very accurate as they love to run around and shoot spikes at you. These enemies are super annoying, but once they get past them, Ada betrays the BSAA. She locks a door, separating Chris and Piers from the rest, then hitting the squad with a C-Virus needle grenade. Chris and Piers watch helplessly as Finn and the others are encased in cocoons and immediately start hatching into Napads. The one that used to be Finn starts caving Chris's chest in, but Piers manages to drag him away with at least some of his ribs still intact. Chris will need to spend some time in the hospital, but Jake and Sherry get on their way to the NSA's meetup, with Sherry confirming that Jake will get $50 million for his blood. That's what she wants him to believe anyway. There's almost no way the government would agree to that. They'd probably just put a bag over his head and take him to a black site to take as much blood as they want before they pay him a penny. Well, Jake doesn't have to worry about that because Ustanak is back and he's somehow clinging on to the helicopter. He destroys the one they're on and they have to escape to the adjacent one, only to discover how it is that Ustanak got up here. Neo Umbrella is attacking the BSA with their own set of attack choppers, and Ustanak is clinging on to the bottom of them. He's replaced his prosthetic with a minigun hand, and the two have to shoot down the choppers holding him as Ustanak could not care less about the hundreds of bullets going into his face. It doesn't work though, and they can barely manage to shoot Usti off the chopper before it goes down. The two manage to grab a parachute though and land in the snowy mountain range. On the way down though, Sherry got impaled and is currently bleeding to death on the ground. Jake knows that it's over for her, but she presses him to pull the shrapnel out anyway. When he does...
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Sherry regenerates, a product of her being infected and then vaccinated against the G-Virus. The helicopter crash ended up scattering a series of USB drives across the mountains though, all of which contain vital data on Jake's DNA. So I guess they already had this data on him, but they just needed actual physical blood. Now I don't know why that shit is spread across so many flash drives, but we need to go collect them during a blizzard. It's genuinely so hard to see during this entire section, and fitting with that, the two encounter a new C-Virus mutation. Hatching out of a cocoon are the Mesek, these flying bird monsters. Mesek means moon in Serbian, so it kinda works. They're not really that tough, but they are a pain when you can't see shit. Anyway, with 3 USB sticks in hand, Sherry and Jake take shelter in a nice little cabin where things get a little romantical.
Rendezvous.
Oh, wait!
They're interrupted though by more Juavo who arrive on snowmobiles. A firefight ensues and the commotion causes an avalanche, forcing Jake and Sherry to escape on the snowmobiles. This section is complete ass because it's so easy to just fly off a ledge on your snowmobile, die in the avalanche, or hit something. It's really bad, but they manage to escape the avalanche and find some kind of crystal mine. Ustanak is down here too with a new hand, this one a drill. Now somebody should have told him that crystal meth doesn't come from crystals in the earth, but he has these weird little bug things that alert him to your location if they see you. At a certain point you have to use remote bombs to distract him and allow Sherry to steal a key off a body. When they unlock the associated door, it makes a little beeping sound and alerts the big man. Jake and Sherry run from him, closing doors behind them only for Oos to drill right through them. They find a drill of their own though, and it's much bigger than his little dick-ass drill. Jake manages to press him back against the wall, drilling him into the wall and rearranging his guts. So Ustanak might finally be dead. They emerge into the open near the NSA rendezvous, only to get attacked by more Juavo and... The drill definitely wounded Usti, but not by much. Ada appears and calls Jake.
So, you're Wesker Jr.
I didn't think Albert Wesker was the type to have kids, especially not with a random Edonian woman, but he would have had Jake when he was around 22 years old, so he would have just been an Umbrella scientist at the time. Anyway, Ustinak's entire mission in Edonia was to capture Jake and bring him to Ada, so mission accomplished. Ustinak is basically Nemesis 2 if you couldn't tell. I think in some ways he's an improvement, while in others he's a downgrade. Well, 6 whole months later brings us to the first chapter in Ada's story. Will we finally find out why she captured Jake and killed all those BSAA soldiers? Maybe, but it starts with her boarding a submarine deep underwater in this big diving suit thing. Butt-ass naked, by the way. The submarine is a stolen US Navy sub that was hijacked by Neo Umbrella. We see a flashback of her avoiding some kind of authorities until she gets a phone call from Derek Simmons, the National Security Advisor to the President of the United States. Him and Ada have some kind of history, but he sends Ada the location of the submarine and says that she'll find some kind of answers there as to why she's being hunted. Take note of the fact that Ada's wearing black pants and a red jacket, not like 6 months ago when she was wearing a purple dress. Anyway, the sub is staffed by these Neo Umbrella Juavo who are in these black manta-ass suits, and they're much more prone to mutation. These are the endgame enemies in both Chris and Jake's campaign, but Ada's just built different like that. You can try to stealth your way through using her crossbow, but I always got found eventually. Past them are these nice quarters where you have to solve a puzzle with this sick-ass edgy painting. Beyond that is a hallway guarded by sentry guns, however Simmons granted Ada the highest level of clearance for the ship, so they actually only target the Juavo. Seems counterintuitive to me, but at the end of the hallway is the intel Simmons wanted her to find. It's a mission brief on the whole business from 6 months ago. Her mission was to find Jake and Sherry and ensure that they made it to the NSA custody safely. The purpose of this was to prevent a vaccine from being made. That might not make sense coming from Simmons yet, but stay with me. The only problem is that Ada claims she never received those orders, and she was never in Edonia. Interesting, but the Juavo attacked and we get to see some new mutations. One of them has the entire torso mutate into a massive set of pincers. They're called Glava Smek, which translates into the head hums, an insanely hard name. Another was called Telo Explosia, which means body explosion. Very fitting as the mutation turns their body into 2 coiled grubs that explode when they get close. Another are called Glava Begunak, which means fugitive head. Their head splits into 2 insect heads and they go crazy, charging straight at you and attacking non-stop. Finally is Glava Slews, which means head slime. Their head turns into a massive centipede or maybe ant type thing and shoots webs at you. Past all that bullshit, one of the dumbass Juavo shoots a gas tank and causes a detonation on the submarine, slowly starting to sink it. Ada has to flee, but she's halted by a new enemy type. Emerging from some cocoons are the Gnezdo, meaning nest in English. That's exactly what they are. There's one large bug hidden in the swarm and sometimes hiding around corners that commands a horde of smaller fly-like insects to devour you. They suck ass. Now, Ada's campaign is meant to be played last, which is why you face all the endgame enemies on the first mission. At the end of it all, preventing her escape is a voice-activated terminal that at first appears to be automated. Ada has to fend off an obscene amount of enemies while answering the question into the microphone. It becomes clear eventually that the voice is not automated, and somebody is actually interrogating Ada.
6 months ago, you performed experiments on humans in Edonia. You were following Simmons' orders, but it was your choice to do so. How do you plan to atone for your crimes?
Interesting story. Might want to do some fact-checking, though. I don't work for...
As she makes her way to the escape, Simmons radios again, telling her his whole little evil plan.
What's the matter? You still haven't figured it out. Allow me to clarify. Tomorrow the U.S. will suffer a bioterrorist attack. After that, China, and then major cities all around the world will suffer the same fate. At the hands of Neo Umbrella's very own Ada Wong.
Ada manages to escape the sub just as it sinks completely. Good thing too, as we don't want potentially nuclear missiles falling into Simmons' hands. Let's switch over to Leon Kennedy, Raccoon City survivor and now veteran agent of the US government, reporting directly to the president. Well, apparently not anymore because the president's dead. And this president is not the same one whose daughter Leon rescued in RE4, however he was the man who recruited Leon as an agent. The woman with Leon is Helena Harper, a Secret Service agent. Sorry Helena, but letting Leon shoot the president is exactly the opposite of what you're supposed to do as a Secret Service agent, but Leon doesn't know this woman. She was in some way involved in what just happened, and she tells Leon they need to go to Tall Oaks Cathedral. Tall Oaks is another fictional city, and they're currently at a university the president was supposed to be giving a speech at. Hunnigan radios the two, saying that the C-virus is rapidly spreading through the city, turning people into zombies rather than Juavo. If the C-Virus is ingested via gas, it makes you a zombie. If it's injected, it makes you into a Juavo. Leon and Helena make their way through the uni until they run into this guy who's desperately searching for his daughter, his only remaining family member. They find her, but she's not doing too good. As they take an elevator to the ground floor, the virus finally kills the man's daughter, and then she kills him. Leon and Helena have to fight through hordes of former uni students to make it to the main gate and then out onto the street where they steal a cop car. I mean, it's RE2 all over again. Leon's a shitty driver though when he first backs into a wall, then flips the car, giving both of them permanent whiplash. Good one, bro. They have to make their way into the sewers, which connects to the subway tunnels under the city. Hunnigan claims this is safer, but now they need to dodge both zombies and incoming trains.
What's the matter? Not a fan of sewers?
We see a cutscene of the president discussing with Leon his plan to uncover the US government's role in Raccoon City. Back in 1998, the government was funding Umbrella's research into BOWs for use in warfare, so they are very responsible. In a more direct way, they also conspired with the head G-Virus researcher, William Birkin, to steal the virus from Umbrella. The government sent in Delta Force, which prompted Umbrella to send in their own security service, both racing to capture Birkin and his virus. Umbrella managed to kill Delta Force, but when their own forces arrived, Birkin injected himself with the virus and turned into a monster, then spreading the T-Virus into the city sewers, causing the entire outbreak. So yes, the US government is probably just as responsible as Umbrella for the outbreak. Anyway, in the subway there's C-Virus infected dogs which look almost identical to T-Virus dogs. The only difference is where those were Dobermans, these are some kind of hound dog. Either way, this lady ends up getting mauled, but opens the way up to the street, where Leon and Helena find that the city has gone to complete shit. I mean, cars crashing all over, buildings on fire, just another day if it wasn't for the zombies. On the TV, they see a newscast talking about the stolen submarine that Ada just sunk. I don't know if that's more pressing news than the zombie outbreak, but maybe. As they continue, we encounter a new type of zombie, these throat goats called Shriekers. Their lungs have swollen up and grown to a massive size, causing them to have the giant neck. This gives them the ability to let out ear-piercing shrieks that call other zombies. The best way to deal with them is to destroy their lungs, which poke out of their skin when inflated. Past the Shrieker, Leon and Helena find a group of survivors desperately fighting for their lives. The group is made up of a cop, a domestic abuser, and those two are not the same person surprisingly, and the abuser's girlfriend. It was actually the cop's first day, so maybe we have another Leon Kennedy on the rise, as it was also his first day as a cop back in Raccoon City. Leon and Helena help them out by detonating a gas station, killing all the zombies and allowing their escape. They escape into a gun shop. Nice place to be at a time like this, but the owner won't let them shelter upstairs though, until they clear the zombies out from outside his shop. The crew fights for a while until the wife beater steals his girl's gun and tries to escape, but doesn't make it far. That thing that just mauled him is called a bloodshot, and zombies will sometimes mutate into those when they take enough damage. They lose all their skin and grow massive sharp teeth. They look a lot like T-Virus lickers, who were created when the zombie ate enough biomass, but the wiki compares them to Crimson Heads, which some T-Virus zombies mutated into after taking enough damage. They're tough as shit, but if you do enough damage, some kind of organ swells up from their body that you can shoot. With the zombies killed downstairs, the gun shop owner finally lets them upstairs, only for more zombies to attack. He says that he has a bus coming for him soon though, so they should have to survive until then. That becomes much harder when this giant thing busts in. A gigantic, morbidly obese zombie. These things might have the best name in any Resident Evil game. They're called Whoppers. This is the most American zombie I've ever seen. And if you've ever been to Walmart, you've probably seen a couple people that look just like this.
Shall declare independence.
What do you mean I'm not allowed in the Walmart?
Whoppers are very strong, and it and the many bloodshots that back it up force the gang onto the roof, where even more zombies and another Whopper attacks. The bus finally arrives, but another big man blocks from leaving. The gun shop owner and his son both get dragged out of the bus and die. He was actually a super fun character. I wouldn't have minded him sticking around a little longer. Finally though, the bus overwhelms the Whopper's girth and manages to escape the city, heading for Tall Oaks Cathedral, where some survivors have gathered. They talk to Hunnigan on the way and learn that over 90% of the nearly 80,000 residents of Tall Oaks have become evil. Hunnigan says that Neo and Umbrella, the same ones who took that submarine, were behind the attack. Derek Simmons has arrived to personally oversee the situation, and Helena has a very visible reaction to hearing his name. Wasn't this the guy who ordered Ada to go to Edonia 6 months ago and find Jake? Is he with Neo and Umbrella? Maybe. But the bus gets derailed by a horde of zombies and ends up falling off a cliff, dumping Leon and Helena into a graveyard outside the cathedral. Everyone else on the bus dies as it goes up in flames, so I guess that other cop won't follow in Leon's footsteps. The zombies in the cemetery are predictably all rotted out and fragile, but as they near the entrance of the church, a dog runs away with the keys to the gate. The chase has Leon and Helena get separated. Leon speculates that she'd leave him behind if she had the chance, as she might have been involved in some way with the president's death. She doesn't, though, and they both finally make it to the church doors, only for the survivors inside to refuse them entry. Even worse, the church's bells start to ring, bringing a horde of zombies to the door. They fight many bloodshots, dogs, and shriekers until finally someone inside the church convinces the others to let them in. This will prove to have been a mistake in a minute. There's actually quite a few survivors in the church, all of which believe that the emergency services and the BSAA will be coming to save them soon. Helena says that there's a secret entrance under the church's altar, but to get it they need to find multiple of these Madonna statues. Not the singer, statues of Mary, Jesus' mom. They first open a side path filled with these statue traps, which is a strange thing for a church to have if they're not trying to hide something. That opens the path to a set of church bells that Leon and Helena have to ring to unlock the final Madonna statue. They return to the main room and open the entrance, but as the altar opens up, that giant white gas bag thing is called a lepotica, which means beauty in Serbia. Now, they must have different standards of beauty over there, but they kind of look like a walking beehive, except rather than being filled with bees, their bodies are filled with gas. These are the main vector in spreading the C-virus, as their body produces the gas that infects people. Shooting them releases little jolts of it right into your face. Leon and Helena are unfazed, though, because they're the main characters. Now, as far as I know, Leon and Helena never actually discuss how it was directly their fault that most of these survivors in the church die, and that fucking thing never would have gotten out had they not released it. But it is out, so the most they can do now is try to kill it before it kills everybody. Pretty unsuccessfully, as lepotica are very strong. Once it's dead, though, they head down to find this dingy lab area. The cells are filled with other C-virus-based experiments. As they continue, Helena becomes kind of panicked, looking for somebody named Deborah, but she doesn't seem to be anywhere. They reach a room filled with cocoons and test tubes. On the table is a VHS tape labeled Happy Birthday Ada Wong. The video seems to show Ada hatching out of one of those cocoons. It's almost a mirror image of her emerging from that diving suit at the beginning of her campaign. She was naked both times, making Leon watch even closer. This is very confusing for Leon and Helena alike, and us. What exactly did we just witness? The room beyond is filled with even more cocoons, but they're not quite ripe enough yet to hatch. Leon and Helena find their way down to a cave system underneath the church, and they finally find out who Helena was looking for. It's her sister, Deborah. Helena still doesn't tell Leon what's going on, but he agrees to help escort her out. They don't get far before Deborah collapses, and then begins her own metamorphosis, becoming a cocoon. Well, Helena's dead sister is going to have to wait, because after sinking that submarine, Ada arrived at the chapel, aware of Simmons' lab beneath. Ada has to jump through a long series of hoops and solve multiple puzzles to make her way into the cave system. One of these puzzles rewards her with a Simmons family ring, which will be important later. The final obstacle are two zombies that have picked up two items needed to open the way. One has a gold tooth stuck in his mouth and there's a fake crystal eye in place of his. Ada has to dodge the many traps in the catacombs. There's also a couple whoppers here, which is weird because I don't know many dead bodies that have a lot of fat left on them. Finally, though, she unlocks the way and finds herself overlooking Leon, Helena, and her transforming sister. The second that Deborah hatches from her cocoon, Ada puts an arrow between her eyes, killing Helena's sister right in front of her. As Helena clings onto her sister's body, she comes back to life and grows 3 insect arms from her back, trying to kill Helena. Leon and Ada manage to get her off, but Deborah knocks down a pillar, collapsing the floor beneath. Twice that's happened now. They descend further into the cave where the actual fight starts, and let me tell you, this fight is some freak shit. So Deborah's mutated form is basically just a grey, naked one with insect arms. And during the fight, she'll just fuel herself up, even when she's currently on top of you, attacking you. Pretty strange, but the three manage to shake her off and get on a minecart. The first obstacle on the minecart is just ducking to avoid low-hanging planks. They manage to fight her off again as the cart's tracks abruptly end, spilling them all off a cliff. Ada's left clinging to a ledge for her life while Deborah stalks her way up to her sister. Leon helps Ada up and the two manage to stun Deb and send her stumbling off a ledge, finally forcing Helena to let her sister go. We see a cutscene of how Simmons got to Helena. He kidnapped her sister and threatened to kill her unless she helped him kill the president. Now, it's not like Helena did the job herself. What she was supposed to do is, as a Secret Service agent, make sure there was a gap in the president's security large enough to infect him with the C-virus. She apparently had second thoughts, though, as in the beginning we saw that she had rushed back to try and save him, only to find that it was too late. It was all for nothing anyway, as Simmons had already infected Deborah with the new virus. Let's let Helena grieve, as Ada has a phone call to answer. The call is from Simmons. He tells Ada to proceed into the research lab as there's something there he wants her to see. Ada doesn't have any better ideas, so she finds a way back into the lab. That way introduces us to a new enemy type, the Whopper Supreme, an even bigger and better version of the Whopper. All they are is really 12 feet tall Whoppers, but I thought the name was funny enough to mention them. Past the Burger King, Ada ends up in that part of the lab with all the cocoons, except now they've ripened and begin to hatch, unleashing a shitload of Napod on Ada. Beyond them, Ada finally finds what Simmons wanted her to find, is that VHS tape showing herself crawling out of a cocoon. Seeing this sparks a revelation in Ada, and when Simmons calls her again, she reveals what she's concluded.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it you on this tape, Ada? You're the one behind Neo Umbrella. Don't know what you're talking about. Simmons would never be foolish enough to show his cards. He and his family want one thing: to stabilize and sustain the system they've created. But you want to destroy it. And the world will blame you.
So there's two Ada Wongs, the real one and the C-Virus creation. It was fake Ada, or Carla Radams, who betrayed the BSAA back in Europe. This is actually a pretty big reveal that you only explicitly learn in Ada's campaign, which is meant to be played last. So through most of the game, you're meant to be confused why Ada continues changing sides and clothes. Real Ada wears a red jacket, fake Ada wears a purple dress. Anyway, let's talk a little more about this. So Simmons belongs to an organization called The Family, basically a secret society founded during the earliest days of America that now has a lot of influence over the country. Carla Radams was a genius researcher working on BOWs for The Family. She created the C-Virus with samples of T. Veronica from Manuela Hidalgo and samples of the G-Virus from Sherry Birkin. Now, while Simmons liked her as an employee, Carla liked him a little more than that. Simmons, on the other hand, was obsessed with Ada, who he had worked with at various points. He wanted to prove the C-Virus potential by making an exact clone of Ada Wong, and Carla volunteered thinking it would get Simmons' attention. In 2009, she underwent the procedure, in which she hatched Simmons more or less brainwashed her to believe that she was the actual Ada Wong, and his sex object. Carla's conditioning eventually started to break, though, and she escaped The Family and founded Neo Umbrella. So we have two separate organizations here, both causing destruction around the world, and both fighting each other. The man himself, Derek Simmons, radios Leon and Helena to accuse them of being involved in the president's death. That's kind of true for Helena, but Simmons forced her to do that. So Leon and Helena have become fugitives, but for now they need to worry about escaping the underground. These catacombs are a trap-filled nightmare, but Leon can use that family ring that Ada gave him to unlock a massive door that will, eventually, lead out of this place. The way out is flooded, though, and there's some kind of massive creature in the waterway. Helena and Leon manage to elude it, but find themselves in these perilous walkways with whoppers lurking at the end. I don't know how they got there, but they seem to have been waiting for a moment just like this. When they try to lower a bridge, the whole structure collapses and spills them back down into the water. The creature attacks again and turns out to be this fucked up looking shark called Brzak. That means fast, or maybe rapids in Serbian. The strangest thing about the shark is that it was once human. The C-Virus works in mysterious ways. Leon and Helena manage to escape its grasp. Helena gets on dry land, but Leon has to swim his ass off trying to avoid the shark and his weird glowing tongue, while Helena covers him. I mean, the button mashing is crazy, but Brzak knocks them all the way down another underground river, and you have to fight him off while sliding down the waterway. Here we get to see that Brzak's weird giant fins also serve as feet, as he can drag himself forward using the walls. With an explosive barrel, Leon and Helena manage to shake off Brzak and get spilled out into a river in the mountains. From a safe distance, they witness the Air Force nuke Tall Oaks, ending the second outbreak much like they did with Raccoon City. A lot of good the BSAA turned out to be. I mean, they didn't even show up. The FBC would never have let this happen. I mean, if only they wouldn't have conspired with terrorists to increase their own funding. Hunnigan calls Leon and Helena. She doesn't believe they actually killed the president and tells them that Simmons is leaving for China. She informs them of a currently unfolding bioterror attack happening over there, but the two decide to pursue Simmons and prevent what happened here from happening in China. So what exactly is happening in China? Well, 6 months ago, Chris Redfield got his chest caved in and watched most of his squad die screaming. So he spent the time since rotting away in bars and drowning his grief with booze. Piers is there with him, but Chris doesn't even recognize him as he harasses the bartender. Piers presses him, but Chris can barely remember who he is or what happened. The entire bar turns out to be BSAA agents, all here to force Chris to return to the fold and get his life back on track. Now back in the fold, we finally learn why the BSAA failed to respond to one of the biggest bioterror attacks since Raccoon City. It's because their bosses got kidnapped in China. The BSAA is ran by the UN, and multiple UN officials have been kidnapped and are being held hostage in Longxiang, China, a fictional city based on Hong Kong. Chris is back in command and he's actually leading a pretty sizable BSAA force. Now back to what I said earlier. Technically it makes sense that the BSAA is here as they are a multinational force, however every single BSAA soldier in the game is American. So it's kinda like, why wouldn't China's BSAA agents respond to this while America's agents went to Tall Oaks? We saw in RE5 that Africa had their own set of BSAA agents separate from the Americans, but I guess they didn't want to include any Chinese agents. Anyway, we're back to fighting Juavo, and they've made a pretty big mess here as the city burns around them. As Chris and his Alpha team continue, they hear over the radio that other BSAA teams are getting fucked and have to retreat. Alpha team loses almost all of their men in their advance, so it ends up just being Chris and Piers who arrive at the building where the UN officials are being held. Command orders the Bravo team to peel off and help them as they get attacked by a swarm of Juavo. Some of them mutate into a variation called No Galette, which means leg flight. The name comes from their leg mutating into a moth-type thing, and leaving the body hanging underneath. Chris and Piers hold out on their own for a while until finally Bravo arrives and kills the rest of Juavo. These Juavo are Neo Umbrella, but they're not quite the weird frog suit guys Ada fought earlier. The building inside is extremely crowded, and hostages are spread out across the various floors. Holding the hostages and clinging onto the roofs are the Nogatronchi, which means legs running. Their lower half has become the body of a spider. They literally just run around clutching onto the UN people until you manage to chase them and kill them. As the rest of the BSA extracts the hostages they recovered, Chris and Piers go on their way to find the final hostage on the first floor. They come in from above and there's this Call of Duty-ass slow motion sequence as they secure the final hostage. As they hand off the hostage, the BSA authorizes the building to be bombed. Cool. Except Chris and Pierce's slow asses don't manage to get out before the building collapses right in front of them, trapping them inside. They have to get to the 3rd floor to escape, but BSA command doesn't seem to care enough about them to stop the bombing of the building. It seems in 6 months they put much less importance in the life of their soldiers. Chris and Pierce barely escape the building as the missile strikes finally bring the place down. The sight of some of those sea-virus cocoons in the wreckage sparks Chris's memory, and he finally remembers the whole failed mission 6 months ago. Now that Chris is remembering that, do you remember what happened 6 months ago? Well, Sherry and Jake got kidnapped by fake Ada and Neo Umbrella, after which they were taken to this insanely white facility. Like, literally everything in this place is white. I get wanting things to be sterile, but this is a little excessive in my opinion. Jake gets escorted out of his vault at gunpoint, but decides this time will be different. Now you might be watching this and wonder why the guards don't just shoot him, but it's definitely because they'd get in trouble for killing the test subject. Anyway, Jake doesn't just pick up one of their guns, instead you have to use this janky-ass hand-to-hand combat system. He takes down the guards and grabs a keycard that allows him to shut off the power in another area, the area where Sherry is being held. Sherry and Jake have to fight their way out separately, but Jake can help her using some turrets control from a security room. Finally, the two link up in a locker room and find all of their gear weirdly just stashed there. Jake says that Neo Umbrella used his blood and antibody to enhance the C-Virus, and also that they told him who his father was.
I guess he had an antibody that could fight off any virus. Apparently, he abused his gift. Took it for granted. And then ended up turning himself into some kind of monster. You know, I thought dear old dad was just a deadbeat who skipped out on us. No. He was actually a freaking nut job who almost destroyed the world.
Jake is pretty distraught that his dad was Mr. Eugenics and wanted to kill billions of people, but Sherry has a similar story. Wesker and William Birkin came up in Umbrella together and they were pretty good friends. While Birkin didn't quite go to the same extent as Wesker did, he did cause the Raccoon City outbreak, so... Anyway, the lab emerges into this very fancy casino hotel type building. But before they can leave, Sherry needs to find a phone to call the government and let them know she's still alive. In order to do that though, you need to find 10 of these little tokens that some important Joavo carry around, and there are also just a lot of them laying around. Once 10 have been found and put into the statue in the entrance, the way to the communication room opens up. She downloads Jake's research data before dialing up the NSA. They're surprisingly unfazed at her 6-month disappearance, but they tell her to meet them nearby in China. On the way up though, a whole-ass tank busts through the door and forces them to flee out a back way. The tank shows up again and you have to use it and its dumbass driver to rotate the statue to allow Jake to hop over a gap and find a motorcycle that he and Sherry can finally use to escape. One thing you can't escape though, is your past, and that's what Chris is going through as he remembers what Ada did to him and his squad. She's been sighted in the city multiple times at this point, so Chris decides to take Piers and his squad to find Ada and get revenge. As the squad moves out, they're sneak attacked by some kind of giant invisible snake. Enraged by seeing another of his squad die, Chris chases after it. They rush after it, fighting past hordes of Joavo in an attempt to kill the thing. Elsewhere in the city, Jake and Sherry head towards a meetup spot with Simmons, but they're attacked by a Neo Umbrella helicopter on the highway. Jake drives while Sherry shoots the occasional obstacle in their way. Sherry and Jake try to shake the helicopter but end up crashing in an alleyway. The helicopter is still above them, so they're fucked, right? No, because just as the helicopter pulls up, Chris and his squad arrive overlooking the alleyway. A new type of Joavo appears here, one that have their legs mutate into grasshopper parts called Nogaskanji, meaning leg jumping. With the Adonian squad reunited, they manage to take the heli down after a very annoying section, where it switches between two areas, one containing Jake and Sherry and the other with Chris and Piers. Once it's down, Chris stares at Jake like he knows something, maybe starting to see the resemblance with Chris's old enemy, Wesker. Either way, the BSA team continues their search for the massive snake, with Chris getting more and more reckless as he loses more and more soldiers.
What the hell were you thinking, pulling a kamikaze stunt like that?
These are my men. You follow my lead or I'll find someone who will.
With only a few men left, Chris and team finally get the snake in a fair fight. Kinda. It'll try to ambush you, but when it attacks it loses invisibility. This thing is called Illusija, which means an illusion. It's another C-Virus creation, much like a giant shark thing Leon faced. Chris, Piers, and one final agent named Marco managed to drive it into this little maze where they can use some exposed live wires to cook the snake alive. Now that all but one of their squad is dead, Piers says they need to get out before they all die. Before Chris can tell him off, Ada strikes again. Fake Ada injects their last man with the C-Virus, turning him into another of those Nesdo. Chris and Piers once again have to kill one of their transformed men, and Piers lays into Chris.
What happened to the legendary Chris Redfield, huh? What happened to you? It's a good thing Finn's not around to see you this way.
Despite Piers' shaming, Chris is still determined to kill Ada. He radios HQ to get a location and they report she's heading towards the harbor. Is she though? Because the real Ada Wong lurks above another BSA squad and hears the transmission. She's also going after fake Ada. She obviously can't work with the BSA on that. Sorry to jump around again, but somehow Leon and Helena boarded a plane heading for China. I have no idea how they managed it or why there are even planes running between the two countries, given that both are dealing with viral outbreaks, but here we are. They're determined to make Simmons pay for what he did to the president, but a little hiccup in the road happens when one of the pilots hatches into a Lepotitsa. Probably the last thing you'd want to see on a plane.
I don't suppose I think you fly a plane, do you?
The two manage to force it into the vents of the plane. It's a very large plane, by the way, but Hennigan tells them they need to get to the cargo bay of the plane to fix the pressure leak before the plane goes down. The second that they do that, the gas zombie appears once again and floods the plane with a viral gas. What you have to do is stun it long enough to open the cargo bay of the plane and send the creature tumbling down into the city below. I'm gonna be honest with you here, Leon. It's like that's the last thing you should do with a monster that secretes zombie gas. But everyone on the plane got turned, so Leon and Helena have to fight the cockpit, where Leon has to prevent the plane from crashing completely, and only kind of crash it into a shipping bay. Everyone else witnesses the plane crash, but not much they can do about it. Ada, on the other hand, will directly have to deal with the consequences of Leon's actions. She makes her way through the city, only being halted when Cocoon hatches into a new and very strong enemy. It kinda just looks like a messed up human, except for the fact that one of its arms has mutated into an organic chainsaw. It's called Ubisfo, which means murder. Ada tries to avoid that fate, but eventually gets cornered in a plaza. In the center of the plaza is where the Lepotitsa landed, and lo and fucking behold, Leon, it turned a bunch of people into zombies. This is the second time that man has been irresponsible with one of these things, but adding to the danger is when the Chainsaw Man reappears and Ada has to fight it. She downs it, but only for a moment as the creature attacks her once again on top of a bus. I don't know who's driving this bus, but all it has to do is wait for the murder to be knocked down by a couple low-hanging signs. She once again tries to escape, and the monster corners her on some train tracks. Ada has to hold the Ubisfo off for a while until she can finally get it hit by a train, knocking it down and out of sight. Out of sight, out of mind, right? Well, not for Jake and Sherry, as Ada just dumped the monster directly in their path. Jake and Sherry have their own fight with the murder, eventually take it down, just as Leon and Helena's plane crashes right in front of them. The two crawl out of the wreckage, and the two Raccoon City survivors are finally reunited. Sherry works for Simmons, but Leon and Helena are trying to kill the man, so there's an obvious conflict there.
I'm tracking the man behind all this. Chief Security Advisor Simmons.
What? There must be some sort of mistake. I report to Simmons.
He's your supervisor?
We're on our way to meet with him right now.
Where is he? I need to know.
Jake!
But before they can work through their differences, guess who's back?
Him again? Friend of yours? Or like an ex-girlfriend? Guy doesn't know when to quit. Welcome to the club.
Usti has come for Jake's bitch ass once again, but the four manage to shoo him away for a second. While Leon and Cherry open the way forward, Ustanak seizes the opportunity and attacks Jake and Helena with a new grenade launcher hand. He also has a perfectly human-sized cage on his back, so you know where Jake is going if they lose here. Leon and Cherry break down a wall and rejoin the fight, and Ustanak is once again overwhelmed. An explosion brings down a tower on top of the mutant, getting rid of him, but also separating Leon and Helena from Jake and Cherry. Cherry does manage to tell Leon where she's meeting Simmons, though, so the two groups have to take separate paths to get there. Leon and Helena end up at a weirdly empty fish market. Inhabiting the market is a strange new enemy. They're called Rothklapanji, which means taking part or dismantling. If I had to describe how they look kind of like the weird fetus thing from PT.
You got fired, so you drowned your sorrows in booze.
There's no way to actually kill them. What you can do is dismantle them and then damage the parts until they shrivel up. That gives you a little while to breathe before they regenerate. They can take their hands off to pursue you, and when you do enough damage, the top and bottom parts split in two, so you have to kill those as well. They have to deal with a couple of these while searching for some keys to a thick metal door. Behind the door is a warehouse, and they see Ada stepping to a doorway. This is fake Ada, but neither of them know the difference. After their argument, Chris and Pierce fight their way through a shipyard packed with Juavo, culminating with another chopper attack. Chris is not to be stopped though, so they take it down and continue on until they find themselves at the door of a medical research center, another C-virus research site. They step inside and see fake Ada. Chris immediately opens fire but does not land a single shot. This alarms Leon because somebody's shooting at his girl, but Ada gets away and both parties give chase. The kind of cool thing about this part is that who gets to where first depends on how good you are at the game. Here's how I think it happened. Chris and Pierce avoid a laser trap and reach an elevator taking them to where Ada fled to. Leon and Helena follow behind, but Fada ends up trapping both parties in these rooms and deploys the little explosive Roombas. If you shoot them, they change direction and go under the wall to the other group's room. And again, who goes where here depends on how good you are at the game. Pierce and Helena both work on opening the door, while Leon and Chris protect them. I'm going to say again that Chris and Pierce both got out first though, as they managed to corner Fada on the walkway. But before Chris can get his revenge, Leon catches up.
What are you doing here?
Put your gun down, Chris. She's a key witness. We need her.
A witness? She's the one who did all this!
No, it wasn't her. It was Simmons, the National Security Advisor.
I lost all my men because of her!
And I lost over 70,000 people, including the president, because of Simmons.
That moment is such fan service, but it's cool anyway. To Chris, she's the woman who killed his friends and ruined his life, but to Leon, she's a bad bitch who saved his life many times now. Unbeknownst to him, though, that is not the Ada that Leon knows, that's Carla, and Leon's distraction lets her hit the group with a flashbang and get away. Chris and Leon have to set their difference aside for a moment as Leon needs to get to Simmons before Sherry and Chris needs to catch Ada. If I had to say who would actually win in a hand-to-hand fight, it's tough because Leon's kicks are deadly, but Chris punched a boulder in RE5, so I don't know. Anyway, Chris appears to find a Humvee with a mounted gun on it to pursue Ada and her sports car. Now, I don't know where she got that fucking car, but it takes more bullets than Jawabo Humvees to try to stop Chris and Pierce from catching her. Pierce calls himself the best driver in the BSA, but I don't know, man. When I took the wheels, Chris actually managed to get ahead of Carla, the one we're supposed to be chasing. I'm gonna call her Carla from now on because pretty soon her and the real Ada are gonna be in the same location. Anyway, they chase her onto an aircraft carrier but crash and burn in the process, allowing Carla to escape further into the ship while Chris and Pierce writhe in pain. After downing the chainsaw monster, Jake and Sherry continue out into a waterway, only for the murder to return for more. Watching their back, though, is the real Ada Wong, who snipes the creature and stuns it for like a second. This thing is stupidly tough. Its durability definitely isn't an excuse for the devs to reuse the same boss fight like 4 times. So Jake and Sherry have to steer around the ship while occasionally having more fights with the murder. They manage to electrocute it again and send it falling into the water, but again it's unfazed. Jake and Sherry have to fight it off a couple more times as they reach the shore and near their rendezvous point with Simmons. Jake gets off the ship, but Sherry is saved by Ada a moment before the ship sails right into the blades of a helicopter, finally killing the obese foe. With her good deed done for the day, Ada finds a jet ski that she can take to her and cross her ship, and hopefully put an end to the false allegations. After unknowingly saving the villain of the game, Leon and Helena make it to Simmons' meetup point, finding themselves facing down Simmons and a gang of his family's men. Sherry is really starting to doubt her former boss, but she and Jake decide to go to the meetup spot anyway, coming in just in time to see Leon held at gunpoint.
Timing. Kindly take these 2 into custody, won't you?
They said you were involved in the terrorist attack. Is it true?
What? Are they running down the street screaming it to anyone who'll listen?
Answer me!
It's for the benefit of the United States and global security.
Can't see how killing the president is good for the country!
The president's dead?
Well, we have Leon to thank for that.
God damn you, Simmons!
Dispose of them. Those 2 are still of use to us.
Sherry hands Leon the research data on Jake, and the 2 Secret Service agents cover her, and Jake's escape. Simmons thinks he has the upper hand until one of Carla's men finally gets revenge on the man.
She got me.
Leon and Helena chase the rapidly mutating Simmons onto a train, but Jake and Sherry find themselves ambushed by another group of Neo-Umbrel and Jawabos who capture them both yet again. Ada finds her way onto the carrier ship. It's populated by Neo-Umbrel's best, those frog suit guys from the submarine. Her first obstacle is this lock that requires 3 passcodes, all of which are found on nearby Jawabos. There's also a couple of the Rascalangi hanging around, but Ada manages to dodge them and find all 3 passcodes. After their car crash, Chris and Pierce find themselves facing the brunt of Neo-Umbrel's forces in the hangar bay. But the way is shut to them, so they have to blow up a wall with a ballistic missile found aboard. The Jawabo respond in kind by dropping a fighter jet down to the hangar to shoot at the 2. Chris and Pierce manage to dodge it and make it out of the hangar where they hear Carla's voice over the intercom talking to Simmons.
I'm just giving you exactly what you gave me, Simmons. At first, you'll be afraid. But don't worry. You're just becoming the monster you always were. You and everyone else on the planet. You and your family may have shaped the world into what it is today. But starting tomorrow, it's all going to change.
It's kind of funny because Simmons cuts off the transmission before she finishes, so only Chris, Piers, and Ada actually hear the entire thing. Leon and Helena confront Simmons, and he finally reveals why he killed the president.
Are you here to avenge the president? Is that it? You fool. Had he disclosed the truth behind Raccoon City, the U.S. would have lost all its authority, and the global political order would have collapsed.
So to avoid one possible disaster, you create another, no matter how many people die?
He had to be stopped!
protect American hegemony. Ada and Neo Umbrella ruined everything though, and Simmons finally mutates into his complete form, which is like a flesh transformer. It's actually really cool, but his first form is this dog-like one. Leon and Helena fight him on the train until Simmons jumps to an adjacent one and transforms into a new form that has a spike gun on his back. Also very cool looking, but they have to fight him at range now as he's on one train while they're on the other. The entire fight, a helicopter has been following the train, one full of members of the family. They're discussed as Simmons drives them to abandon him to his fate. Combined with a bullet between the eyes by Helena, Simmons falls under the moving train and disappears beneath, derailing the train in the process and dumping Leon and Helena into the water. The real Ada emerges onto the deck of the ship, but as soon as she does, Chris and Pierce come up an elevator behind her. Not knowing the difference, they pursue Ada through the ship, although she's always one step ahead of them. Ada makes her way into the captain's cabin where she finds recordings from the experiments that created Carla.
No, that's not good enough! That's not Ada 1! Why won't it work?
Combine the DNA sequence with the cocoon's biostructure.
Find another subject!
Use Carla for the next pass. She's a close match. Be careful what you say around her.
I don't want her catching on.
Chris and Pierce catch up with Ada, although it's not the one they were just chasing. Ada taunts Chris and reveals her plan. She's going to launch C-virus missiles at cities across the world, destroying it all in a flood of zombies. But before she can gloat anymore, the family strikes back. Piers recovers a vial of enhanced C-virus to analyze, and they radio BSA leadership for help stopping the missile strikes, but they're too pressed around the rest of the city. It's up to Chris and Piers to find a way to make it to another aircraft carrier and stop the launch. They need to find themselves a plane, but back on the ship's deck, Ada witnessed Carla fall to her death. Ada goes down to investigate. She's sympathetic to Carla for what Simmons did to her, but Carla's not dead and she doesn't need Ada's pity. Before her death, Carla injected herself with one of the advanced C-virus syringes, having given Simmons the other. She melts away into this weird white substance that definitely doesn't look like another white substance. But Carla's lost her damn mind, and despite facing down the actual Ada Wong, she still believes herself to be the real one. Ada has to get through the whole of the ship while Carla's weird mutated self starts to absorb the ship. Certain walls will be covered in hands that try to grab you, and she'll occasionally spawn out little cum clones to slowly pursue Ada. The only way to destroy Carla's growth is with liquid nitrogen canisters scattered around the ship. This all culminates with Carla manifesting a giant face in Ada's way. Behind the face is a big sash of liquid nitrogen. Poor placement there, Carla. You have to shoot through her face and make a hole wide enough to hit one of the canisters behind her, damaging Carla enough to allow Ada to get to a helicopter and escape the rapidly sinking ship. Carla probably isn't dead, but I can't see her non-solid body being able to make it out of the ocean anytime soon. Chris and Piers also need to escape the ship, but keeping them is that exact same 3 password lock Ada has to get past earlier. Ada already killed the captains who had the passwords, but the Raspulangi have taken over in their absence. The Unfolders almost managed to knock Chris and Piers into a pit of molten metal, but they finally reach a fighter jet. A long time before Wesker, the BSA, and even STARS, Chris was an Air Force pilot, so he takes the wheel. Chris's jet and Ada's chopper leave the carrier at the exact same time, however they have different destinations. Chris and Piers fly over to the nearby aircraft carrier, however it's protected by helicopters and anti-air guns. You have to destroy the guns first, which is pretty janky with the fighter jet controls. Once you do, Chris drops Piers off to manually stop the launch of the missiles. Just in time, another Augur Man emerges from under a giant tarp on the ship. I don't know why you would keep one of these on a ship, but Chris has to keep the giant BOW off Piers as he disarms the missile. Piers manages to stop the launch and get back to the jet without getting eaten by the ogre, but the second he does, the launch resumes. Chris and Piers have no choice but to destroy the missile in the ocean, but that fat-ass Augur Man won't get out of their way in time, and one missile successfully launches from the ship. After their fight with Simmons, Leon and Helena washed up on shore next to a BSA convoy currently evacuating civilians. With Simmons seemingly dead, they decide to help them out, only to get a call from Hunnigan saying that Sherry and Jake have been taken to an underwater oil rig off the coast. That's the least of their words, though, as Leon gets another call, this one from Chris.
Redfield.
Leon, where are you?
Chris, we're just outside of Tachi. Why?
Get the hell out of there!
The gas spreads across the city, killing tens of thousands every second. If you really think about it, it's all Leon's fault for not letting Chris kill Carla back there. I'm exaggerating, as the Umbrella likely would have launched the missiles anyway if she died back there. So Leon has once again found himself in the middle of a zombie apocalypse, but he finds the time to tell Chris about Jake and Sherry and ask him to rescue them. He also breaks the news to tell Chris about who Jake's dad is, and Chris tells him what happened to Carla, who they both believe is Ada.
Leon, wait. something I need to tell you. Ada Wong is dead.
So Leon and Helena have to flee the high ground with the remaining BSA agents, who over time become very few. They eventually reach a Humvee with a BSA agent, who immediately begins tweaking at the first sight of a couple zombies. The agent takes them close to a massive skyscraper called Quad Tower, the highest point in the city and the place where the BSA would evacuate them. As soon as they exit the vehicle, an oil tanker blows up in their face and knocks the two out for a minute. In that time, they get surrounded by a horde of zombies, but a helicopter above them comes to their rescue. The pilot is Ada Wong, the one and only now. With her man safe, Ada looks for a high place to land the chopper, but Neo and Umbrella launches their own set of helicopters to take her down. She takes down another of those attack choppers. At this point, Neo and Umbrella is down billions of dollars, before she heads off to find Leon once again. Those two are limping their way through the city until they arrive at a crowded street where a BSA helicopter lands to pick them up. For some reason, this dumbass agent exits the helicopter and dies when a plane crashes and burns behind them. They really need to up their standards at the BSAA, but the helicopter ends up crashing anyway when the pilot turns into a zombie. It lands conveniently right in Quad Tower, but it doesn't look like there's many survivors to evacuate. That's the least of their worries though, because Simmons is not dead.
I know what you did. Ada! You disobeyed me. You took Wesker's son away! Use that bastard's blood to make the virus stronger.
Simmons transforms into a fleshy T-Rex this time, and it's up to Leon and Helena to fight him on ground level, while Ada hits him from above with the chopper. With enough damage, you can get him to turn human again and beat the shit out of him. Halfway through, a BSA agent rolls in to help them out, and like 90% of his comrades, he dies for the effort. Finally though, Ada, Leon, and Helena manage to kill Simmons once again. Ada heads to the roof to find a landing pad, so Leon and Helena head to an elevator to meet her. Ada decides to grow a heart for a minute as she helps out some civilians, knocking a lightning rod off one of the buildings in the process. As she lands, Leon and Helena's elevator gets derailed by Simmons, who's back once again. Ada watches from a nearby catwalk and manages to draw Simmons' attention away from the others, who are stuck climbing a stupidly long elevator cable. Simmons takes his dog form again and Ada has to hold him off, but he gets distracted by Leon and Helena still climbing that long-ass cable. Now Ada has to cover them while Simmons tries to climb the building and get them. Just like an actual dog, Simmons doesn't have a great attention span, so he goes back after Ada, knocking her out and preparing for the killing blow. Leon and Helena finally climb that damn cable, but Leon jumps off into the walkway to help Ada, trying to wake her up as Simmons pelts his back with needles. Finally, she wakes up and the two are reunited to fight Simmons, just like the old days. Simmons manages to knock Leon off the ledge, but he gets so caught up in taunting him that Ada can come up behind him and push him off, saving Leon once again. The two still don't get to talk about their feelings for each other as Ada sends him a text message from a distance, telling him to get his ass to the roof and take her chopper out of here. Ada goes further into the Quad Tower to Carla's old lab where she has some kind of final magnum opus waiting. Ada's not having that shit though. She destroys the cocoon before it can hatch and burns all of Carla's research.
We're beyond sympathy at this point. We're beyond humanity.
Bringing us to the end of her story. I say Ada's campaign is the worst of all of them just because she kind of feels like a side character in her own story. She also just teleports between locations constantly. Like her first chapter was on a submarine in the middle of the ocean, and she teleported to Tall Oaks for a second, then the same with China in her third. Ada is always a really fun character though, so she has that going for her. Anyway, Leon needs to get to the roof and escape the city, however when he does we find that Simmons is still not dead. He uses these tendrils to impale zombies and add them to his own biomass. Leon and Helena manage to down him again, which prompts the horde of zombies to pounce on him and start eating him. Weird, but it allows them to escape. A couple minutes later, we find out what he was using all that biomass for, as Simmons has once again gotten a new form, this one as a gigantic fly creature. I think this design is so sick, it's second only in this game to something we'll see in Chris's campaign in a minute. The boss fight with the giant fly takes place on the peak of the Quad Tower where that lightning rod landed. You can shoot off the fly's limbs to stun it and then destroy its eyes, however Simmons will always grab new zombies and use them to regenerate. What you can do, however, is stick that lightning rod into a zombie which Simmons then integrates into himself, causing him to get struck by lightning. Sticking it into a zombie, then destroying his eyes, makes him integrate the rod into his eyes, electrocuting the giant fly and sending it falling down into the city. They finally reach the chopper, but Simmons comes back for more. Leon has to end him the same way he ended Mr. X over a decade ago, with an RPG to the face. On the seat of the helicopter is a data chip that Ada left Leon, proving Simmons' involvement and their own innocence. But while it may be over for Leon and Helena, Chris and Pierce have arrived at Neo Umbrell's oil rig and descended to the underwater facility. As they do, Chris decides that he's retiring from the BSAA and wants Pierce to succeed him. When they arrive inside the oil rig, they find a computer that unlocks the cell Jake and Sherry are held in. However, doing so sets off an alarm and draws Neo Umbrella to their position. They fight through the last of the terrorists, eventually getting stuck in a room full of conveyor belts with cocoons on them. Joavo will pull levers, bringing a shitload of C-virus mutants into the room, but after a couple manages to escape into a giant chamber in the center of the oil rig. Elsewhere on the rig, Jake and Sherry escape from their cell and find their weapons in the adjacent room. They have a different path to take, one filled with so many Rustphalangi. They have to restore power to a central elevator, which takes them in this giant molten lava-like drill, or pump, or something. You have to grab onto the pump and allow it to take you to various floors to power on more generators for the elevator, fighting a shitload of the slug monsters on the way. Finally, though, the elevator powers on, the two arrive in the same central chamber with Chris and Pierce. Chris makes an interesting decision here and tells Jake that he was the one who killed Wesker.
I can see your father in you.
How did you know?
Wait, hold on a second.
So you knew him?
Yeah, I did. But I'm the one that killed him.
It was you?
That's right.
Chris? You better put a leash on that puppy.
This is between me and him. Go ahead. Shoot. You have every right to. Just promise me you'll survive. The world depends on it.
Who the hell are you to tell me what to do?
Stop it!
Put your gun down, now!
Tell me. We just following orders? Or was it personal?
Both.
Jake, please stop.
Put a bullet
Just
in your
put
head.
your gun down.
Drop your
Don't do this!
We'll talk about that more in a minute, but for now the computer shows a projection of a 100% C-virus infection rate if the giant cocoon in the middle of the room hatches. There's not much I can do about that now though, as they need to send 2 separate elevators while fighting more Joavo. While they do, let's talk about Jake's weird-ass reaction to learning Chris killed his father. So we know Jake knows who Wesker was and what he wanted to do, which was kill billions of people. Now I know that learning someone killed your dad is pretty traumatic, however Jake never knew his dad, so I feel like his reaction is a little strange. Plus, Wesker killed almost all of Chris's friends in South, so even if he wasn't planning on destroying the world, he deserved it. Anyway, at the top of the elevator, the cocoon begins to hatch. Chris orders Sherry and Jake to escape as Jake holds the key to saving the world from the C-virus, while he and Pierce deal with whatever comes out of that cocoon. They agree and the two go their separate ways, so what is inside the cocoon? It's called House, and it's probably my favorite Resident Evil design. House means chaos in Serbian, that's exactly what this thing was meant to do. House looks like a half-human, half-squid creature, but the coolest part of its design is the giant human skull hiding under its slimy face. We don't really know how they created this thing, which is why I think it's so cool. But if House manages to escape the oil rig, it's going to spread C-virus gas across the entire world once it matures. The missiles were only a distraction to ensure that the BSA didn't find House in time. For now though, Chris and Pierce have to worry about their own escape as they flee from the massive creature. They escape the main chamber, but House pursues them to this drainage room where a fight starts. House is extremely strong, however to fit in this chamber it had to break off its lower half, leaving a weak spot open. They manage to down House, but they can't confirm the kill as the facility begins to fall apart around them. After House escaped, Jake and Sherry manage to run into another molten lava room, where their good buddy appears for one final confrontation. Usti chases them across the walkways above the lava, now using a wrecking ball as his hand that he fills with lava. He eventually knocks them down to a platform where the real fight starts. Ustinek will occasionally break holes into the ground, causing lava to spill onto the platform, but enough damage allows Sherry to climb to his back and stun him with her taser. This lets Jake get in and tear off his hand, but Ustinek is undeterred. He slaps Sherry away and throws Jake into another walkway, kicking his gun off into the lava. The next part is so insanely goofy, but it's cool enough that I'll excuse it. Jake and Ustinek get into a fist fight and Jake starts beating his ass. Sometimes you just need to go with things, man, and while I could be a nerd and be like, well actually, punching Ustinek wouldn't do very much because... But no, it's just fun to fist fight a giant C-virus tyrant. Jake wins the fight and knocks Ustinek down into the lava, burying him in the molten rock as a part of the ceiling comes down on top of him. Jake and Sherry board a tram to take them out of here that goes weirdly fast, but guess who's still not dead? I honestly wish that fist fight would have been the actual end, but now Jake and Sherry have to scamper up the tram away from the burning man. The tram was carrying crates full of weapons, one of which is a magnum. To finally end the mutant who's been harassing them for 6 months, they put a bullet in his heart and send him falling back down into the exploding tunnel. The oil rig is falling apart around Chris and Piers, but despite the fact the house is currently in open water and could go out and fulfill Kara's plans, the monster instead decides to attack Chris and Piers again. Howes manages to grab hold of Piers by his right arm. Chris shoots the creature to free his partner, but it throws Piers against the wall, cutting deep into the same arm. And House just has something against this fucking guy's arm because he finishes the job by completely impaling it with a piece of debris. While Piers bleeds out on the ground, House grabs Chris and do the same to him, forcing Piers to save his partner one way or another. Piers injects himself with the enhanced sea-roush train that they recovered from Carla. His arm turns into this electricity-producing weapon that stuns House in one shot. The door won't open until the room repressurizes, so Chris and Piers have to once again fight House. House is a lot smaller this time, and he seems to be able to change his size each time he re-enters his cocoon. What you have to do here is damage House enough to put him back into the cocoon, either with guns or with Piers' electricity. Then you can destroy his cocoon and leave House's 3 little hearts vulnerable. Rinse and repeat 3 times and House finally goes down, but Piers is not looking so good. Chris is determined not to leave Piers behind, so he basically drags the mutated man along with him to the escape pods. The way is blocked by sea virus growth that only Piers can destroy with his arm. They eventually reach the escape pods, with Piers looking worse and worse every second. When they finally find a pod, Piers refuses to let himself spread the virus they've been trying so hard to destroy.
Here we go, Piers. We're getting out of here.
Piers! No, don't do this!
Open the door!
God damn it! Listen to me! We can still both get out of here! There's still time! What are you doing? No, Piers, don't! You can still make it out! God damn it, Piers!
No! Piers, open the goddamn door! That's an order! No.
House returns, but in his last moments, Piers saves Chris's life one more time and kills the BOW for good. In the aftermath of the extremely hectic 6 months, we see where our characters end up after it all. Chris is back at that dive bar and he's decided not to retire from the BSAA. Sherry's back at her job with the NSA. Jake is back to being a mercenary, now fighting against BOWs in poor parts of the world for basically free. Leon cleared his own name in the President's death, also deciding to pardon Helena for her role in it. And this isn't really talked about, but they also discovered evidence of fake Ada, clearing the real Ada of any blame. So everybody got a good ending, except for Chris and Piers. Piers is presumed dead, although he may be chilling with Carla down in the ocean, and we'll see in future games how these events changed Chris. But that's the end of Resident Evil 6. I think the best way they could have improved this game is by cutting out Jake and Ada's campaigns and maybe releasing them later as DLC. And focus entirely on the 2 good ones, Leon and Chris, and make them stand out and be even better. But thank you all so much for watching. The next 2 games will be RE7 and 8, and I'm a little mixed about doing those because, like, who hasn't played RE7? The investigating commission have reviewed the evidence and feel it RE7 begins with a video. This woman named Mia begs her husband Ethan to not come looking for her. He received this video 3 years ago and she's been missing since then. But recently Ethan discovered a mysterious letter from her pointing him to the Baker Estate in Dolby, Louisiana. That's not a real place, but it's supposed to be in the Louisiana Bayou, which is basically a large stretch of wetlands and swamps. It's a very pretty place, however that's probably the last place I'd want to go looking for somebody. Our protagonist is Ethan Winters, a systems engineer, a job type which does not require you to have experience fighting BOWs. I'm sure it'll be fine though. Ethan pulls up to this super rundown house out in the woods. It seems to be abandoned, so he decides to let himself in. You can almost catch a glimpse of somebody walking around the property, maybe Ethan's missing wife? There's some Blair Witch-ass decorations hanging outside, but he eventually gets into this extremely run-down house. Everything out the house is rotten, moldy, and covered in cockroaches, however Ethan finds a VHS tape lying on a table. The tape is not that old, it's from 2017, which is the same year the game takes place, so I don't know why they're using VHS tapes. But anyway, it's a recording from a YouTube ghost hunting show hosted by a failed weatherman and some guy named Andre. It's the cameraman Clancy's first day on the job. Weatherboy is a dick the entire time, but the three decide to scope out the house before they start filming the actual show. Andre tells us a little about the house's history.
So, Hillbilly Joe and his family go missing.
Not hillbillies, the Bakers. Jack and Marguerite Baker. And they were quiet, not backward. A lot of bad rumors about their son, Lucas. Bad seed, apparently.
A little farther in, though, Andre goes missing. Clancy finds him in the basement, but he's not looking so good. Ethan is undeterred by what he just witnessed, and he finds a pull chain to open the way to that basement. The basement is flooded, and if people on TikTok are to be believed, Ethan would instantly die from sepsis from stepping in the still water.
Still water is one of the most dangerous things you can come across.
I mean, maybe that's what happened to Andre as his body's floating around down here too. At the end of the basement, Ethan finds his wife locked in a musty cell. She's pissed that Ethan is here as she explicitly told him to stay away. But then what was up with that letter? She has no memory of what she was doing here or how long it's been, but she does know that they need to run before Daddy catches them. Alright, buddy. But she ends up collapsing on a couch while Ethan tries to find another way out of the basement. The second he leaves her side, though, something breaks through the wall and snatches her. Ethan goes upstairs to investigate, but there's still no one here. He goes back downstairs to see if she might still be down there, and it turns out... Mia loses her mind and starts stabbing the shit out of Ethan, only stopping her domestic abuse when she bangs her own head against the wall. Ethan's hand is fucked up, but there's this nice green liquid made of the mystical green herb from the other games that makes it feel better. Once he heals, though, Mia rises again to continue abusing her husband, and Ethan has no choice but to kill his wife, the same one he came all this way to save. A phone rings across the house. Some country girl named Zoe tells Ethan he can find a way out in the attic of the house.
My name's Zoe.
Ethan finds a fuse that he can use to open the attic entrance, but Mia is still not dead and she's entirely healed from the axe wound. First, she sticks Ethan to the wall with a screwdriver, and just as he gets it out, she cuts off his entire fucking hand, leaving Ethan with a bleeding stump. He has no choice but to try to escape through the attic, however Mia emerges once again with a chainsaw to take his other hand. In the attic, Ethan finds a gun, so he has to kill his wife for the second time. Whatever is possessing her also allows her to take multiple bullets to the head, but eventually Ethan downs Mia again. She broke the way out that Zoe is mentioning, though, and as Ethan heads back downstairs, we finally meet who Mia was talking about.
Welcome to the family, son.
That man is Jack Baker, and he drags Ethan and Mia's lifeless bodies towards the main portion of his estate. Ethan goes in and out of consciousness, only waking up long enough to hear Zoe stapling his hand back on. He apparently did a good job, though, as his hand is as good as new. It's currently tied down, though, as Ethan finds himself forcibly eating dinner with the rest of the Baker family. There's Jack and his wife, Marguerite, their son, Lucas, and somebody's grandma who looks like she's about 90% of the way dead. So Ethan has been kidnapped by a family of hillbillies, but at least Marguerite cooked for him. A nice helping of rotting human organs. Lucas is being an asshole the entire dinner, but Jack finally puts him in his place by sawing off one of his arms. Lucas is unfazed, though. He tries to force feed Ethan, but he can't stomach it.
Oh shit, he's not eating it, Jack! He's not eating it! Get the hell up, Marguerite! I made that for him! Get the hell out of here! You're a son of a bitch! Oh, I can't believe it!
Jack seems to think that the problem is that Ethan's mouth isn't big enough. But a phone call finally draws the family away from torturing Ethan, leaving only him and Granny at the table. Ethan manages to break out of his chair. I mean, it's not like she's gonna stop him, but there's no way out as all doors are locked and all windows are boarded. Jack finishes his call with the cops and comes back to find Ethan out of his chair. A very interesting event can happen here. Jack can corner Ethan and chop one of his legs off. All Ethan has to do to reattach it, though, is pour on a little of that green herb juice, and it's as good as new. Now, those green herbs are pretty good in the other games, but what they don't do is reattach limbs. Interesting. Anyway, Ethan escapes into a crawl space under the house, which gets him into the laundry room. So far, the Baker estate seems to be a humble abode, but let me tell you, man, these hillbillies have a fucking compound here. Now, I'll say this, it's a lot easier to own a lot of land when you live in the middle of nowhere, and your family has owned that land for 100 years, but it gets a little excessive with the Bakers. Zoe calls him in the laundry room and tells him he can get out through the main hall. It's locked, though, so I don't know how she expects that to happen. Jack finally got off Ethan's back, though, which allows him to see a cop looking through a window. The cop thinks Ethan is a meth head, which, fair, as who else would be living in a house like this, but he agrees to give Ethan his pocket knife and to meet in the garage. In the garage, the cop decides to interrogate Ethan on the spot rather than take him down to the station. I mean, where's my Miranda rights, bro? Jack notices this violation of Ethan's civil liberties and bisects the cop's head, giving Ethan a chance to grab his gun and fight Jack. This fight can end one of two ways though, either Ethan gets in the car or Jack does. If Ethan does, Jack ends up driving it into a wall, causing the car to go up in flames. But if Jack gets in, Ethan has to dodge him until Jack wrecks the car, causing it to go up in flames. Jack doesn't mind that he's currently burning alive, and to prove his point even further, he allows Ethan to blow a chunk out of his head with the pistol. That seemed to have killed him, at least for the moment. Inside the garage is what Ethan needs to get into the main hall, this little ox statue. I wonder if George Trevor, the same guy who built the mansion in the first game, also worked on this rundown house in the middle of nowhere. They share the traits of requiring random objects to open doors. In the main hall, Zoe calls again. She tells Ethan to find his way out of the house so that they can finally meet in person. She also calls Jack Daddy, just like Mia, however in this case, Jack is her actual father. In order to get out, Ethan needs to find 3 dog head busts. Like I said, weird ways to unlock doors. The first one can be found back in the living room, but the other 2 require some work. In the upstairs of the house, Ethan finds a VHS tape labeled Mia. She just recorded it after they were captured by Jack. It shows her running from Marguerite in a somehow even more rundown house on the property. She recorded the tape to show Ethan where he can find her at, but at the end she's recaptured by the woman. The second dog head is found hidden in a book in that room. Also in the room is a note talking about a ship that crashed in the bayou not far from this house. That's the least of Ethan's worries though, as Jack ambushes him in a bathroom, visibly regenerating his head as he renews the chase. He says that his daughter has given this family a gift which apparently allows them to regenerate like this, but which daughter would that be? Ethan escapes from Jack by doing this little shadow puzzle which opens a space in the wall. The following area is completely overgrown with black mold, to the point where one breath in here would probably insta-kill you. Ethan's fine though, but out of the mold rises the main enemy of this game, giant mold men called Molded. Molded are weird because sometimes they die in like 2 shots, while other times they take 10, but besides the black mold, they have sharp claws and teeth they can use to damage you. You better get used to seeing Molded, because besides the bakers, they are the only enemy in this game. They do come in a couple shapes and sizes, but this is what I was talking about when I said this game lacks enemy variety. Past the Molded is a stairway to the basement, which is huge. They have a whole ass morgue down here. The area is overgrown with mold though, and there are many more of the Molded. They seem to not just be piles of mold, rather a dead body that's been taken over by the black mold. The bakers have killed many more people on this estate, so there's plenty of fuel for this mysterious mold. We find another variant of Molded down here, ones that have had one of their hands grown to a massive bladed mass that also doubles as a shield to protect their sensitive face. There are quite a few Molded in this basement, but Ethan finds that Jack is down here too. He snatches the dog head relief, muttering about how she wants to replace him with Ethan.
Now she says he will be her father. No. I will find him, and I will make him suffer.
In this large workshop-type area, where Jack has strung up a few dead bodies and the dog head, he and Ethan have another fight. It starts off the same as the last, however when you do enough damage, this massive fleshy weak spot pops out of Jack. When you expose it for the first time, Jack tears down a gate and grabs this massive scissor-like chainsaw. Ethan grabs his own normal chainsaw and the 2 start trading chainsaw blows. Ethan wins out though and saws directly into that massive weak spot, popping it and the entire upper half of Jack's body. A chainsaw would have been a nice thing to have for the rest of the game, but Ethan breaks it sawing through a bar in the door. He finally has all 3 dog heads though, so we can finally get outside and see the full breadth of the Baker estate. They have like 4 buildings here. What of interest to Ethan is the trailer sitting in the front lawn. It seems to be Zoe's trailer, but she's not currently home. She does call though and finally tells Ethan what's going on.
My family and our bodies are contaminated. I can't leave the property unless I get it out. And the same goes for Mia.
The Bakers and Mia are infected with that same mold that created the Molded, however she thinks that Marguerite has hidden the cure for the mold in the old house, the one Mia was in on the VHS tape. The old house is this rickety wooden place hanging over the water, and the inside is entirely infested by these big biting flies. There are even bigger biting flies hanging out on the walls. All of them are a cross between mold and bot flies, a type of fly which plants its larvae in mammal skin so they can eat their way out. Luckily that doesn't happen to Ethan, in this game anyway. In her video, Mia solved another of those shadow puzzles, however the weird object used to cast the shadows is missing. Ethan first has to build a flamethrower he can use to clear out the fly hives, which lets him find Mia behind a gate. Before he can find his way over to her, Lucas appears behind her and takes Mia away into another room. This is when Marguerite arrives too and begins to stalk the house. If she sees Ethan, she'll unleash a swarm of the flies to chase him. It was actually her that created these flies by infecting them with the mold. He has to avoid Mark to find that shadow object and get into the walls of the building, which are crawling with massive centipedes. I don't think those are mold centipedes or anything, but it's still nasty. This lets him get across a massive hole in the floor and reach the stairway to the 2nd floor, however it's locked by a key that's found on the other side of the house. So he has to dodge the bug lady once again to find the key, however once he does, she ambushes him and pushes him into a hole. Ethan has to hold off her bugs and shoot her in the face until she falls in the hole and starts melting into a big black pool. Finally, Ethan can go upstairs where he finds a suitcase with like a desiccated child's body in it. It has the recipe for how to create the serum. Zoe calls again and Ethan gives her the update. They need two things.
A D-series head and an arm. This can't be right.
A head? I think I have that around here somewhere.
You do?
So luckily Zoe has a D-series head laying around, I mean who doesn't, but Ethan needs to find the arm himself. Up here we find a note detailing how a child named Evelyn gave Marguerite the arm for safekeeping, but it's behind a locked door. To get through though, he needs Marguerite's lantern. That should be fine as she's laying dead in the... Ethan follows her to yet another broken down house and we have to fight Marguerite again, except this time her limbs are twice as long and her crotch has become an insect hive. I really don't like this fight because it kind of feels like playing hide and seek, except rather than you hiding from Marge, she's hiding from you. Marge will try to ambush you, but when you do enough damage, she runs away to another part of the house. When she's off screen, she'll give birth to more insect hives. The problem is that since this is Resident Evil, Ethan walks like he's trudging through mud, so he spends most of the fight slowly walking around the house looking for Marguerite, as she does the same for you. I can't rule out the possibility that I'm just bad at the game though. Anyway, Marguerite finally dies, for good this time as she melts away into ash, and Ethan can get her lantern and get into the locked room back at the old house. It's extremely dark and creepy in here, but it seems to be a child's room. Ethan even hears a child's voice as he continues through the house.
Stay away.
At the end of it all though is another weird desiccated body. I'm not sure if this thing is an actual D-series or if the D-series arm has just been stuck onto it, because the arm doesn't really match the rest of the body. You're probably wondering what even is a D-series, but we'll get to that. With the arm in hand, Ethan tries to leave the dark kids' room only to first catch a glimpse of the little girl, and then be jump-scared by a molded. I played this game twice in a row and that got me both times. Anyway, with the arm, Ethan and Zoe talk again and she says to meet at the trailer so they can combine the arm and head to create a cure for the mold. When Ethan arrives though, Zoe is not there. He's pretty pissed about it, but it turns out she has a good reason.
Now where the hell are you? You know, never mind. We only need the head and you've got it. This is gonna help me and me, right?
Hey, buddy! I thought you should know. I decided that Zoe needed a timeout.
So Lucas now has both Zoe and Mia, but for Ethan to reach them he needs to get 2 keycards to open the door to yet another giant building on the Baker property. Like I told you man, these hillbillies have some money. But first Ethan heads down into the basement where somebody has stashed Granny, and then has to go elbow deep in that dead cop's throat to get a key. A new kind of molded appears around this time, these dog-like ones that crawl around on all fours. They have less health than the others but are super quick and love to double hit you. The key allows him to get into Lucas's childhood bedroom, where we find that unlike his parents, he was a psycho before the mold got to him. Lucas was a gifted inventor as a child. I mean, not the best, he only got 2nd or 3rd place awards, but at one point he used his skills to trap his childhood bully in the attic of the house until he died of thirst. We don't really know what happened after that because the body is gone and the attic has been renovated with one of those little shadow puzzles, so I don't know. By solving the puzzle, Ethan finds the first keycard he needs to get in. He also finds a VHS tape labeled Happy Birthday, which will allow us to find out what became of Clancy, the cameraman for that ghost hunting show. Before that though, let's see what cruel and unusual tortures the family subjected Clancy to in the Lost Tapes DLC. So these might not be canon, but first Clancy had to play COD Zombies in the basement with Jack. I mean, that one definitely isn't canon. Then he got force-fed Marguerite's rotten food and had to escape a bedroom. And finally had to play strip poker with Lucas, except it's not poker, it's blackjack, and rather than losing clothes, you lose fingers.
Clancy! The loser pays the bet.
This is insane! You can't do this!
Lucas said he would let Clancy go after the blackjack, however the VHS tape shows us that he had one more torture in mind. This time it's an escape room. Lucas isn't trying to be Jigsaw or anything, all he wants Clancy to do is place a lit candle on the birthday cake. The problem is that there's motion-activated water spouts in the doorway, so how can Clancy solve this? Well, step 1 is to reach into a shitty toilet and pull out a little telescope. Washing it off with the water reveals a password on the wall. The password unlocks a little strongbox in the cake room with a straw doll inside of it. While we're here, Clancy can pull out a winding key from the barrel to use on a weird mannequin. Pulling the key out opens the barrel and spills oil out all over the floor, but that's probably not important. Burning the straw doll with a burner that you can also use to light the candle reveals a finger inside. You can put the finger on the mannequin and wind it up. It seems to be trying to write something, but it needs a pen. Clancy can get into another room by burning a rope. The room is filled with balloons and has a password-locked door holding a valve that can be used to turn off the water. Among the balloons is one uninflated one. Rather than using his mouth, Clancy can use this gas spout to inflate the balloon. Except it turns out, the balloon is filled with spikes. One of the spikes, though, was a quill for the doll. Nice, well I'm sure the spike balloon was the worst to come, so Clancy gives the doll the pen and winds it up only for the doll to carve the password into Clancy's arm. The password is loser. I mean, you know Lucas is a real peach sometimes. Finally, though, Clancy can unlock the door, grab the valve, shut off the water, and place a lit candle on the cake. Mission accomplished. Great job, Clancy. I'm sure I'll let you go now. Nope, the cake explodes, lighting the oil on fire and burning Clancy alive. Now, why did Ethan just watch a snuff film? You'll see in a minute, but Ethan still needs to find the other keycard. That key Ethan grabbed also unlocks the master bedroom where Granny is sat looking at a picture of Jack in his Marine uniform. How did the decrepit old lady get from the basement to here? I don't know, man, don't bother her, she's old. But by setting up the right time on the clock, the bed moves aside and allows Ethan access to a workshop in the basement. Why did the bakers need this? Who knows? The workshop is full of saws and dead animal parts, but there's also the second keycard laying on a table. With both cards, Ethan enters the building. It's kind of a farmhouse/warehouse type place, and is forced to watch another video from Lucas. As he pulls out his own nails, he gets accosted by that little girl named Evelyn from off-screen. She seems to be the one who gave everyone these mold powers. Anyway, the first part of the warehouse is filled with a shitload of tripwires that Ethan has to dodge. He finally reaches a password-locked door where Lucas taunts him. None of the passwords Lucas gives Ethan work, and Ethan has to go through the side door to find the real one. It takes him to a farmhouse where Lucas has some kind of surprise waiting. The surprise turns out to be a new kind of molded, simply called fat molded. They're gigantic and take a shitload of balls to kill, however their main form of attack is puking on you. Now, I'm gonna go on a tangent right now, but I was a fat kid. I only lost all the weight my senior year of high school. One thing I always wondered as a kid when I'd be playing zombie games and shit is why they always make the fat zombies puke. Like, think about it, man. Left 4 Dead, Dead Island. The only zombie game I can think of off the top of my head where the fat zombie doesn't puke is Resident Evil 6. I've never understood it. Do people think fat people just puke all the time? I mean, puking is like the opposite of what fat people do. But tangent over. With the fat molded dead, Ethan finds the password to that door. As soon as he enters it, the door locks behind him and Lucas appears to taunt some more. Ethan finds himself in the exact same escape room that Clancy was in. I guess Lucas is really proud of this one. Unfortunately for him though, Ethan watched the tape and already knows the password for the door with the lock on it. This means he doesn't need to use the mannequin at all, which means he doesn't need to pull the winding key out of the barrel. So when Ethan places his candle on the cake, the room doesn't light on fire. Lucas still tries to get him with his Looney Tunes-ass bomb, but Ethan uses it to blow a hole in the wall. Lucas flees and we won't see him again till the DLC, but Ethan finds the D-Series head in a room, and then Zoe and Mia tied up in a house on the docks. Mia is just a little delirious, but he frees her and Zoe and gives the latter both ingredients to make the cure. She makes 2 cures, one for herself and one for Mia, but Ethan snatches both for some reason. I think this next part, story-wise, is really the only dumb part in this game. You'll see why. Jack appears again and snatches Ethan, dragging him into this large building for one more fight. Except rather than being his usual balding self, Jack has become this massive eye-covered mold monster and Ethan has to fight him. This fight is a pretty typical Resident Evil one, and you damage Jack by destroying the eyes all over his body. Ethan eventually downs the monster, but as soon as he does, Jack grabs him again. Zoe says Ethan has no choice but to inject Jack with one of the cures, so Ethan obliges. It does seem to kill Jack as he turns to ash just like Marguerite. Here's the dumb part though. Ethan tells the two that he only has 1 cure left and Zoe is like shocked at this fact, as if she wasn't the one who told Ethan to use it on Jack. You have to make a choice here between curing Zoe or Mia. Zoe is also super pissed if you don't choose her, as if she wasn't the one who told Ethan to cure her dad. This choice is so stupid because why in the fuck would Ethan ever choose Zoe over his wife? The player might like Zoe better, but Ethan clearly doesn't. Choosing Mia is canon, and if you choose Zoe she dies anyway, so Ethan cures his wife. The two board a boat and they finally might be able to get out of here, except that they run into that ship that crashed in the bayou a while ago. 3 years ago, in fact. Moldy tentacles rise out of the water and capsize the boat, dragging both Ethan and Mia down. We now play as Mia, as Ethan has been completely immobilized by the mold. Evelyn appears to Mia and keeps making her relive memories that Mia herself doesn't even recognize. Evelyn basically forces Mia to watch a recording to refresh her memory, and this recording reveals a whole lot. Mia was actually on this ship, the Annabelle, transporting Evelyn with her boss Alan. She just up and left Ethan 3 years ago to do this job. I mean, the money must have been crazy. She works for a group called The Connections, an underground BOW seller who was actually founded by a side character from RE5 who appeared in like 3 notes in that game. His name is Brandon Bailey, and long story short, he was in charge of Umbrella's farming of the progenitor virus. He was a pupil of Dr. James Marcus, but he lost pretty much all loyalty to Umbrella when they killed him. When Umbrella collapsed, Brandon took his research and started his own BOW business. Evelyn is a BOW created by The Connections, an E-series. Those weird D-series bodies we found earlier were the failed previous attempts at creating something like Evelyn. To create Evelyn, they basically combined a human embryo with this mysterious black mold that they have created. Evelyn appears like a 10-year-old girl because the BOWs are meant to be able to blend in with refugees and civilians, because why would you ever expect a 10-year-old girl to be a weapon? The Connections couldn't wait 10 years though, so they rapidly accelerated the aging of both the D and E-series BOWs. This causes them to kind of lose their mind, and a couple of D-series actually ended up killing themselves. But what she would do is send in an E-series to infiltrate your enemies, where she would then infect them with the mold and put them under her control, destroying your enemies without a single bullet. That's great and all, but Evelyn escaped and is currently turning the ship's crew into molded. So Mia, who we now know is a secret bioterrorist, has to find Evelyn and stop her before it's too late. She fails at that. Evelyn ends up killing Alan and infecting Mia, and the two of them would then be found by the Baker family when the ship washed up during the hurricane. Of course, Evelyn then infected the Bakers. Bakers kidnapped hundreds of people to add to the Mold family, and now we're here. That message Mia sent to Ethan was actually the last thing she ever did before being infected by the Mold. Current day Mia finally remembers what Evelyn blocked out, and she needs to make her way through the rusty ship to save her husband. This section really loads Mia up with resources. You can find enough explosives that you basically never have to use guns to kill any Molded. Despite that, Mia finds a shitty little pistol and a less shitty SMG as she makes her way through the ship. She finds Ethan at the bottom and starts to dig him out. Ethan, on the other hand, is currently hallucinating himself in the living room with Zach and Joey. Ethan, on the other hand, is currently hallucinating himself in the living room with Jack and Zoe. He says that his family aren't killers. I mean, he's wrong about Lucas, but he tells Ethan the whole story about finding Evelyn.
She infected us with her gift. That's what she calls it. I found her near a busted-out tank in the bayou. Everything changed after that.
So she infects you and then she takes control?
No. Not exactly, son. She just... She forces her way into your mind, your soul. You can't fight back.
He begs Ethan to kill Evelyn and free his family just as Ethan wakes up buried in mold. Mia manages to free him from the mold, but she pushes him away and hands him a sample of Evelyn's tissues as the girl takes back control of her. So I guess the whole cure thing was a little pointless, but besides the tissue sample, Mia also donates all of her weapons to Ethan. He's gonna need them too, as Ethan arrives at the entrance to some mines nearby. He hears helicopters overhead and radio chatter from what sounds like the BSAA. Like I said earlier, always late to the party. They mentioned that Lucas has been in contact with the Connections and is currently hiding in the mines. The BSAA squad is heading over to get him, and we'll find out what happened to those guys in a minute. Ethan needs to go through the mines himself, and the area is overrun with molded. Past them though is Lucas's little workstation, and this reveals a lot. First of all is that the Connections gave him something to make him immune from Evelyn's control, but keep the mold powers. This allowed him to keep them updated on what she's doing. The Connections don't seem to want to kill or recover Evelyn. I think they're just kind of looking at this whole situation as kind of a field test for the E-series. They actually provided Lucas with a whole staff of researchers to aid him, but being who he is, Lucas killed them all. One important thing he does know is that Evelyn is starting to look old and wrinkly, which is weird because she looked fine the last time Ethan saw her. The Connections provided Lucas with one last crucial thing, and that is a way to kill Evelyn. Using the tissue sample Mia gave him, Ethan can use this machine to create a serum called E-necrotoxin. It seems to be made by combining Evelyn's DNA with one of the D-series bodies. Necrotoxin is supposed to be like an insta-kill for Evelyn, but Ethan has to find her first. He continues fighting through the mine, culminating with a fight against two fat molded at once. Beyond them though, we find that the mine opens directly into the Baker home, which is a little weird, but as soon as Ethan gets inside, Evelyn starts making him hallucinate back to when Mia tried to kill him. Ethan is not to be stopped, and he corners Evelyn upstairs, which she tries to hold him off with these brain blasts. He manages to get through them though, and inject her with the E-necrotoxin, breaking the illusion she put on him. Granny was Evelyn all along. Remember the whole rapid aging thing? This twist is amazing because not a single character ever mentions or addresses Granny in the various spots she turns up in. You kinda just learn to ignore her yourself, only learn that she was Evelyn the entire game. It's great. That necrotoxin was a scam because it doesn't actually kill Evelyn, rather melts her away into a gigantic mold creature that takes over the house. Ethan tries his best to fight her, but it's kinda like that meme with the mushroom where it's like, you cannot kill me in any way that matters. That's how actual mold is, and it's the same with Evelyn. She gets so big that she destroys the entire house. Ethan gets dropped on his head multiple times when the BSA helicopters return and drop an antifungal weapon that they've developed. The weapon, combined with the necrotoxin, finally manages to kill Evelyn. This gun is weirdly named after Albert Wesker, but that makes a little more sense with what we'll learn in a minute. With Evelyn dead, Chris Redfield, although he both looks and sounds different, drops in to rescue Ethan. I think Evelyn was a really good villain, pretty tragic when you consider that she was probably a total of 4 or 5 years old by the time Ethan killed her. The BSA also picked Mia up and the two reunite in the helicopter. Now this is meant to be a happy ending, but like, is Mia going to tell Ethan that she worked for literal terrorists? Personally, that would be reasonable grounds for divorce, but I actually don't think she tells him based on RE8. Anyway, that's the end of the main story of RE7. We have 2 DLCs to recover. The first one is called Not a Hero, and we play as Chris pursuing Lucas through those mines. The previous squad sent after him disappears, so Chris decides to go in alone. Here's the weird part though. All of Chris's gear is provided by the Umbrella Corporation. Whoa, slow down now. They've been gone since 2003, and this game is set in 2017. What the fuck's going on here? Well, the original Umbrella used to have their own department dedicated to researching anti-BOW measures. This was one, to provide for their UBCS, the Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service, but I would imagine also to sell anti-BOW weapons in the future. I mean, you can sell one country the BOW, and the other the countermeasure. It's like an infinite money glitch. So after the government shut down Umbrella, they had all this anti-BOW shit laying around, and the government decided to let Umbrella reorganize. They changed their logo to a blue color to try and signify they're trying to be good guys this time around. Oswald Spencer had pretty much all of the remaining original high-level BOW researchers killed, so this reorganization would just be the anti-BOW guys and all the business people. Umbrella was forbidden from having their own private army like they used to though, so that's where the BSAA comes in. Blue Umbrella sells the BSAA gear and provides intelligence on bioterror activities, and in exchange the BSAA will go out their beck and call to deal with threats. Chris doesn't much like this relationship, and we'll see in RE8 that he was right not to. The BSAA should have known right off the bat because the fancy new pistols Umbrella gave them are named after Wesker, the guy who almost ended the world. For now though, Blue Umbrella is doing a better job than BSAA Command ever did. Chris ends up finding two of his lost squad members. One of them has a bomb collar on his neck, and the other is Lucas in disguise. He puts one of the bombs on Chris and tells him to fuck off or have his arm blown off. Chris needs to jump through a couple hoops to find Lucas. First is getting an advanced respirator from one of their other squad's guys. To do that, he has to dodge this massive reskin fat molded called Mama Mold. Rather than being made of black mold though, it's made of white mold, which regenerates faster than normal bullets can kill it. Behind it is a key that he can use to unlock the cell to that BSA agent. However, when he does, Lucas triggers this trap to kill the man. Chris has to take the advanced filter from his severed head and continue. With it on, he can survive the toxic mold spores in the mine run into another white molded, this one called Fumer. The Fumers constantly shed white mold spores and can't be killed with normal bullets either. Chris finds a night vision visor among the spores as well as those antifungal rounds that you can just use to kill Evelyn. They're the only way to kill the white molded, but it only takes one shot for the little ones. Another white molded variant appears later by an elevator, these tiny little crawlers. They can be killed normally though. Chris finds yet another missing squad member in this room with a shitload of tripwire bombs. You have to shut them off before saving the agent. It turns out to have been pointless though, as Lucas detonates his collar a few steps later. He also arms Chris's bomb to go off, except he gives the man 10 minutes to disarm. Obviously that's just a gameplay thing, but Blue Umbrella tells Chris he can find storages of liquid nitrogen in a further area of the mine, which should shut off the bomb. To get it though, he needs to go through that Mama Molded. Shooting it with the special bullets only shuts off its regen and you still need to do a shitload of damage to it. Chris eventually finds it though and finds the liquid nitrogen where he dunks his whole hand into it. It does work, but Chris is probably going to have some lasting damage from that. Chris opens up this massive drill type thing and heads in, but Lucas starts spamming molded at him and then sets up the drill to explode. Chris barely manages to get out, but Lucas assumes he died in the blast. Chris has the element of surprise now as he gets to the secret lab the connection set up down here, and catches Lucas sending emails, then chasing him down into a big central chamber. Turns out Lucas was selling his data on Evelyn to another secret buyer outside of the connections. Lucas ambushes Chris with a knife, he just domes him, causing Lucas to succumb fully to the mold. He becomes this big multi-headed creature. I think he kinda looks like Birkin from RE2. When you do enough damage, Lucas destroys a crate of some kind of toxic gas, forcing Chris to run around to various oxygen stations to refill his tank. Finally though, Chris kills the mutated Lucas and ends the wannabe Jigsaw. He destroys the computer transferring the data and it seems like this whole Baker incident might finally be over. Except what if I told you Jack Baker had a brother, and his brother was a crazy hillbilly hiding out in the swamp? Well, if I told you that, it'd be true because that's the second DLC, End of Zoe. It begins with us witnessing Zoe crystallizing in the middle of the woods. A couple of BSA soldiers find her, but Joe Baker finds them.
Call in to HQ.
Did you say Zoe?
Sir, do you live here?
What the hell's wrong with her?
We're
Zoe!
here to help. So everything...
What in God's name have you done?
Sir. Whoa! Stop! Stop!
Joe is even crazier than his brother Jack, and he knocks out the two BSA soldiers, thinking that they did this to his niece Zoe. He drags her body as well as one of the agents back to his hut in the swamp. The BSA guy tries to tell him that they were trying to cure Zoe, but Joe doesn't have two brain cells to rub together. After a lot of kicking from Joe, the BSA agent finally tells him where he can find a cure for Zoe the BSA have made.
You're lying to me.
Joe decides to head out and find it. Now Joe here has been living in the swamp the entire time, so he's no stranger to molded. I guess he just assumed that they were some kind of new swamp creature, as we can see that he already hunts gators. Joe does not use weapons though. No, instead he just beats the shit out of the molded. The crazy part is that it works arguably better than guns did for Ethan. Joe also heals by mixing bugs like grubs and centipedes with chem fluid. Now I don't know how it works, but it does. So Hillbilly Joe finds the cure Zoe needs, but the BSA agent who had it was attacked by molded and tried to use it on himself before he died. There's not enough left to cure Zoe, but by the time Joe gets back to his shack, he finds it on fire. The BSA guy tells Joe he'll lead him to his base camp to get more, but before he can, he's snatched and killed by a molded. Good job, Joe, you just got that innocent man killed. But he takes Zoe out on a boat, leaving just in time to see some kind of mold man standing in his shack. Joe finds the BSA's base camp and leaves Zoe on a couch outside while he goes in to find the cure. The BSAA are all dead. I mean, like I said, man, these guys suck ass at their jobs. Joe finds a note that says BSAA moved all the cures to a boat to avoid the molded. As Joe heads to find it, the mold man appears again and attacks him. I say mold man because unlike the molded, this thing is really just a giant moldy human, and rather than using any claws, it just throws hands with Joe. Moldman is not nearly as susceptible to Joe's punches as the normal molded are, but eventually he manages to down it and move on. Joe has to make his way through alligator-infested water. Now if the gators see you, they one-shot you, but Joe can kill them by throwing these stick spears. And I swear this fucking guy's living in 3000 BC, but Joe finally gets onto the ship where the BSA have taken the medicine. It turns out to be kind of an RE3 remake situation, where rather than having the actual medicine, they have a machine to make it. But Joe manages to beat the machine until it successfully creates a dose.
This is it. Finally.
Before he can bring it back to Zoe, Moldman comes back for more. It's time for Moldman fight number 2, and it's much the same as the first. Joe eventually manages to rip the creature's still blinking head off its shoulders and throw it into the water, but by the time Joe reaches Zoe, Moldman has already recovered. It snatches Zoe and retreats into the swamp, forcing Joe to give chase in a boat. After this super annoying section with a shitload of gators, Joe finds Zoe laid out in a church. Moldman appears again and the two fight, with Joe finally realizing who the man is.
Jack? What the fuck?
So Jack is still alive. Evelyn must have reinfected him after Ethan cured him. Jack stuffs Joe in a casket and throws him in the water, which is fucking crazy, but the coffin opens in the water and Joe washes up ashore. Over a radio, he hears the BSA still getting fucked up by Jack and sees more choppers heading towards the Baker house to get him. Well, we all know how good the BSA is at these things, so Joe heads to the house to make sure it actually gets done. Outside the house, he finds a Blue Umbrella prototype, this Power Fist type thing. Blue Umbrella created it to help with lifting heavy loads and shit like that, but Joe has a different use in mind. The molded stand even less of a chance against Joe now with his Power Fist, and he finds Jack further into the compound. Joe does nothing but shit-talk his brother the entire fight, and destroys him with the help of the Power Fist.
Charge. You remember me, right? You remember the time I broke your nose when we were kids? You remember when I bone blocked you into the swamp? Charge. You never had it in you. You were a wimp, Jack. Never could be me. Just 'cause you're lost now, don't mean I can't still kick your ass. This is farewell from the family, brother.
Joe finally ends his brother and gives Zoe the cure, making the two of them the only two surviving Bakers. Chris and the BSA bust in, taking Zoe to a medical tent to scrape all that mold off her. Turns out it was Ethan that told the BSA to find Zoe, and this whole thing probably would have gone a lot smoother had Joe not attacked the BSA on sight. But that is the end of Resident Evil 7, and I would definitely hear you out if you said that it's your favorite Resident Evil game. I wouldn't say it's my favorite, but it is an amazing game, but Ethan's story isn't done just yet. Resident Evil 8 takes place in 2021. In the time since the Baker incident, Ethan and Mia have stuck together and they even had a kid. The game begins with Mia reading their daughter Rose a creepy local storybook.
There. She's asleep.
What is with the creepy story? She's only 6 months old.
While Ethan puts his daughter to bed, let me tell you about what happened in between the games. So the BSA entirely covered up the Baker incident, blaming the entire thing on a toxic gas leak, although there's plenty of truthers out there who don't believe it. The BSA decided not to prosecute Mia for her role in all this, but they did make her and Ethan move to a remote location in Romania. It's not actually said to be Romania, but it basically is. The reason for this is that the Connections and other BOW makers would love to hunt them down and probe their heads for all information on the E-series. The BSA also gave Ethan a modest amount of military training in case someone does show up for them anyway. The entire swamp where RE7 took place has been blocked off by the National Guard, and all of the Bakers, including Zoe, were listed as dead. Except for Joe, but we never know what happened to him. As we know though, Zoe is not dead, rather the BSA gave her a new identity and a whole new life. In the present, Mia is completely against even mentioning what happened in Louisiana. Ethan is a pushover, so he just kinda goes with it. However, when they settle down to have a nice dinner together...
Mia, get down! Mia! Chris? What the hell?
So Chris Redfield just executed Ethan's wife and kidnapped his daughter. I mean, what the hell, man? After the BSA knocks Ethan out, he relives a memory of him and Mia talking about how she's worried about him, but she won't tell him why. Ethan wakes up from his memory to find that the BSA car transporting him has been attacked and he's stranded in the snow. Ethan stumbles his way through the bushes, finding dead crows strung up from the trees and hearing someone running around in front of him. Ethan finds a shitty little house, but the only sign of anyone living there is a blood streak on the ground. He continues and finds himself in this rustic little village. The first sign of life is this old guy who's terrified of something getting him. He gives Ethan a gun before having his fears confirmed. Ethan himself gets grabbed and dragged through the floorboards to a crawl space filled with even more dead bodies. The cause of the bodies is this dog man, which immediately chews half of Ethan's left hand off. These things are called lichens, and as you might expect from the name, they look pretty werewolfy. Ethan manages to down this one, but not much further into the village, a whole gang of the things attack him. This game is like RE4 too, so the intro is very similar. Ethan doesn't have the resources this early to deal with 42 lichens, and even more so when this giant hammer-wielding one appears. Ethan ends up taking an arrow to the thigh and being surrounded. A couple lichens on horses pull up on him, and I'm very disappointed to say that these guys never appear again. Well, Ethan's fucked this time, except before the big man can kill him, something draws all the lichen away, giving Ethan a chance to escape. There's this old lady with a skull staff lurking around, and she recognizes Ethan as Rose's father and says that the baby has been taken by somebody named Mother Miranda.
It's danger. They're coming.
No. Wait. Where's Rose? Who's Mother Miranda?
The bell tolls for us all. They're coming again.
That's about all Ethan gleans from that conversation. However, a couple survivors are sheltering at a woman named Luisa's house nearby. The gates to Luisa's are barred, but in a shack outside her walls, Ethan finds this girl and her dad, who's currently bleeding out from a lichen attack. Her dad is a real asshole, even as Ethan hops the wall and opens the gate into Luisa's for the two of them.
Took your damn time.
Oh, you're welcome.
Another asshole comes to the door and denies them entry until Luisa herself steps in. When they get inside, there is, guess what, another asshole. Maybe these townspeople deserve what they got. The door guard ends up being vindicated though, as the girl's dad turns into a lichen and kills everyone except his daughter and Ethan. In doing so, he knocked over a lantern, so the house is currently burning down. Ethan is determined to save this girl, probably because he just witnessed his own wife get murdered in front of him, but she ends up joining her dad as they both fall into the flaming ruin. Ethan is pretty sad, but determined to find his daughter, who he believes is being held in this massive castle overlooking the village. As he exits Luisa's estate, he sees the door guard getting murdered, but who will come to learn is Mother Miranda. Not far from where Miranda appeared, Ethan subjects himself to another of the old hag's rants. Ethan opens the entrance to the castle, but as he steps inside, John Bloodborne attacks him. I'm just kidding, his name is Heisenberg, aka Walter Hartwell White. No, it's actually Carl Heisenberg. He has magneto powers and uses them to encase Ethan in metal and drag him to this gathering of freaks. In the center is Mother Miranda. We know Heisenberg, and you probably also know Lady Dimitrescu, but if you don't, she's the tall lady. The fish thing is Salvatore Moreau, and the doll is being controlled by that veiled woman in the background, Donna Beneviento. We'll learn more about all of them later, but they seem to be like Miranda's children. They're currently debating the best way to kill Ethan. Heisenberg and the lady fight over whether he should die in a death run or be tortured for months. Miranda goes with Heisenberg and he immediately subjects Ethan to that death run. Heisenberg talks over the intercom, but he clearly doesn't have cameras along the path, as we'll soon see. Ethan has to dodge some lichens, including that big guy, and some spike traps before Heisenberg just decides to kill him using this rolling spike trap, like that one that got Squidward. It was meant to be lethal, but Ethan ends up hiding in a nook at the far end and using the trap to remove his handcuffs. That's what I meant when he said he doesn't have cameras, because those four all believe Ethan to be dead. When Ethan steps outside again, he meets my goat, the Duke. I mean, I love the Duke. He's a lot like the merchant from RE4, and apparently they even know each other.
What are you buying? Just something an old friend of mine used to say.
But you might have noticed the fact that he's fucking huge, not just being extremely fat, but also like 10 feet tall. Later on in the DLC, we get to see what the Duke looks like next to a normal person, and it's insane. Now, when I first played this game, I was sure the Duke was in Ethan's imagination, and that still could be the case. However, he has his own little shack back in the village, although he doesn't use it, and a couple of notes mention him from other characters, so he's definitely real in some way. The reason why I thought he isn't is because he just appears at various locations, some of which there's no way he could even have fit into. Who knows, but Ethan ends up entering the giant castle through a side door. The castle belongs to Lady D, the vampire lady, as well as her 3 daughters. We get to meet those 3 just inside as swarms of flying insects coalesce to form 3 women. I'm gonna say something kind of weird here, but I feel like I hired like girlfriend ASMR actresses to play these 3. I mean, just listen to them.
Then let's devour his man-flesh quickly, Mother. I am the one who captured him. No. My throat, it's so dry.
Anyway, their names are Bella, Cassandra, and Daniela. Anyway, one of them skewers Ethan through the ankle and drags him to the lady, where she samples some of his blood.
Starting to go a little stale. Then let's develop.
She then has her daughter string Ethan up with hooks in his hands and leaves to update Mother Miranda. Well, Ethan's missing half of one hand, but it is unfortunate that they finally has to injure his good hand. No harm, no foul though, as he can just pour a little of that green juice on it to heal with. Ethan goes downstairs to find that the Duke has squeezed himself into this room in her castle, one that's been set up for a while. Himself and the lady are business partners, however the Duke doesn't mind telling Ethan that he should check her bedchamber to see if Rose is there. On the way, Bella catches up with Ethan and attacks. There's a really gross part where some of her bugs get into his hand and burst their way out. Shooting her does nothing, as she's just a swarm of flies, so Ethan has to run for now. He gets into the basement/dungeon of the castle where there are a bunch of weird bloody torture devices. The victims of the torture are these zombie things called Morrowica, named after the Moroi, which is a type of vampire in Romanian folklore. These ones are the former maids of the castle who either disappointed the lady or were chosen to try to become one of her daughters. What they ended up as, though, are these mindless vampire creatures. So at this point in the game, you're led to believe that vampires, werewolves, and giant teleporting fat men are just a thing in Resident Evil now, but there is an explanation. We don't get that explanation for a while though, but I will say that the mold is involved. Anyway, as Ethan leaves the dungeon, Bella catches up with him and chases him to the kitchen. She pins him to the ground to drain his blood, but Ethan accidentally shoots out a window, flooding the room with cold air. Bella and her sisters are all made of a type of blowfly infected with the mold that can't handle low temperatures. When Ethan shoots out the window, it solidifies her body and allows him to kill her pretty easily. I mean, one daughter down, two to go. After killing Bella, Ethan can hear Lady D discover her body and swear vengeance, but I'm sure she's just bluffing.
What have you done to my daughter?
After another bloody basement, Ethan finds himself creeping on Dimitrescu from outside her window. She's on the phone with Mother Miranda. Miranda seems to have some kind of plan for Ethan and tells her to capture Ethan, but she's determined to kill him for what he did to her daughter. When she leaves the room, Ethan skulks in, but she must have forgotten something inside. She grabs Ethan and shoves him through the floor, sending the man tumbling back down into the dungeons.
Manhands on my daughters, and now you even try to steal my property. How dare! Rest while you can, because I will hunt you, and I will.
Well, no problem. We just need to open this gate to get out, and
Like I'd let you get away.
damn, so now both of Ethan's hands have been chopped off before. Ethan has to dodge the lady to first recover his hand and then make it onto this elevator to take him out of the dungeon. As the elevator goes up, Ethan decides to reattach his hand, and just like his foot, it's as simple as pouring a little of that herb juice on it. At this point, both the lady and her daughters are pursuing Ethan, but Daniela ends up cornering Ethan in a library. Well, she must not know about the giant sunroof in that place, because Ethan can just open that up, flood the room with cold air, and kill the second daughter of Lady Dimitrescu. The goal this entire time was to find 4 statue heads, a mask of joy, grief, sorrow, and rage. To get one of them, Ethan has to get onto the roof of the castle. Inhabiting the roof are these bat/gargoyle-like creatures called Samka, after another folklore creature. They look like even further mutated Morrowica. Ethan ends up fighting the last of the daughters, Cassandra, in a storeroom where another mask is being held. She actually chose the best place to ambush him as there's no windows or a sunroof, however Ethan uses a pipe bomb to blow open a wall and kill the final member of the Dimitrescu family. With all 4 masks in hand, Ethan puts them on their pedestals and opens a path out of this place, one that leads to a dusty cathedral next to the castle. In a coffin in the center of the church is the dead body of some ancient hero. He's clutching onto a dagger that was doused in all the most potent poisons they had back then. As soon as Ethan grabs the dagger, Lady D ambushes him from behind, stabbing Ethan in the stomach but being stabbed herself by that dagger. It doesn't kill her right away, rather making her lose her tall lady form and become this giant fuck-ass dragon. So Lady D was the heir to this ancient noble family who ruled the castle and the village underneath it. However, she had some kind of rare illness that caused her to blister in the sun and to drink blood in order to survive. So vampires are kind of canon in Resident Evil. However, she only became 8 feet tall and superpowered after an experiment performed on her by Miranda. What experiment that is, we'll learn in a while. Anyway, I'm not a fan of this boss fight because I think it's super wasted having her transform into a giant dragon. I mean, don't get me wrong, the dragon looks amazing, but I think fighting her as like a flying bat creature or something would have been a lot better. Anyway, when Ethan does enough damage to her, the floor beneath the two of them collapses, dragging them both down back towards the village and killing Lady D once and for all. In the ancient tower they fell through, there's a mysterious jar or flask laying on a pedestal. Ethan runs into the hag again on his way back to the village, where she says that Miranda's plan is to sacrifice Rose to revive someone else. She also leaves this winged key laying around, and we'll need to upgrade that key a couple times to progress through the game. Ethan ends up at this ancient ceremony site where there's another pedestal, this one with the Umbrella logo on it. These ruins are far older than Umbrella, so how did their logo get here? Well, we'll find out, but I think it's kind of stupid, honestly. I think it's clear the original Umbrella logo was based off the Iron Cross, which makes sense because all of its founders were big Nazi fans. But like I said, we'll find out. Ethan reunites with the Duke in the central area outside the village, and he tells Ethan what's inside of that flask he found.
Why, you have your daughter right in your own hands.
What are you saying?
Take a closer look.
The Duke doesn't fully explain how exactly Ethan's infant daughter's head ended up inside that flask, but he tells Ethan to go to a specific house in the village to find answers. The village has been completely overrun with Lycan, including these big ones wearing armor. Inside the house are not the answers Ethan seeks, but there is the first upgrade to the winged key, making it a 4-winged key instead. This is what the Duke wanted Ethan to find. When Ethan goes back to the merchant, he tells Ethan how he can save his daughter, by recovering all 4 rose flasks from the lords of the village.
You said you would.
Settle down. First, you must use that key and collect all of your little roses flasks.
Where are the rest of them?
There are 4 in total. You have the one, and the other lords have the rest.
Lords?
Mother Miranda is the cold, calculating ruler of this village. 4 lords serve under her. The first you've already met, the Lady Dimitrescu. The second lives deep in a valley of mist, the doll-maker, Donna Beneviento. The third is Moreau, a being of twisted flesh that lives in the reservoir past the windmills. The fourth and most dangerous is Heisenberg. He works in his factory on the village outskirts.
The Duke marks the location of the remaining 3 lords and tells Ethan to get to it. It seems he's entirely switched sides despite being clearly infected with the same thing everyone else has. Each time you kill a lord, you can sell their crystallized remains to the Duke, so I think his motivation might just be that Ethan will make him a whole lot more money than Miranda ever did.
Oh, Lady Dimitrescu. Beautiful even in death. That waistline, yes.
For a while, I thought that the Duke might actually be Mother Miranda, which should make sense later, but the ending of the game kind of disproves that. Anyway, first on the list is Donna Beneviento, and the way to her secluded estate is extremely foggy and creepy. As Ethan approaches, he starts hallucinating Mia and Rose. In order to get to the house, he has to give up a picture of the 2 of them together. That allows him to reach House Beneviento, and rather than being a giant castle, it's a cozy little place. I mean, the lights are a little too warm for my liking, and the wallpaper is musty and peeling, but I'd live here. Ethan takes an elevator into the pretty extensive lower floor, but as he steps into Donna's doll-making workshop, the lights go out, and Ethan loses all of his weapons. This next part is straight up horror, no survival involved, but basically there's this mannequin of Mia laying on a table, and Ethan has to dismantle it to find various items needed to progress. On one arm is a symbol for a door, in a leg is a music box winding key, on her hand is a wedding ring with their marriage date on it, and inside her is an arm. Using the key gives Ethan access to a sink where he can wash off the wedding ring and use his wedding date as a password to exit the room. I mean, you should probably just remember that, Ethan, but whatever. That lets him get out and into the hallway where he can find a music box that was a gift from Mia's grandma when they got married. The box has a pair of tweezers inside that can be used to pull a reel of photos out from the doll's mouth. Taking the photos to a projector and lining them all up shows this creepy video of somebody going down a well. It reminds me of The Ring. It also opens a passage in the wall which gives Ethan a pair of scissors. The scissors cut off the bandages on the Mia doll, and by removing one of his fake wife's breasts, Ethan finds the last thing needed to open this door. Beyond the door is where that creepy well video was taken, and Ethan finds the key for a breaker box just in time for the lights to go out. You can hear a baby crying, and in the hallway is an umbilical cord leading to... Ethan has to hide from a giant baby monster, the entire time the monster uttering things like Dada. It's actually pretty creepy. Being a giant baby monster though, it's not very fast and can be easily avoided. Ethan opens the breaker box but it's missing a fuse. It does have this little baby relief though. That can be used on this door on the other side of the house, which opens the way to the fuse. However, upon taking it, the lights go out and the baby reappears. Ethan has to hide from it again to get to the elevator and give it power. There's a scripted sequence where it really seems like the baby's about to get you, and good stuff. When he gets back upstairs, Ethan finds Donna herself as well as a shitload of her dolls, the most important of which is the one in white, Angie. Ethan needs to find Angie at various points in the house, so while he's doing that, let's talk about who Donna Beneviento is. So her family were one of the original founders of the village alongside the Dimitrescu family. In recent times, however, they've been plagued by mental illnesses. Both of Donna's parents committed suicide and she became extremely antisocial, only speaking through her doll, Angie. Anytime Ethan finds Angie, he stabs her in the head, slowly revealing this parasite inside of it. This parasite is called Cadu, or gift in Romanian, and we'll come to learn that it's the source of everything we've seen so far. What Donna did with her parasite is split it among all of her dolls, giving her the ability to control them with her mind. If Ethan doesn't find Angie fast enough, the rest of the dolls will come to life and kill him. On the third go at stabbing Angie, the illusion finally breaks and Ethan kills Donna herself. So there was no giant baby monster or Mia doll. Donna used a certain type of flower to induce these hallucinations and try to kill Ethan. She failed though, and after killing her, Ethan gets an upgrade for his key, making it the 4-winged Unborn key, as well as finding another flask. If you do a little treasure hunt, you can find one of these axe-wielding giants by a grave in Donna's land. These are called Urias Drak, which means devil giant according to the wiki, or huge fuck according to Google. I mean, either is accurate. Anyway, with 2 flasks in hand, it's time to hunt down Moreau. However, on the way, Ethan gets mauled by an actual werewolf. It's called Varkalak, which is the Romanian word for werewolf, and it mauls the fuck out of Ethan. You can either hide from it and go building the building or kill it head on, but these were created by injecting wolf blood into a normal lichen. The man behind this experiment is Salvatore Moreau himself, however his domain is covered in this green mucus that you have to clear out. Moreau was once a doctor, however when Ethan finds him he's just staring into a TV full of static. Ethan manages to grab the flask from Moreau, who isn't paying much attention, but he ends up turning around and seeing Ethan. Sal here is pretty pathetic, however he does manage to distract Ethan long enough to block off the exit with more of that green mucus. Ethan ends up getting on a boat and sees this massive fish monster patrolling the waters, but more interestingly is that he finds a research outpost with modern technology. It turns out to belong to Chris as he once again attacks Ethan and gives him no explanation why. Before Ethan can interrogate him too hard though, the giant fish thing bursts through the wall, separating Ethan and Chris and destroying their nice little lab. Ethan falls in the water and washes up on a dock nearby. Moreau is there too and we get to see him in all his glory.
Shit! Stay back!
The exit's underwater. You're done.
I don't have time for this. Miranda sent you to slow me down? You're pathetic.
His body is covered in big lumps and eyes, and Moreau seems to be in constant pain. Moreau pukes on Ethan before falling into the water and transforming into that giant fish monster. The mutated Moreau will pop out to attack Ethan at various points, and there's really nothing he can do about it. What he can do though is drain the water and beach that fuck, but to do so we need to get a crank for a windmill to power on the gate. That has Ethan dodging Moreau's attacks all over the dock, on a raised ship, and finally on another windmill that he can steal the crank from. Taking it back to the other one powers it up and allows Ethan to drain the water. Moreau is pretty unfazed as he starts crawling around on the ground, but Ethan chases him to this little unearthed town where we finally get to fight him. He looks a little like Irving's mutated form in RE5, with his actual body sticking out of the fish's mouth. I think of the giant monster fights in this game, this is the only justifiable one. Anyway, the fight is pretty simple. The only standout part to mention is that sometimes Moreau will climb onto a building and puke acid all across the battlefield. The Moreau family was also one of the founders, and they seem to have been the town's doctors. Salvatore might have been a good doctor, but we'll never know because the Cadu parasite not only made him a disgusting fish creature, but also extremely stupid. Ethan manages to kill Moreau though and can finally escape with a third flask of rose. There's also another key addition here, making it a 6-winged Unborn key. As soon as Ethan grabs the key, Heisenberg starts talking to him over a TV in the mines, offering to work with Ethan. He tells Ethan that he left his flask in a stronghold outside the village. Heisenberg even built these massive signs to point Ethan's way. On the way to the stronghold is this lumber mill with another of the axe giants inside, but at the stronghold we find that maybe Heisenberg isn't that friendly after all. This place is the home of the lichens, and there's a shitload of them in here. After fighting past a monumental amount of normal lichen, Ethan finally gets to have a fair fight with the giant that assaulted him earlier. It's just called Urias, or Huge in English, and it's not nearly as tough when Ethan is properly armed to fight it. Ethan kills Urias and finds the final flask of Rose, getting another talk with Heisenberg once he does. He tells Ethan to place the flask on that altar near the Duke, which should open the way to Heisenberg. Placing all 4 flasks gives Ethan this giant chalice, which can then be used to raise a bridge out of the water. Ethan will just have to leave his daughter's body parts laying there for a while as he arrives at Heisenberg's little family-owned factory. You might be able to guess by now, but his family were also the founders of the village. He's also voiced by the same guy who did Asterion in Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, he does a good job, but I think the voice and the appearance are kind of a mismatch. Anyway, Ethan goes inside and comes face to face with Heisenberg, where he pitches an alliance between them to take down Miranda. He's bitter at what Miranda made him into. It's a little weird because of the 4 lords, he definitely got the best powers from the Cadu parasite, but I'll let him speak for himself.
Listen, Ethan, you're being played.
What are you talking about? You think this is a game?
I said sit! Lady, supersized bitch. Ugly ass psycho doll. And that moronic freak. Don't you get it? It's a test. To see if you're strong enough to be a part of Miranda's family.
I don't want to be a part of Miranda's family.
Neither did I, but here we are. And I'm next in line, right? Kill me, move up the chain. Well, fuck that!
Ethan denies Heisenberg and ends up getting kicked down this hole with a massive propeller-headed man at the bottom. Ethan has to flee from the propeller head and ends up getting dumped in an actual factory. Now, rather than being a small little steel mill or whatever, Heisenberg has entire conveyor belts of these seemingly cyborg zombies. Now, I think Ethan turning down Heisenberg is kind of a weird choice. I mean, he was right to, because we can find a note that all but confirms Heisenberg plans to turn him and Rose into cyborgs, but Ethan didn't know that. I guess the reason why he did it was because Heisenberg threw him in that death run earlier, but it's whatever. The next section has Ethan trying to escape Heisenberg's factory, which involves powering on this elevator. The Duke has had himself on said elevator so you get to ferry him around between the various floors. So there's those simple little cyborg forms of the Moroweka, but also the more advanced Soldat cyborgs. They're basically Cadu parasite patients with added machinery to control them and make them stronger. There's Soldat Ions, which has 1 drill arm and an easily accessible reactor to destroy. Soldat Zwei has 2 drills and a reactor on its back. Soldat Jet has a cool helmet and a jetpack on its back, and Soldat Panzer is a walking tank. The only way to reach its reactor is to blow off its armor. Heisenberg yaps at Ethan over the intercom the entire time, but at the end, waiting for Ethan is another fight with Propellerhead. His name is actually Sturm, and I think he's the result of Heisenberg just kind of fucking around. The only way to damage Sturm is by hitting his reactor on the back, and when you do, it ends up lighting his engine on fire, allowing him to shoot out pillars of fire at you. But Sturm isn't too much of a challenge, and killing it allows Ethan to come face to face with Heisenberg, although he looks very different. Heisenberg, now as a giant metal monster, knocks Ethan down to the bottom of the factory, but on his way up, Chris reappears. Finally, Chris explains himself. Now, why couldn't he do that from the start? I don't know.
We're in the way.
What do you care, Chris? You killed my wife, you son of a bitch!
You think I killed Mia? That wasn't her. It was Miranda.
What?
She's a bioweapon. She changed her appearance and pretended to be Mia. Seems she also survived being shot, so now I'm here to finish the job.
Bullshit! Why don't you fucking tell me right away?
Because I knew you would want to be involved. And this job is hard enough without civilians getting in the way.
Chris reveals that Miranda has collected the Rose Flask, but Chris says his team is on top of it. While Chris stays and blows up Heisenberg's factory, Ethan can use a special polymer blend tank to fight Heisenberg. Apparently Heisenberg built this tank. Now why would he build a weapon capable of killing him? I don't know. The tank's material makes it immune to Heisenberg's magnetic power, so Ethan rides an elevator up to the scrapyard when he can finally fight the mutated Heisenberg. I think this is the worst of the giant boss fights in this game, because imagine how much cooler it would have been to have a boss fight against Bloodborne Magneto. Anyway, Chris ends up blowing up the entire factory, distracting Heisenberg and allowing Ethan to get the upper hand. Carl tries to take notes from his child Sturm with a giant propeller, but Ethan destroys it and kills Heisenberg in the process.
This can't be the end for me! I must kill her!
Ethan gets a call from Chris, but he's interrupted when Mia appears in front of him. Although, as we can now guess, that's Miranda. Miranda reveals that not only was she Mia, but also the old hag in the village.
And you are truly a special case. But I've learned all I can from you. Your worth as a lab rat has run out.
Miranda! You coward! Come out and face me!
Don't worry. Your death will come quick. You will join the Megamycetes record.
Miranda finishes Ethan by ripping out his still beating heart, and unfortunately, the green herb can't fix that. We switch to playing as Chris, one of his team members reporting Ethan's death to the man. Chris's team sees the BSA rolling in and we find that Chris isn't actually with them anymore. He just says they've gone too far. This next section has Chris and his team fighting through a shitload of lichen as they approach the mold overgrown village, so while they do, there's a lot we need to talk about. So after RE7, Chris left the BSA, we'll see why in a minute. He's now gone rogue with an elite BSA squad called Hound Wolf Squad. It was Chris that discovered Miranda was trying to get to Ethan and steal Rose. The BSA had no clue as they suck at their job. Even now, they're just rolling up as Miranda's about to win, and as always, they're getting their asses kicked. So who is Mother Miranda, and what exactly is she doing here? Well, Miranda was born in the village around the late 1800s or early 1900s. She was a biologist, and her life was going pretty well. In 1909, she had her first and only child, a daughter named Eva. This all took a turn, though, when in 1919 her daughter died to the sickness ravaging the world at the time, the Spanish flu. Much of the village died then, but Miranda was so distraught by this that she intended to take her own life. Before she could, though, she ran into what she calls the Megamycete in a cave near the village. Miranda believed it to be a godlike being, which she called the Black God. However, it was actually a super colony of the Black Mold. Given their proximity to it, all of the villagers had been exposed to the mold in some way, although there was no Evelyn to spread it like in Louisiana. Miranda came into contact with the Megamycete, which showed her that it cataloged all of the memories and personalities of everyone who died in proximity to it, including Miranda's daughter. So Miranda's mission became to use the mold to find a human who would be the perfect vessel for her daughter. He first created the Cadu parasites by infecting a type of parasitic nematode with the mold, and then used them to experiment on the villagers. Most people infected with the parasite just died. Those who had a higher affinity became lichens, Bartolax, or Urias. However, there were a couple people who had a very high affinity. Moreau was not one of those people, however the parasite did have the strange effect of making him into a toxic fish monster. Lady D had a high affinity to the parasite, which allowed her to grow in size and be all but invincible as long as she had enough blood to consume. If she didn't, though, she would mutate out of control and turn into a giant monster like the one Ethan fought. Donna Beneviento also had a high affinity and didn't become a giant monster, however Miranda thought her mental illness disqualified her from being a good vessel for Eva. Heisenberg had the highest affinity, which gave him his powers, however he wasn't a good fit probably because he's a man. We can presume that the Duke was also implanted with the Cadu and had a good affinity, although there's no way Miranda would want to put her daughter in that body. So that brings us to the present, where Chris uses the Mortar Strike to destroy a mold overgrowth and drop down into the root of the fungus. Protecting it is the bigger and stronger brother of Urias, Urias Strazier, or Huge Guard. He's completely bulletproof besides the parasitic lump on his back, and the best way to damage him is to call a Mortar Strike down on that lump. He's no match for Chris, and he continues on, where he comes face to face with the Megamycete. It kind of looks like a giant fetus, which is a little strange, but Chris plants a pretty small bomb for how big of an explosion it causes, and continues on to find Miranda. He finds Miranda's lab beyond it, where there are reports on the Four Lords and her other experiments. There's also a note, which I think is probably the most unnecessary bit of lore they added to this game. It says that Oswald Spencer, founder of Umbrella, visited Miranda in his youth and got the idea to farm the progenitor virus from her experiments with the mold. That's also where the Umbrella logo came from. Like I said, stupid because the Umbrella logo is very clearly the Iron Cross. Whatever, the biggest find down here is that the real Mia is still alive and being held in a cell. Chris tells her about Ethan's death, but she doesn't believe it.
What do you mean he's gone?
He's dead. I'm sorry, Mia, but we have to leave. We have to destroy this village.
No! You're wrong. I tried to keep this a secret, but... you don't understand how special he is.
We cut back to Ethan, and he seems to be having his life flash before his eyes, except rather than reliving his best moments from his life, it's just Evelyn. Evelyn finally reveals a twist that's very obvious in retrospect, but really got me the first time I played this game.
3 years ago, the Baker house. You were murdered by Jack. You died there 3 years ago.
Then what happened? I did all that.
Now do you get it? Your whole body is nothing but mold.
Ethan is a molded. In the first game, Evelyn wanted to replace Jack and Marguerite with Ethan and Mia, so she would have infected Ethan with a very clearly stronger version of the mold that Jack had. That's how he could reattach his limbs, and that's how he's taken about 10 fatal injuries over the course of this game without a thought. Mia knew this, which is why she was so concerned about Ethan in the beginning of the game. But in the real world, the Duke picked up Ethan's lifeless body and is carrying him around in the back of his carriage. Ethan asks Duke to take him to Miranda to save his daughter, and the Duke lets him know that it'll likely be the last thing he ever does.
But Ethan, are you sure of this? Your body is, well, falling apart.
Yes.
Foolish of me to ask.
Speaking of foolish questions, who or what are you?
Even I can't quite answer that.
Ethan is determined, and with one final goodbye to the goat, he heads to the ceremony site where Miranda is trying to transform his daughter into her own. Ethan seems to arrive too late, but the ritual didn't work anyway. Miranda recognizes that the baby is still Rose, not her Eva. Ethan finally catches up with Miranda, and the two molded fight over the baby, Miranda growing into the six-winged angel creature. This fight reminds me a lot of the final boss from Resident Evil Revelations because it's actually a really good boss fight. You have to actually dodge her attacks, it has phases, I mean it's good shit, man. The first phase, she's just walking around. The second, she starts crawling like a spider. The third, she flies. And the fourth, she makes the arena all dark and you have to dodge her until the fog clears up. In the final stage, she switches between her different forms constantly. But Ethan is on a mission, so he finally kills Miranda, sending her to join her daughter.
My daughter! My Eva!
The mold Miranda used to cover Rose finally fades away, reuniting Ethan with his daughter after the horrible day he's had trying to find her. Unfortunately, even molded have their limits, so Ethan too starts melting away into dust. Chris catches up to Ethan as the Megamycete rises out of the ground. He tries to drag Ethan to their escape chopper before blowing up the mold, but Ethan can't make it.
Alive, you hear me? Alive.
Mia, I'm so sorry. I love you. Keep Rose safe.
Hey. And you tell yourself. Now come on, it's not that much further.
Watch over her. Teach her to be strong.
Even as he's dying, the game still doesn't show us Ethan's face, which becomes a lot goofier in the DLC. But in his last moments, Ethan gives Rose to Chris and takes the detonator with him. Chris, Rose, and Mia all get to the escape helicopter just before Ethan detonates the charge, killing both himself and the mold that ruined his life. Very sad, I actually really liked Ethan as a character. The last moments of the story reveal why Chris left the BSAA.
Captain, you need to see this. BSAA didn't send soldiers. This is a bioweapon.
What the hell were they thinking?
They're using BOWs, specifically zombie soldiers. We don't have an explanation for this just yet, but I think it's pretty clear that Blue Umbrella managed to sell the BSAA on the idea of using their own bioweapons and restarting their BOW manufacturing. It seems we've come entirely full circle, with Umbrella Corporation creating zombies to sell to the military. I think this plotline is super interesting, and I really hope they don't drop it in the next game. But with that being said, it's never mentioned in the DLC, which happens 16 years after this game. The DLC is called Shadows of Rose, and we play as the 16 to 17-year-old Rose, which means this game is set in 2037. It begins with Rose meeting up with one of Chris's squad members. Apparently Chris has been trying to recruit her for a while. Rose refuses, although her life kinda sucks. She's gotten bullied pretty much her entire life for being a freak. Those kids don't know the half of it, but what they do know is that Rose sweats out white mold when she gets nervous. I don't support bullying, but that's definitely something that would get you picked on in school. Chris's man proposes to her a way that she can get rid of her powers, which of course Rose wants nothing more than. He says that Miranda discovered a crystal that could be used to entirely remove the mold from someone. To get that crystal though, Rose has to actually enter the inner world of the Megamycete. She agrees and connects with a small piece of the Megamycete that was recovered from the explosion. First she relives her memories of getting bullied before getting dropped into what seems to be the dungeon in Castle Dimitrescu.
Yeah, it's like she sees things that aren't there. Creepy. Stay away from us, you freak. Imagine wanting to be friends with her.
Definitely.
Ew, something just moved on her hand. What's wrong with her?
Rose has no idea what's going on, but there's somebody behind a locked door who might actually have some answers. There's these squirming pools of mold on the ground, but Rose eventually grabs the key and frees the woman, only for it to be a copy of her. The clone gives Rose no answers and just says they need to escape. They get into another room which has many more Rose clones locked in cells and a shitload of dead clone bodies. Rose grabs a handle to open another door, but when she returns to her clone, she finds it getting attacked by this white mold zombie that seems to suck her face off. Rose can shoot out little energy blasts from her hands, but she doesn't know how to do it consistently yet, so she has no choice but to flee from the horde of face eaters gathering behind her. They make a sound that I think sounds like Muscle Man from Regular Show. But Rose gets cornered by them, but some kind of golden energy makes a wall disappear and guides her escape. She gets out of the dungeon into the actual castle where the gold energy writes on the walls to communicate with Rose. It says that it's trying to protect her and decides on the name Michael, like the Archangel. Rose moves out into the main castle where a familiar voice can be heard from the throne room.
Looks like we caught another.
Now, I don't know if Evil Duke is bigger than Normal Duke, because we never see Normal Duke grab anyone like that, but holy shit, this man is massive. It seems that Evil Duke is behind the Face Eaters, which he sends en masse after Rose when she trips onto the door.
This? Oh, now we have a new little rabbit to pursue.
With the help of Michael, she escapes most of them, and he even decides to manifest a gun for her. I mean, you could have done a magnum or something like, but it's better than nothing. Rose needs to find 3 masks to unlock a statue that holds the purifying crystal she needs inside. There's these fungal growths blocking off certain areas in some of the masks. Michael says Rose can destroy them with her powers, but she needs to find an amplifier. The amplifier turns out to be these little white flasks that resemble the Rose flasks from the main game, but they allow Rose to channel her powers into destroying the mold overgrowths. Remember that this is all in the mind of the Megamycete, so anything is possible. With her newfound power, Rose gets the first flask from the courtyard. She can find a note from Evil Duke that implies that someone woke up the Duke's consciousness in here for the purpose of hunting down these Rose clones, who are in turn trying to steal his crystal. It's not the actual Duke though, I mean, he would never. Rose finds a second flask that allows her to use her powers to stun enemies and break out of their grab attacks. Unlike her dad, Rose can block everything with her forearms. The second mask can be found in a basement storeroom, however once she finds that the Duke spawns in another enemy to hound her. It's this giant multi-headed creature called the Executioner. Bullets have no effect on it, and the most Rose can do is stun it with her powers to escape. The Executioner hounds Rose a little more, but as soon as she manages to grab the third flask, it gets behind her and knocks her out. Rose wakes up in a cell surrounded by giant mold growths. The Duke tells her over the intercom that the mold will expand and crush her in 3 minutes. Rose has to find the real cores among the fakes and destroy the mold before it kills her. Luckily, Michael knows which are real and fake, and with his help, Rose manages to destroy the mold before she's crushed. There's nothing stopping her now from placing the 3 masks and claiming the crystal, except it's fake.
Well done, little one. You've more than earned this reward. Almost looks like the real thing, doesn't it?
Evil Duke teleports Rose into this arena in the basement where she has to fight the Executioner, who for some reason grows a weak spot for the occasion. This fight sucks ass because Rose walks so insanely slow, and unlike Ethan, she can't block any attacks. So really what you do is have to just jog around the centerpiece until you can pop his weak spot for the first time. Then another path opens up as well as 2 Face Eaters, so you now have to also jog around them. I'm really not a fan, but once Rose kills it, the Duke spawns in a horde of Face Eaters, forcing Rose to jump off a cliff to avoid them. She comes to on the path to Beneviento's manor, deeper into the Megamycete world. Michael urges her to leave, but Rose is determined to get rid of her mold powers. As Rose approaches the manor, some other power manages to block out Michael, leaving her all alone. It turns out there is no manor this time, and an elevator going up drops her right off in the basement, which is now filled with giant teddy bears. The Stuffy being Rose's only childhood friend. We find a kind of sad note here, which says how Chris had to talk to one of Rose's teachers to tell her that Rose's mold sweat wasn't dangerous. The final page of the note says that Rose thinks she finally found a friend, but we're about to witness how that ended up for her. When Rose arrives in the room, they held the Mia doll in the main story. This time it has her teddy bear on the table with something inside its stomach. Rose finds some scissors to cut it open and get the same relief of a child, but then the scene changes to what seems to be Rose getting burned at the stake. Rose needs to gather 4 different dolls to complete the scene and burn her own doll. The entire time there's a familiar young girl's voice taunting her.
You know how to play with dolls, don't you?
She'll find the dolls at various scenes of her getting bullied by her classmates and the girl who she thought was her friend. The Mia mannequin will appear at random places to jump scare you as well, but I'm sure that's nothing. The first one has 2 girls trying to clean Rose with a mop in the bathroom, the second has 3 kids doing the old bucket of water trick, and the third has her getting burned at the stake, which that one probably didn't actually happen. The fourth doll she finds, though, is unlike the rest of the porcelain dolls. Instead, it's a girl with black hair. Once Rose completes the burning scene, she gets a key to the breaker box, which gives her a map of where she can find a fuse for the elevator. Unlike Ethan, she will not be chased by a giant baby monster. Instead, Rose gets chased by those Mia mannequins. It's pretty simple. They won't move while you're looking at them, but it's complicated when there's 3 chasing you at once. It's pretty fun, honestly, but taking the elevator up only takes Rose further into the nightmare. This time, she is the size of a doll and has to avoid murderous floating dolls and the giant mannequins in this house. The little girl tells her that if she reaches the bedroom, she'll hand over the crystal. This part is also fun, but at the end, Rose gets chased by another giant mannequin until Michael manages to find her and save her. Michael transports Rose into Ethan and Mia's house in Romania to show her some of Ethan's memories so that she can actually get to know her dad.
She's so little. Hard to believe one day she'll be old enough to share a bottle of wine with her old man.
So Dad was a wine drinker.
He finds a really sappy poem Ethan wrote for her before he died, but Evelyn appears to attack Rose again. She was the one behind the whole doll thing. Evelyn's mind is still alive within the Megamycete as well, and she hates Rose or the fact that Mia loves her more. Evelyn throws everything she has at Rose, but Michael manages to save her at the last moment. Michael tells Rose that she can destroy Evelyn's consciousness by using her powers on her, so it's time for kind of a boss fight. Rose has to hide behind cover from Evelyn's mind blast so she can get a chance to hit Evelyn with her own powers. I kinda wish this fight would have happened in the Baker house rather than the starting house in this game, but it's whatever. Rose manages to weaken Evelyn, but it's not enough. She's about to kill Rose when Michael appears in person to save Rose, and he is Ethan. Of course, if Evelyn is still alive inside the Megamycete, then Ethan would be too. It's been him the entire time protecting Rose. Rose ends up at the deepest level of the world where she finds the source of the Rose clones. Miranda is inside the Megamycete too, and what she's trying to do is clone Rose so that she can transfer her daughter inside of her. Miranda reasoned that the real Rose would be able to make it past Evil Duke, so she sends every clone into his mansion to get hunted before even thinking about using them as a vessel for Eva. A note also mentions how Evelyn got in the way of this, so likely even if one of the Rose clones could beat the Duke, Evelyn would have killed them anyway. Rose finally finds the magic crystal, but I really don't think this thing is real or works, because Miranda appears the second Rose picks it up.
Rose, I've waited so long for you.
Who are you?
My name is Miranda.
What?
You had become so powerful. Far too powerful for me to subdue directly. So, I had to lure you into this realm so that you might willingly relinquish your powers.
No, but Kay said...
Did he? Or did I? That was an illusion.
Miranda says it weakened Rose, but I would guess that's all a mental thing. Ethan then appears again to save Rose, and it's really stupid how they still won't show us his face. Ethan and Rose flee from Miranda, but she catches them at this cave opening. Ethan gets ready for round 2 with Miranda, but it turns out when we're not controlling him, he's not built like that. Ethan tries to get Rose to leave with her weakened powers, but she shatters the crystal and embraces her white mold powers, finally giving her the ability to dodge. I think this fight is nowhere near as good as Ethan's Miranda fight, but it's alright. Rose can absorb some of Miranda's attacks and use them to charge her own white mold attacks, which then stun Miranda and make her vulnerable to damage. Rinse and repeat many times, and Rose finally is able to use her powers to entirely destroy Miranda's consciousness. She rejoins Ethan, who's dying on the floor, and they still don't show his face, even when Rose literally says, "It's nice to meet you face to face."
If I had left you, then we never would have had this chance to talk face to face.
I think they completely ruined this super emotional moment by keeping this running gag of not showing Ethan's face. But with that being said, Rose has to say goodbye to her father and reawaken in the real world. The game actually ends with Rose visiting her dad's grave, something she does almost every week since seeing him inside the Megamycete. She leaves her dad's grave to join up with a squad of Chris's men. We don't know if they're in the BSA or not, but man, it's been 16 years. Who knows? But she's finally decided to use her powers for good and help Chris. By the way, at this point, Chris will be 64 years old. I mean, bro is never retiring from this. But anyway, that is the end of Resident Evil 8, and the end of my series recapping these games. It's been a lot of fun, and I just want to thank you personally for watching. Whether this is the only one you watch or you've seen the other ones, I don't care. Thank you.